Mother, I just need 30 seconds.
There's a lot of echo from Jasmine ji.
It's still heard. Janki ji, yeah, I guess, yes. Shriji, is it fine now?
Yes.
Jasmine ji, we are live. Please go forward.
Jai Shri Krishna. Charan Sparsh to Param Pujya Guruji and Guruma, and pranams to all the Devis and Mahatmas. With Guruji and Lord's blessings, we are all here, and we are going to be part of a Mahayagya in form of Akhanda Bhagavatham. Worship always gets elevated with music. Bhajans is a means to glorify Lord and enjoy His presence. So let's begin the Parayan and immerse ourselves into the ocean of Bhakti through blissful bhajans. Over to all the bhajan singers.
Gajanana Gajavadana Hiramba Gajanana Gajanana Gajavadana Hiramba Gajanana Mushikavahana Gajanana Modakahasta Gajanana Mushikavahana Gajanana Modakahasta Gajanana Gajanana Gajavadana Hiramba Gajanana Gajanana Gajavadana Hiramba Gajanana Pahi Pahi Gajanana Parvati Putra Gajanana Pahi Pahi Gajanana Parvati Putra Gajanana Gajanana Gajavadana Hiramba Gajanana Gajanana Gajavadana Hiramba Gajanana मन भावन मेरो सद्गुरु नाम गुरु चरणों में चारों धाम मन भावन मेरो सद्गुरु नाम गुरु चरणों में चारों धाम गुरु ने मिठाई विषय वासना गुरु ने मिठाई विषय वासना गुरु ने जगाई भक्ति भावना गुरु ने जगाई भक्ति भावना गुरु निर्मल मेरो गुरु निष्काम गुरु निर्मल मेरो गुरु निष्काम गुरु चरणों में चारों धाम मन भावन मेरो सद्गुरु नाम गुरु चरणों में चारों धाम गुरु ने सिखाई सच की साधना गुरु ने सिखाई सच की साधना जप तप निष्ठा नित्योपासना, जप तप निष्ठा नित्योपासना। गुरु ही ईश्वर गुरु ही राम, गुरु ही ईश्वर गुरु ही राम। गुरु चरणों में चारों धाम, मन भावन मेरो सतगुरु नाम। गुरु चरणों में चारों धाम, अविचल प्रीत की रीत सिखा दो, अविचल प्रीत की रीत सिखा दो। गुरुवर नैया पार लगा दो, गुरुवर नैया पार लगा दो। लीजो मेरो कोटि प्रणाम, लीजो मेरो कोटि प्रणाम। गुरु चरणों में चारों धाम, मन भावन मेरो सतगुरु नाम। गुरु चरणों में चारों धाम।
गंग जटाधर गौरी शंकर गिरिजामन रमना, गंग जटाधर गौरी शंकर गिरिजामन रमना। जय मृत्युंजय महादेव महेश्वर मंगल शुभ चरणा, जय मृत्युंजय महादेव महेश्वर मंगल शुभ चरणा। नंदिवाहना नागभूषण, नंदिवाहना नागभूषण, निरुपम गुण सदना, निरुपम गुण सदना। नटन मनोहर नीलकंठहर, नटन मनोहर नीलकंठहर, नीरज दल नयना, नीरज दल नयना। गंग जटाधर गौरी शंकर गिरिजामन रमना, गंग जटाधर गौरी शंकर गिरिजामन रमना, गिरिजामन रमना। राजराजेश्वरी जगन्मोहिनी, राजराजेश्वरी जगन्मोहिनी, जगदम्बे मंगलकारिणी, जगदम्बे मंगलकारिणी। राजराजेश्वरी जगन्मोहिनी, जगदोद्धारिणी विश्वविलासिनी, जगदोद्धारिणी विश्वविलासिनी। स्थिर सुखदायिनी देवी जननी, स्थिर सुखदायिनी देवी जननी। राजराजेश्वरी जगन्मोहिनी, राजराजेश्वरी जगन्मोहिनी।
ॐ नमो नमः ॐ नमः 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 च्युताय नमः श्री अनन्ताय नमः सुन्दराय नमः सुरवन्दिताय नमः माधवाय नमः मधुसूदनाय नमः कारणाय नमः नारायणाय नमः रामाय नमः कृष्णाय नमः रामाय नमः कृष्णाय नमः कारणाय नमः नारायणाय नमः कारणाय नमः नारायणाय नमः ॐ नमो नमः नमः ॐ नमो नमः 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 नमः
केशवा माधव मधुसूदना श्रीधर सुन्दर नारायण केशवा माधव मधुसूदना मुरली मनोहर जनार्दन अच्युतानन्त नारायण अच्युतानन्त नारायण अच्युतानन्त नारायण गोविंद जय जय गोपाल जय जय 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 केशवा माधव मधुसूदना श्रीधर सुन्दर नारायण केशवा माधव मधुसूदना
जगदाश्रय श्री रघुरामा जगदोदारा श्रीरामा जगदाश्रय श्री रघुरामा परम पावना तारक रामा श्रीरामा शतकोटि प्रणामा शरणं शरणं महात्मा रामा शरणं शरणं शान्ता रामा जगदाश्रय श्री रघुरामा जगदोदारा श्रीरामा श्रीराम दूता श्रीराम भक्त श्रीराम दासा नमो नमो श्रीराम दूता श्रीराम भक्त श्रीराम दासा नमो नमो सीता माता शोक विनाश सीता माता शोक विनाश अनाथनाथा नमो नमो अनाथनाथा नमो नमो मारुतिराय महानुभावा मारुतिराय महानुभावा अधिबलवन्त नमो नमो अधिबलवन्ता नमो नमो आञ्जनेया नमो नमो आञ्जनेया नमो नमो श्रीरामदूता श्रीरामभक्ता श्रीरामदासा नमो नमो
Guru Mantra. Rama Ramaya Shanta Ramaya Sadguru Ramaya Shanta Ramaya Jaya Guru Ramaya Shanta Ramaya Jaya Guru Ramaya Shanta Ramaya Rama Ram Rama Ramaya Shanta Ramaya Sadguru Ramaya Shanta Ramaya Daya Guru Ramaya Shanta Ramaya Jaya Guru Ramaya Shanta Ramaya Rama Ram Rama Ramaya Shanta Ramaya Sadguru Ramaya Shanta Ramaya Daya Guru Ramaya Shanta Ramaya Jaya Guru Ramaya Shanta Ramaya Rama Ram जय सद्गुरुनाथ महाराज की जय राधा रानी अरुणा माई की जय
Om Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Shri Sadgurunath Maharaj ki jai. Radha Rani Aruna Mai ki jai. Over to you, Devi Shanti ji, for the Dhyanam.
ॐ वक्रतुण्डमहाकाय कोटिसूर्यसमप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा शुक्लाम्बरधरं विष्णुं शशिवर्णं चतुर्भुजं प्रसन्नवदनं ध्यायेत् सर्वविघ्नोपशान्तये नारायणं नमस्कृत्य नरं चैव नरोत्तमं देवीं सरस्वतीं व्यासं ततो जयं मुदीरयेत् व्यासं वसिष्ठनप्तारं शक्तेर्पौत्रमकल्मषं पराशरात्मजं वन्दे शुकतातं तपोनिधिं व्यासाय विष्णुरूपाय व्यासरूपाय विष्णवे नमो वै ब्रह्मनिधये वासिष्ठाय नमो नमः अविकाराय शुद्धाय नित्याय परमात्मने सदैकरूपरूपाय विष्णवे सर्वजिष्णवे यस्य स्मरणमात्रेण जन्मसंसारबन्धनात् विमुच्यते नमस्तस्मै विष्णवे प्रभविष्णवे शान्ताकारं भुजगशयनं पद्मनाभं सुरेशं विश्वाधारं गगनसदृशं मेघवर्णं शुभाङ्गं लक्ष्मीकान्तं कमलनयनं योहि हृद्यानगम्यं वन्दे विष्णुं भवभयहरं सर्वलोकैकनाथम् ॐ नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय ॐ श्रीकृष्ण परमात्मने नमः
Krishna always helps. He waits for your complete surrender. No matter which situation you are stuck in, he waits for a single call of yours. Let's hear a beautiful bhajan from Devi Janki ji. Jai Shri Krishna.
कर दो भेड़ा पार राधे अलबेली सरकार। कर दो भेड़ा पार राधे अलबेली सरकार। राधे अलबेली सरकार, राधे अलबेली सरकार। कर दो मन चल रे वृंदावन धाम। राधे राधे गाएंगे, मन चल रे वृंदावन धाम। राधे राधे गाएंगे, राधे राधे गाएंगे, श्यामो श्याम गाएंगे। राधे राधे गाएंगे, श्यामो श्याम गाएंगे। तेरे पूर्ण होंगे काम। राधे राधे गाएंगे, मन चल रे वृंदावन धाम। राधे राधे गाएंगे।
Srimad Mahabhagavat Mahapuran stands as a pinnacle of Vedic literature, revered for its profound wisdom and ability to awake devotion in the hearts of its listeners. It is not merely a collection of stories, but a comprehensive guide to understanding the nature of devotion, knowledge, and the ultimate reality. Let's now listen to the introduction of the great Bhagavata Purana from Mahatma Giriji.
Krishna Krishna, over to Vrindavana. Let's go to Vrindavana, okay? Jai Jai Shri Radhe, Jai Jai Shri Radhe, Jai Jai Shri Radhe. The Bhagavata is what? It is Krishna, Krishna is Bhagavata. Jasmine ji said, Krishna is waiting for a call from his devotee. I want to briefly talk to you about why we are doing this Akhanda Bhagavata, what originated this, and talk to you a little bit about Bhagavatam. Today we are going to be doing the Bhagavatam over the next 14 hours. Akhanda Bhagavata, we start by prostrating to Parampuja Guruji and Gurumata, to all of you devotees on the call, and those of you who will be listening to the recording, and of course to my master Sri Krishna, the Lord of Guruvayur and Vrindavana. Okay. So during COVID, we could not do the distribution of Bhagavad Gita. We every year do the distribution of Bhagavad Gita during the Vaikuntha Ekadasi Mahotsav. During the COVID period, we could not do the distribution. And we said, what are we going to be doing with our time if we are not distributing Amazing Simple Gita? Then some of us came up with this idea that, let's do the Akhanda Bhagavata, do the Parayana of the Bhagavata in one single day. Now, how do you do Parayana of the Bhagavata in one single day? 18,000 verses over 12 skandhas, done typically over 7 days. I will explain why 7 days in a minute. How are we going to do it in 14 hours or one day? Well, our satsang came up with the idea. The devis are there. Mahatmas So welcome all of you. We try and do it different. What are we doing differently this year? This year, our future, we are going to listen to about. What is it? We're not giving astrological predictions. What do I mean by future? It is Yuva Muktas who are having the center stage today. You will hear during the course of the day many Yuva Muktas. We already heard a few bhajans from the Yuva Muktas. The Yuva Muktas speaking to us about different chapters, taking us through different skandhas. So, can't wait. It is easily one of the best days of the year for me, if not the best day. So can't wait to get into the Bhagavatam. I was also asked to do a little bit of an introduction, not that any of you needed an introduction to Bhagavatam, but let's do a few points. The first one is Janmantare Bhavet Punyam Tatha Bhagavatam Labet. After many lives which have been well lived, we get the Bhagavatam. Imagine how lucky we are to get the Bhagavatam here in our home, in an air-conditioned or whatever, temperature-controlled environment. Do nothing, listen to Bhagavatam in one day. Imagine how blessed we are. Number one. Second point is, What is so special about the Bhagavatam? In Puranas, the Bhagavatam is the singular Purana which stands out among the Puranas. Why is that? Number one, composed by Veda Vyasa. Of course, he composed other Puranas too, right? He divided the Vedas, he did many other works. But what's so special about the Bhagavatam? Many things make it special. One, composed by Veda Vyasa. Two, the listener. Who is the listener? Parikshit. Who is Parikshit? Pariksha karne wale ko Parikshit bolte hain. Just Parikshit was protected in the womb by none other than Sri Krishna. Right? In what does the Bhagavatam do? Can we even do a little bit of what Parikshit did? Bhuk aur pyas mean the Parikshit bhul jaye. Parikshit did not have thirst, did not have hunger during the 7 days. Right? So even if we do a little bit of what Parikshit did today, we will be in a good space for our soul. Then, who is the narrator? The Sadguru. Our Sadguru is living before us. The Puranas and others say that if you've not heard the Bhagavatam, if you do not know the Bhagavatam, you are a bara on earth. I was a bara on earth before I joined the satsang. The Guruji, the Guru, taught me Bhagavatam. So really stopped me from being a bara on earth. Anybody who does not know the Bhagavatam or has not heard of the Bhagavatam is a burden on earth, Mother Earth. So who is the Guru here and who's speaking? It is none other than Sukamuni. I call him Sukamuni. Many people call him Sukha Parabrahman. Somebody calls him differently, Sukha Yogendra. Who is Sukamuni? Very easy answer. All of us are going to say, well, he is the son of Vyasa. Of course, he is the son of Vyasa. But you look at the Guru Parampara. The first Guru, Krishnam Vande Jagat Guru. Sri Krishna is the Guru. After Sri Krishna comes Brahma. After Brahma comes Veda Vyasa. After Brahma is Narada. Narada to Vyasa. Vyasa to his son Sukamuni. Number one point on Sukha. Second, Sukha, when he was in his mother's womb, he refuses to come out. People say he was in the mother's womb for 12 years. Don't apply your intellect. Don't apply your logic. Today, park away your intellect and logic. Okay? So he says, 12 years he was there in the mother's womb, refuses to come out. Why? He says, I don't want to be involved with samsara sagara. Wow. So any of us saying that before we are born? Because it is said that in the womb we remember our true nature. He remembers his true nature of Brahman and he says, I don't want to get involved with the world. And Maharishi Vedavyasa tells him, oh, it's okay. You're going to get, not be involved with the world. We will protect. I'll give you that blessing. So what happens? Sukha comes out and crawls away, goes away from the house, makes Vedavyasa run after him. And the trees respond on behalf of Sukamuni that he is not going to get back to the world. Such is the nature of this Parabrahman, Sukha Parabrahman. I call him Sukamuni. Very close to my heart. I'll tell you why he's very close to my heart. So that is Sukamuni. The narrator of the Bhagavata is none other than Sukamuni. To the most eligible listener, Parikshit, protected by Sri Krishna. What else can I say about Sukamuni? Sukamuni was a parrot in my mother's hands, my mother Radharani's hands. So in the Goloka where Sri Krishna and Radha are eternally living, Sukha lives as a parrot in Radharani's hands. He hears whatever Radharani is saying. And then he goes to Krishna and he hears what Krishna is saying. And then he flaps and comes back to Radharani. Radharani says, you've heard what I say. You've heard what Sri Krishna says. Why don't you go to earth and talk about Srimad Bhagavata? That is how that parrot becomes Sukamuni. So that is Sukha, the third or fourth aspect that we talk about in terms of the glory of the Bhagavata or the introduction to Bhagavata. The next thing, of course, is it is the Mukti Grantha. How many times we hear Param Pujya Guruji talk to us about it being the Mukti Grantha? Anybody who comes into contact with Sri Krishna, Mukti is guaranteed. Mukti is guaranteed. Whether it be Putana the Asura, Kamsa the Asura, whether Sudama his friend, Draupadi his Sakha, Arjuna his devotee, everybody is given Mukti. You and I who listen to the Bhagavatam today, like Parikshit did, are guaranteed to get Mukti. What is the key theme then in the Bhagavata? It is love, it is bhakti, it is pure bhakti rasa. It is pure bhakti rasa. Mother Radharani, as we will talk about later, plays the role of the Guru to the gopis. And what do we learn? We learn how to love the Lord. Through the various stories mentioned in the Bhagavata, we learn to love the Lord. The next thing I wanted to talk about is, I said I'll talk about the 7 days. The Bhagavata is the primordial text teaching us about time management. Why do I say that? Why do I say that? Parikshit had 7 days. 7 days. That is the origin of Saptaha. That is why it is called a Saptaha. 7 days. A dying man had given the assurance that he will have 7 days. And what does he do in the 7 days? He doesn't waste anything. He just gives up, goes to the banks of the river and sits and says, what should I do? There comes Sukamuni and says, and there comes the host of rishis, and they tell him different things. Till Sukaparabhrahman, my friend Sukamuni, comes, and everybody, including his father, Vyasa, stand up in unison and receive him. And he teaches over the next 7 days, imparts the instruction of the Bhagavata to Parikshit. The last couple of things there. So it's a lesson in time management. Then I said, Bhagavata is not an ordinary text. Why is it not an ordinary text? What's so special about the Bhagavata? It is a Mukti Grantha, as we said. Why is it a Mukti Grantha? Because it is Krishna himself. And who is more qualified to give Mukti than Sri Krishna? Nobody else. Uddhava says at the end of the book, Krishna Avatara, Krishna, you're going away from the world. How would I live? Uddhava is Krishna's Parabhakta. He's lived with Krishna ever since he was a child. And he's now saying Krishna has to go back. How's he going to live? Krishna says, I will live with you as the Bhagavatam. So Krishna is Bhagavata, Bhagavata is Krishna. It is a Mukti Grantha. Okay, so that is why it is special. Those were some of the key call-outs about the Bhagavatam. Krishna gives Mukti to whom? To a Bhakta. Which Bhakta did he give Mukti? Well, my master gave Mukti to Dadibanda. You've heard me talk about the story of Dadibanda. Dadibanda is a collector of curd. He's a supplier of curd. Dadibanda is the name, living in Rajabhumi. He supplies curd to who? To Gargacharya. Gargacharya is the guru of Nanda Baba and those people around there. Garga is doing a yajna and he wants more curd that day. He asks Dadibanda, go to Vrindavana, go to Vraja and get me curd. Dadibanda comes back and says, no, there's no curd supplied because all the curd has been eaten by a mischievous child. Dadibanda, Gargacharya says, please get me 1 pot. So he comes back and he finds an old lady having 1 pot of curd. And he tells the lady, Gargacharya, the great Brahmana, wants this pot of curd. Please give it. The lady says, no, that pot is reserved for the small boy who will come. This angelic child comes there, the divine child comes there, and Dadibanda says to the child, please give this pot of curd because Gargacharya the Great is waiting for it. So now what happens? Gargacharya the Great is waiting for it. The child says, I'll give it on one condition, provided I am allowed to taste a little bit. The Dadibanda says, how can the Rishi take something that's been tasted by you? Before he could say anything, this mischievous boy, Adbut Balak, has finished the pot of the curd and gives the empty pot of curd to Dadibanda. Dadibanda looks at the pot, it's empty. He's going to throw it. Suddenly he finds that the pot is full again of curd. Mischievous and Adbut Balak. Dadibanda comes to Gargacharya and says, look, this is what happened. The lady was not willing to give the pot of curd. The mischievous child came, drank, said he'll take a little bit, but it became empty. And when it came back to me, it was full of curd. So this curd has essentially been tasted. I don't know, Maharishi, will you take it for your yajna? And all the rishis and the munis says, that is the curd that we want. We want this curd. We want this curd. This Dadibanda is perplexed. Gargacharya now says, the next time you meet that mischievous child, tell him that you want liberation. Tell him that you want liberation. Lo and behold, a few months later, Dadibanda sees Sri Krishna. Where does he see him? Dadibanda is resting under a tree with a pot, curd plot, empty pot as his pillow. He is doing that. And suddenly this mischievous child comes and says, wakes him up and says, Uncle, please protect me, please protect me. And what does he want? My mother is chasing me. Can I please hide in your pot? And when she asks you, please tell her that you have not seen me. So the child, before Dadibanda could respond, goes inside Dadibanda's pot and he hides. And Dadibanda ties the cloth, closed the lid of the pot with his towel. And Yashoda Mata comes there. Dadibanda says, no, I have not seen this child at all. And she goes away. Now Krishna, the Adbhut Balak, is telling Dadibanda, please let me out. Please let me out. And Dadibanda says, no, I am not going to let you out. The Adbhut Balak says, it's very smelly. The pot is smelly. Your towel is smelly. Please let me out. I let you out only if you tell me you will give me liberation. So Adbhut Balak says, granted. Dadibanda, so let me out. Dadibanda says, no, I want liberation for one more person. And who is that person? That is a pot. He says, this pot also needs liberation. The Adbhut Balak says, it's granted. And he says, when do you want liberation? The minute I tell about the stories of Gargacharya, I want liberation. So Dadibanda lets Sri Krishna out. And as Sri Krishna comes out, what happens? He runs away from there. Dadibanda comes back to Gargacharya and narrates the story. And as he completes his narration, both Dadibanda and the pot are liberated right in front of Gargacharya. And the sages assembled there. Both the pot and Dadibanda are liberated. Sri Krishna liberated Dadibanda, who said Krishna is not in the pot. Krishna also liberated Prahlada, who said, yes, he's in this pillar. Yes, he's in this pillar. So if you say he is there, you get liberation. He gets liberation even when you say he's not there. That is the power of Sri Krishna. No other avatar gives liberation to people. Later we will see how he liberated Putana. We'll try and link up these stories and immerse in the Lord's glories today. Our role is to be as attentive a listener as Sri Parikshit is. It is an offering to our Guru, in as much as Sukamuni comes to us, Radharani comes to us as our Guru, and we took his blessings for this yajna. So all it remains for me to say is, let's enjoy today. It's clearly, for me personally, it's the best day one of the best days of the year, if not the best day of the year. Let's enjoy the Bhagavatam as we go through, and particularly listen attentively when our Yuva Muktas, our future, is going to speak to us about the glories of Sri Krishna. Let's spend the day in Vrindavana and with Mother Radharani. Jai Jai Shri Radhe, Jai Jai Shri Radhe, Jai Jai Shri Radhe. Over to you, Jasmine.
The more you trust Krishna, the more he'll amaze you every time. Let's glorify him through a bhajan by Lakshmi ji.
Yamuna Maiya Kari Kari Radha Gori Gori वृंदावन में धूम मचावे परसाने रे छोरी ब्रज धाम राधा जुगे ब्रज रानी लागे ब्रज रानी लागे मन कारो कारो जमुना जी जो पानी लागे मीठे रस से भरियो रे राधा रानी लागे महारानी लागे मन कारो कारो जमुना जी जो पानी लागे मन भूल मत जइयो राधा रानी के चरण मन भूल मत जइयो राधा रानी के चरण रानी के चरण महारानी के चरण मन भूल मत जइयो राधा रानी के चरण राधे राधे बोलिए वृंदावन में डोलिए राधे राधे बोलिए बरसाना में डोलिए राधे राधे बोलिए वृंदावन में डोलिए राधे राधे बोलिए बरसाना में डोलिए राधे राधे बोलिए वृंदावन में डोलिए राधे राधे बोलिए बरसाना में डोलिए
Let's hear from Mahatma Venuji from Mumbai about the Bhagavata Mahatmyam which narrates the allegorical story of the Bhakti personified, who becomes afflicted by the age of Kali and then rejuvenated by sage Narad Muni.
Jai Shri Krishna. So we're already in Vrindavan, as was beautifully sung by Devis and also the introduction given by Giriji. Srimad Bhagavadakyoyam pratyaksha Krishna evahi svikritosi mayanata muktyartam bhavasagare. We are in it only because of one reason. We want to be eternally happy. We want to extricate ourselves. But how do you do that? By immersing in Srimad Bhagavatam. Hari Guna Gavo, Hari Nama Gavo, Ananta Ananda Hari Nama Re. Is it Hari Nam alone that we need to sing in devotion? No, it is also the Guru. We started actually the day with Radharani. Guru Guna Gavo, Guru Nam Gavo, Ananta Ananda Hari Nam Re, Ananta Ananda Guru Nam Re, Hari Guna Gavo, Guru Guna Gavo, Hari Nam Gavo, Guru Nam Gavo, Guru Nam Gavo, Radha Nam Gavo, Radha Nam Gavo, Radha Nam Gavo. The whole Bhagavatam is about Sri Krishna. We say Pratyaksham Krishna Evahi. So where is Radha coming in? Radha is our Guru who is bringing it. So our Parampuja Guruji and Guru Mata is the essence of Radha in front of us, who has given to us this whole Srimad Bhagavatam in such a beautiful way. As Giriji was saying, we are bharam to the earth if we are not immersed in Srimad Bhagavatam. So in the Mahatmyam, 6 chapters are there. We will have some dimensions covered over next 10-12 minutes. Sadhu, why are you going without seeing me like this, without even casting your eyes? There is a lady who is crying like this in Vrindavana. And who's the sadhu to whom she is crying? It is to sage Narada. It is our plight only, right? We are also crying to our Guru and saying, please cast your eyes on me. Here, as soon as sage Narada looks at this beautiful girl or woman, she has got 2 boys lying unconscious next to her, weak and completely unconscious. And then she introduces herself saying, Sadhu, I am Bhakti, and these 2 sons who are lying unconscious here are Jnana Vairagya. Now, why do we start with this? We start with this of environment. Thankfully, because of and the grace of Parampuja Guruji and Guruma, we are in this path already, so we don't need to worry that much. However, for our sake, in the Bhagavata Mahatmyam, this is the episode which is being given where all the rivers, Ganga, Yamuna, Kaveri, Saraswati, are all at her service, she says, in the form of other women who are helping this bhakti. Now, because of what he has seen, the Guru is full of karunyam, right? So, Sage Narada says, don't worry, I will revive them. And he is chanting Vedas, Vedanta, Bhagavad Gita, everything. But the kids could not be revived. They are still unconscious. And then Narada ji becomes really worried. Why is this happening? Why these kids are not, they are stirring up when I chant, but then again they fall unconscious, which means in Kali Yuga, as Giriji was mentioning earlier, if you are not at it all the time on a constant basis, like what our Parampuja Guruji has told us, we will not be able to come out of this whole delusion that is surrounding us. So Naradaji becomes despondent. And in the Mahatmya, it continues where obviously when he is despondent, it is a Leela he is playing. He meets Sanakadi Munis who describe how to get out of this. Well, Naradaji is explaining the whole episode, saying this is what has happened. And he explains these plight of Bhakti, Jnana and Vairagya. So he is also Naradaji speaking for us, and which is why the Akhanda Bhagavatam becomes very, very important for us. He says in Kali Yuga, people do not have intensity. They are in tamas, they are having total greedy attitude. And fortunately, none of this should affect us because we have the grace of our Guru and we are in this path. But this is the story of people who are in this Kali Yuga. Now, what is the solution? Sachitananda Rupaya Vishwotpatyadi Hetave Tapatraya Vinashaya Sri Krishnaya Vayam Namaha. Now, this is the only way he says, because he is the one Vishwotpatyadi Hetave. He is the one who creates. He is the one who takes away our tapaman. Who is that? That Krishna to whom we should pray, we should prostrate, which is what we are doing through the Akhanda Bhagavatam Parayana. The only solution is Pratyaksham Krishna Evahi, which is to immerse in his Leela through Srimad Bhagavatam, as was given in the lineage from Srimad Narayana all the way to Shukamuni, and then to us through our Guru, we have got it. Now, Sukamuni, who was very, very special to us because he is the one who gives the essence of the Rasa, Bhagavata Rasa to Parikshit Maharaj. That Sukamuni is linked to Radharani, and which is why we started with Radharani. Why? Because he was the parrot who was in the hands of Srimati Radharani. And Srimati Radharani blessed him in such a way that he became the parrot who gave the whole Bhagavata Rasa to us. And even when Sukamuni was in the womb of his mother, he did not want to come out. Giriji was mentioning yesterday when we were having Satsanga, Ekanta Satsanga, that Sukamuni did not want to come out for 12 full years from the womb of mother. He says, I don't want to get stuck in the Maya. Look at this. The Kali Yuga that we are in, which is surrounded by Maya, various Maya. He said, I don't want to come until his father blesses him. The Maya will not touch you. And so this happened. He came out and he just walked away without any samskaras and so on. He walked away and he was one of the greatest rishis who gave us this. What is the other pramanam for this? Now, the Saunakadi rishis, all the Sanakadi Munis, all the rishis come to Sutta Puranik ji in Naimisharanya, and then they are asking the same question like what Narada ji asked. What will really help devotees in Kali Yuga? And clearly it is Srimad Bhagavata Purana, the Katha of which, the Shravana of which, as was mentioned, Janmantara Bhavet Punyam, Katha Bhagavatam Labhe. The only thing we need to do is to immerse in this. Crores and crores of lives of punya we have done to be at this moment of grace where we are listening to Bhagavata Purana like this. It is Amrita. Even Devas tried to exchange Amrita when they were asking Shukamuni, can we give you Amrita so that Parikshit can be revived? He will not be harmed by Takshaka. But Sukamuni says, what is the use? This Amrita will give me one more life, but forever I will be without life, birth and death because of Bhagavata Purana, Bhagavata Katha. We are the most fortunate. Parikshit was in fact in Samadhi state when Takshaka comes, because he's already done Bhagavata Katha, Shravana, and so nothing harms him. This is really the solution for us. Now, we'll do quickly four important takeaways so that we can remember this as we go through. The first one is where there is a rishi who wants to take darshan of Sri Krishna. He's got the Raibhya rishi, he's got all the powers. He can go to Vaikunta, he can go to any loka and look for Sri Krishna. Finally, he is not able to see Krishna anywhere, and Narada meets him and says, I last heard that Sri Krishna is in Vrindavana, which is our Punya Bhumi right now as we are in this Bhagavata Katha Shravana. And so he runs to Vrindavana. He transports himself to Vrindavana in 1 minute. And he going here and there in Vrindavana, all the yajna, where yajna is happening, puja is happening. But the cowherd boys are like that. All the cows are running, calves are running. And he's thinking, where is Krishna going to be here? At which point of time a young child, a 6-year-old child comes, a girl comes. She's dressed in blue. The whole dress is blue and her kajal, everything is pointing out to only one thing, which is what? She comes and asks the rishi, what are you looking for? Tata, what are you looking for? He says, no, it's okay, you won't know. She says, no, tell me, what are you looking for? He's saying, where is this Paratattva, Sri Krishna? She says, Paratattva. So the Rishi says, you are asking Paratattva as though it is the milk and curd. She says, to us, he is like that milk and curd. He is simple. He is available to those who have simple love for him. She unknots her half sari, the dupatta that she has, and out of that dupatta falls Krishna down and asks Rishi, tell me, why did you call me? It is like that. The first point is, Sri Krishna is available to us through Srimad Bhagavatam. We have to just melt and keep our bhakti simple. Similarly, if you look at Venu Gita, one of the episodes is where the birds are listening to the glories, the glorious Natham from the Venu, from the flute of Sri Krishna. They are mesmerized. They are sitting on the branch. Tears are flowing down. So many birds are sitting on the branch of the tree, completely in Samadhi state, and the branch breaks. They all fall down without them realizing. What happens? They are falling into the pond created by their tears, and they float in that rasa, which means what? Whatever happens in our life, all we need to do is simply immerse in the glory. Whatever, even if it is our karma phala, we will float in the grace of Krishna, which comes from within our hridaya. This is the second one. So simplicity and immerse. And then if you look at the Ashtapati 3, such a beautiful invocation which comes where Srimad Radharani is looking for Sri Krishna here and there, and she is asking her Sakha, Sakhe, where is Krishna? Where is Krishna? And the Sakhe is singing, Vasante Vasanti Kusuma Sukumarai Abhayavai Brahmantin Kantare Bahuvihita Krishnanu Saranam Amandam Kandarpajwari Janita Chinta Kulataya. She's having fever. The fever is what? The fever is the whole body is in heat, looking for Krishna. And what happens to her tiny feet? Her Sakhi is saying the tiny feet might pain. Valatpadam Rasdam Sarasamidamuche Sahachari. See, Radharani is looking for Krishna. Why? She wants to bring that Sri Krishna to us through this Bhagavata, the Akhanda Bhagavata Parayana to us. But in that process, her body is fully weak and it is having fever, heavy heat. Her feet is really paining, but she doesn't care. Our Guru Maharaj is like that. Like that Radharani who brought Krishna to all the Gopikas, our Guru Maharaj through this Akhanda Bhagavata has brought. So glories to the Guru. And the last point is very, very important. As we go through the Akhanda, when we are simple, when we keep our bhakti simple, when we immerse in the grace of Krishna and depend solely on our Guru, what does the Lord and the Guru do? They become our servant. What is the pramanam for it? Hari Mukhe Mana, Hari Mukhe Mana. This is the famous Abhang, right? In that last line says, Dwaraka Chirane Pandavagari. Who was the servant of Pandavas? Dwaraka Chirane. That Sri Krishna, who is the Raja of Dwaraka, is standing at our doorstep, serving us in every possible way, which is why we started very clearly this summary today. Before we dwell into this Bhagavata Mahatmyam more, very clearly saying, Hari Guna Gavo, Hari Nam Gavo, Ananta Ananda, Hari Nam Hare, Hari Guna Gavo, Hari Nam Gavo. Manana Bhajan Karo, Hari Nam Re, Manana Bhajan Karo, Guru Nam Re, Shravana Smarana Karo, Guru Nam Re, Smarana Smarana Karo, Radha Nam Re, Radha Nam Re, Guru Nam Re, Radha Nam Re, Guru Nam Re. Jai Jai Shri Radhe. Jai Shri Krishna. Back to you, please.
Now, it's time to glorify our Lord Krishna by reciting Govinda Damodara Stotra, It is believed that in any trouble, if anyone recites this mantra of Lord Krishna with full devotion, his all troubles will be eliminated by God Himself. Let's hear this beautiful prayer from Nehaji from India, Mumbai.
अग्रे कुरूणामथ पाण्डवानां दुःशासनेनाहृतवस्त्रकेशा कृष्णात् तदा क्रोशतनन्यनाथा गोविन्द दामोदर माधवेति श्रीकृष्ण विष्णु मधुकैटभारे भक्तानुकम्पिन् भगवन् मुरारे त्रायस्व मां केशव लोकनाथ गोविन्द दामोदर माधवेति विचित्रवर्णाभरणाभिरामे भिदेहि वक्त्राम्बुजराजहंसे सदा मदीये रसनेग्ररङ्गे गोविन्द दामोदर माधवेति मन्दारमूले वदनाभिरामम् बिम्बाधरे पूरितवेणुनादम् गोपी जनमाध्य संस्थम् गोविन्द दामोदर माधवेति श्रीकृष्ण गोविन्द हरे मुरारे हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेव जिह्वे पिबस्वामृतमेतदेव गोविन्द दामोदर माधवेति
Our youth Satsangi, Chinmayji, will take us through the initial chapter. It is Surya Bhagwan who suggested that a saptah of Srimad Bhagavatam be conducted. This episode of Gokarna and Dutokari resonates the view that even those who are deeply entangled in material life can find redemption and peace through spiritual practice and devotion. Let's all of us hear and reflect on important takeaways from this chapter.
Jai Shri Krishna. Pranams to Param Puja Guruji, Guru Ma, and pranams to all speakers present on the call, and Charan Sparsh to everyone. I will be covering chapter 8, which tells us about Gokarna's Bhagavata Katha and importance of listening to Bhagavatam. This whole chapter just reminds me of this beautiful song from the movie Lagan. O palanhare, निर्गुण और न्यारे, तुमरे बिन हमरा कौनो नाही, हमरी उलझन सुलझाओ भगवन, तुमरे बिन हमरा कौनो नाही. So if we have come to this katha with any worries, doubts, fears, anything that's in our mind, if we listen to this Bhagavata Katha with single-minded devotion, everything will be resolved, or will at least get some answers. We in this chapter, it covers the story of Atmadeva and Dhunduli. So Atmadeva was desperate to have a son, but Dhunduli did not want a kid. She was worried that what it will do to her body and what it will do to her future. But Atmadeva really wanted to have a son. So he met with a sannyasi, and the sannyasi already advised Atmadeva to renounce the world because he was destined to not have a son. But Atmadeva was like, Nahi, mujhe to son chahiye hi chahiye. So, seeing how desperately Atmadeva wanted to have a son, the sannyasi gave him a fruit and asked him to give it to Dhunduli to eat. Now, Dhunduli was like, I don't want to have a kid. So she just gave the fruit to a cow to eat. While because she didn't want Atmadeva to be sad, she secretly spoke to her sister who was pregnant at that time, and the sister agreed to give her son, the son who is going to be born in 9 months, to Dhunduli. सो दोनों बहनों ने ये षड्यंत्र रचाया और after 9 months her sister gave her son to Dhunduli, and Dhunduli went to Atmadeva and told him, this is our son. And Dhunduli had given that fruit to a cow, and the cow gave birth to Atmadeva's actual son, who was Gokarna. So he was named Gokarna, and Dhunduli's adopted son was named Dhundukari. Years later, Gokarna, the son born to cow, grew up to be a man of wisdom and dispassion and scholar, while Dhundukari was wicked, cruel, terrifying, just like villain in movies. He used to hit people. He used to throw children into a well. And Dhundukari even misbehaved with his parents, Atmadeva and Dhunduli. Seeing this after so many years of having such a son around who was so disobedient to him, Atmadeva was terribly saddened. And he was very sad about it. He was like, Kya kar diya maine ye? And looking at this, Atmadeva's other sensible son, Gokarna, asked his father to give up all his false expectations and retire to the forest because he thought that that will give his father all the peace he needs. Gokarna also asked his father to develop dispassion and drop the sense of I-ness associated to the body. Hence, listening to his son Gokarna, Atmadeva left home for the forest. He then began reciting 10th canto of Bhagavatam and thus attained moksha. Now Dhundukari kept becoming wicked and wicked day by day. He kept screaming at his mother. He kept blackmailing his mother and beating her. Seeing this, Dhunduli also committed suicide. So after his mother's death, Dhundukari was completely free to do anything he wished. He brought home prostitutes and enjoyed his life to the fullest. The prostitutes kept asking him for new things every day, and to meet their demands, he kept stealing. One day, looking at the crimes Dhundukari had committed, the prostitutes themselves got scared. They were like, Abhi hum first jayenge, because he's stealing, he's committing crimes every day. So the prostitutes made a plan and killed and tortured Dhundukari. And when Gokarna heard of his brother's death, he went to holy places to perform last rites for his brother. One night, when Gokarna was sleeping in his room, he was woken up by a gruesome creature. Gokarna thought it might be a terrible demon or a ghost, but Gokarna did not panic. Once the creature started speaking, it said, Gokarna, I'm your brother Dhundukari. Because of my sins and crimes, I have been given this form of a ghost. Gokarna was confused because he thought that he had performed all the rites and rituals after Dhundukari's death for his liberation. So, aisa kyun ho gaya? To that, Dhundukari said that he had committed so many sins that 1,000 such purificatory rites would not grant him any liberation. To that, Gokarna felt really bad. He really wanted to help out his brother. He started thinking of ways in which his brother can be liberated from the cycle of birth and death. Despite of all the terrible sins that Dhundukari had committed, he really, really wanted his brother to attain liberation. So, based on the advice of visitors from the nearby village, he offered worship and praise to Lord Sun. So, Lord Sun, pleased with Gokarna's offering, Surya Deva told him that if he conducted Bhagavata Sapta, everything would be fine and his brother would attain liberation. Now, Gokarna excitedly made all arrangements for Saptaha in the presence of the villagers, and he began narrating the Saptaha. In the courtyard where the Saptaha was taking place, there was a piece of bamboo, and the ghost of Dhundukari did not find any other place, so he went inside the bamboo. On seventh and last day of Sapta, the bamboo burst open and a luminous, huge creature emerged from it. And this being was Dhundukari. And he prostrated to Gokarna and said with gratitude, "My brother, you have liberated me. You have saved me from such a grave and terrifying downfall. How can I ever thank you?" Everyone present at the Saptaha was shocked. At that moment, an aerial chariot came to take this luminous being Dhundukari, and Dhundukari's ghost actually, to Vaikunta, the abode of Lord Vishnu. Now, Gokarna asked the servants of the Lord who had come to take Dhundukari. There were so many listeners in this katha, and they all heard Bhagavat Katha. Why did you not bring aerial chariot for all of them? How can you only take one person with you? If everyone heard the same katha, why did you only come to take Dhundukari? To this, the servants of the Lord gave a beautiful reply. They said, "Yes, everyone else heard the katha, but not everyone reflected on it. Therefore, we did not bring aerial chariot for all of them. Everyone has been hearing katha at the same time, but at the same time they were also thinking about the chores that they had to complete after reaching home. They had to clean their house, or they had to cook something, or they had to entertain visitors. So everyone was just thinking about other things while listening to katha. They were not fully focused on the katha and have been entertaining lot of thoughts. So their mind has been wandering and has been disturbed. So Dhundukari, the ghost of Dhundukari, had nowhere to go. He was stuck inside the bamboo. He had been in agony throughout. He could see water but could not drink it. He could see food but could not eat it. Others had not suffered this kind of anguish. Thus, no one contemplated on the katha like Dhundukari did. So, along with Shravanam, Mananan is also important. Hence, Gokarna addressed people of the village and asked them to listen to this Bhagavata Katha again, and this time leaving all the chores, leaving all the thoughts, leaving all the doubts, fears, everything aside. And then, when villagers and all the people listen to this Katha again with single-minded devotion, aerial chariot did come for all of them. And this time, Sri Krishna himself came to escort all of them to Vaikunta. Hence, we are blessed to have the opportunity to listen to this katha, and we should single pointedly listen to it, leaving all the ego's fears aside to attain moksha. So, one who stays in the body without any sense of individuality or ego is the one who is liberated while living. Merely listening to this beautiful episode removes all sins or hardships. So you do not have to go to some mountain somewhere else to be liberated. You can be in your worldly life, but if you are there without any ego, and if you have prasada buddhi, where you dedicate everything you do, all your actions to God, and think of Him all the time, you will be liberated. You will be removed from all your hardships. So the moral of the story is we should listen to this katha today with all the devotion that we have, and only then we will be able to attain moksha. And definitely, with for all the fears, worries, or anything, any doubts that we might have in our mind, we will get our answers. Jai Shri Krishna. Pranams.
After this beautiful story, let's immerse in this verse from Govinda Damodara Stotram by Kia from USA.
अग्रे कुरुणा गोविन्द गोविन्द हरे मुरारे गोविन्द गोविन्द मुकुन्द कृष्ण गोविन्द गोविन्द रथाङ्गपाणे गोविन्द दामोदर माधवेति गोविन्द दामोदर माधवेति.
The do's and don'ts of conducting a sapta have been given by the Sanat Kumaras. The Lord has declared in Bhagavatam, Madhabhakta yatra gayanti tatra tisthami Narada. Lord Narayana is undoubtedly with all of us today, as the entire Jivan Mukta's family has come together for this Parayan. Let's hear this episode from Saveri Ji, our youth Satsangi.
Jai Shri Krishna. So we will explore in this chapter how the divine discourse, the Bhagavata Katha, nourishes our souls and brings us closer to moksha and divine bliss. Let us imagine the Bhagavata Katha not just as stories or scripture, but as a living, breathing connection to the divine, one that fills our hearts with love, clears the cobwebs of ignorance, and strengthens our desire to live with faith and purpose. When the Sanat Kumaras organized the first Bhagavata Katha, they did so with the utmost devotion. They personally invited saints, created an atmosphere of focus, and ensured that the space was sanctified with lots of prayers and offerings. We must think of how they did this in the same way as how we would prepare our homes for a beloved guest. We clean, we decorate, we ensure the guest's comfort by maybe putting out extra blankets and preparing all the food that they like. And similarly, we should also prepare our space to welcome people home when we are organizing a katha of our own. We should also think about preparing our minds and hearts to receive the divine blessings and rid ourselves of distractions like the next day's to-do list, the upcoming presentation at work, maybe your child's upcoming exams, or the day's ongoings on social media and scrolling. So we need to mentally prepare as well as physically prepare. The Sanat Kumaras also advised participants to avoid distractions, overeating, or laziness during the katha and listen actively. After all the preparations were completed per the instructions, the Sanat Kumaras narrated the entire katha. Upon its conclusion, Maharaja Shukadeva ji himself came there. Though he was just 16 years old, the entire assembly stood up with respect to welcome him, and they were all very, very happy to see him. Shukadeva ji said, "How blessed you all are. Even the devas are not easily blessed with the bliss of the Bhagavata Katha. Nigma kalpataror galitam phalam, sukha mukhad amrita drava samyuktam," he said. This verse describes the Bhagavata as the ripened fruit nectar of the Vedic tree, where the fruit has already been tasted by a parrot. Here, Shukha refers to the parrot as well as Shukadeva Maharaja himself. The great Shukadeva Maharaja was a Vairagi Paramhamsa of the highest order of realized masters. Yet, even he would become immersed in the nectar of the Bhagavata Katha. Typically, fruit is eaten. But here he says, Pibhata Bhagavatam Rasam Alayam. The fruit of the Bhagavata is to be drunk because it is that filled with rasa. There's no part of this fruit, the seed or skin, which needs to be discarded. It is just solely rasa. Now, this part is key. For how long should the rasa of this fruit be drunk? It is said one should keep drinking until one's mind becomes absorbed in the Supreme Lord. And what happens after becoming one with the Supreme? One remains immersed in that truth, reveling in the highest form of bliss. Shukadeva Maharaja's humility and wisdom and just the accessibility of all the examples he gave inspired everyone to listen deeply. Imagine the impact of listening to such a soul. After Sri Shukadeva ji reached that assembly, something even more wondrous had happened. In Vaikuntha, even Bhagwan Sri Krishna could not control himself any longer. He too went to the assembly, taking with him Prahlada, Uddhava, Arjuna, Bali, and other exalted devotees. He also took Bhakti, Jnana, and Vairagya. They all began to dance in joy, and Krishna himself joined in the kirtan. So, what are some of the key takeaways from this chapter? The first one is liberation through simplicity. The idea that liberation can be attained through sincere listening is so humbling and empowering. It motivated me to incorporate small, consistent practices into my daily routine, such as reading a few verses from the Bhagavata or reflecting on its teachings in satsang. Oftentimes, we tend to overcomplicate and get overwhelmed by the task list when we want to achieve something or when we want to feel like we've accomplished something. But here, what the God is saying, what Krishna is saying, is that it really just takes the simple act of listening to the Bhagavata Katha repeatedly and reveling in the messages. So I found that very beautiful. The second takeaway is the presence of God everywhere. Lord Krishna assured Narada that wherever his devotees sing his glories, he will reside there. Not just in this story, but in our day-to-day life and in our actions too. And in my own life, I've seen how singing a simple bhajan with friends or family, it changes the entire mood of the gathering, and you can immediately feel Krishna's presence there. The air feels lighter and everyone feels so connected, and that is absolutely his presence. The third takeaway is focusing in on the bhava and selflessness a lot more than what you're going to get out of it. So Krishna asked all the devotees present at the Bhagavata Saptaha, he asked them, he basically said, I can grant you any boon. What would you like to ask for? And without any hesitation, they replied, Lord, whenever and wherever Bhagavata Katha is conducted, please manifest there and delight everyone's heart like this, fulfill everyone's wishes. And that, I just found that so beautiful and so selfless, and it really shows that being there and actually doing the thing and enjoying the feeling of it is so much more than what you're going to get out of it. And such people are called saints, and we can only aspire to be that pure. The fourth and last takeaway is the boon of liberation. So the Bhagavata assures us that even a few moments spent in sincere listening can lead to liberation. As Yama told his attendants, do not approach the devotees of Vishnu because their lives are sanctified. And that kind of speaks for itself, that the power of bhava and bhakti goes way beyond, and it just takes a small amount of time in our lives, but it has a really huge impact. I'd like to finish with a call to action. How do we begin? Doing this repetition and focus and reflecting on the Kada? We can start really small. We can commit to listening to or reading a few verses from the Bhagavatam each day. Luckily for us, we have a global satsang that we very often revisit and enjoy the scripture. All we have to do is reach out, and we'll be pointed towards a chapter that suits our time zone and our age group. And there are so many satsang chapters all over the world. So we can start with that. And as the Bhagavata itself reminds us, in this fleeting world, what substance exists? Only the nectar of Bhagavata Katha can liberate and guide us to bliss. Jai Shri Krishna. Thank you.
Let us now immerse ourselves in a Narayana Bhajan by Chitraji from Dubai.
Bhajaman Narayana 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 Bhajamana Narayana 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 Bhajamana Narayana 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 Lakshmi Narayana Satya Narayana Bhajamana Narayana 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 Narayana.
Let us now listen to Bhagavad Katha from Satsangis from Bangkok. A seeker's love, faith, and surrendership to his enlightened master begins his inner journey just like Vyasa, who felt a sense of discontentment and longed for deep love for the Lord and yearned to attain him. Over to Rishikesh ji from Bangkok.
Jai Shri Krishna, Charan Swash to everybody. So the chapter is the discontentment of Maharishi Vedavyasa. This chapter is very important because before we start understanding, before we start delving ourselves into, getting immersed ourselves into the stories in Bhagavatam, this chapter gives us the understanding or the backdrop against which this scripture is written. As we all know, like Gita is written on the backdrop of the battlefield where Arjuna is confused. He doesn't want to do his work. So Bhagavan Shri Krishna tells him what is karma. He also goes at length to talk about different ways of attaining moksha. Ramayana is the entire life story of Sri Ram, Bhagavan taking the birth of a human being and showing us what can be achieved with human limitations, but still with excellence. So one must wonder, what is the backdrop of Srimad Bhagavatam? Because it is a collection of different stories, not necessarily woven together, telling a continuity or chronological order of any person. So we must understand where this book or what made this book come into existence. So at start, Shaunaka Rishiji asks Sutta Maharaj the same question. Maharaj, can you please tell us how Bhagavan Vedavyasa came to compose this katha of this scripture? So this chapter is split into two halves. One is the first half where Sutta Maharaj tells us the story about Vedavyas and his son Shukadev Maharaj, and in the later half, the discontentment of Vedavyas himself and how Narada Muniji comes and guides Vedavyasa to take this new project of writing this new scripture, and how this scripture is different than anything else that Vedavyasa had written before. So the story starts with Shuka Muni or Shukadev Maharaj leaving his house without wearing any clothes. Shukadev Maharaj was the son of Vedavyasa, and he went near the banks of the river. But Vedavyasa found it very perplexing, and he ran behind him to make sure that his son is, he wanted to bring his son back to his home so that he's not out there without any clothes. At the same time, there were few apsaras or women who were bathing on the river banks. And when Shukadev Maharaj were around there, the women or the apsaras, they did not find anything odd or weird. They continued with their business. But when Veda Vyasa reached there to take his son back to their home, these women, they hurriedly put their clothes back, and they made sure that the situation wasn't as awkward as we might imagine. And this confused Veda Vyasa because of two reasons. One is his son was not a child anymore. He was in adolescent age. Veda Vyasa himself was quite old. That is one. So what made the women feel awkward when the son was there? They did not feel awkward, but when Veda Vyasa was there. And secondly, Veda Vyasa himself was so knowledgeable. He had written so many scriptures. So in his own mind, he must be thinking that he doesn't see anybody else as different than himself because of all the knowledge that he had. So this was a moment of introspection as well as self-realization for Veda Vyasa. He went and asked the women that what made you do these actions? When I was there, you quickly put on the clothes, but when my son was there, you did not do that. And the answer from the women was very clear. They said that Shukadev Maharaj is nothing but the Brahman himself. While you are a manifestation of Brahman, you are a Vibhuti, but also you are a Karaka Purusha, means you have a duty to do, you have a job to do in this birth, and also you are a Adhikari Purusha. That means you have been bestowed upon with some duties that you have to do in this life. But again, with Karaka Purusha, about you have the duty, one more factor we can add is Veda Vyasa, or the person at that position, he was also thinking that he is doing something. That is what is the meaning of Karaka Purusha, that he was being the reason for the things that were happening. And of course, Adhikari Purusha is someone who has the power. While for his son, he was just a complete manifestation. He was the Brahman himself, and that's why the women put on the clothes quickly, and also they were trying to pay the due respect to Veda Vyasa. But I think these answers, they did not satisfy Veda Vyasa. And Shaunakaji, following this incident, they say that Shukadev Maharaj was being a very good son because he learned everything from Veda Vyasa. Shukadev Maharaj was famous for not staying in same place for too long, not longer than the time it takes for milking a cow, but still he listened to all the scriptures from Veda Vyasa. So he was being a very good son. But for Veda Vyasa himself, it was a moment of realization, because Veda Vyasa in his life, he had done so much before. He had written 4 Vedas, he had written 17 Puranas, Mahabharata. There is also a scripture called Brahma Sutra that he had written. But in spite of that, people, they could see, or they could sense that there was a sense of Dvaita. He was able to discriminate between him and others in spite of having so much of knowledge. And I think we can relate to that. We do attend satsang very regularly, but still putting things in practice. Kiya mana, suna mana, kiya to hi jana. So kiya is something that we tend to not follow very strictly, personally me. And if this can happen with Veda Vyasa, I think we definitely have a long path, long journey to reach there. So this was the first incident that made Veda Vyasa introspect about what has happened. He himself being not just the author but also a missionary, he sat on the banks of Saraswati River, and this is the monologue that we read in the scripture. It says that I still feel incomplete, and why do I not feel content? So this thought started the journey of Veda Vyasa to finally manifest in a position where he started writing the scripture. And Veda Vyasa understood that so far whatever scriptures he had written, they were all but they were everything about the knowledge, the science of knowing the God, karma, jnana, yajna, and maybe around that he had written a bit on bhakti. But he understood that he needs to probably have more of a bhakti rasa about the Ishvara, which was missing in his previous works. And Bhagwan, being the Lord himself, he made sure that whenever his bhakta in form of Vedavyasa was confused, he sent his best agent in the form of Narad Muni to Vedavyasa to solve his question. So Narad Muni comes and talks to Vedavyasa and asks him, "Why do you look so sad? How is your sadhana going on?" And Vedavyasa was very happy to see Narad Muni. He greeted him with the honor, and he says that, "Maharaja, I don't feel content. I am sad, but I still don't know the reason. I have done so much. I have written the 4 Vedas. My disciples are spreading the knowledge of the Vedas in the society, but I still feel it hasn't given me the kind of satisfaction that I would have anticipated by doing so much of work." And Narada Muni also concludes the same thing that Vedavyasa ji concluded. He says that you have not yet sung the Lord's glories the way they should be sung. It is not that you have not sung them, but if there were topics of dharma, you have expounded only dharma. If there was karma or jnana, you have done that, but you haven't expounded bhakti to its full glory. And that's what you should do. And I think we can also relate to that. We read some scriptures, and we find that, okay, we have understood. We start putting that into the practice. But the essence of walking the path of the spirituality is, of course, you need to have the knowledge, but also you need to have the love, a complete surrender and bhakti towards the Lord, to immerse yourself and get the full satisfaction of not just walking the path of spirituality, but also everything that we do in our life. Narada ji in his Bhakti Sutra says that he who goes beyond even the Vedas attains pure unconditional love from the God. So following that, Narad Muni ji also gently, being the Narad Muni himself, he gently rebuked Vedavyasa ji in order to make the point very clear. He just did not ask him to write something that is full of bhakti, or showing the bhakti in the full glory, but also he highlighted the effect of the work that Vedavyasa had done. He says that in your previous scriptures, people are committing excessive acts of adharma. So in that times, the people were committing excessive acts of adharma. But if you tell them to renounce everything in order to bring them on the path, they will not listen. And you have given, the Vedavyasa had given them the leeway or space to sort of deviate from the path, but still come back on the path where they would continue walking on the path of dharma. That leeway was there. But Narad Muniji is underlining the fact that whatever you have done was having this effect of people deviating from the track, because it was all about knowledge. There is a possibility that you may not understand the knowledge, or you may not intentionally follow a few things. But how can you make sure that even by is there a magic ingredient, is there a magic recipe by following which you will never even deviate from the path? And that's what Narad Muniji wanted Vedavyasa ji to put in his next work, which was going to be the Srimad Bhagavatam. So he says that you have given some leeway to humanity regarding the adharma in order to lead them to the path of dharma. But now you should tell them about the Lord's name and greatness, by following which you will never derail your journey from the path of dharma. So this is where the chapter ends. But I want to connect this to the shloka from Gita 18.47 and 18.48, where Bhagavan Shri Krishna himself says, and if Vedavyasa ji had written it, so that means Vedavyasa ji definitely knew it, but it was all about Suna Mana Kiya To Hi Jana. So Kiya was something that probably potentially was missing. In 18.47 and 48, Bhagavan Shri Krishna tells to Arjuna that no matter what work, what karma you do, there is always going to be a side effect of that. Even the purest karma as Agni, the side effect or the undesirable effect is a smoke. So how can you nullify the side effect, or how can you make sure that your work is always 100%? You cannot do another work to nullify the effect of the undesirable effect, undesirable output of your work. The only thing that you can do is do your work 99.99%, and whatever is desirable effect of 1% or 0.1%, you need to have the bhakti rasa. So by having this magic recipe of bhakti in our lives, we don't have to go to, as Chinmayji mentioned in a session before, we don't have to go to Himalayas to attain the moksha, but it is all about doing our work, which Veda Vyasaji also did. His work was to spread the knowledge. What he did while writing Srimad Bhagavatam is he continued his journey of writing the scriptures, spreading the knowledge, but he added the magic ingredient of bhakti rasa in it for us to enjoy, understand how important is bhakti, and reach our goal, which is attaining the moksha or having the sense of complete fulfillment in this life. Jai Shri Krishna.
As Rishikesh ji mentioned about Bhakti Rasa, how can we forget our sage Narada? Narayana, Narayana. Yes, it's time to hear about our beloved sage Narada, a traveling musician and a storyteller, a great bhakta, an amazing guru and guide to many, blessed with highest level of vairagya and extreme love for the Lord. Let's hear this episode of Narada's previous life from Suprita ji from Bangkok.
Jai Shri Krishna, pranams and charan sparsh to all. So in the previous chapter, Rishiji took us through Vyasa's sense of discontentment and how Narad Muniji arrives at that scene. So in this chapter, basically Naradji narrates his story of his previous birth and shares his own personal experience of how he had grown in devotion for the Lord. So in his previous birth, Naradji was the son of a maid servant. His mother used to serve saints and sages when he was a child. Those sages showered him with love, and he would often eat leftover food from their plates. This is how Naradji was blessed with satsang and had the opportunity to serve these saints and sages from a very young age. His mother was an illiterate, but very attached to Naradji. One day when she was in the jungle, a snake bit her and she died. Strangely, Naradji saw only the Lord's grace in this incident, as he felt as if the Lord had verily freed him from all his attachments. Until then, he was so worried about his mother, but after her passing, he realized that he could now dedicate all his time in the service of the Lord. So what is the learning for us from this incident? Does it mean that freedom from attachments can come only after the passing of our mother? No, this is clearly not the intent here. In fact, anyone who thinks so is probably the most monstrous and cruel. The key learning to be understood here is that life may bring many unpleasant and unexpected experiences. But even in those, we should try to understand the hidden message or the blessings therein. The benefit herein is not with reference to any worldly gain, but some kind of a spiritual gain. Having decided to spend all his time serving the Lord, Naradji left his home. After walking for a while, he felt tired and he sat down under a tree and began meditating. Right then, just for a moment, the Lord manifested before him. On seeing the Lord's most enchanting form, Naradji was lost in contemplation, and before he knew, the Lord disappeared. And when the Lord left, Naradji felt like a fish out of the water. Perplexed and in agony, he began crying, wondering why the Lord disappeared so soon. Just then, a divine voice filled the sky and told Naradji, "My son, your mind is still filled with many impurities. You need to do more sadhana. Start your spiritual practices. When your mind becomes pure, you will attain me alone. I have given you this brief vision only to purify your mind and intensify your longing for me. Through the fire of separation from me, all your sins will be burned, do not worry." But still restless, helpless, Naradji continued to contemplate on the Lord, and years passed by. And one day, a lightning flashed and a bolt struck him. And as a result, he was freed from his body and he became one with the Lord. In his next birth, he was blessed to be born as this celestial sage. So Naradji narrated all this to Vyasji because he wanted to convey a very important message here, that devotion to God is the greatest wealth in the world. And it's only through devotion to God that one can attain true happiness. Naradji received his Veena named Devdutt and continued to roam the world singing Narayana, Narayana. He had no other work or no other place to be. Thus, giving this advice to Vyasji, Naradji departed from that scene. Having received this advice from Narad Muni, Vyasji then bathed and sat down in meditation, and he had the vision of Brahman and the primordial power of Maya. Following Naradji's instructions, he began to compose the Srimad Bhagavata, which is the 18th and the final Purana that is also known as the Mahapurana, or the greatest of all the Puranas. After having completed the writing of the Srimad Bhagavata, Vyasji began contemplating on who should be the best student to receive this scripture, as it contains the most succulent juices of devotion and wisdom, and only someone who has no selfish desire, no sense of I-ness or minus, no other vices, can taste and relish the sweetness of this scripture to the fullest. So he decided that Shukdevji was the most qualified student, not because Shukdevji was his son, but because Shukdevji was truly the most befitting student for this task. Thus, he taught the Srimad Bhagavata to Shukdevji. Listening to this, Shaunak Rishiji asked Shutaji, Maharaj, Shukadevji was already reveling in Brahman. He was verily the Brahman himself. Then why did he need to listen to this katha? And Sutaji gives a very beautiful reply that the Lord's attributes are such that it can enchant even the knower of the Brahman or the God-realized Mahatma, and can forcibly pull each one of us to the Lord. So from this chapter, if I were to sum up, what are some of the key learnings or takeaways that all of us can take away? One, life may bring unexpected, unpleasant experiences, but even in those, we should always try to understand or find out some kind of a hidden message or blessing therein. Two, devotion to God or Ananya Bhakti is the greatest wealth in the world. Only through devotion to God, one can attain true happiness or permanent bliss. All the other happiness which we keep chasing in this material world are temporary and fleeting in nature, and it's important to acknowledge this. Number three, give up all selfish desires and any sense of I-ness and minus, as the true essence of any scriptures that we read cannot be attained without a pure mind and a pure heart. Lastly, for true spiritual attainment, the easiest path is to take shelter at the feet of a learned spiritual master and serve him with total surrender and reverence. And I think all of us in the Jivan Mukta Satsang are so privileged to have found Param Pujya Guruji, to whom we can surrender with total faith and follow his instructions. Jai Shri Krishna. Thank you for the opportunity.
Sage Shukamuni narrated Bhagavad Purana during the Sarpayag performed by King Parikshit. In the next chapter, we are going to talk about Raja Parikshit, for whom the Lord himself became the savior and protector. Over to Gunaji from USA.
Shri Krishna, Sanskrit Mahatmas. So, so now the story begins. After the Kurukshetra war, Lord Sri Krishna installed Yudhishthira as the king. So we all know that, in the war, the Pandavas lost all their children, right? They were all killed in the battle. Arjuna had a son by name Abhimanyu, and he was also killed in the battle. Abhimanyu's wife is Uttara, and she was pregnant at that time. And that was the only child in the lineage left for the Kuru Vamsa. So, after installing Yudhishthira in the throne, Lord was about to leave to Dwaraka. So at that time, Uttara came rushing and told Lord that he sought protection of the Lord. She mentioned that there is a burning steel like thing that is pursuing her, and she was worried about losing the only child for the lineage. So she pleaded the Lord to protect the child. So Lord knew that it is the work of Ashwatthama, right? So why did Ashwatthama do this adharmic activity? Because he lost his father, Dronacharya, King Yudhishthira, King Duryodhana, and his own kith and kin, right? So he's obviously very mad at losing the battle. In the anger and fury, Ashwatthama used the astra called Brahmastra as a final weapon to eliminate all the Pandava kings. The Pandavas, that is, he considered them as his enemies. The merciful Lord, who is always fond of his devotees, enveloped the womb of Uttara, and protected the child, and as well as the mother. And Lord also protected all the Pandavas from the Brahmastra. Because Ashwatthama released it by saying the world is free of all the Pandavas, right? So Lord protected all the Pandavas plus the child. So with the power of his Maya Sakti, he made the Astra very ineffective. So Lord protects every child in the womb, right? Not just Uttara's child. But we apparently, believe that we are the protector. So we don't know how the child grows in the womb. We don't know who's protecting the child. But yet we don't believe in the Lord. So this story tells us that Lord protects all the child, and we just need to seek for his blessing, even though he's always blessing all the children. Finally, the child was born and was named Vishnuratha. Why? Because he was protected by Lord Krishna, who is Vishnu's incarnation. Since he was keenly looking at everyone to know if that person was his savior in the womb of his mother, he was named Parikshita. So Yudhishthira was not having any peace, right, after the war. So he called all the astrologers and Brahmins to know the future, and particularly to know the future of Parikshita. So as they predicted, King Parikshita ruled the kingdom well. So we'll know more about the teachings of Sukadeva to Parikshita in the later talk. But it is important to know why the story of Parikshita is told in the Bhagavata. So this is to show us how we should be qualified to listen to the Bhagavata Katha. All the speakers above said that what our listening capability should be, right? So Sukadeva ji, who is Brahmajnani himself, is the teacher, as our Param Puja Guruji is. So we can learn a lot by reading this and the next chapter on how we should be using the opportunity to learn the knowledge of the self by attending or seeing the recording of the weekend Sudhasagar Satsang by our Param Puja Guruji. So the key takeaway from this chapter is that the consequences of anger, right? Ashwatthama's actions show how uncontrolled anger and vengeance lead to our own self-destruction. Then this other takeaway is the divine justice that always prevails, right? Lord Krishna's intervention highlights the protection of dharma and righteous over the blind retaliation of vengeance. Finally, the futility of destructive attitude that Ashwatthama showed, despite using the destructive weapon, is supposed to take care of all the wishes. Ashwatthama failed to achieve his goal, right? This summarizes or this symbolizes the triumph of good over evil. So Lord even cursed Ashwatthama to roam around in isolation. So we should be taking all these takeaway points and be his nimit. Jai Shri Krishna. Jai Shri Krishna.
Before moving ahead with our next episode, let's glorify the Lord with our next bhajan by Meera Piyush ji from Delhi, India.
Shri Krishna Govinda Radha Ramana. Shri Krishna Govinda Radha Ramana. बांसुरी बजा के दिल को चुराना, बांसुरी बजा के दिल को चुराना. श्री कृष्ण गोविंद राधा रमणा. श्री कृष्ण गोविंद राधा रमणा. कृष्ण प्रेम से भागवत कथा शुक जी यूं सुनाई. कृष्ण प्रेम से भागवत कथा शुक जी यूं सुनाई. भूख और प्यास नींद थकावट परीक्षित भूल जाए. भूख और प्यास नींद थकावट परीक्षित भूल जाए. तू ही श्याम तू ही राम तेरा मेरा रिश्ता पुराना. तू ही श्याम तू ही राम तेरा मेरा रिश्ता पुराना. श्री कृष्ण गोविंद राधा रमणा. श्री कृष्ण गोविंद राधा रमणा. बांसुरी बजा के दिल को चुराना. बांसुरी बजा के दिल को चुराना. श्री कृष्ण गोविंद राधा रमणा. श्री कृष्ण गोविंद राधा रमणा. श्री कृष्ण गोविंद राधा.
Now, in the next episode, Raja Parikshit meets Lord Dharma and Mother Earth. Further, we see how Raja Parikshit stood firm on the principles of Dharma while we subdued the cunning Kali. A lot to learn from these episodes, so let's hear it out from Vijayaji from USA Satsang. Vijayaji.
Jai Shri Krishna. So we move on to Canto 1, Chapter 11 and 12, the dialogue between Lord Dharma and Mother Earth. As Guruji rightly said, the story begins, actually, the entire story of the Kali Yuga begins here in this very story. So in search of Kali, Raja Parikshit conquers many kingdoms along the way. And one place he saw something extremely strange, and he came across a bull and a cow. And the cow looked extremely sad and distressed, and it was crying, while the bull was limping and balancing in one leg. And the bull somehow came to the cow and inquired about why the cow is very sad. And on seeing the bull, cow was all the more sad, and she started crying. The cow in this story represents Mother Earth, and the bull is none other than Lord Dharma. So Dharma says, Ma, you are the Mother Earth, you are the Dhatri, you are endurer. And then you bear all of us, you support all of us. And why are you so sad? Tell me. Is it because that I am limping on one leg? Or is it because all the noble souls have gone and only the wicked left behind to enjoy on you and trouble you? Or is it because Lord Sri Krishna, your Lord, departed from the earth? So Mother Earth responds. She says, verily, you are Lord Dharma, and you said it all right. Bhagavan, who was the embodiment of the noble qualities like Satyam, Saucham, compassion, tolerance, contentment, straightforwardness, and sense control, equality, wisdom, dispassion, broad-mindedness, valor, grace, strength, amazing amount of opulences. Unless these qualities prevail, the people cannot lead a dharmic life or quality life. Since Lord left, it looks none of these qualities exist anymore. Besides, Kali, having entered, is not going to let any of these excesses going to destroy them all. And she says, look at you, you're suffering just limping in one leg. And she says, I am totally shattered. You know why? The most important reason. No longer I receive the touch of the holy feet of my Lord, Bhagavan Shri Krishna. And I cannot bear the pangs of separation. And this is something which is irreparable loss. And as they were conversing deeply with all the poignance and the pain, a Shudra entered with a crown on his head and a sword in his hand and started to beat both of them mercilessly. Outraged by this act, Raja Parikshit stopped the Shudra and he screamed, he shouted, he says, how dare you commit such a sinful act? And I am not going to leave you now. The duty of the king, he says, to remove the sorrow of the distraught and punish the wicked and ensure that everyone lives a dharmic life. Somehow this rings the bell from chapter 4, right? The Avatar Dharma. No wonder our Shastras proclaim the Raja is Pratyaksha Devam, as Guruji rightly says. So Parikshit asked Lord Dharma, who are you? Who is giving you the sorrow? Why are you unhappy? And lo, Dharma replies, and this is a wonderful reply worth contemplating and reflecting by all of us. The question one is, who can ever give you a sorrow? And who else can be responsible for your unhappiness? This is what Dharma responds. Lord Dharma responds and he says, Parikshiti, who can give you sorrow and who else can be responsible for your unhappiness? Don't we all remember Pragyanam Brahma from Parampuja Guruji starts with the finest stroke in the beginning of it. He says, you are responsible for your own happiness and sadness. That's the greatest takeaway from here. Dharma continues, so we are ignorant and deluded. And all our faults seem to be manifesting from here, and that's why we suffer. And we ignorantly blame it on the devas, on our actions, on unknown factors, on prarabdha, and everything around. But we alone are responsible, and we don't want to take the cognizance of that. Parikshit recognizes the bull is none other than Lord Dharma, and he realizes that blaming someone else for your own sorrow is also a dharma, is also unrighteous. And hence he comes to one conclusion: do not blame anything, any situation, any sorrow for our pain. This is again a one more takeaway from this chapter. The principles of dharma actually stands on these 4 tenets: the tapas, that is the victory over the sense organs, and single-pointed mind. Saucham is the purity of the body and mind. And daya, the compassion. The compassion is the finest definition here. It says wishing good for all the living beings, like Aparampuja Guruji. And satyam, truthfulness. The 4 legs of the bull represent all these 4 tenets. Where all these 4 are observed in the world, dharma seems to be firmly established. Now it is limping just in one leg, and that is satyam. And this is a perfect yardstick for all of us who think we are great dharmis, to measure how dharmic we are by our thoughts and our actions when we hear this conversation between the Parikshiti and Lord Dharma. As we move on to Canto 1 and 12 chapter, Parikshiti raises his sword and then rushes towards Kali to removing off. And by the very nature of Kali, which is very cunning, extremely cunning, he falls at the feet of the king and says, look, I am take refuge at your feet and I am in distress. Please do not kill me. This is where the alertness one needs to have. How can one do not get lost in the misplaced compassion? And no kusam, no matter what, because as Guruji says, nazar hati to durgatna gati. It looked as Parikshit let Kali go away, right? But it was his dharma to protect the Sharanagata. And he said, okay, but you don't stay in my kingdom. He says, well, I'm your subject. Where will I go? Please give me some place to live. Don't we ask the shelter? But Kali, Parikshit cautioned Kali and said, okay, I'll allot you 5 places. Mind you, only 5 places to reside and no dwelling anywhere else. Why upon Kali refusing to accept the banishment? And these 5 places are the greatest spots for us to avoid the dangers and the pitfalls: the gambling, lust, alcohol, violence, gold, and wine. Avoid these dangers, they are the gateway to hell. And why did Parikshit let go of Kali is a wonderful question all of us should ask. Why he was really bad? We know what happens if Kali comes. When having known Parikshit is a great dharma, great knowledge, he has wisdom. Why did he let go of Kali? Why did Raja Parikshit released Kali and permitted the advent of Kali Yuga? Because he was 110% sure that the Kali Yuga has one of the supreme characteristics which is of most significance in nature. Because in Kali Yuga alone, one can attain liberation by simply chanting the Nama of the Lord. Kali Yuga, Nama Adhara. The only powerful sadhana to attain the liberation easily in the Kali Yuga is Namasmarana. Greatest power, a weapon or sadhana in our hand is Namasmarana. As long as our mind is in the feet of the Lord, on the feet of our Guru, and as long as we are in the auspicious zone, Badram Karne Pishunyama Deva, Guru says, as much as our mind is in Shuddha Sattva, Kali cannot touch us. Shuddhikarana hence happens in Satsanga. As we conclude, when we talk about the glory of the Nama, it looks that, well, the smallest sin will have smallest punishment. But we have been doing this sin of mistaking ourselves to be the jivas for ages, over and again and over and again. So for this biggest sin, should the atonement be biggest? The Lord says, it's very simple. Sulabhaya Sushilaya, very, very simple. It's a very easiest name. You can free in the worst of the sins, and that is by calling his name, and that is his grace. Right? But unfortunately, we have this doubt, does it really help? Well, that's where the call of faith comes. So the Nama chanting alone doesn't help. The Nama with the faith that Lord is at the beck and call, if you really call him from the deepest point of your heart with the faith, and that definitely Lord would come. Every story in Bhagavatam makes us feel how powerful is this Nama, how Bhagavata Shravana, Bhagavata Manana, and Bhagavata Nama Smarana helps us. Jai Shri Krishna.
Let's take refuge and pray for strength, wisdom, and protection from the Divine Mother through this beautiful bhajan by Balaji ji from Jakarta.
Jai 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 Devi Jagadamba, Jai 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 Devi Jagadamba, Mangalakarini Jagajanani, Mangalakarini Jagajanani, Jai 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 Devi Jagadamba, Jai 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 Devi Jagadamba, Adi Shakti Akhilandamayi, Adi Shakti Akhilandamayi, Brahmamayi, Anandamayi, Brahmamayi, Anandamayi, Shubhade Mata Devi Jagadamba, Shubhade Mata Devi Jagadamba, Jai 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 Devi Jagadamba, Jai 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 Devi Jagadamba. Jai Shri Krishna.
Satsangis from Jakarta will now take us through the next few sections of Bhagavatam, which includes Raja Parikshit's confrontation with Kali and the 5 abodes of Kali. Parikshit had realized that this Kali Yuga is the most treacherous Yuga ever. He was very sure that this Kali Yuga is going to be a dark age for Dharma. Let us hear from Manojji from Bahrain Satsang more interesting parts of this episode.
Jai Shri Krishna. Chapter 1.13, the 5 abodes of Kali. As Vijayaji covered, Raja Parikshit, the righteous king, encountered Kali, the personification of Kali Yuga, or the age of strife and discord. In this, Kali asked Raja Parikshit to give him some places to reside in his kingdom. Out of compassion, the king gives him 4 places: gambling, lust, alcohol, and violence. He is dissatisfied and he asks for more. So the king, out of pity, allowed one final abode, which is gold or wealth. Each of these 5 abodes actually have a lot of significance. Gambling, wherever there is gambling, there cannot be any truthfulness. It can only be lies, conflict, and combat. Similarly, alcohol, wherever there is alcohol, it clouds judgment, it creates arrogance and egoism. People who are under the influence of alcohol will lose sense of right thinking and discrimination. Similarly, lust, when overpowered by lust, people are blinded. They lose all fear and shame. They can lead to all kind of adharma. Man becomes blind due to it. Raja Parikshit called this abode as Istri or women, but it refers to the lust that either man or women have for each other. 4th abode is violence, which is Rajasic nature of agitation. There is no compassion in this. It leads only to cruelty. Even in the great epic Mahabharata, it is said, Ahimsa Paramo Dharma. Ahimsa has been said to be the highest dharma. The 5th abode is gold or wealth. It symbolizes greed. Where there is greed, there is enmity, hostility, and dispute. Srimad Bhagavatam guides through this chapter that we must stay clear of these vices so as to not get influenced by them. One key takeaway is that, especially for leaders, we have to stay away from these so that we are untouched by Kali and we can take right, make right discrimination and remain in truthfulness. Raja Parikshit released Kali and permitted the advent of Kali Yuga, as also shared by Vijayaji, because despite many drawbacks, he knew that Kali Yuga has one great characteristics. In this age alone, liberation or God realization is possible merely by chanting the name of the Lord. Finally, the story concludes by Raja Parikshit mending the legs of the symbolic bull of Dharma, which represents austerity, which is Sap, cleanliness, which is Soch, and compassion, which is Daya. Chapter 1.14, Raja Parikshit is cursed. Raja Parikshit was once out hunting in a deep forest. While hunting, he was overcome by hunger and thirst, and he stumbled upon the ashram of Shamik Rishi, who was immersed in deep meditation. He asked for water because he was very thirsty, but Shamik Rishi was deep in meditation in Samadhi and could not hear. Here, desperation clouded the king's judgment. Even the king, like Raja Parikshit, who is so noble, so dharmic. Something we can all relate to when hunger or emotions take over. Raja Parikshit sought water. When he asked, Rishi did not reply because he was deep in Samadhi. Raja felt insulted. He was angry. He felt that, okay, I am the emperor of the world and this Rishi does not even hear me. There is a takeaway here that when man suffers extreme hunger or thirst, his intellect is clouded and cannot think properly. We need to be aware of such situation and avoid this when we face similar kind of a situation for ourselves. In his frustration, King Parikshit picked a dead snake nearby on the ground and put it around Rishi's neck. There is again a takeaway here. Such a deed was done by noblest and the most dharmic person like Raja Parikshit. We must always stay alert, as the intellect, when clouded, can lead us to do heinous acts, even if we do not intend to do those acts otherwise. So we must remain very cautious about all this. But there is also another perspective here, that it may be all Lord's will or divine play. If this kind of thought entered the mind of none other than Raja Parikshit, then it must be Lord's will alone. Here there can also be a comparison made to Arjuna's delusion in the battlefield in Mahabharata.
Arjuna, the greatest warrior, got so deluded, and that led the Lord to give the world with the knowledge of Srimad Bhagavad Gita. Similarly, maybe this delusion of Raja Parikshit, his frustration, his anger, led us to be blessed with Srimad Bhagavat. Raja Parikshit walked away. Rishi had a son, Shringi, who found out what king has done. He was deeply hurt by this. He was furious, very angry, and in his anger, cursed Raja Parikshit to die in next 7 days by the biting by the serpent Takshak. As he was crying, Rishi's samadhi was broken, and he opened his eyes. Here also, there is another takeaway that it must be divine will, because when Raja was asking for water, Rishi did not break his samadhi. But when his son was cried, his samadhi was broken. So it definitely would have been divine will that now he was so easily aware. Once the samadhi was broken, Rishi Samik calmly removed the dead snake. And after hearing of all the happening, Rishi Samik was not angry and rather mildly reprimanded his son on what grave mistake he has made. Raja Parikshit, being an embodiment of Dharma, due to him, Kali has not been able to spread and all is well in his kingdom. Rishi Samik shared all these things with the son. And he said that just due to one mistake, you have given such a harsh curse, such a grave punishment to Raja Parikshit. And now that you have given this punishment, at least go and send a messenger to Raja Parikshit so he may do whatever is needed in his last days. Here also there is a takeaway that we must be very watchful and practice forgiving and be in restraint day to day, because at times we may actually we may lose our calm and we may give very harsh or punishment for something that is not as big a sin. Also, we learned that the calmness, the non-attachment and noble nature of Rishi Samik here. Those are the takeaways. Jai Shri Krishna.
As rightly said, chanting the holy name initiates the flow of waves of love for Krishna. Amazing, isn't it? Let's immerse in this soulful bhajan by Reshan, our Bal Mukta from Mumbai, India.
राम नाम के साबुन से जो मन का मैल छुड़ाएगा, निर्मल मन के दर्पण में वह राम का दर्शन पाएगा। राम नाम के साबुन से जो मन का मैल छुड़ाएगा, निर्मल मन के दर्पण में वह राम का दर्शन पाएगा। झूठ कपट निंदा को त्यागो, हर प्राणी से प्यार करो। घर पर आए अतिथि कोई तो यथाशक्ति सत्कार करो। झूठ कपट निंदा को त्यागो, हर प्राणी से प्यार करो। घर पर आए अतिथि कोई तो यथाशक्ति सत्कार करो। क्यों पता नहीं किस रूप में आकर नारायण मिल जाएगा। निर्मल मन के दर्पण में वह राम का दर्शन पाएगा। राम नाम के साबुन से जो मन का मैल छुड़ाएगा, निर्मल मन के दर्पण में वह राम का दर्शन पाएगा।
Parikshit, the wise king, who had just 7 days to live, did what one is supposed to do in the receding years of their life. As ordained in the scriptures, sing and listen to the glories of the Lord. Let us hear more on this from Ramesh ji from Jakarta.
Jai Shri Krishna. Chapter 1.16. Parikshita's dispassion, arrival of Sri Shukadeva. As the title of the chapter rightly calls out, it has got two important words that to underscore dispassion and arrival of the Guru. Now that Raja Parikshit is made aware of the consequence of his action, he is preparing for the eventuality. He renounced his kingdom and he thought, what would be a better way than leave the body on the banks of the Ma Ganga? Then move to banks of Ma Ganga, chant the name of the Lord, and then leave the body. That was his plan. But listening to this, how dharmic king Parikshita is and wanted to ensure to be with him on the final passage, all the rishis and munis, including their disciple, have descended to earth to give an audience with him and satsang. Who are all these munis? They are from Narada, Vishwamitra, Atri, Angirasa, Maitreya. So you name all the Mahatmas who are learned souls, they have come down to be audience with him. What a blessed soul he must have been. No one ever got such an opportunity. As Tejomayanandaji writes, if one has to meet death, it has to be like Parikshitaji. So Raja Parikshit is overwhelmed by this the grace of the sages and seers. And he only kept wondering, what did he do? In spite that his heinous sin that he committed, but still all these sages are pouring grace and love. Because his consciousness, in spite of all the good deeds that he has done, kept on taking him back to the mistake or the wrong one that he has committed. So Raja Parikshita prostrated to all these Mahatmas and expressed his gratitude and request them to sing the glories of the Lord. And when Sutaji confirmed that the sages will be with him till Takshaka comes and do whatever the eventuality that has to happen, then he requested the august group of sages, what is the best action one can perform with full dedication who is about to die? The most important underlying word here is the full dedication. Here Raja Parikshit completely surrendered. It was then a 16-year-old Avadhuta, Sukadeva Maharaj, arrives. As if it is the Lord himself sent, saying that the Raja Parikshita is right now ready, go and give him the teachings. Raja Parikshita is prepared, dispassionate, and ready to receive the wisdom, and needs equally firm and fit a guru in his life who can give him the knowledge. That is when Sukadeva comes in. And Mahatma Sukadeva his body is covered with dust. He is naked, but despite that, he has an irresistible attraction. When he entered the scene, everybody, all the rishis and munis, they all stood up with folded hands, including his own father, Vyasa. Such was his glory. We all heard the story of when Shukadeva is a born Viragi and he was going into the forest where Vyasa was running behind him. So that kind of a born Viragi is one. So there are several speakers of Bhagavata Katha. It is told by Narayana himself to Brahmaji before the creation of the universe. And then Brahmaji explained to Naradaji, and Naradaji to the Vyasa-ji, and Vyasa-ji is the one who documented it. There is none better speaker than Sukhaji. At the same time, there is no better listener than Parikshitaji. Because they both have no other purpose than just to speak and listen to the Lord's glories. It's all about love and love alone. Imagine the state of the mind of Raja Parikshita. He must be wondering, whether this was a curse or a blessing. As we often talk in the corporate world, uh, convert your challenges into opportunities. That's exactly what Raja Parikshita did. He know that he is going to eventually meet his death, but using this time very wisely and getting the best of the wisdom that one could think about. This is happening because he detached from his worldly affairs and he is completely prepared to receive. At the same time, the guru in the form of Sukadeva walked in to share the knowledge. And Raja Parikshita asked Sukadeva ji, what is the duty of a dying man? As most of us would worry about the wealth distribution or sharing all the bank passwords in a Google sheet with the family, preparing that whatever that unforeseen eventuality. But Raja Parikshit is looking at what is the spiritual awakening for a dying man. And as it is written, Antya Narayana Smriti, die remembering the Lord. That is the most important underscore. Bhagavad Gita teaches the art of living, and Bhagavatam teaches the art of dying. Sukadeva ji has the habit of not staying long in any one place. He would stay at any place only the time it takes to cow and milk a cow. So knowing this, Raja Parikshita is worried. So he requested him, within the given constraints, please give me all the knowledge that I can receive. But the kind Sukadeva ji said, he sat over there and said, I will be with you till the end. I am not going to leave in a hurry. It is the divine calling for a student and the teacher to find one another. That is just what happened. This canto is also called Adhikari Skanda. Here the Adhikaram is the qualification, talking about both speaker and the listener. The takeaways from Raja Parikshita's side, be honest, accept any consequences, whether they are in your favor or otherwise, as the prasadam of the Lord, and prepare yourself for in both the ways. And second, make the best use, even if the situation is not in your favor. And the third is, when the student have got the patrata or readiness, the guru himself walks into the life and be ready to accept and grace. Jai Shri Krishna.
गुरु का ज्ञान हमारे जीवन को समृद्ध बनाता है. So true. Our life is incomplete without a guru. Our life is incomplete without his grace. With this, let us meditate with our closed eyes on this Guru Bhajan by Pratyusha ji.
आज सखी सद्गुरु घर आए, मेरे मन आनंद भयो रे. आज सखी, आज सखी, आज सखी, दर्शन से सब पाप विनाशे, दुख दरिद्र सब दूर गयो रे. अमृत वचन सुनत तम नाशो, घट भीतर प्रभु पाय लियो रे. आज सखी सद्गुरु घर आए, मेरे मन आनंद भयो रे. आज सखी, आज सखी, आज सखी, जन्म जन्म के संशय टूटे, भवभयताप मिटाय दियो रे ब्रह्मानंद दास दासन को चरण कमल निपटाय रयोरी आज सखी सद्गुरु घर आए मेरे मन आनंद भयो रे आज सखी आज सखी आज सखी.
After that beautiful bhajan and with Guru's blessings, let us now move ahead to Canto 2. This canto reiterates the importance to get into some meditative practices, and that the greatest gain in life is to have the constant remembrance of God at the time of death. These chapters not only describe the cosmic form of the Lord, but also assure us that even if you cannot meditate on the cosmic form, at least you can meditate on the tiny form that is seated in your heart. Let's hear more of this from Ritvik ji from Jakarta.
Pronouns, Charan's verse. In the last chapter, we have seen what a profound question Raja Parikshit has put it across Sukadev ji. That is, what is the duty of a dying man? So Sukadev ji was very pleased with the question asked by Parikshit ji, and he immediately started replying his question. And Sukadev ji's beautiful words marked the opening of this canto 2. And we will go through the canto 2, chapter 1, 2, and 3, and 4. So here, now Sukadev ji replied to Raja Parikshit, your question is excellent because it's not only a personal inquiry, it's a lokahitam kritha, which is actually the welfare for all the beings of the entire world. So through this, everyone will get to know what has to be done during the death when it comes up. So in this situation, the takeaways are the inquisitiveness. We should have the inquisitiveness of the self-inquiry to attain the self-knowledge. And we actually waste our time in running behind the well throughout the day and night by sleeping or indulging into the sense pleasure out of complete ignorance. But the wise spend time on matters of spiritual knowledge and the truth. But I was asking, a question to myself whether it is really possible in this world, in this journey. But yes, I could able to. It reminded me the story of E. Sridharan, who is called the Metro Man. He has been accoladed with Padma Shri in 2001, then Padma Vibhushan in 2008, and he was also been awarded as one of the Asia's hero by the Times of Magazine. So he is in the still he's in this era, and after he has been accoladed with such awards, but still in the evening, he just made sure that he will not indulge into the work, rather he will be reading the scriptures. So even though he could able to manage that the balance of the scriptural reading and the participating in the gross material world, and this is possible for all of us also. If he has set up the benchmark, then we can also get it. We should strive to achieve it. And it's better to condition our mind to absorb the knowledge of what's fleeting and what's permanent. That is the adherence to the permanence. In Bhagavad Gita 8.7, it is very, very clearly mentioned how to perform our duty being in this gross material world, which says, Man anusmaram yuddhacha. That means perform all the actions remembering only me, even if you are in the field of the Yuddha, which is in the war, which is actually the cut-to-cut situation. So even during that situation, we had to remember him continuously. And that Sukadev ji said,
if you want to attain the state of fearlessness, then you should listen to the names, forms, attributes, stories, glories of the divine Lord called Ishvara, who is inner self of all, who is also known as Hari. If we live life foolishly, then we can always get into the sorrow. So if we want to become fearless, if we want to achieve the absolute happiness, then we must constantly listen to, sing about, and remember only the Lord. We must continue to acquire the knowledge, practice yoga, and perform our duty. Then it gives a question: what is the significance of doing all this? The acquiring knowledge, practicing yoga, and performing our duty, and all. And what is the benefit we are going to do? So Sukadev ji says, the greatest gain in life is to have the constant remembrance of God at the time of death. And this is exactly what was the experience of Jatayu in Ramayana. In Tulasi Ramayana, it has been mentioned that when Jatayu was about to take his last breath, Lord Rama told him he could continue in his eagle form if he wished for. But Jatayu said, Maharaj, at the time of the death, when the Lord, whose mere name grants us the mukti, is right with me, in front of my eyes in the physical form, then for what purpose should I hold on this body any longer? In our day-to-day life, remembrance of Lord is typically what is absent. But Tarjumananda very beautifully analyzed and transcribed in this chapter. Bhagavad Gita teaches us the art of living, but the Bhagavatam teaches us the art of dying. The teaching of both the scriptures are same in essence, because in the end, we are able to remember only what we have already heard about before. What we hold on to or experience day and night alone is what we will remember. So that is why it has been called, as we sow, so shall we reap. To get our thoughts fixed in the remembrance of Lord, Shukadev ji has told that we must listen to the Leelas of Lord. First, we must listen to the Leelas of Lord, because once we are attracted to the Lord's Leelas, our intellect becomes fixed. And if our intellect becomes fixed, our mind becomes absorbed in his Leelas. And at the time of death, if our mind gets absorbed in the Lord or his Leelas, then that's the ultimate reach for all of us. So it said, Baram Muhurtam Viditam Gatheta Sriyasi Yatha, means if one leaves, even at the few moments remembering to the Lord, those moments are the best, most meaningful in the life. Right? What we should learn in that, we may live a short life, but we should make it a life like all these characters we have seen in the scriptures. To get one thought to get one thoughts fixed in the remembrance of Lord, we must meditate. So Sukadev ji says in chapter 2.2, meditate on Lord's cosmic form. So Sukadev ji says, there are 4 prerequisites for the practice of the meditation. The aspirants of the meditation should be Jita Sanaha, one who sits at the place in one posture without moving. And second is Jita Vasaha, one who regulates the breath. Third, Jita Sangha, means one who doesn't allow his mind to be pulled towards the object, friends, relative, etc. And the fourth is Jitendriya, one who does not allow the mind to become agitated because of the play of the sense organs. So one must first conquer posture, breathe, company, and sense organs, and then steady the mind in the Lord's cosmic form. So what is the cosmic form of the Lord here? In Tulasi Ramayana, Mandodari says to her husband Ravana, do not think Sri Rama to be an ordinary human being. He says, Pada Patala Sisa Ajadama, His feet are the netherworld of Patala, and his head is Brahmaloka. This refers to only one cosmos, but there are a lot of cosmos. It's said here that Lord's feet to the west are the seven lower worlds. His west is the earth. His navel is the sky. The Lord's heart is the Swargaloka. Likewise, in the upward progression to his head are the seven higher worlds. Here, Sukadevji again recites that in our heart resides the self, which is the nature of bliss. If only our vision shifts to that, then bliss is all there, and the play of samsara ceases. So it is the shifting of our thought, shifting of our understanding, because the bleeds reside within ourselves. And that's why we are told to worship and seek self. Right? There is no need to get entangled to the samsara or the gross material world. Even though we have to be there, we have to do our duty, but entanglement, it is not required. Our entanglement, our attachment towards should be there in the Lord. Here there are two takeaways for me. First one is that one focus to shift our thoughts and intent of action from worldly to godly. Our focus needs to be outward. I mean, from outward to inward. Right? In chapter 2.3, that is the meditation Lord's subtle form. Sukadevji says, okay, for some persons it is very difficult to attend on the cosmos and focus on the meditate on the cosmos form. But if you are unable to meditate on the cosmic form of the Lord, then choose whichever form is dear to your heart. For example, I mean, Lord Ganesha, Lord Krishna, Lord Shiva, Lord Rama, or Lord Durga, or our Istadevata, Istadevati, Devi. Meditate on that form as the Lord residing in our heart. So, well, then if I can't meditate on Lord's cosmic form, neither can I meditate on the Lord's subtle form, then what should I do? And that it is being told by Sukadevji in chapter 2.4, that is meditation on the Lord's attribute. If you can't meditate on the Lord in your heart, then place a picture or idol of Lord at your altar of worship. Look at the idol of Lord. Invite the Lord within you. Then close your eyes, invoke the Lord in your mind, the same form, and meditate on him. So beautiful, there are some options which has been given. Thus, Sukadevji answers Raja Parikshit's question of what the duty of the dying man should. Whether one does puja or meditation, remember or contemplates on Lord, practices yoga or pranayama, it's all same, because the goal is to observe the mind in the Lord by any means. That's why it has been called Yena Kena Prakarena Manaha Krishna Nivese. So with this, the key takeaway for this chapter, I will say that first one is that the Lord is seated in as the seer of every thought that arises in our mind. Therefore, we should turn our attention from the seen to share. And this is the positive way of this is the possible way of this is only possible by hearing and singing, remembering, and reflecting on Lord's glories, thus worshipping on him, and through Dana Seva Swadhyaya, as Guru said so. Thank you. Pranams. Charan Swash. Jai Shri Krishna.
Chatushloki Bhagavatam is the essence of the whole epic Bhagavad Purana. The reciting and the listening of these 4 verses every day with full faith removes the ignorance and the arrogance of a person and leads him to the real knowledge of self. Lili Vidyaji from Mumbai, India, will now take us through a summary of these 4 verses of Chatushloki Bhagavatam.
Pranams and prostrations to all Devis and Mahatmas, pranams and prostrations to Param Puja Guruji and my dear friend Krishna. So I'm taking over this part called Chatushloki Bhagavatam, which the Lord himself, Narayanji, has given to Brahma. And he has explained the whole Bhagavatam in these 4 shlokas. So the question to ask is, why do I have to read these 18,000 shlokas if I can understand the whole Bhagavatam in 4? Well, I can tell you, when you listen to all these 4 parts of the Chatushloki Bhagavatam, I for sure can say that I need those 18,000 shlokas help to understand this. So what we can do is that as we are reading through the Bhagavatam, we can go back to each of these 4 shlokas and see whether we can link up to each of these thought processes that the Lord is telling Brahma. So what are the 4 thoughts that the Lord is sharing with Brahma? The first thought is, and the first part is about Brahman. The second one is about Maya. The third one is about the world. And the fourth one is how to cross over this world and Maya and reach that Brahman. So these are the 4 parts of the Chatushloki Bhagavatam. So the first part is, of course, the Lord. So what does the Lord say? He says that before this whole world was created, only I was there. And even when this world is created, I mean, he felt bored that he was all alone. Like sometimes we also feel bored, right? Like that he felt bored. So he decided to multiply himself. But when he multiplied himself also, he says only he is there. So now the conundrum or the confusion is that the Lord is telling, even though there are these varied names and forms, only he is there. And what can I see? I mean, everything is God, nothing but God. Sarvam Khalvidam Brahma is what the Lord is telling. And what I can see is Sarvam Khalvidam world. You know, I can only see the world. I cannot see the Lord. And why is it? So we come to the second topic, which is basically the Maya. The Maya is the deluding potency of the Lord, because of which I have fallen into this confusion. So what is this Maya? This is a divine Shakti by which, when only the Lord is there, nothing is there in the world. Only Lord is there, but I can see the world. So the Lord which is there, I cannot see, and the world which is not there, I can see. So the world appears to be there, actually it is not there. And the Lord is actually there, but appears to be not there. So now, my God, I was like, when I read this, I said, it's so intriguing that, here is Guruji, who can see only, whenever I speak to him, he can only see Atma, or he can only see Brahman, or he can only see the Lord everywhere. And I can only see names and forms and the world, which is so pragat, so, powerful in front of me. So why does this happen? Because of, we take this classic example of snake and rope. So when we see the rope and we mistake it for being a snake, that's when all the problem starts, right? So what is this mistake that we are making? That mistake is nothing but ignorance. So can we see ignorance actually? Ignorance we cannot see, but we can feel the effects of the ignorance in our mind and in our circumstances, and everywhere we can feel the effects, ripple effects of the ignorance, right? So how do we get out of this ignorance? By understanding that it is a rope and not a snake. Understanding that everything is Lord, nothing but Lord. The minute we see God everywhere, the world will fall off. Isn't that fantastic? Now, how do you, this all sounds so great, wow, I should just erase this whole world and then I can see the Lord. Actually, does it happen? So that's why we have to understand what the world is before we decide to erase the world. We have to understand what it is. So that goes to the third topic. So the first topic was everything is God, nothing but God. The second was we are not able to see that God and we are able to see the world because of Maya, which is the Shakti of the Lord. And the third is, let us understand what the world is. So the world is, the Shastras say, the scriptures say that the world is made out of the 5 elements: fire, water, space, air, ether. What is this 5? Has this 5 elements, the Panchabhutas, entered into this world? Has it kind of permeated each part of the world? So how this whole world creation has happened? Swami Tejamananda just gives an analogy of the clay pot. So there is a pot which is made of clay. So when the clay pot is there, actually the clay pot indicates that there is clay, right? And when the clay pot is not there, still the clay is there. So the clay is independent of the clay pot. So similarly, the Lord says that, when I am there, the world is there, and the world is not there, then also I am there. So this clay pot or the pot is just a name, one of the names given to clay. And the Lord is telling us, this world is just one of the names given to me. When I read this, I said, my God, this is just one of the names given to the Lord. I mean, actually, this world is not there. So now we've understood that there is only Lord, everything, I mean, understood as it intellectually only. I have not internalized it. I'm just talking intellectual only here. So what are the things that we understand is that first is that there's only God and nothing but God. But because of this Maya Shakti, we feel that there is a projection of the world which is actually not there. It just appears, and the Lord who is actually there does not appear because of the Maya Shakti. And what is this world? It is made of those Panchabhutas, and actually it is just one of the names given to the Lord, and there is no world really. So how do I get to this, cross this Maya and the world to reach to the Brahman? That's the fourth part of the Chatushloki Bhagavatam, which says the spiritual practices to reach there. So Swami Tejonayanandaji refers to this Anvaya Vyatirika, presence and absence, concept of presence and absence. So the presence of the pot indicates the presence of the clay. So that is called Anvaya because it is present. And Vyatireka is even when there is absence of the pot, the clay still is present, right? The clay is still present. Now, at least one part I can understand. Okay, if there is a pot, obviously there is a material which is made out of the pot, so I can relate to that part. But when there is no pot, there is still a material which I cannot see. I'm talking about the Lord here, which I cannot see, is something very difficult for me to relate. And while I understand this, with this example of clay pot, even this first part where the Lord is telling the world is a manifestation of me. So when the world is there, the Lord is also there, is difficult for me to understand because I'm not able to internalize it all the time. Whereas the simple thing about clay pot, I'm very easily able to understand. That when the pot is there, if somebody tells me, oh, it's made of clay, obviously I will acknowledge that there is clay. But if somebody says the world is there, that's why the Lord is there, I may acknowledge it sometimes, I might not acknowledge it sometimes, but at least I will be able to acknowledge. But the second part, which is basically when the world is not there, also the Lord is there, becomes very difficult for me to internalize because the world which is coming in front of me in such a pragad way, in such a big way, is, affecting me and taking away all my senses of discrimination, and I am steeped into that ignorance. So what should I do? See, even in the world, if I have to experience the world, who has to be there? I have to be there. The I has to be there to experience the world, right? Otherwise, the world cannot be experienced. So the constant feeling of I, and when I read this, that I am, the constant I am, is the key to all the problems on our levels. So if I'm saying I'm experiencing this world, if I'm not there, I cannot experience the world. But if the world is not there, in the sense, just to give an example, that when the room is dark and I cannot see anything, I cannot see anything. It's completely dark, only darkness I can see. But still, the feeling of I am, I can't refute. I can't say that there is no I am. I very clearly know that I am, even though there is nothing around me and everything is darkness. Still, the feeling of I am is there, right? So that can lead us to this fact, to help us understand this, that even when the world is not there, the Lord is there. So now, again, just to recap, I just recap all the four parts. First is everything is God, nothing but God. Second is, for me today, everything is world, nothing but world, right? So how do I get to, and why am I not able to get to this fact that everything is God, nothing but God? Because of his divine potency, power called Maya. And where does this Maya come from? Ignorance. And ignorance of the true knowledge. And the third part was the world. How is it being created? It is just one of the names given to the Lord. World is just one of the names given to the Lord. Actually, it is only the Lord. Just like the pot is one of the names given to the clay. And the fourth part is, how do I go there, get there? Is by doing presence and absence. So we saw that the presence of the pot indicates the presence of the clay. And even when the pot is not there, the clay is present. While we can understand that example, we can't understand this part where the Lord is trying to say that even if the world is not there, I exist. When he says I exist, means we also exist. Now, it's a very, if we keep on thinking about this, and if we keep on reading all the 18,000 shlokas to try and get to this crux of the entire Bhagavatam, then what we feel is we feel the rid of or the fear from death. Because even when the body is not there, the I am feeling, right, which I explained to you, when it is fully dark and nobody is there, I am, that is what we are trying to protect all the time. That feeling will continue to be there. That's why Guruji says, nobody is dying. Because the I am feeling is continuing to there. And that is why Parikshit was able to do what he was able to do, that is give up his body, because he knew that he's going to still be around. Only he's giving up the body. Just like in chapter 2, the Lord says, right, of the Gita, was 11 to 30, that just as we change clothes, we are changing bodies. Now, it is not internalized, it is all intellectual and it is not internalized. So how do we, in the practical sense, how do we get to internalize this I am, that I am, and completely sure I am. In darkness I am, in light I am, in sleep I am, in waking state I am. And we know that even from the dream state, when we get out of the dream state, everything, in the deep sleep state, when we get out of the deep sleep state, everything was, nothing was there actually. No memory, nothing, no images, nothing. I was in deep sleep. But when I get up, something said that I slept peacefully. I slept so deeply. What is that something which is telling me when nothing was there? What is the something that is telling me that I slept so deeply? So that is the crux. That is the thing which we have to concentrate on, because that will lead us to basically immortality, moksha, bliss, ananda, fearlessness. Everything will follow when we come to that part. So now in practical terms, okay, we have understood that there is nothing but God, and everything is God. We have just intellectually understood, whereas Guruji actually can see. So, like I said, I'm very baffled that the same world both of us are seeing. I'm seeing and Guru also is seeing, but the Guru is seeing only the Lord and I'm seeing only the world. So how do I just share? I was just thinking for myself, how do I kind of implement this? So 2-3 practices that I thought I should do. First is that keep the world to the minimum, so that, just like the rope doesn't become the snake. So keep it very minimum, just let not the world become so big like the snake that all my agitations and irritations and stress comes out. So keep the world to the minimum. Like Guruji says, take it with a pinch of salt, not a whole course meal. And second is that don't overreact. Now, how do I stop overreacting? So when I start maintaining diary, I know that whichever I and mine, my body, my children, my job, my wealth, everything to I and mine, I feel that I overreact. So overreaction can be reduced by reducing the attachment. Because we have to get to the real, right? We are now all swimming. At least I can talk about myself. I'm swimming in the unreal and kind of, having all the problems, and, I'm sometimes elated, sometimes depressed because I'm swimming in the unreal. So ensure that we don't overreact. That means reduce our attachment. And the third one is that if I have to interact with the world, right? Okay, it's all easy to say that, keep the world to the minimum and don't overreact. But then now I'm put in a situation where today I'm supposed to interact. I'm interacting with so many things in the world. So what we can do is we can take this, for me at least, there is of course this presence and absence concept that we talked about. For me, the presence concept, is more easily relatable than the absent concept. So iti iti, neti neti. So when I'm reacting with the world, I can say, Lord, Lord, Lord. So if it's a boss, the tough boss that I'm not able to, interact with, it's the boss who's come in Narasimha Avatar. If it is the tough relatives that I'm not able to interact with, it is the Lord. If it's a great children that I'm interacting with, it is the Lord. So everywhere I'm interacting is only with the Lord. So that practice, I think all of us are aware that in and through everything, when we see the Lord, means we are saying iti iti. That means we are seeing the presence of the world. Presence of the Lord through the world. The Lord has made this world so that we can experience Him. Because without the medium of the world, we will not be able to experience the Lord. But what is happening is that it is just a medium. It's just an instrument. How stupid it is to say that there is a spoon in the payasam and I'm going to eat the spoon and not the payasam. The spoon is just to facilitate the payasam, eating of the payasam. Spoon is not the payasam. The payasam or the kheer is basically something different to the spoon. But that's what we're doing. We're taking the world and we're saying, oh, that is what I'm going to eat or experience, rather than the world, which is, rather than the Lord, which is the payasam, which we are not able to experience. So whenever we interact with the world, if we can, it's very difficult because we have to keep our awareness at a very high level to ensure to say that everything is Lord, nothing but Lord, the good, the bad, the ugly, the up, the down, everything is Lord. But once we understand, like Guruji gives us a simple way to get out of all this is just whatever we're doing in the world, he says in one word, it's a dream. So when I say that it's a dream, so what does it matter? You win, I win, everything is a dream. It doesn't matter in which ways. You buy a big car, I buy a small car. Everything is a dream. So what does it matter in the dream? So when we bring this thought that this is all a dream, then we can stop our entanglement with the world and stop our agitations of the mind, still the mind, and then experience the bliss or the Brahman that's there within us all the time. So I'll stop here. Thanks for the opportunity. Pranams. Jai Shri Krishna.
कृष्ण गति कृष्ण मते, कृष्ण रति कृष्ण इति, कृष्ण ही है परमागति, कृष्ण ही है शरणागति, कृष्ण ही है पूर्णाकृति, कृष्ण में ही पूर्णवृत्ति. With Krishna in our hearts, let's immerse in the next bhajan and express our love for the Lord. Over to Devi Gargi ji from Dubai.
वनमाली वासुदेवा मनमोहना राधारमण वनमाली वासुदेवा मनमोहना राधारमण शशिवदना सरसिजनयना जगन्मोहना राधारमण शशिवदना सरसिजनयना जगन्मोहना राधारमण वनमाली वासुदेवा मनमोहन राधारमण शशिवदना सरसिजनयना जगन्मोहना राधारमण 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 मनमोहन राधारमण 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 जगन्मोहन राधारमण मनमोहन राधारमण जगन्मोहन राधारमण 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 मनमोहन राधारमण मनमोहन राधारमण जगन्मोहन राधारमण.
Trust in Lord will take us from the land of idyll to the land of consciousness and beyond. Let us now listen to the next set of chapters that highlight on the amazing teachings of humility, the importance of strength, of faith in the Lord, who always comes to our rescue in the most marvelous ways. Let us hear more about this from Devi Archana ji from Malaysia.
Pranams, Jai Shri Krishna. The Varaha Avatar and combat between Lord Varaha and Hiranyaksha. So as we know, with the blessings, with the Shakti of Lord Narayana, Brahmaji was busy in creating the creation. He made many different type of creation, but however, he saw the mankind was not steady. The further expansion was not happening in the mankind. Brahmaji got very worried and he started contemplating on that. Suddenly his body split it into two. The one part was male and the other part was female. The male part was Manu and the female part was Shatrupa. Brahmaji gave them instructions for further expansion. Manu prostrated before Brahmaji, saluted him and said, I am ready to obey your instructions. Please tell me what I can do. But there is no place left for us, as this Asur Hiranyaksha has taken away his earth in the deep water of Rasatala. And there is no place left for us to live. Brahmaji heard that and he realized that the boon was given to Hiranyaksha was by him only. And what was the boon? Boon was no man could harm him. Brahmaji got very worried and he started contemplating on that. Then suddenly, very small, tiny boar emerged out from his nostrils. And in the blink of an eye, that small, tiny boar became as huge as an elephant. Lord Varaha did not waste a single moment. And he jumped into the deep water and started reaching to the surface of water, where he found the earth was placed. Found the earth, he kept earth on his tusks and started lifting to the surface. But Hiranyaksha saw this. He was watching this very carefully and he started shouting at Lord. He tried to stop him and he said, "Stop, you are coward." He started insulting him. But Lord Varaha did not pay any attention. He ignored him completely without flinching. As we know, that is the very nature of wise people. He was busy in completing his task. As we can see in Ramcharitmanas, how Hanumanji got distracted by many different people, but he was focused on his task. He wanted to complete his task. Then he said, "I can come, I can help you, whatever you want, I can do it." So same thing happened here. Lord Varaha did not pay any attention. He brought the earth back to the surface and placed it very carefully, safely, and gave his own Shakti for sustenance. After completing his task, Lord Varaha rolled up his sleeves and comes to Hiranyaksha and said, "Tell me, what do you want to say? I'm ready to fight with you." And they start fighting. All the Devtas, all the Rishis and sages got gathered in the skies to see this monumental war, monumental battle. They want to be the witness of this battle and did not want to miss this opportunity. So Lord Varaha and Hiranyaksha started fighting with each other. They were fighting fiercely. They were both were very, very powerful. They were throwing furious blow at each other. But at one point of time, what happened? Hiranyaksha flew very furiously at the mace of Lord, and the mace went away. Lord stood weaponlessly. Hiranyaksha had full opportunity to kill Lord at that time, but he did not do that. He told the Lord, he said, "Go and pick up your weapon. I don't want to fight with those people who are weaponless." Lord praised this noble action of Hiranyaksha. And after that, Lord Varaha called his very favorite weapon, Sudarshana. What is the meaning of Sudarshana? That is a beautiful, after seeing that, beautiful darshan, beautiful viewing of that. And Sudarshan Chakra appeared very quickly. And with the help of that weapon, Lord Varaha threw that weapon at the mace of Hiranyaksha, and mace split it into two. After seeing that, Hiranyaksha got very angry. He was not expecting that. And out of anger, he wanted to kill Lord Varaha with his hands. And he goes near to him, near Lord. And when he was very close to Lord's chest, Lord just slapped him very forcefully. And with that slap, he just started rolling and toppling here and there. There was no control on his body. And finally, he died. Which shows to us Lord's one slap is more powerful than any other weapon. Lord could have done this before, but he wanted to give this opportunity to Hiranyaksha. And after that, all the devtas, all the rishis and sages who were gathered in the sky started offering their salutations to Lord. They offered and they start singing hymns. Oh Lord, you have won. Oh Lord, you have won. Please accept our salutations. After that, they went back to their abode. Now, Bhudevi, Mother Earth, got free from the hands of this Asura Hiranyaksha and was available for Manu and Shatrupa for further expansion. So let's think about this episode, what we have heard just now, reflect further on this. So what is the meaning of Hiranyaksha? Hiranya means gold and Aksh means eyes, means whose eyes are always on gold. The person who wants to hold and hold again and again, there is no contentment in their life. As Tulsidas ji has written in Ramcharitmanas, he says, हर लाभ पर लोभ बढ़ता है. जैसे जैसे हमें लाभ होने लगता है, हमारी ग्रीड भी बढ़ती चली जाती है. It was happening with Hiranyaksha, and it is happening with most of us. Let's see why Lord manifests as Varaha Avatar. What is Varaha? What is the characteristic of this Varaha? Varaha means like boar, pig, or sukar. What does he do? He keeps sniffing all the time, constantly. And as we know, the attribute of earth element is a smell. How we perceive the smell? Through our nose. Lord, by taking this avatar, he wants to show us how he was the ardent lover of Mother Earth. That's why he emerged from Brahmaji's nostrils. The second thing, it necks always pointing downwards, never upwards. Even when it walks, its neck is always downwards. It eats the dirtiest thing of earth happily. There is no grudges, nothing. That shows how much it loves to Mother Earth, Bhudevi. And what are the takeaways for us from this episode? If we examine ourselves very wisely, very minutely, then we can see whatever is happening in our life, it's because of Lord only. But when our ego inflates, we say, I did it. I have done this. So we should understand that the sense of I-ness and sense of doership brings pride and anxiety in our life. When something gets done according to our wish, our ego inflates and we say, I did it. Pride comes. When something happens, something does not happen according to our wish, we get anxious. And here what Lord is saying, pride and worry are the signs of foolishness. That is not the sign of wise people. Therefore, we should understand that the Lord is doing everything. We are here as a nimitta matra only, as Param Pujya Guruji always tells us. We are here to Just do your work as a nimitta matra. Nothing. There should not be any pride or ego. We should keep our faith very firm and unwavering at the feet of Lord. As in Bhagavad Gita, Lord says in chapter 9, verse 22, Ananyash chintayanto mam ye jana paryupasate tesham nitya viyuktanam yogakshemam maham. Lord is saying, surrender to me completely without any doubt, and I will take care of your yoga and shame. What else Lord can give us? That is the biggest assurance in our life. We should have the firm faith and unwavering faith at the feet of Lord and feet of Param. That is the key message from this episode. Pranams. Thank you. Charan is back.
After this beautiful episode, let us glorify the consort of Bhudevi and the ultimate Narayana through this bhajan. Over to you, Sanviji from Singapore.
Dharani Nayaka Govinda Dinakara Teja Govinda Dharani Nayaka Govinda Venugana Priya Govinda Venkataramana Govinda Sita Nayaka Govinda Shrita Janapalaka Govinda Dharani Nayaka Govinda.
The Supreme Lord is unlimited. His favor is unlimited. His mercy is unlimited. Therefore, the mercy of the Supreme Lord upon his pure devotees is unlimited. It is only the Lord who can take control of our mind and salvage us. Let's listen to Lord's Leelas in chapters 3, 4, and 5 from Canto 3 from Mahatma Madhuji from Singapore Satsang.
Jai Shri Krishna. After listening to the beautiful narration of Varaha Avatar, we continue the journey of the third skanda. Now, what is the background to this Asura Hiranyaksha? And why did the Lord take this avatara to give moksha to this Asura? To know this, we have to understand that the story starts with Kashyapa Muni. And Kashyapa Muni was married to Diti and Aditi. And once Aditi, at an inauspicious time, insisted with Kashyapa Rishi that they conceived. And afterwards, Kashyapa Muni says what has happened should not have happened. And hence, the children that will be born to you will turn out to be monstrous asuras. And they will be given moksha by the Lord himself. Now you would imagine hearing something like this, a mother would be distraught, but not Diti. She said, I am joyful that my sons will be killed by the Lord himself, because that will guarantee that they will get moksha. Happy with Diti's devotion, says Kashyapa then blesses her that in your own lineage will be born Prahalada, who will be one of the greatest bhaktas of all time. Diti then conceived, and she was bearing two twins who will turn out to be Hiranyaksha and Hiranyakashipu. Before moving forward, we see the takeaways from this episode of Diti and sage Kashyapa. First, sage Kashyapa's detachment. Even though it is his own children, he did not hesitate to say that because a wrong action had been done, they need to face the consequences. And it's a powerful lesson to all of us on how to be detached, even when it comes to our own near and dear. The second message from this to be born in Bhuloka. Immediately, the Dwarapalakas realized their folly and fell at the feet of the rishis, seeking their mercy. And hearing all this commotion, Lord Narayana himself came out. My apologies. We will restart the entire episode from the beginning because there was a power interruption. So we just heard the Varaha Avatar, and we continue on the journey of the third skanda. And to know the background of the Asura Hiranyaksha and why the Lord took the Varaha Avatar, we need to now go to the story of Kashyapa Rishi and Diti. And Kashyapa Rishi was a great Muni married to Diti and Aditi. And once Diti insisted at an inauspicious time that Kashyapa Rishi and her conceive. And after this, Kashyapa Rishi said, what has happened was not correct, and hence there will be the negative consequences. And the negative consequences are that the two children who will be born to you will be born as asuras, and the Lord himself will take an avatar to give them moksha. And hearing that, Diti, one would imagine, would be distraught, but instead she was actually happy that her sons will get moksha at the hands of the Lord. And seeing the devotion of Diti, Kashyapa Muni was overjoyed, and he granted her a boon that in her own lineage will be born the great Bhakta Prahalada. And from this episode, we get two powerful takeaways. The first is Kashyapa Rishi's detachment. Even though it is his own children and sons, he knew that if there is a consequence for a wrong action, and that consequence must happen, it doesn't matter who that person is. And it's a powerful message to all of us on how to practice detachment to our own near and dear. And the second powerful takeaway from this episode is Mata Diti's devotion of how, even though she knew that her children would die at the hands of the Lord, her devotion was so great that she said, this is the best thing that could have happened to them because it guarantees their moksha or mukti. Now, there is another backstory to Hiranyakashipu, Hiranyaksha, and the Lord's Avatara. And for that, we have to now go to Vaikunta. And there were two Dwarapalakas, gatekeepers, Jaya and Vijaya. And they had become so arrogant that they even once stopped Lakshmiji from entering Vaikunta. And this went on for a while. And once the Sanat Kumaras were visiting Vaikunta, and they, in their arrogance, stopped even the Sanat Kumara rishis, who then, displeased with them, cursed them to be born in Bhuloka. Now, hearing all this commotion, Lord Narayana himself came out, and by then the Sanat Kumara rishis realized that they are overstepped their boundaries. अभी आप किसी के घर पे जाओगे और वहां पे उनके घर के जो चौकीदार है वो ठीक से काम नहीं कर रहा है, तो क्या आप उनको नौकरी से निकाल सकते हैं? नहीं, वो घर पे जो रहते हैं उस मालिक का अधिकार है. So realizing that they apologize to the Lord, but the Lord's benevolence, he says, the servant's folly is after all the master's folly as well. And there is this beautiful shloka in the Bhagavatam, in this episode, where the Lord says, the water flowing from my feet is supposed to purify the whole world. Even then, I, who is possessed of unlimited powers of my Yoga Maya, will carry the foot dust of holy men like you on my crowned head, who then cannot bear with beings of such transcending holiness. And look at the Lord's benevolence of ensuring that Name Bhakta Pranashyati, my devotee never perishes. And the Lord then says, your curse should continue. They have to take the 3 births as asuras on earth, but I will also take birth as their master, and I will take 4 births, 4 avatars, Varaha, Narasimha, Rama and Krishna, to give mukti or moksha to them.
And from this episode, we get two powerful takeaways. The first being the danger of Sattvika Ahankara. Jaya and Vijaya were so proud of the fact that they had conquered their mind and senses, and hence they were Dwarapalakas in Vaikuntha. And that Sattvika Ahankara led to their downfall. And it's a powerful message to all of us seekers that the most dangerous thing is Sattvika Ahankara, because it lowers our guard. And as Guruji often warns us, it can even lead us to disrespecting Vivekis. And the second powerful message is the Lord's benevolence and kindness to his bhaktas. That the Lord will go to any extent to protect his bhaktas and keep the word of his bhaktas as well. And to conclude, we listen to this beautiful hymns sung about the Lord by the Sanat Kumaras. And one of the hymns, they say, the devotees who have taken shelter at your feet reject even moksha, which is considered as the highest gift, in preference to being in your service. How little will they then care for boons that can bestow joys of the perishable world, which come and go. Let us be born in any state of misery due to our misdeeds. We do not care for the sufferings. If our minds always delight at your feet like honeybees do in flowers, and if our ears would always be filled with nothing but sounds conveying your excellence. Jai Shri Krishna.
नाम जपते चलो, काम करते चलो, हर समय कृष्ण का ध्यान करते चलो. Let's glorify our Lord with our next bhajan by Devi Padmapriya ji from Bangkok.
हरि गुण गाओ, हरि नाम गाओ, हरि गुण गाओ, हरि नाम गाओ. अनंत आनंद हरि नाम रे, अनंत आनंद हरि नाम रे. हरि गुण गाओ, हरि नाम गाओ, हरि गुण गाओ, हरि नाम गाओ. मनन जपन करो हरि नाम रे, मनन जपन करो हरि नाम रे. श्रवण स्मरण करो हरि नाम रे, श्रवण स्मरण करो हरि नाम रे. हरि ओम भजो मन रे, हरि ओम भजो मन रे. हरि गुण गाओ, हरि नाम गाओ, हरि गुण गाओ, हरि नाम गाओ.
Lord Kapila, as the Jnana Avtara, propagated the spiritual knowledge with Jnana Shakti. Let's know more about the teachings of Lord Kapila from Mahatma Sriniji's narration of chapters 3.7 and 3.8.
Jai Shri Krishna. So, amazing episodes so far, and an amazing episode coming up now, which is related to the advice given by Kapila Mahamuni to Devahuti. 30 seconds on who these amazing characters in the Bhagavatam are. Devahuti married a Maharishi, and to them was born an Amsha of the Lord called Kapila. Now, this is the he knows that, so he takes blessings of the Lord, takes sannyasa, and moves on from life into sannyasa ashrama. Devoti is left behind with Kapila Mahamuni, who is an Amsha avatar of the Lord, like I said. And there is a very beautiful question that Devoti asks of Kapila. She says to Kapila Mahamuni that I'm Ati Dukhi now. I mean, imagine, she was with the great Kardama Maharishi's wife. And this Kardama Maharishi, through his divine capabilities, created a whole loka for her. And in that loka, they did vihara, they flew everywhere like in a magic carpet, except this was a whole universe which was flying around. And after all that, they had children, including Kapil Mahamuni. After all that, what she says? I'm Ati Dukhi, she says, because these Indriya Vishaya are Visha only. Indriya Vishaya, Vish. I'm not happy with them, she says. So pray tell me, I know you are the Lord. Mother is asking the son, I know you are the Lord. You pray tell me what is the way of Uddhar for me. मेरे उद्धार का मार्ग बताइए प्रभो. कपिल महामुनि कहते हैं उनको 3 भाग में उत्तर है, 3 parts answer. Part 1 he says, the greatest welfare for all human beings, O mother, in this world is through Adhyatma Yoga. Come on to the path of spirituality, he says. Like all of
Is
it okay now? Am I audible on YouTube also? Janki ji? Okay.
Yes.
So it is okay. All right. So I was saying when I got cut off, I think that Kapila Mahamuni talks about 3 ways in which we can address our problem. One way is Adhyatma Yoga, where he says, Mana eva karanam manushyanam bandha mokshayoho, bandhaya vishaya saktam. If you are attached to objects, you will be in bandhana. And he bemoans the fate of the person who is constantly involved in samsara sagara and involved in the samsara bandhana. He calls them fools. Even the Lord Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita 9.33 verse, Anityam asukam lokam imam prapya bhajasvamam. You got this anitya asukam loka. You got this now. What you should do? Sing my glory, he says. So therefore, Japle Hari ka naam manwa, Japle Hari ka naam. Jap se puran honge dekho tere sare kaam. Japle Hari ka naam manwa, Japle Hari ka naam. So sing the glories of the Lord's name. We can say, yes, we are doing it. But Kapila Mahamuni says, just one off doing this is not enough, he says. He says, Tivrena Bhakti Yogena. He says, your Bhakti Yoga should be Tivra. Mano Mayarpitam Sthiram. Give your mind to me and make it firm in it. Now comes the rub and comes the problem. I'm not able to do this Tivrena Bhakti Yogena. Tivra Bhakti Yoga mujhse nahi ho raha hai. Not possible. Then Kapila Mahamuni offers a solution. He says, why don't you go to the saints and serve them? Serve the saints. Be with the saints. Because what will happen when you are with the saints? Constant katha shravana will take place. Because what will the saint talk about to you? Only about God. His guna leela vishesh. Constant katha shravana will take place. As a result of the constant katha shravana, a liking for this Lord's story will develop. Slowly but surely, your attachment to the world will disappear. Both like ihalaukika sukha and paralaukika sukha, both you will forget. Greatest importance to you, and from that he says you will develop bhakti. So action 1, Japale Hari ka naam. Whilst you are at home, Japale Hari ka naam. Action 2, be with saints, meaning be with Param Pujya Guruji. How to do that? Do Guru Seva. Whatever Guru Seva you're doing. For example, now we have just completed Payani distribution and Samayapuram distribution, and about to start the distribution in Srirangam. All volunteered. You can't volunteer now. But upcoming distributions are there. There are upcoming workshops. There is Seva of so many types. If you do Guru Seva, you are with the Guru. Come to Nivritti Gurukul, you can be in physical Sanidhya of the Guru. But if you do Guru Seva, any sort, you are with the Guru anyway. That is why we sing the bhajan. Guru Seva Bina Sukha Shanti Nahi. You want Sukha and Shanti? Not possible without Guru Seva. So action point number 2 is Guru Seva Bina Sukha Shanti Nahi. Please do Guru Seva of some sort or the other. Otherwise, we cannot progress in life. So this is answer 1 from Kapila Mahamuni, Adhyatma Yoga. Answer 2, he talks about Prakriti Purusha Viveka. What is Prakriti? What is Purusha? He explains through this exposition on Sankhya Yoga. Wonderful exposition. You want to learn more about it? Read it in Sudha Sagar. It is available. Right? Chapter 27 or 28 of Sudha Sagar has that whole exposition. I'm not going to talk about it here because today's is all about bhakti. You want to know about Prakriti Purusha Viveka? Guruji has given a number of books for it. From Viveka Chudamani to Panchadashi to Jivan Mukti Viveka to Yoga Vashishta. Come for those sessions and you will get to know about Purusha Prakriti Viveka, which is expounded by Kapila Mahamuni. What is the most important thing for that
Purusha Prakriti Viveka to be understood by us, Antakarna Shuddhi is most important. How do you get Antakarna Shuddhi? Guru Seva Bina Sukha Shanti Nahi. Guru Seva Bina Antakarna Shuddhi Nahi. Antakarna Shuddhi not possible without Guru Seva. So Guru Seva is again the means for Antakarna Shuddhi, which will make you appreciate Prakriti Purusha Viveka. Answer number 2. Answer number 3, he says, you must develop Bhakti, mother, for the Lord. And what Bhakti? Tivrena Bhakti Yogena Mano Mayarpitam Stiram. This Tivra Bhakti you must develop for me, mother, he says. And then we are asked, how to develop this Bhakti? He says, first you are in Deha Bhava, right? He says, then you worship the Saguna Saguna form of the Lord. Rama, Krishna, Hanumana, Devi, whatever form suits you, whatever is your Ishtadevata, Narasimha, whoever is your Ishtadevata, worship that Ishtadevata with great vigor. I cannot say it better than what Guruji has said in what? Guru Charita, in this wonderful exposition by Guruji called Prajnanam Brahma. See, you have to just read para 3, 4, 5 and 6 of Prajnanam Brahma to understand how this bhakti's progression is. First, Guruji says you have to love God. How will you love God? How will you have Shraddha in God? You ask God for something. What do you want? You want progress in life. Ask God for it. You want progress for your children. Ask God for it. You want your health. Ask God for it. And Guruji says you will find that the Lord is very benevolent. When you are sincere on the path, the Lord becomes very benevolent to you. So he patapat gives you whatever you want. See, whatever you want, he gives you. As a consequence of receiving what you ask, Guruji says the belief in God becomes faith in God. That faith in God becomes love over God. You start loving God. And with that loving of God, you start to worship God in your altar. Whoever is your Ishta Devata, you start worshipping that Saguna form of the Lord. Then Guruji says, and I will read Guruji's words, I can't do better than that, isn't it? He says, my worships and rituals, para 5, my worship and rituals got transformed into service of others. For my puja room has now got expanded from my altar to my house, to my village, to my country, nay, the whole universe. I now get immersed in the love of others, following the footsteps of great saints. I love all, for I see God in all. And as I love them all, I cannot but serve them all. You think these are words of Param Pujya Guruji alone? These are the exact same words of Kapila Mahamuni to Devahuti when he talks about Parama Bhakti. No different. Two saints cannot speak different words. Don't think Kapila Mahamuni has gone. He's there right now in front of us as Param Pujya Guruji, writing in Prajnanam Brahma what Kapila Mahamuni wrote in Devahuti's Upadesha. Guruji says that seems to be my only purpose now, to serve all and try to remove their miseries, help them in all spheres of their life, removing their diseases, promoting their health through yoga and chase life, their fuller value-based education, Nivritti Gurukul, providing the poor a simple roof over their head, helping them take out a livelihood. The nourishing of their and their children's soul become my concern day and night. We are seeing this pratyaksha in the form of Guruji doing this. What he has written, he has written after doing it. He used to do that for us before. Now he is doing it in Nivritti Gurukul for all the Nivritti kids. So we have to follow Param Pujya Guruji's example by expanding this love, by seeing this Lord sthita in everybody. See, it is the same Lord in everybody. So what I must do, as I do this service, read para 6 on your own from Prajnanam Brahma, I must remove the ego from my service. Guru seva bina sukha shanti nahi. So, what is Parama Bhakti? It again comes down to Guru Seva only, because only through Guru Seva you will be able to practically experience the Lord present in and around you and everywhere. So, Devahuti's question, we should find out whether that is our question, that this Vishaya Sukha has become Visha for me. Tell me what is my Paramagati. Find out whether that is my Prashna. That is my question also. Is it? Ask ourselves. 3 answers. Adhyatma Yoga. In that Adhyatma Yoga, don't be foolishly involved all the time in samsara. Japle Hari ka naam. Whilst in samsara. Anityam asukam lokam imam prapya bhajasvamam. Second, go to saints, be in their company. They will teach you how to be in bhakti. 2 parts of Adhyatma Yoga. The second answer, Prakriti Purusha Viveka. For that, come to the Jnana Yoga classes, sessions, which Parampujya Guruji has given wonderful books for. Third, Bhakti. Start with Saguna. It will become Nirguna in the form of seeing the Lord present everywhere. Jai Shri Krishna. Charan Sparsh to Parampujya Guruji. Charan Sparsh to all.
The causeless mercy of Lord Vishnu is unparalleled, and such mercy is perceived by the devotees only by the grace of Lord. A 5-year-old's faith in the Lord earned him the highest place in the sky as well as in the heart of the Lord. Let's listen to not only this beautiful story, but also know more about Uddhava Charitram and its teachings from Nandini ji from Singapore Satsang.
Jai Shri Krishna. Charan Sparsh to all. So we'll see the summary of chapter 4.5 to 4.10. Dhruva is a significant figure known for his unwavering devotion and perseverance. His story transcends time, emphasizing the virtues of determination and faith in the face of adversities. Dhruva's journey is not just a tale of personal triumph, but also a profound lesson on the power of devotion and the strength of the human spirit. Dhruva was a grandson of King Manu, who is the first human being according to the Vishnu Purana. King Manu and Queen Shatarupa had 2 sons, Priyavrata and Uttanapada. Uttanapada was made the king first. Uttanapada had 2 wives, namely Suniti and Suruchi. Dhruva was a son of Suniti, and he had a younger brother called Uttama, who was a son of Suruchi. Uttanapada used to love Suruchi more than Suniti. Suruchi was jealous of Dhruva as he was the elder son and he had the right to heir the throne after Uttanapada. Under her influence and taking advantage of the love the king had towards her beauty, she ordered Suniti and Dhruva to stay away from the king and banished them from the palace. Now, Suniti and Dhruva stayed outside the kingdom. So one day, while Dhruva was playing, he happened to come to the palace and spotted Uttama sitting on Uttanapada, that is his father's lap. Suruchi was also sitting next to the king and saw Dhruva approaching them. Dhruva asked whether, very innocently he asked whether he could also sit on his father's lap. That was his very innocent request. Suruchi stopped and scolded him that only her son can sit on the king's lap and no one else. Dhruva hoped that his father would stop Suruchi scolding him, but King Uttanapada ignored him and continued to play with Uttama. Suruchi told him he is not entitled to sit on the king's lap because he was not born to her, and not only that, she had the audacity to add that to be born in a womb of hers, he had to do a lot of tapas. Suruchi's harsh words hurt Dhruva very much. What hurted him more is his dad being quiet during the entire episode of the ill treatment. Dhruva was both angry and sad. He runs to his mother crying and narrated the whole story to her. Suniti indeed was very sad to hear what had happened, but she was very sensible with great morals and ethics. She's consoled him and explained very calmly and gently told him not to blame anyone for the things which is affecting us, as it's our own past karmas that we reap as fruits. She even went on to tell that what if she is your stepmother and actually Suruchi has spoken the truth only. She told him, if he prays to the Lord, he will have an everlasting position in the lap of the Lord himself, from where no one can displace him. She conveyed and encouraged that everything is possible with the grace of Lord Narayana. So she blesses him to take up the prayer sincerely and seriously. Dhruva felt more determined that he is ready to do anything to meet Lord Narayana. He leaves the home immediately to begin his tapas. Seeing this little child in such a situation, the Lord is unable to resist and sends Sage Narad to guide him in his endeavors. Here, initially, Sage Narad tries to dissuade Dhruva to go back, and he tells him that forest is not kind of a place for kids, and it's a lot of dangerous. And he also told Dhruva that at this age, he has to enjoy life and childhood, and one can meditate after he or she completes all his respective duties of life. Just like when people hear that we are in satsang, they all discourage and say, why satsang at a young age like this? So Naradji insisted Dhruva to return back to his mother. But Dhruva, upon hearing Narada's words, became even more persistent and determined to meet the Lord. Naradaji, understanding Dhruva's devotion, teaches him the Dwaradaksha mantra, Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Naradaji did the visualization of the beautiful form of the Lord Dhruva and directed Dhruva to meditate at Madhuvana on the banks of Yamuna river. Naradaji was so pleased with Dhruva's firmness, he gave all the guidance required for his spiritual journey and directed him how to go about his meditation on the Lord in detail, including how his diet should be, which is in moderation, as the Gita says, and how to quieten the mind and become highly contemplative. Now, on the other side, King Uttanapada, when he came to know about Dhruva going to the forest, felt very bad, and he felt guilty and realized his mistake. Naradaji meets the king and inquires why is he so depressed, and Uttanapada shares he did make a mistake and said he's worried how his little son will manage alone in the forest. Naradaji comforted the king not to worry, and the Lord will take care. He adds that he does not know the real strength of Dhruva and that he's going to accomplish something very great soon. This consoled Uttanapada a bit. We have heard about intermittent fasting a lot these days, right? Dhruva was a pioneer in it. It is said within 3 days, Dhruva started to live on only once a day eating, and that too only on wild berries and fruits which were available in the forest. In the second month, he ate only grass and leaves only once every 6 days, and in the third month, he lived only on water, drinking once in 9 days. And the fourth month, he breathed only once every 12 days. That great was his pranayam. This severe tapas was his tapas that he followed Naradji's instructions to the dot, from taking bath at the Yamuna river and keeping his mind single-pointed and chanted Lord's name continuously. And in the fifth month, he was able to completely conquer his breath. Standing on one foot, was fully absorbed in meditation on Brahman. He was so in union with Brahman that when he held his breath, the breath of all living beings on the earth stopped. He became one with the cosmic self, and his breath became one with the total breath. And since he was standing on one foot, the entire earth tilted in that direction. The entire cosmos felt the effect of his great tapas. And what happens is all the devas run to the Lord to ask them to protect them and save them from this effect. And because they were unable to breathe, they were breathless. The Lord tells them that he will go immediately and bless the child and also tell his bhakta. So it is said that actually the Lord was not able to control himself from seeing this little Dhruva. That is the main reason for him to go immediately. It's not because the devas came and complained. He became restless to have darshan of his great devotee. Lord is said to be called as Bhakta Drishya, The scene when Bhagavan comes to see his bhakta is described so beautifully in the Bhagavatam. Dhruva was so absorbed in his meditation, he did not even realize Bhagavan was standing in front of him. Can you imagine that? Bhagavan even called out to Dhruva, but as he was so absorbed in chanting Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya, he could not be distracted at all. In Gita, chapter 10, verse 22, Lord says, among the organs, he is in the mind. Thus, we see the Lord withdrew his form from Dhruva's mind here at this point. And the very moment Dhruva opened his eyes, because Lord was not in his mind, he was standing in front of him. Dhruva offered Shashtanga Namaskar to the Lord and was too shocked to utter even a word. The Lord was drinking the sweet form of Dhruva with his eyes and touched his cheek with his conch. And it is said at this very moment, Dhruva became enlightened, and he sings the stuti of the Lord and offers salutations. Being immersed in penance, Dhruva even forgot the objective for what he started all this for. Lord was so pleased with his bhakta. He created a new loka. Lord understood what is the reason, and he created a new loka for Dhruva, which did not exist even before. And Lord made the sun, moon, and the stars always orbit around this loka so that Dhruva can live there without any worries, a place where no one can remove him. He also blessed him that he will rule his kingdom on earth for 36,000 years before going to this loka. Dhruva was not happy about getting a separate loka for himself. In fact, he felt miserable. Just like we heard from Suniji Dehavati, he was not happy about the whole thing. He wished he did penance to attain the highest devotion as a boon, to think of the Lord day and night. And he also prayed Lord grants him the company of noble souls who are his bhaktas, company of the saints, instead of securing a own world. This news of Dhruva, who was blessed with the vision of the Lord, spread like wildfire, and Uttanapada was unable to believe it. But when Naradaji confirmed the news, Uttanapada, Suruchi, Suniti, Uttama, and everyone in the palace ran joyfully to welcome Dhruva back home. It is said Uttanapada took the dust of the Dhruva's feet and placed it on his own head and hugged him dearly. Suruchi asked forgiveness. She realized her mistake, and Dhruva prostrated to his parents, including Suruchi. And we can only imagine the condition of Suniti, how excited she would have been, and she was so touched by the accomplishment of Dhruva. Dhruva was coronated as king, and Uttanapada retired to the forest soon. And the Yakshas, who are servants of Kubera, killed Suruchi's son Uttama in the forest, and Suruchi was also consumed in a forest fire. So Dhruva felt he had to take revenge against the Yakshas, so he started to attack them for his brother's death. And it's when his grandfather, Swayambhuva Manu, advised Dhruva to stop the war. Dhruva also immediately obeyed his grandfather's advice and admitted his mistake. Even after the vision of the Lord, he was not free from his dormant impressions, but quickly realized it and ended the war. So Kubera was pleased with Dhruva that he listened to the elders and instead of being adamant. So Kubera asked him to ask for a boon. It looks like many people wanted to ask Dhruva to keep on asking boons. So we all can only imagine what Dhruva would have asked at this point, right? He asked only for bhakti and nothing else, which was happily granted by Kubera, and all returned back home. After ruling his kingdom for 36,000 years, finally Dhruva left to Badrivana and meditated on the Lord. When his final moments came, seeing his great devotion, Lord Yama asked Dhruva to place his foot on his head and climbed into the Vimana, which took him to the Dhruva Loka, accompanied by his mother. In one of the Puranas, it is said, Naradaji went to the Dhruva Loka to see how Dhruva was doing. He found Dhruva in deep regrets in not asking the right boon to the Lord when he got the vision of the Lord, the boon of unbroken devotion towards him. But in such a state, also he was constantly thinking of the Lord. Thus, he has achieved that supreme devotion. So from this episode, we see how it's okay to pray for a particular desire in mind Artha. But we should not forget the Lord at any times, both in sorrow and in happiness. Always be grateful for everything. Thus it is said, Narada ji sang the praise of the great Bhakta of the Lord, Dhruva, at a yajna performed by Prachetas. Dhruva's story is a rich tapestry of moral and spiritual lessons that resonate even today. Some of the key takeaways from these episodes can be like we can have firm determination and firm faith of Dhruva in our spiritual goals and also in our material life when we desire to not have sweets or the gulab jamun and all that. We can have firm faith, have the determination when to be adamant and when not to be. We saw that Dhruva was being adamant when Narada ji dissuaded him, but at the same time, when his grandfather told him to stop fighting, he immediately listened. So we should know this discrimination comes to us when we read the scriptures and be in satsang. Another takeaway is like the king Uttanapada was under the influence of his wife Suruchi. We too tend to come under the influence of our fanciful mind with all its personal likes and not mindful of morals and ethics. We should try to be equanimous under all circumstances and not let the mind influence our action. We can also take the pointers from Suniti, how to instruct our children. She advised Dhruva to take only the positive from others and leave the negative. Seek the permanent and not the temporary. And in case we decide to leave anything, we should have the vairagya of Dhruva. Leave it in one instant. We can start our devotion with something in mind like Artha, but slowly it should lead our devotion towards Artharthi, Jignasu, and finally to Jnani. In Gita 7.16, that talks about 4 devotees, types of devotees, which is explained very beautifully. We should try to climb the ladder slowly. And another important takeaway I felt was never insult the devotee of the Lord. Be it as young as 5-year-old or elderly, like Suruchi did. Guruji always tells, Viveki ko anadhar mat karna, jivan par pachtaoge. And we need to be careful of what to ask the Lord. Ask only for the highest devotion. Ask the Lord to intensify our devotion towards Him. Always think of the Lord both in good and bad times. So in summary, devotion can lead to divine blessings and transformation. So become worthy of the grace and be devoted to the Guru Seva, as Sriniji said. Perseverance in the face of adversity is crucial for personal growth. Come out of your comfort zone and do the Seva. Seeking inner truth and spiritual enlightenment is the worthy pursuit. So pursue it. The enduring relevance of Dhruva's journey serves as a source of inspiration for both contemporary spirituality and also devotion. This story reminds us that regardless of our beginnings or the challenges we face, the path of greatness lies in unwavering faith and relentless pursuit of our higher selves. Dhruva's legacy continues to inspire countless individuals to strive for their goal with determination and faith. Thank you for the opportunity. Charan Splash to all. Sarvam Krishna Arpanamastu. Jai Shri Krishna.
Krishna, it is not just a name, it's a feeling. It is hope and faith. In the world of temporary options, you are my permanent choice, O Krishna. Let us now immerse into Lord's name. Over to Priyaditya ji from Singapore.
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Keshavaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Narayanaya. Om Namo Bhagavate
The mind acts like an enemy for those who do not control it. Next, in chapters 4 to 8 of Canto 5, through the story of Bharata, we get to know what happens when Jadabharata meets King Rahugana. Let's contemplate on Lord Rishabdeva's teachings, a great learning for all of us. Over to Sureshji from Bahrain. Teachings, a great learning for all of us. Over
Jai Sri Krishna, Charan Sparsh, Mahatmas and Devis. What a wonderful day as Mahatma Giriji started this session. This is perhaps one of the best days of the year when we get to spend the whole day in the company of the Lord. Not intermittent fasting, uninterrupted opportunity to remain in the thoughts of the Lord. Now, we will reflect a little bit on the fifth skanda, three great personages, Rishabhadeva, and his son Bharata, and Bharata's another incarnation as another Bharata, popularly referred as Jada Bharata. We will reflect on their life, their experiences, what lessons they carry for us. Bhagavatam says Rishabhadeva ruled as a king for 1,000,000 years, and Bharata ruled for 10 million Chatur Yugas. That is the scale of time, how much they have ruled. And we are now going to condense all their times or the major takeaways for us in the next 20 minutes. We'll try and see what we could achieve there. First on Rishabhadeva. Bhagavatam talks about infinite avatars of Lord. The first canto says, Avatara Asankyeyaha. Hari's avatars are countless. But despite of that, it says there are 24 principal avatars, 23 or 24, depending on how we count. That is what first canto talks about. The Dashavatara of all those things is even more special of those 24, but the Leela avatars are about 23 or 24. In that, one of the avatars that comes is of Rishabhadeva. Nabhi is the king, very noble, very exalted. Nabhi's one desire is to have a son like the Lord himself. See, he wanted a progeny like the Lord. So therefore, what he is doing? He conducts a yajna with all the Brahmanas, the priests who are presiding over all those things. They all accept that this is a very legitimate desire. There is nothing wrong in that. They support that. They do that. And the Lord is pleased with that yajna. He appears there. And when he appears, the Lord says, I am very pleased. Tell me what is it that you are asking for. The Brahmana says that our Yajamana wants a son like you. We know that it is a very trivial request because when the Lord himself is there, this is not a ask what we do, but our Yajamana wishes that we think this is legitimate and that is the boon we ask of you. The Lord says, there is no one like me. He says, there is no one like me who can be given that. Therefore, what he says is that at the same time, you as Brahmanas, if you are asking something, if you are committing something, then it is my responsibility to make that true. Therefore, not someone like me, I myself will be born as a Rishabha. That's what happens. And the Rishabhadeva is born there. Now, what we see is of these 24 avatars, different avatars are taken at different points in time with different objectives. Every time demands a certain purpose to be fulfilled, and the Lord comes and fulfills that purpose. We read in Bhagavad Gita, Sambhavam Yuge Yuge, constantly happening. There is not a time when the Lord is not taking his avatar. Now here we find that Rishabhadeva is taking the avatar and to demonstrate the purpose of a householder's life as well as a life of a Paramahamsa. What is the dharma that needs to be followed? So with that thinking, he rules a glorious kingdom. He is bestowed with 100 children. The first of them is who is Bharata, which we will see in the next part. But then the other famous children who has got is the 9 children starting from Kavi, who are popularly called as Nava-yogis, which in later today we are going to see in the 11th skanda, the conversation that takes place between Raja Nimi and the Nava-yogis, where they expound the greatness of bhakti, the surrender, all those things are Guru Seva, all those things are being expounded there. This is the other part of what we see as Rishabhadeva. So we find that with all those things, Rishabhadeva rules the kingdom in a glorious manner, exhibits how, as a householder, being in the ruler state of affairs, following that that stage of living, and but being as a grihastha, how he is conducting himself is being expounded there, leads as a role model and example. But what is important for us to take away, look at, is how he handles that subsequently. As a part of his kingdom, there is one important episode. What we see is his sermon to his children. So what he has, all his children who are very noble by themselves, very well cultured, educated, and knowledgeable. Now what Rishabha is doing is that he is using them, keeping them, and in a method of giving the larger message for all the rest of his people who are there. He is giving that sermon for his children. He says that, in fact, when I was reflecting, this is what I was thinking. What is the greatest wealth you can pass on to your descendants, your children? What is it that you can leave for them? Not the wealth what you can give, not the what to modern science calls as what you inherit genetically. Those are all there, but they are all connected one way or other with the biological body. Bhagavatam, time and again, in fact, just now we saw about Kapilopadesha Mahatma Srinaji talked about that. We spoke about Uddhava Charitra. Every aspect of it with the different mouths, there is only a few things what the Lord keeps on repeating, which is understand the purpose of your life, understand the nature of this world, understand how to get out of this. This is the three major themes which keeps coming so far and will keep coming in different through different personalities. What Rishabhadeva explains now in his sermon is number one, he says that the knowledge what I have to pass on, that is the greatest. That's what our takeaway. What is the purpose of life? He says that every life in this universe is endowed with a body. They all live in a particular way. When I say every life, it is not only the human, every species in the planet, in this universe is endowed with a body, and their way of living is what? They eat, they sleep, they enjoy, they procreate. That is what they do. But Rishabhadeva says that if you have the ability now to listen to what is being spoken here, the Bhagavatam, if you have the ability to read, if you have the ability to understand, which means that if you have been born as a human, then understand that this is not the purpose of our life. The purpose of life is not to live in the same way what every other animal is doing. So therefore, what is the purpose of life then? The life, meaning being in this body, the purpose of this is what Rishabhadeva says is that to lead a life of discipline and austerity. See, not a life of carelessness, not a life of a mundane existence. Discipline and austerity, which purifies the mind. That discipline purifies the mind, and what it does is it creates clarity to understand the goal of our life, to understand why I am living here, to understand the nature of the phenomenal existence, to understand the relationship what I have got with this world, to understand that the goal of my life is mukti. To understand that it is to live free, to remain free is the goal of that life. That can happen only by leading that life of austerity. Next then, Rishabhadeva explains, okay, if that is the case, how to do it? Very simple. He says that satsanga, being in the satsanga is the only way you can do it. Being in the company of saints without any break. See, that is the door to mukti. It is not a part-time being in the satsanga. It is not that I will do 1 hour satsang in a week. It's not sufficient. See, it may make me feel good. It may make me feel great about saying that, listen, I'm doing 1 day or my weekends, every week I'm going for satsang. Not sufficient. What he says that you are able to remain in the company of saints without any break. Where is that company of saints? The company of saints, like today, what we are doing, all through the day, virtually in the company of saints, all through the day, in the company of scriptures. Rishabhadeva is directly speaking to us. We are going to see Bharata is directly speaking to us. Kapila Muni just spoke. So like that, different people are speaking. That is the company of saints, what we are calling about. Okay, then we talk about if what Rishabhadev says that if you are not in that satsang company, if you are not in the company of holy saints, what is it that you are doing? No doubt, you are doing everything other than the satsang, which means that you are in kusanga only. Satsang is door to mukti. That is the gateway for mukti. That is the gateway for the Lord. And the opposite is the gateway for hell. Gateway for hell means not going somewhere else. The hell is wherever you are, that is the hell. If you are not in the satsanga, Rishabhadev says that you are in hell only. This is not a separate destination. Now the third part, the next part what we learned is that who are these holy men? How do I understand that these are the Mahatmas? This is the company what I need to do? Definitions very clearly given. These are people who have intense attraction for the Lord. And they understand that this is the greatest attainment in life. Not being high corporate positions, not generating enormous amount of wealth, none of those things what the world throws at you as great milestones to achieve. Not what the world sets that these are the goals what you need to achieve. When you are not distracted by those, if you are not distracted, then we understand that the Lord is the only summum bonum, only the ultimate purpose of living life, only the single objective to lead that those people who are there, which in the modern world around us will call us as a madmen. See, that kind of madness, that is what he says, these are the people who you need to be connected with. Those are the people what he says is a holy men. Now, the following on what Rishabhadev says is that if you don't understand this purpose of life, when you say you don't understand, if your mind is not even waking up to this possibility that exists for you, then what you are saying is that you are not standing still in where you are going backward, he says, because you have done enormous efforts to reach where you have reached. Now, if you don't go further, then what happens is that it is like in a treadmill, if you run to stand still. Here, if you don't run, you are going backward. It is taking you backward. You are taking to the fall. That's what he says. So that is all our efforts, what you are putting in the world to achieve what the world drives you to do. If you are enamored by that, then it is only degradation. And then again, to conclude, he says that the way to come out of this, Rishabhadev says, devotion to and service to the enlightened master is the only way. He says that the guru is myself, it is my incarnation. That's what you do. And not only that, gives a series of methods of what needs to be done with the surrender to the guru. What are those series of things? The condensed juice of those is what Param Pujya Guruji gives us as Dhana Seva Swadhyaya. The three things of what needs to be done. This is not a volunteering. We generously refer to it as a volunteering. You generously refer to it as a donating. There is no donation. There is no volunteering. Rishabhadev says that this is your obligation. This is your duty in life. See, do you think of what do we think of taking care of our families? Do we think that we are donating for taking care of our family, taking care of our children? No, this is our duty. This is our obligation. Nobody thinks of that. Rishabhadev says that is exactly what is the duty when it comes to Dhana Seva Swadhyaya as well. Not to think of it as something which we are doing outside of what our routine is. Now, with that, what Rishabhadev concludes, and then he moves on. He retires and moves on and leads a life of a Paramahamsa. A Paramahamsa Dharma is what we see here. He lives like a python. Python means you are not even action to even acquire your food to subsist the body. No efforts like that. If the food comes on its way, see, you're not going to acquire. The food comes his way, he consumes. Otherwise, nothing. He simply remains there. But that kind of life is what he leads the life of an Avaduta. But the glow, what you see, the tejas, what he earns is something phenomenal. So that guy, he's attracting everybody around him. He never stays in a place. He keeps on moving around. The other important message what we see is that all those deities with the superpowers, they are all standing to give him all those powers. But here is a person who doesn't even turn to that side. See, he is not making efforts to acquire those powers. They are being given to him in a platter. But here is the person not paying any attention to that at all. Here is where he demonstrates that the fickleness of the mind, how much ever elevated you are, you open a small door for that, then what happens is that this completely comes in. It's like the camel that enters the tent, totally takes away that person. With that thought, what we move is to the next personage, Bharata, Rishabhadev's son. When Rishabhadev leaves, he anoints Bharata as the king. And Bharata rules, again, as we said, that for a glorious 10 million Chatur Yugas. That's what it is. Many millions of years. Now we lose count for those things. Now that kind of Bharata, he inherits, what is his greatness? You see that he inherits this kingdom called as Ajanaba Varsha. Until that point in time, that's what is called. When that is segregated, the universe segregated, this part of the universe is called as Ajanaba Varsha. But Bharata, with his greatness, with his great ruling, what happens is that it comes to be called as a Bharata Varsha. Until today, it still remains as Bharata Varsha, which means that many great kings have ruled, many noble kings have come, but Bharata has set a benchmark which nobody has yet met or surpassed. That's what we see here. That is why it has remained as a Bharata Varsha. Bharata, again, very noble. At the appropriate time, he also leaves the kingdom. You see the greatness, what we see with all these people, they have done great things. In fact, when we see in Rishabhadev's case, in all his subjects, the citizens, they are all very contented. Very contented means what? They are saying that they look at the possessions of others as non-existent. That's what the Bhagavatam says, that they are not bothered. It doesn't say that somebody is more wealthy, somebody is less wealthy. None of that sort. It says that when you are complete in yourself, you are not bothered with what the other person is doing. What is the wealth of that other person? What is the how healthy is? None of those things. You are totally at peace. Their only desire, or two desires, what Bhagavatam refers is number one, they say that we want to be in greater. Our devotion to the Lord has to grow greater and greater. That's one. Number two, they say that my king Rishabhadeva has to continue ruling. He has to rule longer and longer. Now that is the kind of stage they are in as kings. But at that stage, when you are wanted the most, they simply leave and walk away. That is what Bharata does. Bharata simply walks away. And as he walks away, look at what is his experience. He's there in doing his austerities, living the life of a saint. But in the forest, he by chance sees a pregnant deer crossing the river. And by chance, he sees there is an accident when that small baby deer is suffering. And what he does is he impulsively goes and protects that. Compassion. Anything wrong in this? Nothing wrong at all. Who can say that having compassion is something wrong? We cannot agree to that. But what we see here is that compassion, great. The impulsive action, great. But what happens after that? That becomes the major red light for Bharata. Bharata gets more and more connected with that deer. His life, where he has retired with one objective of pursuing his goal of liberation, what he happens is that he gets slightly distracted with that new company what he has now acquired. The deer has come, he is getting more and more connected with that, feeding the deer, fondling the deer, playing with the deer, all those things. See, now his full-time pursuit is slightly taken away by the deer, and then slightly has become a bit of a lesser than full-time pursuit, his other austerities. But there comes the momentous occasion when the deer suddenly disappears. He does run away. Now, after that, what happens for Bharata? Bharata is now suffering from the agony of parting with the deer, agony of separation from the deer. He is not able to bear that at all. Now, what happens is he is completely distracted from that austerity. His mind is overwhelmed, filled with only that thoughts of the deer, overwhelmed with where the deer is, what it is suffering, all those things. That, see, what kind of a great king he has been, what kind of the focus what he has had, what kind of devotion with which he has simply thrown away the kingdom and walked away, and in a moment how the fall happens. Throughout Bhagavatam, we will see many episodes of great men, the dangers what the path shows at them, and how it has simply tripped them from what they are pursued. That's what happens for Bharata. And then what happens is when he dies in that same thought, he dies with the thought of the deer and therefore he is born as the deer. So only thing is that this is again the Bhagavatam's guarantee, Bhagavatam's promise. What it tells us is that all your efforts don't go in vain. You have lost at the last mile before crossing the finish line. You have lost it, but that doesn't mean that you start the marathon again from the start point, but you start from where you left. Although he was born as a deer, he carries all the memories of all those things that happened. He carries the memory of the mishap that happened, the accident what he encountered himself into. So therefore what he does is that now not anymore again, but he is reconciled to the fact that there is no way he has to finish his prarabdha before he finishes the liberation. Therefore, he doesn't want to acquire anything. Although born as a deer, he moves away and then lives in isolation where there are ashramas, the saints are there. He lives there and leaves his life there. And once he leaves, now he is born as another Bharata in the Brahmana family. That, see, again, to finish his last mile, he is born there. And that Bharata there, he's again carrying all the memories of his previous life. Bharata, his engagement with the deer, everything is intact. Therefore, this time he is determined that he will not allow this mistake to happen again. Therefore, he conducts himself as a jada, something as an inert object. He doesn't participate in anything. He doesn't show interest in anything, not in learning, not to acquire a name for himself, not to subsist, not to create a family for himself, not to have respect in the society, none of those things. He operates, he lives like a madman. We read Bhagavatam, we have come back to the later part, therefore we understand that he's acting like that or he's living like that. But all through his experiences, he's been treated only as a mad person, but he has zero problem with that. In fact, he relishes that because he feels that this comforts him, that there is no opportunity for him to create any kinds of attachment, any kinds of connection with anybody. That Bharata, by chance, again, what he sees is that the king of that times, Rahugana, he is going through to meet Kapila Muni. See that Kapila, what we saw a little earlier, Rahuguna is going to meet the Kapila Muni. So therefore, Rahuguna is a noble king. He's going there in pursuit of knowledge. He's going there. And in between, they want one hand to carry that palanquin. These palanquin bearers, they see that here is a Bharata, who is very strong, very stout, very seems quite healthy and strong. They say, why don't you come and then give us a hand, carry this palanquin. So as he is carrying, he is still very aware. He is doing it in a way not to hurt anything else. Therefore, what happens? He is not carrying the palanquin in sync with all others. So it is going up and down. The king who is sitting there on the palanquin has a very bumpy ride. Therefore, he is very upset. Then he is chastising all those people, and the palanquin bearer, they simply say that it is this new guy who has come there and he's not cooperating. He's doing something on his own, not following our pace, all those things. So he looks at him and then he says that you are this stout person. You seem to have a healthy body. You seem not tired also. What the hell are you doing? Why are you not working? You are a lazy person. All those things he is very copiously scolding on this person. He calls him that you are a Jivan Mrita. See, not a Jivan Mukta. Jivan Mrita means that you are like a dead body, although you seem to be like alive. So you are a living corpse. See, what happens again, what we see is Rahugana, a noble king, going in pursuit of knowledge. But you see, still, when the Rajas and Tamas is prevalent and when that overcomes, what happens is that your discrimination is lost. You simply have lost this, and then you are catching that person and scolding him like this. Now what happens is the beauty of this. We find that Bharata now says that O king, you think that I am acting like a madman, I am acting like a dunce. But you understand that it can be as a result of my establishment in the nature of Atman. If that is the case, what is the punishment you can give me? See, he says that if I am the Atman myself, your punishment has no meaning. Similarly, he says that if I am actually a mad person, then also your punishment has no consequence, because it is of no use, because I'm already mad. That's what he says. And then he says that you are calling that this body is fat and I am tired and I am healthy, all those things. He says that if the path what we are traveling is true, if this palanquin is true, if the person who is sitting this is all true, then I am being a dunce is also true. That's what he says. He is giving enough indications that Rahaguna wakes up. Rahaguna is an intelligent person, so he recognizes his fault immediately. Therefore, he jumps out of the palanquin and then he pleads to Bharata. He says that, oh Mahatma, I don't fear the Vajrayuda of Indra. I don't fear the Trishul what Rudra has. I am not afraid of Yamadanda, which is wields justice. But there is one thing if I fear the most, that is the consequence of insulting a Mahatma. Consequence of insulting the great and holy man. That is the greatest lesson. Again, as in the Uddhava Charitra we saw, that's the most important lesson here. Says that this is something, the aparad of Mahatmas, no, not acceptable. That's what we see Rahaguna says, and therefore he is seeking knowledge from him. Rahaguna says that you are talking about this world, and he says that I am a king, I am ruling the kingdom, I am exerting all the efforts. This is real, it makes me tired. How can you tell me that these are all not real? So he gives a series of examples almost similar to what we see Arjuna rationalizing in chapter 1 of why the fight should not be conducted. Very rational, very logical. But what now Bharata comes out in full glory. Bharata says that this is, you are talking like a very wise person with all the logic, but he says that you are a fool. See, that tells us that whatever rational thinking what we can have in terms of justifying the worldly objectives, justifying the worldly goals, he says that all of them are only foolish. He says that the relative existence, if you are standing from the point of conviction that you are this body, that is when all those things are true. Because your starting point itself is faulty, therefore you are saying that all the world experiences are true and you want to justify. He says that this is attributed to those people who are thoughtless or unwise or fool. So therefore what he said, in fact, he goes on to say that even the Veda Karma Kanda is also what is relevant for householder life, what he talks about in great depth. He says that that is also in the realm of falsity only as far as a wise man is concerned. He says that as long as you are not able to understand the state of life in reaction to your dream experiences, there is no way that you will be able to understand the phenomenality of the world. And then with this conclusion is that he says that the ultimate truth, which the sages call Vasudeva, the Lord himself, the one who is called as Bhagavan, that is the only ultimate truth. If you need to understand that, if you need to attain that, there is only one way. Again, a repeat of what Rishabhadeva says, which is you have to bathe oneself in the dust of the Guru's feet. What that bhajan says that Guru Charano me charo dham. Why Guru's charana is all the char dham? Guru ne mithai Vishaya Vasana, Guru ne jagai bhakti bhavana. Both these things only at the Guru's feet you get. The Guru's Sanidhya helps you to protect, prevent and fight against the Vishaya Vasana. The Guru's guidance only gives us the bhakti bhavana. Guru is the one. What does the Guru does? Guru ne sikhai sach ki sadhana. Sach ki sadhana, again the Guru only. So Guru does both. One is one side he protects you, another side he leads you to the right place. That is the, yeah, I'm done, Mata. That is the only reason why we say that Guru Charano me charo dham. With that we'll conclude. Jai Shri Krishna.
Jai Shri Krishna. After such a profound narration, let us now hear a beautiful bhajan from Kritika ji from India, Madurai.
Anantarupa Anantanava Adimula Narayana Ananta Shayana He Jagannatha Kamala Nayana He Madhava Karuna Sagara Kalinga Mardana हे कृपा सिंधु कृष्णा हे कृपा सिंधु विश्वरूपा विश्वाधारा विश्वव्यापक नारायण विश्वाधारा विश्वस्वरूपा हे कृपा सिंधु कृष्णा हे कृपा सिंधु अनंत रूपा अनंत नामा आदिमूला नारायण. जय श्री कृष्ण.
The sins of Kali Yuga cannot be destroyed by whatever power we possess. Only the Lord Shakti can destroy them, and this Shakti of the Lord manifests through his name. The next story, we are going to dwell into the story of Ajamila. The story is a great assurance to us that Krishna is present fully in his holy name. Let's listen to this story from Rituji from Singapore and contemplate on the glory of Lord's name.
Jai Shri Krishna. Canto 6 of Bhagavatam covers the topic of Poshana or nourishment. The Lord is our nurturer, and in this canto, the nature of the nurturer or his grace is emphasized. Swami Tejomayananda ji explains Lord's grace or his way of nurturing. He says it is of two types, common and uncommon. Common grace, also called Kripa, is what the Lord gives to all beings. For example, air is there for all to breathe in, water is there for all to drink, etc. This is common grace, available to all. Uncommon grace, as the name suggests, is not available to all. It's not so common. It is special. And it's only available to those who hold on to the Lord. That is, those people who have surrendered to him. This uncommon grace is also called Lord's Anugraha or his special grace. Swamiji says that finding fulfillment for our senses is common grace, but developing the feeling of dispassion towards materialistic things can only happen if there is special grace of the Lord on us. Then the question arises, how do we make ourselves worthy of this special grace or anugraha? The answer is to think of the Lord himself, think of his forms, think of his glories, and keep his name in our mind and on our tongues for as long as we can. Shukadev ji tells Raja Parikshit that once we understand this reality, we can try to control our present and future actions. But what to do about the sins that we have already committed in our past? Those accrued karma from the sins that we have committed can only be got rid of by doing penance or prayaschitta, right? And since we have committed so many sins over the years, whether in our thoughts or through our actions, how do we ensure that we are not just atoning for our past sins, but are also preventing ourselves from committing new ones? Somebody would say that it's practically impossible. And it's not even that we did not try to course correct. We joined the satsang. We are also regularly attending the sessions. We try to carry the learnings home. But can we really keep our mind in sattva all the time? Can we honestly say that our thoughts do not sway from dharma at all? No. Swami Tejomayananda ji gives the example of an elephant. He says we are like an elephant who goes for a bath in the river, scrubs himself clean, then comes out and sprinkles himself with dust again. Soon after the satsang is over, we immerse ourselves back in the world. We are behaving like that elephant. And Swamiji humorously calls it going to the Ganges every year to take a dip and then coming out and being ready to commit more sins, which we will wash away during our next trip to Haridwar. And so this vicious cycle continues. But Shukdev Maharaj suggests a way out. He says that the one and only way to get out of this mindset, that one good action, namely the dip in Ganges, will take away all the effects of my past sins. To get out of this mindset is to start by getting rid of body identification. Stop thinking of yourself as this body only. For this, one has to inculcate all those qualities which are mentioned in chapters 12 and 16 of Bhagavad Gita. right? But that's a long process, and who knows if we will be able to accomplish this loss of body consciousness in this janma, and who knows what the next janma will be. If we are uh, we just heard the story of Bharata. We could be born as a deer. Will we have the memory of what we did in our last janma? And will we be able to continue with this sadhana then? So Shukadev ji suggests a much simpler way. He says, just take refuge in the Lord, surrender to Him, and say, Tera bhana tu hi jane. Meaning, your creation, only you know its expanse. I'm leaving myself in your hands. Now I am your responsibility, and therefore you have to take care of me. And how do we do this? How do we tell the Lord that I'm your responsibility? I'm completely, I've surrendered myself to you? By simply taking His name. This one spiritual practice is the key to success. This canto refers to the story of Ajamila, to hammer in this point. And there are two very interesting meanings of the name Ajamila. So first meaning is Aja, which is Maya, and Mila means who has met Maya or mingled with Maya. So one who is affected by Maya is Ajamila. The next meaning is Aja, which is unborn, which refers to the Lord, of course. And Amila means who has not merged with the Lord. So someone who has not merged with the Lord is also a Jamila. And the story of Ajamila will show us how true he was to both the meanings of his name. Ajamila was a learned Brahmin who one day saw a merchant cavorting with a prostitute. That turned his head so much that he could not concentrate on his duties. So he started visiting the prostitute every day. Soon she became his life and he started living with her. He gave up his family, his vocation, his property, everything for this woman. And in the course of time, they were blessed with a child. Now, since Ajamila had been ostracized from his community for his acts, his child's naming ceremony was not performed. By chance, a saint was passing by his house one day and he saw the mother and child there. He asked the mother, "What is your child's name?" And the mother said that the child has not yet been named. So would you be kind enough to suggest one name for him? The saint, in all his wisdom, understood the situation and out of compassion suggested the name of Narayana, thinking that this couple will at least take the Lord's name when they call their child. And that's exactly what happened. Jamila became so attached to his son that he used to call his name often, thereby inadvertently taking the Lord's name multiple times during the day. It became such a habit for him. As time passed, Jamila grew old, and on his deathbed, when he saw Lord Yama's agents come to him, as was his nature, out of fear, he called out his son's name. He called out Narayana and passed away. But before the Yamadutas could take him away, Lord Narayana's messengers appeared and they started guarding Ajamila, preventing the Yamadutas from taking Ajamila away to Yamaloka. Now the Yamadutas were confused. They were only doing their duty. They asked the Lord's messengers, "Why are you preventing us from doing our duty? This person has committed sins during his lifetime, and now he has to reap the results of his karmas. Since he did not practice his dharma properly for most of his life, he now has to come with us to Yamaloka." And Lord Vishnu's messengers said that what you're speaking about dharma and karma is true, because that's what is written in the Vedas also. But it's the Lord who gave the Vedas. Therefore, we have to agree that the Lord is greater than the Vedas. And Lord's dharma says that irrespective of how one has lived one's life, if he takes the Lord's name even once at the time of death, he does not reap the results of any of his other karmas. He goes to Lord's loka. That is the significance of taking the name of the Lord with one's last breath. And Ajamila said Narayana with his last breath. So you Yamadutas cannot take him. He has to come with us to Narayan's loka. The Yamadutas had to leave and Ajamila came back to life. He had heard and understood this entire dialogue between the Yamadutas and the Lord's Dutas. He realized that if uttering the name just once while dying could make so much difference, what could his life be if he did so every day? Chant Lord's name. So he left everything and dedicated himself to chanting the name of the Lord. and eventually attained liberation. Meanwhile, the Yamadutas went to Yamaraj and asked him, told him the entire story, and then asked him, what is this? They questioned him that you are the Lord of Dharma. How can someone be greater than you? And Yama had to explain to them that he only has jurisdiction over people whose mind never remembers the Lord, or on those people whose head never bows down even once before the Lord. He is helpless in front of those who have chanted Lord's name, even if it is once, and in front of those who are his devotees and have surrendered themselves completely to him. Yama cannot do anything to them. Such is the compassion of the Lord that he has left a precious gate open to all of us, his name, and that is his special grace or his anugraha on us. Because if the world had run on the simple debit and credit balance of sins and punishments, then no one would have been able to get salvation, because no one could have lived in this world and have a zero balance of sins. Now add multiple janmas and the accrued karmas of all these janmas, and this equation becomes so hard to comprehend. The only way out from this chakravyuha of samsara and karmas is the chanting of the Lord's name. Now one might question that chanting of Lord's name is such an easy thing to do. How can something so complex as transcending the samsara have such a simple solution? So Swami Tejomayananda ji likens it to that small, sweet, white homeopathic pill. He says the pill, though, is very small, but if taken regularly, it can cure big ailments. Same is the mahima of taking Bhagavan ka naam. Even though Devas insisted that Ajamila called his son Narayana and not the Lord Narayana, he nevertheless uttered the Lord's name. And Lord said, even if he did not know, so what? I know, this is my name, so I have to respond to Ajamila. And what I know is what truly matters, right? To me at least. We who live in Kali Yuga might think that people who came in the yugas before us have done such tough tapas to achieve liberation. How can it be so easy for us? And the simple truth is that it is truly so easy. Goswamiji Tulsidas ji reiterates in Ramcharitmanas, he says, Kali Yuga keval naam adhara, sumiri sumiri nar utare hi para. That just chanting the Lord's name will be enough in Kali Yuga to transcend this ocean called samsara. The only requirement is that we do so with faith in our hearts. If we place our faith in the Lord and our Guru who is guiding us, he will manifest. Since by chanting his name, we are calling him. The power of his name is like that of a grenade, which looks small but is capable of large explosions. The key of this grenade, that small pin, which will make this grenade explode, is our faith. Then the explosion that is caused by this grenade is capable of destroying all our sins. Lord's name is all pervading, and when a devotee puts his faith in his name, it makes even the Lord to his devotee. And the Rama Setu is a good example of this. We've heard that only those stones that had Ramanama would float on water. All the others just sank. And Tejomayananda ji says that this world has two aspects, name and form. And the importance of name is greater because name is what brings form to mind. The Lord's name is what led to Ajamila's salvation, and that is the central theme of this canto. I'll end with a story about the glory of Nama as it is mentioned in this canto. A man died and the Yamaraja's account keepers found that though he had lived a very sinful life, he had uttered Ramanama once in his lifetime. So they went and asked Yamaraja, what should we do? How do we ensure that he gets the benefit of uttering Ramanama at least once? And Yamaraja did not know. So he suggested, let's go to Lord Brahma and ask him. So they all went to Lord Brahma, but Lord Brahma said, even I don't know. Let's go to Lord Shiva. So they all proceeded to see Lord Shiva. Lord Shiva also did not have a satisfactory answer. So they proceeded towards Lord Rama's abode, since it was his name that this fellow had taken. In all this hither-thither, the man got so frustrated and he said that you people are making me run around and I'm so tired now. I can't walk anymore. I'm just sitting here. So the lords, they called a palki. They made him sit on it. They carried the palki on their shoulders and they started walking towards Lord Rama's abode. When Lord Rama saw this palki which is carrying this man, and the palanquin bearers are Lord Yama, Shiva, and Brahma, he thought this must be a really great man who's come to my home. So he went rushing out to meet him. As the matter was related to him, and he was asked, "What do you think should be the reward for uttering your name once in a lifetime?" Lord Rama started laughing. He said, "What could be a greater reward for uttering my name, even once, than being carried in a palki by Lord Shiva, Brahma, and Yama?" That, in essence, is the Mahima of Lord's Nama. Jai Shri Krishna.
Jai Shri Krishna. Considering oneself to be the body is the mark of an asura. Selfishly, considering one's happiness as most important without caring about another is another mark. A classic example that signifies this statement is the story of Hiranyakashipu. Let's hear about this asura from Pranjali ji from Dubai.
Jai Sri Krishna, Charan spurs to all Devis and Mahatmas present in today's session. Wonderful to have company of all Devis and Mahatmas. So today in Hiranyakashipu's story, the demon king Hiranyakashipu is harboring this deep desire of attaining immortality.
Jai Shri Krishna Mahatma. Your video is horizontal. Can you make the video vertical the other way? Can you change the phone setting?
Just a second.
Sure.
I think it is stuck.
Yes, perfect, Ji. You can continue, Ji.
Yeah. So this demon king Hiranyakashipu has this deep desire of attaining immortality, so that he could conquer the all three lokas and rule the three lokas for forever, for eternity. Now, with this selfish, malicious desire, he goes to Mandara mountains and starts undertaking very severe kind of austerities. And due to this austerities, severe penance he is undertaking, uh, a deep, scorching beam of light starts emanating from demon's head, which starts affecting and causing disturbance to all the three lokas. The rivers and ocean starts agitating. The earth starts trembling and shattering. The planets and the stars, they start falling away from their orbits, and it is total utter chaos. It is happening due to austerity of this asura. Here we can very well notice how a selfish motive of an individual, how immense damage it can cause to the entire universe. We can also notice over here the difference between the characteristics of a Daitya and a sage or a Muni. Like the Daityas, all they are trying to attain is, all their focus is on achieving and enjoying the materialistic pleasures at the cost of maybe sorrows and pain caused to others. Whereas at the same time, the sages or the gods, they have these characteristics. They are more focused on the well-being of others, the mankind, and well-being of all humanity. Now, even today, if we see in today's real world, we can see certain examples of these Hiranyakashipus in this world, who, because of their desire to keep the supreme power, they are trying to destroy the societies, the nations, and causing utmost chaos across the world. Now, going ahead, the demigods and gods are aggrieved, and they go to they take refuge of Lord Brahma and ask him to stop this chaos. Now, Lord Brahma approaches Hiranyakashipu, and he says, I am obliged to offer you a boon because you have taken as a return of the severe austerity that you have undertaken. So immediately, Hiranyakashipu asked for immortality. But Lord Brahma, he says, this is beyond my capacity. I am just a creator. So what you are asking is beyond my capacity. Now, just like in a game, if we see, if in a fair player will always try to win a game through merits of his strengths and skill and overcome the opponent. Whereas any wicked player, if we see, they will try to manipulate and change the rules of the game to favor their strengths and winning positions. So just like that, Hiranyakashipu here also, he then asked Lord Brahma for granting a boon wherein he gets immunity from death in certain conditions, like he should not be killed inside a house or outside. He cannot be killed on the ground or in the air. He cannot be killed during daytime or night. He cannot be killed by any hands or any weapons, or he cannot be killed by any human being or animals or any of the creations ever created by Lord Brahma ever, or he cannot be killed by any gods or demigods as well. So with this kind of conditions, he asked for immunity from death to Lord Brahma, and Lord Brahma grants him the boon, and he says, so be it. And with this is how Hiranyakashipu attains almost near immortality, and he becomes invincible. So with this, I will stop. Jai Shri Krishna.
Sometimes the universe tests you the most when you're close to a new chapter. Our Bhakta Prahlad was in one such situation where his bhakti towards the Lord was about to get tested. Let's listen to this story that highlights on the highest devotion to Lord from Sujit ji from Dubai.
Jai Shri Krishna. So, chapter 7.4, it talks about Prahlad. And Prahlad is son of Hiranyakashipu, and Hiranyakashipu had 4 sons. And Prahlad was different among them. And Prahlad was the most wisest, kindest, and most beautiful child. So when Prahlad was young and very young, he has not even taken any formal Gurukula or education from anyone. It came as an inborn quality to him. Like he had this, we can call that as the values, the social values or the spiritual values what Prahlad was carrying with him. So if you look at some of those values, so he always respected the wise people, the Brahmins, and he always spoke truth. And he always had full control on his senses, the Jitendriya, that's why he called Jitendriya. So desire as well as senses, he always had full control on that. Prahlada treated his friends like his own brothers. He's never treated them as any competitor as we see in current days. Similarly, he treated the guru, his teachers, as the god and not as a normal human beings or normal human beings, you can say. And then he always treated the elders, or he was always ready to serve the elders as a servant to them. So though he born in a very rich family, and his father was so powerful and wealthy and king of all these 3 lokas, but he never took any pride out of that, and he never had any ego within himself. And he born in this Ashura clan, but he never had any qualities of Asuras. He always, on the contrary, he always had great love toward the God. As a childhood itself, he preferred chanting the name of Lord as Sri Hari, Govinda, Narayana, Narayana, instead of going and playing outside. So slowly, when he has grown up a bit and he has been sent to Gurukul, which was run by Sanda and Amarka, the son of Shukracharya. And then he spent some time there and he came back home. And his father, with a great love, he took him on his lap and asked him that, what is the good thing you have learned? So this is the first lesson what he was giving to his father and telling him that I see the people are so much involved in the family and so much involved into the materialistic things. And that's how they're getting so much worried and the sadness in their life. I think it's better that everybody leave that and take surrender under Sri Hari and take refuge under Sri Hari. So by hearing this, Hiranyakashipu was got so angry, but at the same time, since he was a small child, he gave that benefit of doubt, that thinking that maybe something wrong teaching is happening in the Gurukula. So he called his the gurus, the Sanda Amarka, and warned them that you should take care that there's no wrong teachings are happening in your Gurukula. What my son is telling, that should not be taught. So then that's how he is sent back to Gurukula again, and then he spent again some time there. And then he came back home, and this his father again took him on lap, and like any other father, with great love, he asked him that, what is the best things you have learned? So the Prahlada has given, this is the second lesson what he was giving to his father, that the best things I have learned in my life so far is the 9 ways of doing bhakti. That's called 9-fold of bhaktis or Navavida bhakti. And he explained that to his father, that we should listen to the glories of the God. We should sing about him. We should remember him. We should serve his lotus feet, worship him, praying him, and being his servant or being his friend, and then ultimately surrender to him completely. Then this made Hiranyakashipu more angry or very furious to him, because he never thought anyone above him. He never believed in God. He thought he himself is a God and the people should pray and to him only. So that has caused a lot of atrocities of Hiranyakashipu to Prahlad. But at the same time, Prahlada never shown the same way of behavior, or he had never reciprocated the same way that as his father was doing to him. He always stayed calm and respectful toward his father. So what we learn from Prahlada's story or the Prahlada's life, that true strength, it does not come from the physical wealth or the power or the wealth you are carrying. It really comes from the kindness, humility, and the love toward the God. Even if others do not understand, but if you stay true to your faith and the values, the what is right, and you perform doing what is right, that will bring peace and happiness to you. No matter the situation, the devotions and the good values, that will always protect us, and it will give us ultimate joy and ultimately the liberations. Jai Shri Krishna.
Trusting Krishna won't make the mountain smaller, but it will make the climbing easier. So Japle Hari ka naam amanva, Japle Hari ka naam. Let's hear it from our Bal Mukta Prahlad from India.
जपले हरि का नाम मनवा, जपले हरि का नाम, जप से होंगे पूर्ण देखो तेरे सारे काम। जपले हरि का नाम मनवा, जपले हरि का नाम, जप से पाए ध्रुव जी पदवी, अभय पाए प्रहलाद। जब बिन भरी सभा में द्रौपदी हो जाती बर्बाद। जपले हरि का नाम मनवा, जपले हरि का नाम, जप से पाए मुक्ति गजेंद्र, जप बिन मिटे शिशुपाल। हनुमान से गल मिल रघुवर, जप का देखो कमाल। जप ले हरि का नाम मनवा जप ले हरि का नाम। कृष्ण प्रेम से जप ले राधे जप ले श्यामा श्याम। हरिदास पाए है बिहारी मीरा पाए परंधाम। जप ले हरि का नाम मनवा जप ले हरि का नाम। जप से होंगे पूर्ण देखो तेरे सारे काम। जप ले हरि का नाम मनवा जप ले हरि का नाम।
For the next episode, Bhakta Prahlada assures us that whenever you call out to him, he's standing right there, ever ready and waiting. Indebted by the love of his devotees for him, the Lord becomes their servant, revealing the sweetness of his relationship with them. His soul resides in the heart of his devotees. Let's listen to the episode of Bhakta Prahlada, the Asura children, and Lord's Narasimha Avatar from Venuji from India.
Jai Shri Krishna. What a beautiful narration all the way from the morning, immersing. And I'm so happy that our young Prahlad ji also finished with Radha's love for Krishna. So we are in a crucial space where we are building up to the avatar of Krishna soon. But before that, young Prahlada gives superb teachings to the children at their request, Asuric children at their request, and then prepares them for the arrival of Narasimha. Jai Narasimha, Jai Narasimha, Jai Jai Shri Narasimha, Jaya Prahlada, Jaya Prahlada, Jai Jai Shri Prahlada, Jai Jai Shri Narasimha, Jai Jai Shri Narasimha, Jai Jai Shri Prahlada. See, the Lord, when Jai Vijaya, when they gave the or when they showed their ego, and then they get cursed to be born, take 3 births is what they've been cursed, right? But the Lord comes running and says, it is my mistake that I did not know the arrival of the great rishis, and because of which my devotees who were standing at the doorstep got cursed. And he tells them, you have been cursed for 3 births, I will take 4 births. Why it is important? It's simply because the Lord and the Guru in their infinite mercy always come to our rescue. See, here it is Varaha Avatar, Narasimha Avatar, Rama Avatar, Krishna Avatar. So they take 4 avatara, whereas in the case of the Jai Vijaya, they take avatars Hiranyaksha, Hiranyakashipu together, and then Ravana and Kumbhakarna, and of course Shishubala and Dantavakra. So the Lord takes more blame for it. And similarly, when Hiranyakashipu's boon is taken and he's creating atrocities, again the Lord in his infinite mercy says, whenever a Bhagavata Apachara happens, I will be straight there to protect. And so he waited for that moment when, of course, Bhagavata Apachara happens. Now, in the case of Prahlada, despite him being put through so many difficulties, his faith is immense, isn't it? Rituji was mentioning about the faith when she ended. So when the elephant comes and he asks to trample Prahlada, it goes around him. Why? Because that elephant in Gajendra Moksha, which will come soon after this, had given a lotus to Guruvayurappa. So he remembers and then comes around. Similarly, every kind of difficulty, Prahlada is protected. Now, the crucial teachings of Prahlada for the Asuric children, it is for us. We are not Asuras, of course, but we are in samsara. So Prahlada says one thing very, very important. Shanardamapi vyartham naneyam. He says not even one shana you can waste. This is such a crucial time for us as sadhakas. Don't waste even single minute. And he gives a beautiful anecdote. He says in 100 years, human beings, what they do is 50 years they lose in sleeping, 20 years they lose in infancy and boyhood. In infancy in ignorance, in boyhood in play, and 20 years they have diseases and old age. So balance 10 years left in that also they chase the material desires. So when will they ever come to the Lord and surrender and do smarana? And then he also says the problem that he's explaining to Asuric children. He also talks about how his guru came and helped him, sage Narada. And then he says human beings are deeply in moha, but somebody who's clever will always strive for this while he is healthy. And he also finishes off saying the only recourse is through the lotus feet of Lord. Now the question will come as to how. All this is fine, Prahlada. They say, ask him, how can we do this? And in 7th canto, in 7th chapter, 30th verse, he beautifully explained, which is Guruji's favorite, because it comes later as well. Be devoted to the Guru, he says. Offer whatever you can at Lord's feet. Remain in the company of saints and sages. Satsanga, which we are doing today. Listen to the Leelas and Avatar Mahima. The faith grows. Love towards Lord grows. And through that, when you listen to, when you do Shravana like this, tears flow through your eyes, and there is no shame and doubt in the minds of such a devotee, and he is in complete bliss. Now, Parikshit also asked the same question to Shukamuni, asking, no, how can one perform such devotion? To which Shukamuni gives an answer as well. Ekanta Bhaktir Govinde. He says single-pointed devotion, like what Sriniji read about Prajnanam Brahma. Single-pointed devotion, which is what Param Guruji has given to us. How? By seeing Lord everywhere. And how do we do that? Then comes the beautiful part where Prahlada, apart from giving theory, gives a practical exposure to them. He says, I will now show you how you can easily through Nama Sankirtan. And he says, Narayana Hari, Narayana Hari, Narayana Hari, Nara. When Prahlada starts singing and he's in full swing, all the Asuric children have started joining him. That place converted itself into Vrindavana, and that place converted into Vaikuntha. And why? Because the Asuric children, even before Narasimha Avatar happened, started seeing the Lord in the form of Prahlada, which is what was given by Shukamuni as the way. And how did they see the Lord? In front of them, Prahlada, Parama Bhakta, was shown to them as Lord Narayana with Ratna Kiritam Vishala Lalatam Sundara Trimukam. The face is so beautiful. Vishnu himself has come in front of them, and Sugandha Kasturi Tilagam, Karuna Kataksham Koti Surya Prakasham Prasanna Vadanam Mandahasam Magara Kundalam Kamaniya Gatram Bhakshastalam Mahalakshmi Vasam Gambira Bhujam Vanamalam Vaijayanti Malam Tulasi Haram Kaustubam Shankam Chakram Gada Padmam Abhay Hastam Ratna Kanganam Ratna Kanchi Swarna Uddyanam Pattu Pitambaram Nupuram Padma Charanam Yogakshemam Gangavasam Gangavasam Moksha Karanam Sarva Sriniketanam Sarva Mangalam Om Namo Narayana Om Namo Narayana. The whole place is reverberating with the presence of the Lord. The teachers, Chanda and Amarka, come running, and they are looking at them while they also want to jump and dance with the Asuric children, Prahlada, but they are worried about their master Hiranyakashipu. They grab Prahlada and take him to Hiranyakashipu, where all the Asuric children are following him and chanting Lord Narayana's name. And Hiranyakashipu becomes very angry, and he's asking Prahlada, where is your Vishnu? Where is your Vishnu? And then to which Prahlada says, where is he? Not there, Appa. Beautiful, isn't it? He's asking, where is Vishnu? And he's saying, where is Vishnu? Not there. And Lord Narayana, before he takes avatar, is running around everywhere, because he says, I don't know where Prahlada will say. And when Hiranyakashipu really grabs Prahlada and says, Kasmat stambena drishyate, is he in this stamba? And then Prahlada says, Stambena drishyate, Appa. He is also in this stamba. He doesn't say he is only in this stamba. He says he's also in this stamba. And so he drags Prahlada to the pillar. Hiranyakashipu uses his mushti, his fist, and knocks and takes the gada and hits. Satyam vidatum nijabritya bhashitam vyaptim chabhuteshu akilecha atman adrushat budabhutam udvahan adrushat budabhuham udvahan stambe sabayam namrugam namanusham stambe stabayam namrugam namanusham simma muham. And big and mahapralayam and jyoti is emerging out, and there comes the Lord in beautiful form, from neck and below human form, terrifying Ugra Rupam, tongue coming out, red eyes, long nails, and Garjana breaking into the whole Akasha. Hiranyakashipu for a minute was worried and he was scared. He thought, okay, I'm going to get killed, but I will give a fight. And he starts fighting with Narasimha. Narasimha is smiling because Hiranyakashipu is trying to slip away from him. But finally, when that moment arrives, Lord Narasimha holds him like a snake is grabbed, throws him down at the entrance, neither inside nor outside, neither day nor night. All conditions given by Brahmaji has been met, held him on his thigh and tore him apart with his claws. And even then, Narasimha was searching for something. So Prahalada asked him, "Oh Lord, what are you searching for?" He's saying, even if he had a little bit of space for you, Prahalada, as a bhakta, I would have saved him. But then the samharam had to happen. All the devas were seeing, everyone is terrified. But the love for the Lord of Prahalada, see how the Lord is, even at this Ugra Rupam he takes, he loves his devotees so much. Everyone is terrified, and like Radharani did, here Mahalakshmi is requesting Prahalada, only you can pacify the Lord, please go near him. And then Prahalada goes near the Lord. You know what the Lord does first? The Lord first carries him, puts him on the lap, and he's keenly checking on Prahalada. Did Hiranyakashipu harm my child? Right? How our Param Pujya Guruji and Guruma always love us, isn't it? Their love is always inexplainable. They treat us as their children all the time, right? Like that, Prahalada is getting the love of the Lord. All the Brahma, the Devas, all the Lords are doing the stuti, and Prahalada also does the stuti. But the difference in the stuti of Prahalada is very clear. First, the Lord has kept his Padmakara Prasadam on the siras of Prahalada. Aho Bhagyam, Aho Bhagyam, Aho Bhagyam. Imagine sitting on the Lord's lap and his hand on his head, Prahalada, and with the Lord's tears, giving him bath. Compassion of the Lord and the Guru. Prahalada says, I'm not scared of your Ugra Rupam, O Lord, but I'm more scared about how will people cross samsara. The whole day we are spending in Bhagavata, Akhanda Bhagavatham. Why? Because we want to get rid of our delusion. We want to be without moha. We don't want to be in bondage. We want to be liberated, and we want to be with the Lord, like what Prahalada was. He's pleading, saying, "Oh Lord, like the intensity that people have on samsara, can they be extricated by just that intensity being turned towards you, O Lord? Please bless them, please bless them." The Lord is really pleased with the devotion of Prahalada. And he says, not only you, Prahalada, but for 21 generations, whoever follows your path of bhakti, what was explained nicely as Shravanam, Kirtanam, like all the stuti, various ways in which, if you can pray to him, if you can pray, if everybody prays to the Lord like Prahalada, the path said by you, they will all be liberated. But the great thing is, the Lord, while doing all of this, while giving him the boon, had already done Prahalada. The Parama Bhagavata Pattabhishekam was done. How did he do that? The Simhasanam, the Asanam of the Lord, the lap of the Lord was really the Narsingam, was the Simhasanam which was offered for the Pattabhishekam. And then the Kritam was the Padma Karam of the Lord when kept on Prahlada's. And then the Punya Tirtham from various rivers you get, right? That was nothing but the Lord's tears coming. And what was the kingdom? The Bhagavata Chakravarti was the crowning that was given by the Lord. And that is an inch, a drop in that devotion is what we are blessed today by the grace of our Guru Maharaj and Guru Mata to follow and be in this path, and let us be always in the shadow of Bhakta Prahlada, Bhakta Samrat Prahlada Maharaj. Jai Narasimha, Jai Narasimha, Jai Jai Shri Narasimha, Jai Prahlada, Jai Prahlada, Jai Jai Shri Prahlada, Jai Jai Shri Narasimha, Jai Jai Shri Narasimha, Jai Jai Shri Prahlada. Jai Shri Krishna. Back to you.
Wow, what a grace and mercy of Lord. Let's confirm our faith in His grace by listening to the bhajan. Itni Shakti Hame De Nadata by Jasmine ji from India.
Shri Krishna.
इतनी शक्ति हमें देना दाता, मन का विश्वास कमजोर होना। इतनी शक्ति हमें देना दाता, मन का विश्वास कमजोर होना। हम चले नेक रास्ते पे हमसे भूल कर भी कोई भूल होना। इतनी शक्ति हमें देना दाता, मन का विश्वास कमजोर होना।
One who is devoted to the Guru's lotus feet and relies solely on the Guru is soon to be freed from samsara, a great way to liberation for householders. Let's contemplate on the important teachings of our next chapter, 7.14. Over to Mahatma Madhuji from Singapore.
Jai Shri Krishna. We will now see the very relevant topic of duties of householders. And in this section, we will discuss 5 takeaways in 5 minutes. Number 1, doing duty as a worship. Sage Narada, while answering the question from Yudhishthira on what are the duties of householders, says Graham Sarvatmana Tyajam. At some point, household life must be renounced in every aspect. Now, probably seeing the look of horror in the face of people like me, Naradji immediately says, if that is not possible, then one should offer to the Lord every aspect of one's life as a householder. Now, how do I do that? The simple way, as scriptures say, is to see the Lord as everyone and in everyone. And then automatically all our duty to anyone and everyone around us automatically becomes a worship to the Lord. So the first takeaway is doing our duty as a worship to the Lord. Now, what about the obstacles we face towards doing our duty? And one of the biggest obstacles to doing our duty is desire. And here Naradji says, Asankalpa Jayet Kamam. The way to conquer desires, he says, is to nip it in the bud, go to the root, which is Sankalpa. And therefore, we should be vigilant when Sankalpas start forming in our mind. At that stage itself, we should reject them. We should stop them then and there. The minute I see an advertisement for the new iPhone, that is the time to nip it in the bud, not 10 days later when there is a strong desire to go and buy it. So the second takeaway, duty of a householder, is conquering desire by nipping it at the bud. Naradji goes on to say that when one, a householder, lives with minimal necessities in the world and drops everything else, one attains the supreme state of existence. Our scriptures point to excessive wealth as the root cause of disaster. To run after wealth, thinking that it will give us happiness, is the most calamitous thinking. It will take us to disaster. And hence, the third takeaway, which Param Pujya Guruji also often talks about, is to lead a simple life with the minimal necessities required. Now, Naradji goes on to talk about conquering fear, pride. And he says the best way to conquer fear is to know the oneness of the self. When it is the one same divinity in everybody and everyone, where is the question of fearing another? Dvitiyayam bhavaya bhavati. Only duality leads to fear, say the scriptures. And how to conquer pride? The best way to conquer pride, Naraji says, and Tejamananji comments on it, is by serving saints and sages. The more we do seva, the more we are able to conquer our pride. So the fourth takeaway is conquering fear, realizing the oneness of the self, and conquering pride through seva. The fifth and final takeaway in this portion of duties of householders is a very interesting takeaway. If you listen to all the four takeaways so far, somebody like me might think, oh, this is too difficult to practice. इतना सब कुछ करना है अध्यात्म मार्ग में. So Narad ji gives us a very simple solution. आजकल shortcut का जमाना है. So Narad ji says, to cultivate all the previous four, if you do the fifth, it is enough. And what is the fifth? He says, he who is endowed with devotion to the Guru, who has been graced with Guru Bhakti, easily develops all these noble qualities. So the easiest and simplest way to conquer all obstacles to the mind and cultivate all the previous four takeaways which were said is devotion to the Guru, Guru Bhakti, or Guru said so. So the 5 takeaways from this section: doing duty as a worship to the Lord, conquering desire by nipping it in the bud, leading a simple life, conquering fear through oneness of the self, and conquering pride through seva. And last but not the least, cultivating Guru Bhakti by following Guru said so. Jai Shri Krishna.
When you turn your worry into worship, Krishna will turn your battles into blessings. The episode of Gajendra Moksha highlights that God alone answers the prayers. Let's dwell into the profound story of Gajendra Moksha with Srikanji from Singapore.
Jai Shri Krishna, pranams, prostrations to Param Puja Guruji and Guru Mata. So we pick up in the Gajendra Moksham, beautiful episode of Gajendra Moksha, where during the period of Tamasa being the Manu, the Lord manifests as the avatar of Hari and grants moksha to Gajendra. Gajendra's life was at peril, and when he calls to the Lord for help, the Lord rushes to save him. And this episode is a beautiful, and as we will see through the episode today, it's a beautiful reminder as when we are faced with a problem and when we are faced with a crisis, reading Gajendra Moksha is a very powerful antidote, a powerful medicine that helps us resolve these issues and literally dissolves the problems in itself. So Parikshit ji actually asked Shukdev ji to tell this episode not in a summary form, but asked him to tell it in great detail. So the story background is in the Chitrakootachala mountain, where in the Milky Ocean, there used to be this amazing, beautiful, divine garden which had a lake. And Gajendra was the boss, the king of elephants, of the elephant family. His might and his strength was even feared by all the lions out there. And the protection, naturally, that some of the animals and creatures received from him, they were able to roam around fearlessly in the jungle. One day, while he was roaming in the jungle, and he was completely lost in merriment, and because of the arrogance that he had, because of his strength and his might, he started to uproot some of the trees there in amusement. And it was a hot summer where he decides to actually go and enjoy and have a bath. And he steps into this beautiful lake. As soon as he steps into the lake, the elephant is attacked by the crocodile. The elephant is a mammal whose strength is land. The crocodile is an amphibian whose strength is both on land and water. And the crocodile bites his leg and drags him underwater. And it is said in the story that this battle lasted for centuries. Gajendra had great confidence in his strength, in the strength that he had, and thought he could resolve this problem immediately. But unable to free himself, he calls out for rescue to his friends and companions and fails again. It is only at the last moment, when he has exhausted all his options, he rushes out to call to the Lord to save him. And his initial call was to rescue him from the crocodile. And then he thinks to himself as to why not he asks the Lord for salvation from samsara. And he calls out to the Lord for moksha. There is a beautiful bhajan that Surdasi has penned, where Gajendra actually invokes the Lord and says that I've exhausted all my resources, I've exhausted all my strategies, all my backup plans are all completely exhausted. What I've literally lost in life, and now I surrender at your holy feet. And he offers his salutations to the Lord. While he is offering his salutations to the Lord, he actually remembers his past life. And it goes back to the story of when he was Raja Indradhumna, and he was in meditation and prayer at the palace. When Rishi Agastya Muni comes to visit him at the palace, because he's lost in his prayer and meditation, he doesn't rise up to greet Agastya Muni, and Agastya Muni gets very angry and actually gives him a curse and says that he would become heavy and indolent like an elephant. And that's how he became Gajendra in his current life. So the scene shifts to what was the Lord doing at this point of time. The Lord was having his meal, and he hears the call of Gajendra for rescue. The Lord doesn't say, I'm going to finish my meal, hold on, let me have my meal. He immediately drops everything and in an instant rushes to Gajendra. Right? Garuda, the eagle, which is the Vahana to transport the Lord, was also ready. It stood ever ready to serve the Lord. There, a powerful reminder of what Param Puja Guruji tells us, Dasanu Dasa, to be the servant of the servant of the servant. And he realizes that even this cosmic speed at which Garuda was traveling was too slow to get to Gajendra. So he decides to teleport himself and comes right in front of Gajendra. And at that point of time, he releases his discus and the divine discus, and Thor's, the discus tears open the crocodile's mouth. The question is asked why did he liberate the crocodile at that point of time? And Tejamanandaji beautifully says, because it held the feet of the devotee. Right? And the story also goes back to what the crocodile was, which was a celestial Gandhara, and when the discus went through the crocodile, the Huhu resumes his celestial form again. So what are the lessons that we take from the Gajendra episode? Right? One is our condition is exactly like Gajendra's condition. We sometimes develop this mada, and as has been spoken throughout the morning, the pride that we have and the ego that we have about our abilities, the confidence in our abilities to solve the problems, and also the getting to near and dear ones to rescue us. This is certainly not going to work. And as Param Puja Guruji says, it is about making the Lord our 24/7 toll-free line. The second lesson that one can take away from this, and for me was very important, was this aspect of Gajendra entering into the lake, right? And the lake is visualized as that land of sense, the lake of sense pleasures, or Vishayi Sukha. And as Guruji says, when we indulge in Bhoga, what is going to be the consequence of it is just Roga alone. On the contrary, when we make the Lord our 24/7 toll-free line, we are able to connect to Him and constantly remain in yoga. Right? The other part is also Guruji's message of eternal vigilance. The crocodile of death is always waiting to catch us and sink its teeth into our feet. The eternal alertness that we need to have, because as Guruji says, once a while indulgence becomes all the time. So this is a beautiful reminder, and the Gajendra Moksham episode is not just about release from our ordinary list of purchase orders that we keep placing on the Lord every day, but that message of Guruji of how we need to have the Lord as the Kendra Bindu, the Guru as the Kendra Bindu in our journey. The Falastuti from the Gajendra Moksham, that anyone who rises early morning and reads the Gajendra Stuti, what does the Lord give? The Lord gives us amazing clarity, gives us the right thinking, that we are able to think of the Lord at the final moment. And at the time of death, the Lord gives the assurance that the devotee will always remember Him. And what more does one need? And this reinforces the message of what the Gita says, Name Bhakta Pranashyati, know for certain that my devotee will never perish. Jai Shri Krishna, Charan Spash for the opportunity. Pranams.
When Krishna extends his hands towards you, hold it tightly. Let's get immersed in the bhajan. Hey Govinda, Hey Gopala by Shrikantji from Singapore.
Hey Govinda, Hey Gopala, Hey Govinda, Hey Gopala, Hey Govinda. राखो चरण अब तो जीवन हारे, अब तो जीवन हारे। नीर पिवन हेत गयो सिंधु के किनारे, सिंधु बीच बसत ग्राह, सिंधु बीच बसत ग्राह, चरण धरे पछारे। चार प्रहर युद्ध भयो ले गयो मजेदारे, नाक पार डूबन लगे कृष्ण को पुकारे। द्वारका में शबद दयो शोर भयो द्वारे, द्वारका में शबद दयो शोर भयो द्वारे। शंख चक्र गदा पदुम, शंख चक्र गदा पदुम, गरुड़ नये सितारे। सूर कहे श्याम सुनो शरण है तिहारे, अब की बार पार करो नंद के दुलारे, अब की बार पार करो नंद के दुलारे। हे गोविंद है गोपाल है गोविंद राखो शरण अब तो जीवन खारे, अब तो जीवन खारे।
We are now going to hear from our Dubai Satsangis the next story about the fifth avatars of Lord Vishnu, the Vamana Avatar. Over to you, Madhuri ji.
Jai Sri Krishna. Charan Sparsh to each one of you Mahatmas. Moving on to the next Leela, in the next Manvantara, and an Adbhuta Avatar of the Lord is Vamana Avatar. In this Bhagavata Katha Rasamrita Jhari, cascade of Amrita, right from the morning, and then still, thirst hasn't quenched. And this Avatar of the Lord, Vamana, there are beautiful messages here too. And the name Vamana itself reveals, it tells it is beautiful, very beautiful, short-statured small boy. And yet he is that huge Trivikrama who has brought about the entire cosmos which is within him. And then here is Bhakta Vijaya, where Bhagavan did not hesitate to become very small in order to ensure that his devotee, Bali, had to be victorious. Though it looks as though Lord had played a treachery game and then asked for 3 footsteps and then conquered the entire world, and in fact even Bali, but it is Bhagavan who had humbled the pride of Bali. Is that so? Not even that. Lord had decided and declared that Bali was his own child, his own devotee, and he wanted a lot of good to be ushered on him. So he blessed him by making him give his Mamakara and Ahankara. A wonderful episode, Bali Chakravarti, which itself means sacrifice, and he's an epitome of Atma Nivedana, one of the Navavidha Bhaktis, who is a grandson of Prahlad Maharaj, who is an epitome of Smarana Bhakti, again, another one of the Navavidha Bhaktis. Great is the lineage, and Bali Chakravarti was a very benevolent king, mighty king, and the beautiful feature and beautiful characteristic of Bali, Raja Bali, was he was very devoted to his Guru. In fact, if somebody asks what is my strength, I should be able to say it is the blessings of our Param Puja Guruji. This here Bali Chakravarti stands out as an ideal bhakta and as an ideal seeker. because not only it was blessings on Raja Bali, but it was on all Daityas. On one of the occasions where Bali Chakravarti decided to do Vishwajit Yaga, and then definitely under Master Shukracharya's guidance, the news reached heavens, and then Indra was jittery as usual in spite of Amritapana. Amrita doesn't give this satisfaction that we are having it from the morning, Pibata, Bhagavata Rasam. This is Amrita Jhari. So he also sought the advice of his guru Brihaspati, and Brihaspati, being a very wise man, he had advised Indra that may you, along with all devatas, just leave heavens and then flee in disguise. And here the goodness of Indra is he did put his master's words into practice, and all devatas were rendered homeless, in fact, in disguise. Another advice which Brihaspati had given is when there is no power and when you are rendered homeless, more you should catch on to the Sharanagati principle. Do upasana of that Mahavishnu, he will be able to help. And they did that. Meanwhile, it is Kashyapa Prajapati, Aditi Mata, and Diti. Kashyapa Prajapati, who had two wives, Kashyapa itself is Pashyaka, that great man, that great rishi, who always saw Bhagavan all the time, Aparoksha Anubhava expert. And his two consorts were Diti, who had dual vision, and then whose progeny is Daityas, and they are now invincible, and Aditi, who had Samam Pashyati, equipoised vision, no partiality at all, Samam Pashyati Sarvatra, and her children were Adityas, and they are in trouble right now. She being a mother, she felt miserable at the status of Devatas, and she sought advice from Kashyapa Prajapati, who gave her the observance of Payovrata, which had to be taken up in Pushyamasa, Phalguna Masa, sorry. And then Aditi Mata did observe Payovrata. Whenever I read this, I just get reminded of Param Pujya Guruji. And as Sriniji was saying, here is our beloved master who always practiced and then only said, then only advised. So too Kashyapa Prajapati and Aditi Mata did Vrata with all Shraddha and Bhakti in order to please Sri Hari. Sri Hari did appear as Vrata was culminating with Shankha Chakra Gada, and here is glorious Aditi Mata, who forgot herself. She forgot about her pain, about the pain of her children, and she started drinking the beauty of the Lord with her eyes. Who says these sense organs are meant to do only one function. With eyes, she just drank the beauty of the Lord, and then Lord was immensely pleased with Aditi Mata's devotion. He said, Daityas I cannot punish right now. Devatas I cannot immediately support. Oh mother, I can mitigate your sorrow if you can give me a boon. Aditi Mata forgot to ask a boon, but here is Bhagavan. Compassionate Bhagavan, who knew the need of Aditi Mata, and he said, please be my mother for thrice. And so he became the son, youngest of Adityas, youngest of Indra, Indra's brother, so Upendra. Upendro Vamana Pramshuhu Amogha Suchirurjitaha, one of the shlokas of Vishnu Sahasranama, 17th verse, I guess, where he became brother of Indra, so Upendra. No, much more. He is Upari Indra, all his above devatas. And then, no, not even that, Upasamipya Indra. Indras and other devatas were busy in focusing and in doing upasana of this Paramapurusha, and he appeared there. Not only when Bhagavan appeared to Aditi Mata, it was also all the rishis, all the masters, all yogis, munis, they too had assembled to have darshan of Bhagavan. Bhagavan needed no green room, and then he immediately changed to a young, small, cute, very beautiful small boy, and he is Vamana. And as Vamana was born, all the rishis, they started gathering and collecting things to perform samskaras. And Shukadevaji has portrayed a beautiful scene here, that is Upanayana Samskara of Vamana Murti. So Vamana here is a beautiful boy. So when a Upanayana Samskara, when a thread ceremony is done, generally we do invoke Adhisthana Devatas or presiding deities of every mantra and every ritual and every object collected. But here is for Paramapurusha, all Devatas assembled, and they themselves bless. In fact, they themselves got blessings from Paramapurusha. It is Savita Devi or Surya Bhagavan's Shakti, or Surya Bhagavan himself gave Gayatri mantra, and Brihaspati Devaguru, he gave Brahma Sutras, and Kashyapa Prajapati, he gave Munja grass, and Mother Earth, she gave Krishnajana, deer skin, and then Chandra Bhagavan, he gave flagstaff, and Aditi Mata, she wrapped the boy with cloth, and then space, it began, she Dyaus Chatram, Jagatah Patehi. For that Jagatpati, space gave umbrella, and Brahma gave Kamandalam, which is Tapaphalam of Brahmaji with Kamandala Jala, and Saptarshis gave Kusha grass, and very importantly, Saraswati Mata, she came and gave Akshamala. In fact, when we see every murti or any picture of Bhagavan, we find this Japamala where they're giving a message to one and all that Japam is a significant tapas which we all need to perform. Again, it's a take-home point from Parampuja Guruji, where he says 13 times you need to do japa. And then Kubera, he gave vessel to collect alms, and it was Sakshat Ambika, Annapurna Mata, who gave first bhiksha to her brother Mahavishnu, who is now in the form of small boy. Bhiksham Bhagavati Sakshat Uma Ambika Sati. A very beautiful scene to visualize. Again, a great method of contemplating on Bhagavan given by our Parampuji Guruji. Now here was Vamana standing there, fully equipped with all the essentials of a true brahmachari. And then Vamana's spiritual energy and light were so resplendent that the sun's brilliance looked very pale in comparison. Shukadev Maharaj, now he is narrating all this to Parikshit Maharaj. So he's saying, Bhagavan knew that it was time for him to go and seek alms or to beg from Bali Chakravarti, who was performing. Yes.
Jai Shri Krishna Mata, we are over time.
Should I stop here, or will next Mahatma continue, or can I complete it?
You can just take few seconds to complete.
Yes, thank you, Mata. So here is place on the banks of river Narmada, where Bali Chakravarti was performing Vishwajit Yaga, and here goes Vamana Murti, and that was called as Bhrigakachapa and today's Baruch in Gujarat. So as he was entering into the Yagnashala, with that resplendence, everybody thought it was Sakshat Sanat Kumara, could be Sanat Kumara, or it could be Surya Bhagavan himself, who had come down to this occasion. But Yagnovai Vishnuhu, great arrangements which were made, and all rishis were collectively chanting Veda mantras, and here comes Mahavishnu in the form of Vamana Avatar. Bali, realizing that it was an aura which was moving, he ran to the place, but then very thoughtfully and very carefully, he did all upachara pujas, padyam, arghyam, achamaniyam. He sprinkled that pada jalam on his head and got sanctified, and he also sprinkled it on that Yagnashala. Everybody in the Yagnashala, they just got up helplessly, greeting the boy and then welcoming him, saying, please come, please come. And Vamana Murti, he entered Yagnashala, participating in every conversation, running conversation with everybody. And then Bali Chakravarti asked Vamana Murti, is there any way that I can help you? Swagatam te vatu kim karavami, what can I do for you? So, and then to Vamana Murti, Bali Chakravarti enlists, do you want list? Do you want palace? Do you want horses? Do you want elephants? Do you want wealth? Whatever you want, I can give and I will give. And in fact, anybody who comes to my doorstep will never go empty-handed. And now Vamana Murti runs conversation, and here is what we need to really pick up. And Bhagavatam is not just a textbook, it is a way of living. He praises the entire dynasty. He tells, you are the grandson of that great Prahlada, and in your lineage there are heroes, great warriors like Hiranyaksha and Hiranyakashipu. In fact, Mahavishnu, he became tiny particles of air and entered into the nostrils of Hiranyakashipu, and he hid there for a long time. And he always thought of the prowess of Hiranyaksha and Hiranyakashipu. I do know about your greatness, but I just need 3 pieces of land of your footsteps. That much is enough for me. Though Bali asked him in many ways.
Jai Shri
You are
Krishna,
not-
Mata.
I'll stop
We are
here.
5 minutes over this. Thank you,
Maybe
Mata.
Chitraji
Sorry to
can take
interrupt.
over from- No issues at all. Chitraji can take over from here. Thank you. Pranams.
Pranams. Just like Raja Bali, let us hold on to the holy feet of Lord. Sorry, going back, sorry. Generous King Bali, who became egoistic with time, was taught a lesson by Lord Vishnu. Let's see how Lord crushes Raja Bali's ego from Chitraji from Dubai.
Jai Shri Krishna. Ascharyavat is when we hear, when we see, when we touch base with this beautiful scripture, everything seems to be Ascharyavat. The little Vamana, by the time Mahabali gives the drop of water, grew in size. In a moment of time, the scene has completely changed. That little boy grew in size, which is immeasurable by one's intellect. The Guru's way of measuring one's ego is entirely different, ungraspable. We think we always calculate better. And Mahabali thought only 3 footsteps of this little boy. But look at the Lord's magnificent form. Mahabali looked everything physically, but Lord measured everything in a subtler way. And where to keep the 3rd step? He measured 1 feet with the Bhumi. The next in the Akasha. The 3rd step is waiting, the beautiful scene. At this moment, Mahabali's mind is still. His mind is completely still. He didn't know what to do. At this, Garuda ties Mahabali with the Varuna Pasha as per the instruction of the Lord. To that unmoving body, both by his mind and body, the Lord spoke, "Now tell me, Mahabali, where I can keep the 3rd step." Mahabali bends down and shows, "Lord, this is the space which you have not measured. Keep your divine feet on my head." When we go to the temple, they always keep that shadari, the footprint of the Lord on our head. That is the bhava that the Lord is removing our ego. But we take the shadari with the ego only, that I am this body. Similarly, when the Lord measured the bhumi, his footprints was on everybody. But Mahabali was thinking, giving the dhana to the Lord Narayana himself. So when the Lord measured everything, when he was made a pauper in a moment of time, what happened is he understood that he need to give the possessor of all that is there, taken away by the Lord. Vindhyavali, his wife says, "Now also, Mahabali, my head, my space, my surrender. Give up this my. Silently put your head under the feet of the Lord." What is there to speak when we do Sharanagati? Sharanagati. Bhakta Prahalada arrives there, tears in his eyes, not looking at the pitiable condition of Mahabali, but looking at the infinite mercy of the Lord, which the Lord promised 7 generations he will take care, and how the Lord has literally taken care of his great grandson, Mahabali. A Bhakta sees always things differently. When something very dear to us is going away from us, we do question the Lord. Why, Lord? Why you did this for me? But here Prahlad says, "Lord, good that you have taken everything, all the riches, name and fame from Mahabali. This only increase one's pride and leads to the downfall of a person. Lord, what a mercy, what a mercy. You took everything to merge your devotee into you." Bhagavan Ramana says to Arunachala, "Sீரை அழித்து நிர்வாணமாய் செய்து அருள் சீரை அழித்தருள் Arunachala." Lord, remove, destroy all the worldly things, but fill me with your kind grace. Aho Bhagyam, Aho Bhagyam. Mahalakshmi, Brahmaji did get this fortune of Lord's feet touching the head of the devotee. Blessed is Mahabali. One of the Alvas, when he reached Vaikuntha after many sadhana, and when he reached the lotus feet of Lord Narayana, he was telling, "Lord, to come and touch your feet. How much of sadhana I have done, how many obstacles I had to cross." When this Alvar was saying this, Mahalakshmi there, sitting there, with tears in her eyes, tells, "To bring you to this Vaikuntham, how my Lord has worked. That is the great love of the Lord, the great love of our Guru. 24/7, they think only about us, how to uplift us from this ocean of samsara, how to remove our ego. Crushing of ego of Mahabali. Why crushing? Because hard nut to crack. We give up everything, but this ahankar, I and mine, is very difficult to give. Our effort is very tiny. Bending our head once for all before the lotus feet of Paramapujya Guruji. The Sharanagati is done only once, not many times. Brahmaji now asked the Lord, why this punishment to Mahabali? Why you have tied him up? Bhagavan says to Brahmaji, who has tied whom? Lord, who is immeasurable, unthinkable, gets tied down easily by the rope of bhakti, by a bhakta paradina. Lord says to Mahabali, I will keep the third step on your head. Go to the Shrutala Loka, enjoy the bliss. Prahlad Maharaj will do satsang for you all the time. I, with my four-armed form, Shankha Chakra Gada Padma, will stand always outside as a security guard. The Trivikrama, the great Lord, see how he is standing as the security guard. In Bhagavan Ramana says, Enne nivatra yen maname, ennam yeduvo adu seivai. Kanna undan kadaladiyil kadal perukke taruvai. He says, Lord, do whatever you want to do with me. Take everything from me. But what I need, more and more love for you. I just want to be at your feet, praising you. That Nirvana Sharanagati of Bhagavan Ramana, who came from Tiruchuri to Tiruvannamalai as a pauper with no wealth and no ego. Ego is the space of I and mine. It is the possession as well as the possessor. Can I give this space to the Lord, to our Guru? When we have dhairyam, when we are Dhira Purusha, then only we can give our head in submission to the Guru. And that is the end of our story. Beautiful Vamana Avatar, one day avatar, not killing anyone, but crushing the ego of Mahabali and also all our ego. Lord asks Brahmaji, now tell me, who has tied whom? A bhakta ties Bhagavan with his Sharanagati. Destruction of one's ego is the greatest anugraham of the Guru. Painful, yet a beautiful marga to bliss. I was remembering four examples to remember. Namdev, story of Namdev, where Vishobha Kichar tells to keep his feet in the place where no linga is there. And Namdev says, here is the place where there is no linga, and keeping the lotus feet of the Guru, little bit of ahankar that was there was completely destroyed. The story of Kabir Dasa, where his Guru Ramananda Swamigal keeps his lotus feet and says Ram Ram and gives a Paduka Diksha to Kabir Das. The story of Sundarar in Periya Puranam, where Lord Shiva comes in the guise of a merchant and as if mistakenly keeping the feet on the head of Sundarar, destroys the samsara and gives him the great bhakti. The Kalinga Nardanam, which is going to come, where the Lord Kalinga gives his various heads to the Lord to keep. Lord, please keep it. This head has arrogance, this head has arrogance. And Lord destroys the arrogance of Kalinga. The Sapa Vimochanam of Akalika, where Lord's Rama's feet gives the Sapa Vimochanam to Akalika. Bharata's Paduka, Rama's Paduka, which gave him the bhakti. Let us keep our Guru's feet on our head and walk humbly this path of life. Let everything go, but let the Guru Paduka stand on the head. Shitala Charanam, Ovana Charanam, Manjula Charanam, Guru Charanam, Mridula Charanam, Anugraha Charanam, Jagat Guru Charanam, Sada Bhajami. Jai Shri Krishna.
Jai Shri Krishna. Just like Raja Bali, let us hold on to the holy feet of Lord and our Guru, which will purify and divinize our entire life. With this, let's listen to the bhajan, Char Din Ki Mehman, by Shloka ji and Daya ji from India and Singapore.
4 दिन का तू है मेहमान, काहे को करे अभिमान। 4 दिन का तू है मेहमान, काहे को करे अभिमान। भिक्षा
भिक्षा मांगने आया भगवान, भिक्षा मांगने आया भगवान। महाबली तू क्या देगा दान, अरे महाबली तू क्या देगा दान। जय श्री कृष्ण।
Rightly said, Dharma is what we accomplish with our power and effort. Sadharma is what the Lord accomplishes through us with his power. In our final chapter of this 8th canto, Lord manifests as a fish, the Matsya Avtara. Let's hear the story of Satyavrata and Lord in the form of Matsya Avtara from Dakshesh ji from Mumbai, India.
जय श्री कृष्णा। मत्स्य अवतार भगवान विष्णु के 10 प्रमुख अवतारों में ये पहला है। इस अवतार में भगवान विष्णु ने एक मछली का रूप धारण किया था ताकि प्रलय के दौरान वेदों की रक्षा कर सके और मनुष्यता को एक नई सृष्टि प्रदान कर सके। गॉड वांटेड टू मेक राजश्री सत्यवत a Manu in the next Manvantar, who was great ascetic, knowledgeable and very good man. God thought if he has to be made Manu, first we will have to make him worthy of it. Why he need to make him worthy of it? Because Raja Satyavat had all the qualities, but he had little pride that he is a king and he is a protector of everyone. God thought if this pride is destroyed, then he will become a very good person and he will be eligible for making Manu next Manvantar. So God himself take the responsibility of making him worthy. So देखो भगवान की कितनी कृपा है। अब देखेंगे भगवान ने किंग सत्यवत को उसका अभिमान कैसे तोड़ा। So one day at sunrise, after bathing in the river, King Satyavat took water in his hand to offer to Lord Sun. He saw a small fish in it. The fish said to Satyavat, "O king, big fish kill and eat small fish in this river. So please save my life." So King Satyavat shows some mercy and compassion and put the small fish in his kamandalu and brought him home. The next day he saw that it had grown. Seeing Satyavat, fish said, "The water in the kamandalu is not enough for me." Satyavat put it in the big pot. It again grew and became as big as the pot. So what is going around here? King Satyavat is thinking that I will protect this fish, and God is destroying his pride of being a protector. So now Satyavat put this fish in the lake. It grew bigger, and this much water is not sufficient to me. That is what he says to Satyavat. So Satyavat keep on putting in the bigger and bigger lake, and it outgrown all the lake. Then finally he decided to put it in the sea. But at this time, the fish started saying to King Satyavat, "The crocodiles and other fishes will kill me here in the sea. So you should not put me in the sea. So you have taken a responsibility of protecting me. So you should make arrangement for me." Satyavat started looking at the fish with a fascination. He greeted him and said, "O Matsyaraj, who are you? I don't think that कोई मछली दिन दुगनी और रात चौगनी बढ़ सकती है." उन्हें कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा था। वो सोचने लगे कि स्वयं भगवान ही मत्स्य रूप लेके मुझे मोहित तो नहीं कर रहे ना। See, earlier he thought that I am going to protect this fish. Now his pride is vanished. And वो कहने लगे कि आप मत्स्य नहीं हो सकते, जिसके कारण आपने मत्स्य रूप धारण किया है वो मुझे आप बताइए। इस पर भगवान विष्णु ने राजा सत्यव्रत को अपने परम अलौकिक मत्स्य अवतार के दर्शन दिए। भगवान ने राजा सत्यव्रत को बताया, मैं हयग्रीव नामक एक राक्षस का संहार करने के लिए मत्स्य अवतार लेके आया हूँ, जिसने धोखे से अधर्म से वेदों को ब्रह्मा से चुरा लिया है, जिसके कारण संसार में अज्ञानता और अधर्म का प्रचार हुआ है। सो भगवान बोले, देखो आज से 7वें दिन एक प्रलय होने वाला है, सब कुछ जल में विलीन हो जाएगा। ये प्रलय के समय और जब जल ही जल हो जाएगा तब एक नौका बहते हुए तुम्हारे पास आएगी, जिसमें सभी प्रकार के प्राणी और इन सभी प्रकार के पेड़ पौधों के बीजों तथा सर्व औषधि को लेके सप्तऋषि के साथ तुम उसमें बैठ जाना। आगे कहा, फिर मैं एक बड़े मत्स्य के रूप में वहां आऊंगा, तब मेरे सिंह में वासुकी नाग से इस नौका को बांध देना। प्रलय काल बीत जाने पर मैं तुम सबकी रक्षा करूंगा। इस कल्प की रात के दौरान तुम मुझे प्रश्न करना और मैं तुम्हें उपदेश दूंगा, जिससे तुम्हें परब्रह्म स्वरूप का अनुभव होगा। प्रलय के बाद दूसरे कल्प का प्रारंभ हो जाएगा, तब तब तुम मनु बन जाओगे। Everything is Lord's plan. He planned not only to remove King Satyavrat's ego, but also made plan on how and when to give him intuitive knowledge during the pralaya. We think that we are doing everything with our so-called limited intellect. Remember, whatever God wants to do, he will and can do by choosing a right person. We need to think, do you want to be that right person? Do you want to be that nimitta? So as per the God's word, on the seventh day, there was water everywhere. And King Satyavrat, after making the sages sit on the boat, he takes all animal and seeds of plant and tree and all the medicine with him. The Matsya Raj come there and Satyavrat tied the boat with his horn with the help of Vasuki's name. After that, Satyavrat questioned Lord Matsyaraj, and इस प्रलय के समुद्र में नौका को खींचते हुए मत्स्य रूपधारी भगवान उन्हें आत्म तत्व का उपदेश देते हैं। इस उपदेश को मत्स्य पुराण भी कहते हैं। जब प्रकोप शांत हुआ, the Lord recovers the Veda from Hebrew and handed over back to Brahma. In this way, the Lord, in form of Matsya, saved the Vedas and also उन्होंने जीवों का कल्याण किया। So takeaways from this is, भगवत गीता के अध्याय 4 में 8वें श्लोक में कहा गया है कि परित्राणाय साधु नाम विनाशाय च दुष्काम। भगवान साधुओं या भक्तों की रक्षा करने के लिए और दुष्टों या अभक्तों का विनाश करने के लिए प्रकट होते हैं, अलग अलग अवतार लेते हैं। दूसरा, भगवान निमित्ता खुद सिलेक्ट करते हैं। फिर अभिमान करने वाले हम कौन? If he takes one step, he will take 10 steps. We just have to walk towards him. As we saw, he selected Satyavrat to be a Manu for next Manvantara, and he destroyed his ego and made him one. In the same way, he also selected Arjun, and also by removing his ignorance through Bhagavad Gita, he prepared him for the war. See, King Satyavrat thought that he was the protector of his, but what he came to know, what is God, who is protector of this entire creation. This destroyed his pride, and in next Manvantara, he became Manu. Similarly, we feel that I am the I am the neutral and protector of my family and provider of my family. This is my ego, my pride, which is wrong, and I have to get rid of it. So this ego is a wall between us and the God. It need to be broken. A ego is root cause of kartutva bhav, likes, dislike, attachment, and desire. We need to completely remove our ego and get rid of this sadvari, which will happen only if we offer our head to Guru. जैसे बलि ने किया, सो हमारा सिर भगवान और गुरु जी के अंदर सरेंडर करना चाहिए। सर्वम श्री कृष्ण अर्पणस्तु। श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः। जय श्री कृष्ण।
Jai Shri Krishna. He holds flute to please his devotees. He also holds Sudarshan Chakra to protect his devotees. And this is evident in our next story of Raja Ambarisha. Let's listen to this enchanting story from our youth satsangi, Shashwatji from Netherlands.
Jai Shri Krishna. Canto 9 brings us the story of Raja Ambarisha, an exemplary king and a devout bhakta of the Lord. Raja Ambarisha was the king of the world, yet he would clean the temple himself. He would arrange for all the pujas of the Lord on his own without asking or relying on help from anybody else. He was truly a humble king. He observed the Ekadashi fast with great devotion. The Ekadashi fast, observed on the 11th day after a full moon or new moon by a lot of our fellow satsangis, aims at conquering the 11 instruments, the mind, the 5 organs of action, and the 5 organs of perception. It begins with one meal on the 10th day, followed by no meals on the 11th day, where the mind and the senses are resting in their respective centers and focus purely on the Lord. Then the fast is completed on the 12th day by partaking of a meal during an auspicious time. One such Dwadashi, Raja Ambarisha, after finishing his daily rituals, is about to break his fast. Just then, Rishi Durvasa comes to see him. Like custom, Raja Ambarisha welcomes the Rishi and offers him a bhiksha. The Rishi obliges. However, he tells Raja Ambarisha that he would first take a bath and then come and have his meal. And Rishi Durvasa then leaves for his bath. Raja Ambarisha waits patiently for Rishi Durvasa. However, as the auspicious time comes to an end, he is a little uncertain of what to do. There, Raja Ambarisha teaches us a lesson of humility. Unsure of what the right course of action is, he bows his head down to a learned Brahmin with him and asks him what he should do. Here, the Brahmin tells him that the best approach would be to take a sip of water to break his fast so that the fast is complete, and at the same time, wait until Rishi Durvasa is back, feed him, and then take a meal so that Rishi Durvasa doesn't feel insulted. Raja Ambarisha listens to the advice of the Brahmin and follows this. He takes a sip of water to break his fast and then waits for Rishi Durvasa. Eventually, Rishi Durvasa comes. He then finds out about what has just transpired and he is enraged. He tells Raja Ambarisha, "You invite me as a guest and insult me?" And then pulling a matted lock of his out, he creates a demon Kritya and curses Raja Ambarisha to die at that instant. While all this happens, Raja Ambarisha bows his head down with folded palms and displays no anger or discontent. Just as the demon Kritya comes towards Raja Ambarisha to strike him and bring him down, the Lord's discus, the divine discus, the Sudarshana Chakra, comes in an instant. The Sudarshana Chakra burns down the demon Kritya in an instant and then sets its sight on Rishi Durvasa. Rishi Durvasa has no idea what to do. He runs here, he runs there. The chakra is continuously following him. He runs to Lord Shiva, who can do nothing about it. He then runs to Lord Brahma, who can do nothing about it. Panting and tired and fatigued, Rishi Durvasa then reaches the abode of Lord Vishnu. He falls on the feet of Lord Vishnu and begs for mercy. He asks the Lord to help him. Here, the Lord teaches us the special relationship between a bhakta and him. The Lord tells, "Oh Rishi Durvasa, you're here to seek my help, but unfortunately, I cannot help you. I am at the behest of my devotees. I am at the service of my devotees. This chakra is now under the control of Raja Ambarisha. I have no jurisdiction over it. You have to ask for forgiveness from Raja Ambarisha. Only he can make the Sudarshan chakra retreat." He then gives a stern warning, not only to Rishi Durvasa, but to all of us. He says, anybody who has any malice towards a devotee of the Lord or causes any harm to a devotee of the Lord will not be spared. Then Rishi Durvasa runs and runs and runs and finally, after an entire year, reaches Raja Ambarisha. He falls down at the feet of the king and is embarrassed and apologizes. Raja Ambarisha, the humble great king, is actually himself embarrassed that such a learned sage is at his feet. He consoles the rishi, asks him not to fall at his feet, and then turns towards the chakra and offers his prayers. He tells the chakra, "If I have never had any wrong feeling towards the rishi, please retreat." And bowing down to the chakra, he prays again and again to the Lord Sudarshan Chakra. The Sudarshan Chakra then finally retreats, and Rishi Durvasa can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Now, in the entire year that these events had happened, Raja Ambarisha was greatly disturbed. He was sad that a rishi had come to his doorstep and went hungry. So he had decided that he would only eat after feeding Rishi Durvasa. So the entire year, Raja Ambarisha did not take a meal. He then fell at the feet of Rishi Durvasa, welcomed him again, offered him a bhiksha, and fed him. Only after Rishi Durvasa's hunger was satiated and he requested the king to eat, did the king finally partake of a meal. And then Rishi Durvasa sings the praises of this great king Raja Ambarisha, who is an exemplary devotee. So what can we learn from the story of Raja Ambarisha? The first thing is the humility. We have heard time and time again how there should be no ego if we want Bhagwan in our lives. So we learn from Raja Ambarisha, whether it be him sweeping the temple, whether him taking responsibility for pujas without commanding the others, that humility is something we have to inculcate in us. We also understand the importance of the Ekadashi fast, about how the 11 instruments need to be conquered for success. The biggest takeaway, however, is the Lord's promise to Raja Ambarisha and to all his bhaktas, and the conversation that he has with Rishi Durvasa. It connects beautifully to the Lord's words in the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 9, verse 22, where he says, "The devotees who think of me to the exclusion of all and worship me, to those ever united with me, I bring full security and personally attend to their needs." Here, Raja Ambarisha was totally devoted to the Lord. Not for a moment did he take matters into his own hands, show a sense of anger. No, he left everything to the Lord. And the Lord fulfilled his promise by protecting Raja Ambarisha, bringing him full security and personally attending to his needs. So let us use Raja Ambarisha's story as a motivation for us and practice what we keep hearing in satsang, Bhagwan se Bhagwan ko mango. That way, we will have the Lord in our heart and us always at his feet. And through that, we will always be in communion with the Lord and we will always be under the protection of the Lord. So let us use this opportunity to open our hearts to the Lord and let us stay in his lotus feet so that he can protect us from whatever there is. So let's use the story to practice the saying, Bhagwan se Bhagwan ko hi mango. Jai Shri Krishna.
Wow, what a story. So after a tale of Ambarisha, it is time to revel into a glory of Purushottama Rama. Lord Sri Rama is all about love, care, strength, faith, honesty, truth, kindness, and simplicity. Let's hear more about Purushottama Rama from Saurabhji from Delhi, India.
Jai Shri Krishna, Jai Shri Ram. On the Rama Avatar, Swami Tejomayanandji starts with saying that of all avatars, the avatar of the Lord as Ram is the most distinct and beautiful, which means that we all can become devotees of Rama. But if we want to become devotees of Krishna, or we want to be a devotee of Shiva, still it is said that we need to first become devotees of Ram. Why is it so? The simple reason is that Shiva revels in Brahman and Krishna is walking, talking Brahman. Now, how do you relate to Brahman? People who, like us, who are completely in the world. So, to revel in Brahman or to understand what is a walking, talking Brahman, what is first required is purity of mind. And that purity of mind comes when we understand the Rama Avatar and understand the character and the dharma that he has lived and practiced. So actually there is no difference between Ram and Krishna. People can think that, Krishna is basically different from Ram. They are just giving us different aspects to do. What Ram is teaching us in his avatar is how to live Manav Dharma, how to live the values that we have to do in our life. Krishna came as Ishvara Dharma. He practiced Ishvara Dharma straight. Whatever he could do, we can never do. So we only revel in the glories and the leelas of Krishna. But Ram has actually told us what we need to do as in human form so that we can ultimately get our salvation. So Ram is an embodiment of the 16 qualities and he tells us what Manav Dharma is. It is said that the world was divided into 9 zones by King Priyavrat, and in the zone of Kim Purusha is where Ram was worshipped. And who did his worship with ceaseless devotion? None other than the greatest Bhakta, Lord Hanuman. So it is mentioned in the 5th skand of the Bhagavatam that while singing his glories, Hanuman said that I bow to that supremely glorious Lord who has the virtues of noble persons completely manifested in him, who lives them to the fullest and lives them with firm resolve. That is the character of Ram. Now, when it comes to what do we do, how do we emulate the character of Ram, monkey minds will tell me first to think about what he did to Vali or how he left his pregnant wife. But Tejomayananji says that we need to look at the character of Ram in totality. There are certain aspects that we don't understand, and we will talk about it a little later. But what we learn and what we try to practice from Ram's avatar is how in the Balakand he followed what is called the Putra Dharma. How he led the life of a student in Guru Vasishtha's ashram. How with Vishwamitra Rishi, he went and fulfilled King Janak's yajna only after he was commanded to do so by his Guru. How after that, when Lord Parashuram lost his school, Ram Chandraji behaved completely with humility, and he showed us how living humbly means. A person who was crowned king one day and banished from the kingdom the other day maintained complete equipoise. He said nothing about his father. He said nothing about Kekai, his mother. He only extolled them and also told people, do not say anything against them. I am just following Putra Dharma. That is the glory of Ram. When he was advising Bharat, he said, never once will you say any bad word about your own mother Kekai or what she has done. And you have to treat all your mothers as one. And when he came back, the first thing that King Bharat told him was that I have kept all my mothers content. That is the kind of equipoise that he had in his Ram avatar. Talking about his Bhratri avatar, when the Nagapash was used to injure and make Lakshman murchit or unconscious, he was all in tears, and he said that had he known that this banishment would, at the asking of his mother through his father, would have led to his brother being lost, he would have disobeyed his father and not come for Vanvas. So the dharma was about how he had unconditional love for Lakshman. Talking about his Sakha dharma with Vibhishan, he always had a Sakha dharma, and after that, once the battle was won, he made Vibhishan the Lankesh. With Sugriv, he fulfilled the promise of killing Vali. And while killing Vali, he fulfilled and upheld the powers of Lord Indra by taking it upon himself that he shot Vali from behind. Then when you talk about Sita getting abducted, he was discharging Pati Dharma. It is said that sage Vasishtha asked him that in Adhyatma Ramayana as to why he is crying when he knows all this is an illusion. He said that I have been given the hand of my wife Sita by her father, and it is my duty to protect her. How can I not cry if she has gone? And with a full set of monkeys and everyone, he went to rescue his wife and get him back. At the same time, when he came back, the Praja doubted Sita, and he followed Praja Dharma by giving up that consort of his who he had fought and brought back, just so that he was doing his dharma to his subjects. He followed Shatru Dharma also when he actually looked at Ravan, and on the first day when Ravan was extremely tired, He said, go and take rest and we will fight the next day. And then when Ravan was felled, there was no enmity that he had, and he gave him the dignity that was required, even if Ravan was his enemy and had abducted his wife. When it comes to the monkeys, he considered them as his own, and he says, Kapi se urin ham nahi, I can never repay the loan of the monkeys. That is what he had said. And Hanuman extols this as saying that each of these lakshans of Ramachandraji is something that enthralls and entrances us. That is the glory of Ram. Sri Hanuman, in his salutations, refers to Hanuman saying that he is the person who has made his mind his disciple. What was the difference between Ram and Ravan? The only thing was that the mind was not under Ravan's control. What Ram Avatar is teaching us is how to make our mind our disciple, how to ensure that we are forgiving and compassionate to others' mistakes, and do not forgive ourselves all the time for our mistakes. That is what we learn from him. Sri Ramchandraji, Hanumanji says, is as a salutation says that I salute to him who worships those who worship him. And when I read this, I could not but refer to our own Param Puja Guruji Shantarama. If I look at the examples that we have heard, where in the satsang, he used to take the wet towels used by the satsangis and put it on his forehead and say that, this is how he would treat the bhaktas who came to his abode. When he went to Pandharpur, what he got back was the Padadhuli of the Varkaris. When we do his Pada Puja, he actually says and he visualizes that he is doing our Pada Puja. Where can we get more perfect examples of how our Guru is practicing these virtues that we are talking about of Lord Rama? So this is something that we really need to think about. What our Guru tells us is to follow these virtues by making the other person will, by being bhrittasya, 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 paricharaka, bhrittasya, 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 being servant of the servant of the servant of 7 times separated of the bhakta. That is what our Guru is also telling us to do. Now after that, Swami Tejomanand is talking a lot, and he dwells on and explains certain actions of Rama, which is purportedly debated and criticized. By whom? By pseudo-intellectuals. What do? If they are given a blank wall, the only thing they will search for are black marks. And that is what he's trying to explain. I don't think we should care too much about doubting Thomases, because if Satiji could have been in doubt, what do I say about the doubting Thomases who think what Ramchandraji did was wrong? He says about Vali's killing that Vali had a boon from Indra that he would have killed, he would have 50% of the power of the enemy would be transferred to him if he were in a war with that enemy. And Ramchandraji could have finished him because he was Poorna. There could be nothing taken away from him. But he had to uphold the boon that Indra had given, and which is why he shot the arrow from behind. Not for any other reason, but to uphold the boon and the power and the respect that Indra's boon deserved. When it comes to leaving Sita, the moot question that we need to ask is, the same Ramchandraji, he is known as Siyavara Ramachandra. His identity comes with Sita coming before his own name, went to war, got his wife back. Do you think he was very merry in leaving her? He went through a lot of pain, and that pain has been described on how he used to cry because of what he had done. The lesson that he gave to his praja was not that you should leave your wife if someone says something. The lesson that we have to take from there is that we should not speak ill of anyone. And if we have not taken that lesson, then we have not understood the character of Ram. For his praja, he did what the praja said, but to teach them a lesson. And it is so unfortunate that all the people of Ayodhya did not stop Sita from going away. And that is why we are saying that the message was for the people of Ayodhya and not so much his own action against his own wife. Sita, it is said, had twice as many qualities as Rama, and as a result, there could be nothing that could be wrong with her. However, when Vashishta ji, when Valmiki ji actually when the Ramayana was being written it is mentioned as Ramayana, but in the heart of hearts we know that Ramayana is more about Sitayan. The dharma that Sita followed is what is the most important. The salutations to the Lord can be unending, and as Hanumanji says, he is the touchstone of goodness. He is the measuring rod with which the goodness of character of a person can be measured. He is a person who reveres the Brahmins as God, and he is the greatest of all men and kings. Why did the Rama Avatar happen? Did the Rama Avatar happen to kill Ravan? Big no. The Ram Avatar was not required to kill Ravan. With one blink of the eye, the Lord could have finished Ravan. The Ram Avatar was taken so that we can learn from that character how to live our lives, how to do our Purusharth. That was the objective with which the Ram Avatar was taken. And lastly, I will just take a minute. Lastly, he renounced Lakshman also when he had promised to Yamraj that no one will enter into a meeting which Yamraj wanted to have with him. And Lakshman ji had to come because Durvasa Rishi had come at that time to meet Ram, and he did not want Durvasa Rishi enraged. And he renounced, he killed, he shot an arrow at Lakshman because of that reason. So he has always taught us how dharma or duty needs to be followed. Guruji has told us in the first chapter of the Gita itself, Moha Rex duty. And duty, how to live duty, is something that Rama Avatar tells us. All glories, Siyavar Ramchandra ki Jai, and all glories to Param Puja Guruji, Charan Sparsh.
रघुकुल रीत सदा चली आई, प्राण जाए पर वचन न जाए. Jai Siya Ram. We bow down to Maryada Purushottam Rama and offer this soulful bhajan at his feet. Over to you, Lakshmi ji.
जगमग हुई अयोध्या नगरी, मन मंदिर श्री राम विराजे. आज घड़ी अब धूमधाम की, धूमधाम से हो निर्माण. राम राम हर घर में गूंजा, धूम रहा है जहां. जगमग हुई अयोध्या नगरी, प्रगट हुए श्री राम. घर घर में गूंजे जय श्री राम, तन मन बोलेगा जय श्री राम. दशरथ के नंदन जय श्री राम, लौटाए रघुवंशी जय श्री राम. जगमग हुआ भारत जय श्री राम, जन जन में खुशियाँ जय श्री राम.
Coming up next is episode of Lord Parshurama, the sixth avatara of Lord Vishnu. Lord Parshurama teaches us that all those who have determination and focus in life never get defeated. Let's know more about this avatara of Lord from Sudha Sridharji from Chennai.
Jai Shri Krishna, ladies and Mahatmas. Let's now move on to the beautiful story of the Parashurama avatar of Lord Vishnu. Picture a serene ashram where the great sage Jamadagni lived with his wife Renuka Devi and their sons. Their youngest son Parshurama wasn't just any child, he was Lord Vishnu himself, born as a warrior sage. Imagine him, incredibly beautiful, handsome, yet with such fierce eyes that even his loving glance could make people tremble. One fateful day, Renuka Devi made a mistake and her husband got very upset with her. Jamadagni's command thundered through the ashram, "Kill your mother, cut off her head." The elder brothers stood paralyzed with horror. Then Jamadagni ordered their death too, saying they were being disobedient. The youngest son, Parshurama, stepped forward, axe gleaming, and killed his mother and brothers. We may wonder, why did he do it? He did it because he saw beyond the surface. He knew clearly his father's divine authority and spiritual powers. Without hesitation, he fulfilled the terrible command. But here comes a very beautiful part. When his father offered him a boon for being so obedient, Parshurama revealed his tender heart. He said, "Father, please bring them all back to life. Please revive them as if they have just woken up from their sleep with no memory of what had happened. For how could they ever look at me with love again if they remembered what I did to them?" But the real storm was yet to come. The mighty king, Sahasrarjuna, drunk with power and pride and arrogance, once visited Jamadagni's ashram. The sage had a magical wish-fulfilling cow that provided a feast for the entire army. Can you guess what happened? The greedy king demanded that cow, the Kamadhenu. When refused, he stole it by force. What was Parashurama's response, one may wonder? He went straight to Sahasrarjuna's place, the palace, and killed him with one stroke of his mighty axe. But then the king's vengeful sons, they crept into the ashram and killed Jamadagni while he was deep in meditation in his own ashram, and while Parashuramaji he had gone outside. When Parashuramaji returned and saw what had happened, something awakened in him, a terrible divine wrath. He went around the earth 21 times, killing all the Kshatriyas on his path. His axe became death itself to corrupt kings. Yet, this is very crucial. Let's know that he kept nothing for himself. Every kingdom, every treasure, he gave away to charity. His mission wasn't conquest. It was cleansing the pride, cleansing the arrogance of the Kshatriyas who ruled at that time. Finally, when Lord Rama appeared, Parshurama saw true nobility restored to the warrior class. He retired to Mount Mahendrachala, but his story wasn't over. As we all know, he lived through the Mahabharata war, even teaching the legendary Karna the art of divine weapons. They say Parshurama still lives as an immortal sage, watching over us and our world. He is Chiranjeevi. His fierce form reminds us that sometimes divine love must wear a terrifying mask to restore dharma. And his ultimate victory wasn't in destroying evil kings, but in making way for righteousness to flourish once again. Remember, just as Parshuramaji used his axe to restore dharma, we too must act decisively and always with a divine purpose, never for personal gain. That is the timeless lesson of the warrior sage who made the earth tremble. Have you ever wondered why some people make us nervous just by looking at us? Our Shastra tells us that when Parshuramaji looked at someone lovingly, they felt like death was approaching. Imagine being on the receiving end of his angry glance. But there's something profound here for our daily lives. Just as Parshuramaji's mere presence commanded respect, our own conduct should inspire noble qualities in others. When we walk in a meeting tomorrow, let's ask ourselves, is my presence elevating the atmosphere around or lowering it? Picture this beautiful contrast. Parshuramaji, described as extremely handsome, carrying his famous axe. The Lord, the Supreme Lord, chose this form to teach us that outer beauty must be matched with the inner strength. Next time we get ready in front of a mirror, remember, it's not just about how we look, but about the divine qualities we cultivate within. How many of us have ever felt our pride was hurt? Look at what pride did to Sahasrarjuna, a mighty king who had everything, yet couldn't resist coveting a rishi's cow. Sometimes we lose our peace of mind over a parking spot. At least we are not asking for magical cows. Now, notice how Parshuramaji gave away all the kingdoms he won. In our lives, when we achieve success, a promotion, a new house, a recognition, do we become more humble or more proud? The moment of receiving is the moment for giving. Let's always remember that. Now, there's something so touching about Parshuramaji stopping his mission upon seeing Sri Rama. Finally, he said, someone truly good has come. Can you feel the bhakti here? The fierce warrior recognizing the divine qualities in another, in our own lives. Can we celebrate goodness when we see it in others? Let's close our eyes for a moment. Imagine Parshuramaji living on the Mahendrachala mountain, still present, still watching over our world. A Chiranjeevi, eternal living master. When we face a difficult situation tomorrow, remember, we have the blessings of this mighty Avatara who balanced fierce duty with tender love. And before we leave today, decide on one small thing that we can give up. Maybe a grudge, a bit of pride, or an unnecessary desire. This is a personal offering to the spirit of Parshuramaji. And remember, if Parshuramaji could go around the world 21 times to remove adharma, surely we can do our little bit, by at least going around once or few times around our home, our community, spreading love and positivity. Sometimes people may wonder, how could the Lord manifest himself as Sri Rama as well as Sri Parshuramaji at the same time? Well, he's the Lord. He can take countless avatars all at once and at different places. We satsangis know that. Guruji has told us time and again through chapters 6, 10, 11 of the Bhagavad Gita, don't we? From Parshurama's life and legends, there are several profound lessons worth reflecting upon. Righteous anger has its place, but must be tempered with wisdom. Guruji has given us an amazing simple Gita where he says, the police inspector general avoids bringing a rape case against his son. Is he doing his dharma? Teacher gives good grades to her daughter who has not done well. Is she doing her dharma? Mother, the fond one, fails to discipline her little daughter when she misbehaves. Executive, who refuses to sack his friend who actually proves to be a liability to his company. Is he doing his dharma? These are nothing but examples of misplaced compassion. A soldier, Guruji says, he is in the war front. He has to fight the war. There's no place for compassion there. This is the lesson we learn from Parshuramaji's avatar. Another lesson that we learn is renunciation and power can coexist. As both a warrior and a sage, Parshuramaji shows that one can possess great power while maintaining spiritual equanimity, a spiritual focus. He exemplifies how to use power as a tool for dharma rather than personal gain. The cycle of violence can also be broken through wisdom. Eventually, Parshurama retired from his warrior duties to become a teacher and a sage, showing how wisdom can transform vengeful energy into constructive purpose. These lessons remain relevant today in understanding power, justice, education, and the balance between action and restraint. Let's take a few moments to absorb these divine teachings in silence. Hari Om Shri Krishna Arpanamastu. Jai Shri Krishna. All glories to Param Pujya Guruji. Jai Shri Krishna.
Next, let's immerse ourselves in Bhakti Rasa with the next bhajan by our youth satsangi, Vashishtha ji.
जगन्नाथ तुम्हें परम ब्रह्मा, जगन्नाथ तुम्हें परम ब्रह्मा, जुगे जुगे सत्य सनातन, जुगे जुगे सत्य सनातन, भगवत सारा तुम्हें परमन, पुराण प्रसिद्ध सर्वोत्तम, तुम्हें राम तुम्हें श्यामा तुम्हें नारायण, तुम्हें गीता तुम्हें परायण, जगन्नाथ तुम्हें परम ब्रह्मा, जुगे जुगे सत्य सनातन.
Coming up next is the story of Yayati from Radha Shankar ji and contemplate on the takeaways.
Jai Shri Krishna, Devis Mahatmas, Charan Spashta Param Pujya Guruji and Guru Ma. Millions of men and women walked through this earth, but very few left their footprints in the sands of time by the noble life and action. So, Sukha Brahma, while explaining great peoples and great avatars to Parikshit Maharaj, he now brings up the life of the great Yayati in the Srimad Bhagavatam. And life of Yayati is so beautiful, where Yayati marries to Devyani, the daughter of the great Asura, Guru Sukracharya. So what happens this, right? Before the marriage, Devyani and Sarmishta, they were friends, they were playmates. Right? Sarmishta is the daughter of Asura king, and Devyani is the daughter of Asura Guru. But then because of an incident, Sarmishta, she becomes very angry, and because of her anger and arrogance, he was disrespectful to a daughter of a Brahmin. Viveki ko another mat karna. Param Pujya Guruji all the time says, Viveki ko another mat karna. And because of that, Sarmishta insulting Devyani, she has to become a servant maid of Devyani. And because of this particular incident, she was so arrogant and so angry and insulted Devyani. Devyani becomes so sad and angry. She goes and complains to Shukracharya. Shukracharya, he advises Devyani. He says, any insult, what happens to, anyone in this world, it is because of the name and fame, whatever comes to us, it is because of our own prarabdha. He gives that message, but then still he could not able to see his daughter weeping. So he goes straight to Vrishaparva, the Asura, and he says, I need justice for my daughter, Devyani, and my daughter's wish needs to be fulfilled. If not, I'm going to leave this place. So Sukracharya gives an ultimatum to the demon king, Vrishaparva. So Vrishaparva, he takes a stance. So for him, either a guru leaving his kingdom or daughter to be punished. So he thinks and he says, what? For me, the most important thing is my guru needs to be there with me, because if I am left without my guru, I will lose everything. See, that is the stance he takes. And so he says, okay, Shukracharya, whatever your daughter says will prevail. I don't mind whatever happens to my daughter. So then Devyani comes up and she says, what? Now I want the princess, Vrishaparva's daughter, Sarmishta, along with thousands of maidens, will be my mates when I'm getting married. And that is like unthinkable. But still, Vrishaparva does that one, agrees to that proposal. And then Devyani gets married to Ayati. And now Ayati is having a great time with Devyani. And at the time of their marriage, Shukracharya tells Ayati, by the way, Ayati, don't mess up, with my daughter, and don't engage with anyone else. But then Ayati, he now also having an affair with Sarmishta. And now Devyani complains about that to Shukracharya. Shukracharya now curses Ayati for old age. Now what is Ayati doing? Ayati now spent a lot of time with Devyani, but now become an old man. He is now asking Shukracharya, by the way, oh great Asura Guru, now help me. I want to come back to my engage. I want to engage in sensual pleasures. And then Shukracharya says, you can't do anything. I can't do anything. Only thing is you can exchange your old age. So Ayati now goes shamelessly asking to his children, to his son, can you please exchange my, old age with your youth? Like, how can somebody do that? See, this is the power of, the sense objects. And he goes to the children. The elder one says, you know what, I can't do that. But then the youngest of them, Puru, he says, oh father, I will take it. Like, this is like asking, like, our children, can you, like we ask our children, can you please get water from one room to other room? They will say, you know what, not the Satsangist children, but generally they'll say, no, I can't do. I'm watching some, playing some game. But then this boy, young boy, Puru, he is now accepting his father's demand. He says, no problem. You want my youth? Take it. I will take your old age. And that is like, and before that, he gives a message. He says, whoever obediently follows the words of the teacher and the father, they just get everything in the material world and also in the heaven. See, if someone obediently obeys to the father or the teacher, they get everything. That's the the message of Guru. And there also they say, in terms of who is the son, who is best, or a son or a disciple, the best one is one who who knows what the Guru wants and completely surrenders and does. He is the highest. And medium is the one who does after instruction. Third one who does after repeated instruction. And fourth one is like, who does not follow. He is like the stool and urine. Now Yayati got that old engage, and then he enjoyed. And he enjoyed for thousands of years. And then now he comes to an understanding. And this is an understanding. This is what the Bhagavatam says, and Yayati says. He says so beautifully. He says, Tataham kripana shubruhu bhavatya prema yantriyaha atmanam nabijanami mohitasya tava mayaya. He says, exactly like a he-goat, kripanaha. I have been like a miser. Miser, because I'm attached to the body. I have not got totally stuck in the maya, moha, he says. And then and then he says, Natu na jatu kama kamanam. One may na jatu kama kamanam upabhogena samyati havishya krishna vatmeva. Like how the desires I have enjoyed for thousands of years, and yet I'm still not fully satisfied. And it is like adding ghee to quench the fire. Is it possible? No. Like when I'm adding ghee, it is only increasing. And then he says, the power of Maya is very strong. The sense enjoyment, even for the one who is highly advanced in the spiritual path, is very difficult to conquer. It's very difficult, even for someone who has got, who is very highly advanced. And the reason, the Bhagavad Gita says, right? Vishaya vinivartante niraharasya denaha rasavarjyam rasoptasyam. The rasavarjyam is still there. Rasavarjyam is still there. But that can go only by parandrashtua. How that parandrashtua is possible? Meaning, by having the bliss of the Supreme. That is possible only by the grace of the Guru. And that's where, the Ayati says, I've spent 1 full 1,000 years enjoying sense gratification, yet my desire is to enjoy such pleasure increases every day. And then he says that this is like this. Even in the old age, the taste, the teeth is gone, but the taste is still there. So now this is the, and ultimately after realizing this, Yayati now he gives up the sense pleasures and then goes to forest. But what is so great about Yayati now? We have to talk about Shuka Brahma is talking that, explaining about to Parikshit Maharaj. He enjoyed all the sense pleasures for almost 1,000 years, and then he retired back. He realized his mistake, and then he goes out to do penance. What is the big deal about it? The big deal about it is that he has realized in that very birth. For me, what happened is that we have come back billions of birth again and again and again, and still, the desires are not completely gone. The unfulfilled desires are there, and that is the reason why again and again, the longing for the material enjoyment. I just want to go to so many places. I want to visit for holiday so many places, and like old people, for example, they come from India, for example, UK, and then this happened for one old person, a father of a person. He came to UK, and then they went out for a trip to Paris. He went on a roller coaster ride in Disneyland, old man, and died when he really won a roller coaster ride in Disneyland. 70 years. And this is the desire is still not gone and created so much of problem. And this is the same thing for me. And I want to go and visit so many places, so many different cities. The Bhagavatam says, scripture says, in the Amazing Simple Gita, Param Pujya Guruji writes that we have taken so many billions and billions of birth. It's not that, I want to see different places. I've taken birth in so many cities. I have lived in those cities. So there's no fun in going and visiting that city because I have already lived my entire Janma. So having this is the state. The taste for enjoyment continues. And that's the reason why Ayati finally says, trying to fulfill a desire, it is like pouring ghee, and this is no good. But then how can we completely come out of it? There's only one way, we can come out of it. And that is possible only by the Bhaja Govindam, Adi Shankaracharya says, right? Guru Charanambuja Nirbara Bhaktaha, one who is the devotee, of the Guru, only that person can come out from the samsara by disciplining the senses and control mind. Because if not, it is just so difficult, because the Maya is so powerful. Mama Maya Duratyaya, it's so difficult to control the Maya, to win over the Maya, unless and until one completely surrenders at the feet of the Guru. Without the
Jai Shri
satsanga.
Krishna Mahatma. Sorry to interrupt you, but we need to wrap up in just 10 more seconds.
Absolutely. And thank you, Charan Sparsh. And only by being in the satsanga and following and being at the feet of the Guru, one can control the mind, and with one who has controlled the mind can win over the Maya. Charan Sparsh.
After a great learning from Yayati's story, let's listen to a beautiful bhajan by Saveri ji.
गोपाल गोकुल वल्लभी प्रिय गोपगोसुत वल्लभं गोपाल गोकुल वल्लभी प्रिय गोपगोसुत वल्लभं चरणारविन्दम् अहं भजे भजनीय सुरमुनिदुर्लभं गोपाल गोकुल वल्लभी प्रिय गोपगोसुत वल्लभम् घनश्याम काम अनेक च विलोकाभिराम घन श्याम काम अनेक चवि लोकाभिराम मनोहरम किंजल कवसन किशोर मूरति भूरि गुण करुणाकरं गोपाल गोकुल वल्लभी प्रिय गोप गोसुत वल्लभम्.
It's time to dwell into the heart of Bhagavatam, Canto 10, full of Krishna Leelas. Let's listen to a short summary of chapters 10.2 to 10.5 from Anshulji. Anshulji, yeah.
Jai Shri Krishna. Jai Shri Krishna.
Jai Shri Krishna. Jai Shri Krishna. Anshulji, just pause for a second. Just pause for a second. So, Charan Spash to all Devis and Mahatmas, this is Giri. We've been on call now close to 7 hours. We've completed up to Skanda 9. We've all been in Ekanta, I hope, Ekanta or company of saints, whatever we want. Company of saints, right? The Lord is immensely pleased. Lord is listening. Is anybody on the call tired? 7 hours done. 7 more hours to go, right? They say that the Bhagavata is the crest jewel. We started this morning by saying among the Mahapuranas, the Bhagavata is special because it is Mukti Grantha. Right? Among the Bhagavata, the 10th canto is the crest jewel of the Bhagavata. Right? The 10th canto that we are just starting. Why is it? We're just going to welcome Adbhut Balak, Sri Krishna. Bhagavata, we said this morning, was Krishna in a book form. We're going to welcome that Krishna. Let's enjoy the rest of the remaining 7 hours, maybe, or maybe a little more. But now it is time for Adbhut Balak. We are already waiting for Adbhut Balak, and we're going to welcome him. Over to you, Anshulji. Thank you. Jai Shri Krishna.
Jai Shri Krishna. Yes, the Adbhut Balak is, yes, really Adbhut. And I try to portray the background, that Adbhut Balak, with that naughty eyes of that Balak. So we start with the Canto 10 and second chapter, the Lord's assurance to Mother Earth. So how the Mother Earth was troubled and restless due to the cruelties and brutalities of Kamsa and all the other asuras and Kamsa's companions. So she was like tremendously burdened and by all the sinful actions and was quite worried. But never mind, as she had to move on, she went to Brahmaji and sought some help to her problems. She was ready to bear the weight of the earth, the mountains, and all other things. But she was very worried about these sinful actions by the asuras, and she went to Brahmaji. So Brahmaji then helped, of course, Mother Earth, and he, along with Lord Shiva and other devas, went to Lord Narayana. And how they started is like they sang the Purusha Suktam in the praise of the Lord Narayana. And ultimately, Lord Narayana blessed all of them and told them, yes, do not worry. That is what Brahmaji transferred to Mother Earth. What the Lord said was, do not worry. I am aware of this problem. So the Lord was already aware of all these problems, and he declared, very soon I'll be coming in the avatar on the earth and relieve her of all the problems. This is how then the planning started, and all the devas and devis also, but they were so excited and they prepared to serve the Lord on the earth by taking birth in advance as Gopas and Gopis, all the Gopavalas and all of them. So this reminds for the Mother, the solution of the Lord. This reminds of the ASG verse 4.7 and 4.8. Yada yada hi dharmasya kalani bharvate bharata abhyudhanam adharmasya tadatmanam srajamyaham paritranaya sadhunam vinashaya cha duskritam dharma samsthaparnathaya sambhavami yuge yuge.
So how the Lord comes and blesses all the people of the earth and supports the good and ends the evil. So while the Lord was coming and was planning to do, then the Lord Shesha was also instructed to come, and he had a complaint. Like in the previous birth, he said, Lord, I came as Lakshmana and I was your younger brother and I had so many troubles. So this time I will come as your elder brother. So the Lord said, so be it. Same happened with Sita ji also, the Lakshmi ji. She also complained that, yes, last time I went in the Rama Avatar as Sita. So I had to face so many hardships and troubles in my life. So this time I don't want to face all this. And the Lord said, so be it. And then Balarama and Rukmani came. And see the Lord's Leela and the play. Even though Balarama and Rukmani ji came, but the leader overall was the Lord himself, the Lord Narayana himself in this Krishna Avatar. And he led it. So be it in the Rama Avatar or Krishna Avatar, the Lord had always been the leader and guided all his people and all the devotees on this earth. So Rukmani did not face any hardships and she was silent. And Balarama, though elder, but followed always Lord Krishna. So we also need to understand that we need to follow our inner voice. That is that Paramatma and not that particular body which we sometimes get attached to. Swami Tejavananda ji beautifully compares, say, Rama Avatar and Krishna Avatar also in this chapter. Say, as in the Treta Yuga, Ramji came and he was very calm and composed, whereas Krishna ji was like opposite of that, like playful, mischievous, and did a lot of things, and of course spiritual teachings as well. Ramji wanted to offer worship to the cows. He also wanted to serve, but he could not. So Krishna ji took that in his purview and he served the cows in the Vrindavana. Then Ramji also found a butter, but never asked too much for the butter, whereas Krishna ji mischievously again, in a playful mood, stole the gopis' butter as well. Moving on to the next chapter, 10.3, the wedding of Vasudeva and Devaki. So this was like a wonderful story, and again, the Lord's Leela playing so nicely that the newlywed couple, Vasudeva and Devaki, were carried on by the chariot driven by Kamsa himself, who was the cousin brother of Devaki ji. And during the journey, there was an Akashwani to which Kamsa heard. And what the Akashwani said was, your death is inevitable at the hands of the 8th child of Devaki. So that was that Akashwani that blew. And that shows like it was a forewarning what the Kamsa, that yes, this can happen, this is going to happen. So it was a chance, and we need to understand that we are mere puppets in that in the Lord's Maya, that play what he is. Unhone jo rachaya hai hum sab ke liye. And after hearing Akashwani, there was an instant reaction from the Kamsa. Sense of fear took, and he immediately took out his sword and rushed to kill his sister Devaki. He forgot all the ties that, yes, she is younger, or his sister, or just married, everything forgotten. So here we learn, like, from a wicked person like Kamsa, so the goodness came in just a flash and again runs away. Like the example beautifully given here is like that lightning stroke. That lightning stroke comes in a flash suddenly and it goes away. But in that flash, that moment is what causes the unforgettable destruction, that long-lasting destruction that destroys so many things or damages so many things. So we need to be really careful in the working while that instant reaction. Next is 10.4. Vasudeva ji makes a promise. So Vasudeva ji, the husband of Devaki, and he was a very emotionally strong, courageous, righteous, noble, protective, and intelligent, of course, wise. He was like really noble. And he was able to persuade Kamsa not to kill Devaki. How he did it, like he tried several ways. So first he tried to an explanation of the knowledge. He tried to explain Kamsa about the Lord's Maya and its place. He reminded him that one who is born is surely going to die. So why you want to kill? Very quickly, Vasudevaji could notice that this knowledge explanation is not working. Then he went on to the second option. He used some sentiment and offered logic that Devaki is just like a weak child and a very younger sister who has just been married. Why Kamsa wants to kill? So that he tried to ignite that love in Kamsa, but still that Kamsa could not work. Then out of his, again, intelligence, Vasudevaji did not give up and continued the third way. He promised to offer all his sons to Kamsa until the eighth child was born. So this was like Vasudevaji's greatness. With a strong heart, he did this promise. And he was known already everywhere that, yes, he will keep his words. And Kamsa was fully aware of it. And this third point made him agree on that. And he did not kill Devaki on that spot. So Kamsa, signifying that violence, that angriness, that fickleness, and that wickedness. Whereas nobility, intelligence are significance of Vasudevaji, and his loyalty and steadfastness to the truth. Say once Vasudevaji promised, everyone knew he would definitely keep his promise. And the same thing followed, like the Vasudevaji and Devakiji's. The first son was born, and with a heavy and strong heart, he took his first child to Kamsa. Somehow, again, the magic of Lord, love lit in Kamsa, and he expressed his feelings to return the first child back to Vasudevaji. Since Kamsa remembered the Akashvani that the killer was the eighth child and not the first child. Lastly, moving on to the chapter 10.5, the killing of Devaki's 6 sons. So yes, Kamsaji, then after this love-lit episode of Naradji came. So Naradji singing Narayana, Narayana came, and he instigated Kamsa, and he taught him on what could happen if he did not kill the first child. He drew straight 8 lines on the floor and asked Kamsa to count which one is the first or which one is the 8th. That play of right to left or left to right, that confused or jiggled the minds of Kamsa. In another way, he also drew a circle and drew 8 lines within that circle, asked Kamsa which is the first one or which is the 8th one. So Kamsa knew it and he agreed. He was like, yes, totally instigated, and suddenly so much fear instigated at him, which finally led to killing of all the 6 sons of Devaki and Vasudeva. And before this killing, they were all jailed immediately upon Narada's discussion with Kamsa, and they were like once in jail, then Kamsa, immediately the child was born and Kamsa would come and kill all the 6 sons. So Naradji also supported Akashvani here and reminded Kamsa of his strength. So indirectly what he did was he instilled the fear in Kamsa. And 7th son of Devaki and Vasudevaji was the Lord Shesha himself. And through the Lord's Yogamaya, he was transferred in the form of Rohiniji before the Kamsa could kill him. So here, how was Naradaji's role? So he was like, he did not act as a villain here, but what he did was he became a catalyst or a change agent here, and he instilled a fear in the Lord, in the Kamsa's mind, and he started thinking of the Lord always, Kamsa, in each and every action, while sitting in the court, while entering the palace, in the gardens, enjoying sense pleasures or anything. Finally, he was killed by the Lord himself. So while Krishna ji was coming, that Adbhut Balak, that he was about to take birth. So a very beautiful paragraph written by Swami Tejavananda ji is about the brilliant light and the glow. So the Lord's first manifested a brilliant light within Vasudeva ji's mind, and then entered Devaki as immeasurable luminous energy. Devaki's bright glow made Kamsa more and more fearful, because Kamsa could realize or he could sense something more, which he had not seen in the before 7 births of the Devaki. So in this 8th birth, that glow was coming. And then the key takeaways from these chapters, 4 chapters, are, I believe, like a treat to share with all of you. And say, first is the surrender to the Lord. As the Mother Earth did her surrender, she was facing some problem and she surrendered to the Brahmaji and asked respite from her problems. And so she was blessed by the Lord himself. And then the second one, while in the chariot, after hearing the Akashvani, we need to remember that we should not react, but act. Let's take a moment in some distasteful situations, whenever they occur in our day-to-day lives, and take some moment and think and then act. That would really help us so that we can avoid such instant reactions of bringing out the sword and trying to kill our sister. That is how we can improve on ourselves. And then third is be calm in some, difficult situations, as Vasudevaji, when was facing Kamsa on the chariot. Kamsa was ready to kill her sister, his wife. But Vasudevaji used one way, second way, and the third way to convince. And finally, he was successful. So failures are stepping stone to success. Let us all try it out. And finally, from this episode, say Kamsa was became fearful that he remembered the Lord every time. So that is what we need to do. Like remember the Lord in every time, in every act of ours. Do the Nam Samarna. And like a diya, we lit up a diya. In Hindi, we say D-I-A. In English, if I translate. So do it anyway. Let's all do it anyway and remember the Lord. And what a way to continue this Srimad Bhagavatam, Akhanda Bhagavatam session. Jai Shri Krishna, Charan Sparsh.
It's time for Lord to manifest. Let's know more about the birth of our flute player Sri Krishna from Ritwikji, our youth satsangi from the UK.
Jai Shri Krishna. The arrival and manifestation of Sri Krishna is always a moment of ecstatic celebration for all of us to allow ourselves to immerse into unadulterated and unconditional love, which is, in fact, our very own nature, because we are Satchidananda Swarupa. We are all an inseparable part of the source of Ananda, who is Sri Krishna. The conditions that led to the manifestation of Sri Krishna, such as the timing, whether it's the Abhijit Muhurta on the Ashtami Tithi during the Rohini Nakshatra, are all of great significance. The Ashtami Tithi, symbolizing 8, represents Maya, the ability of Bhagwan to use his powers and his creative will. And Maya's 8-fold nature reflects his creative energy and the magnificent universe that we see around us. This is also why in the Krishna Avatara, Bhagwan Shri Krishna has 8 principal consorts. In contrast, the Rama Avatara is associated with the Navami Tithi, which is the 9th day, where the number 9 symbolizes the whole, which is Brahman. Because a unique fact about the number 9 is that multiples of 9 always sum up to 9. So, for example, 9 times 2 equals 18. 1 plus 8 equals 9. And you do that for each of the multiples, you'll end up with the same 9. So this reflects the unchanging, permanent nature of Brahman. However, the number 8 symbolizes the very same Brahman, the very same Parabrahman, but manifesting through his divine glories, attributes, and leelas. And this is why Sri Krishna's manifestation on Ashtami reflects his divine play, allowing us, the seekers, to understand and approach him through his enchanting attributes. When he appeared, needless to say, all the rivers flowed fresh, the forest blossomed, and the universe seemed to await his grand arrival. Everybody in the heavens and all the worlds were celebrating. In the prison cell of Kamsa in Mathura, at the stroke of midnight, that very Parabrahman, often described in Vedanta as Nirguna, which is beyond all attributes, Nirakara, beyond all forms, and Nirupadhika, which is beyond all adjuncts like Desha, Kala, Vastu, time, space, and boundary, chooses to manifest in the most enchanting, adorable form of a baby child, tiny child. as the beautiful verse in the Bhagavatam describes how the Lord looked like when he first manifested. Tam adbhutam balakam ambujekshanam chaturbhujam shanka gadaryudayudham Srivatsa Lakshmam Galashobhi Kaustubham Pitambaram Sandra Payoda Saubhavam. Adbhutam Balakam, this extraordinary child, had lotus-like eyes. Ambujekshanam. 4 tiny arms, soft tiny arms, holding the magnificent ayudhas of Sriman Narayana, which is the Panchajanya, the conch shell, the Sudarshana Chakra, the discus, the Kaumodaki Gada, which is the mace, and the Padma, which is the lotus. His chest bore the Srivatsa mark, and around his neck hung the resplendent Kaustubha gem. Dressed in a yellow silk garment called the Pitambara, Sri Krishna's complexion was that of a dark, rain-bearing cloud, symbolizing his ability to soothe the terrible heat of samsara or worldly life by his gentle, cooling grace, like that of the rain that comes from the clouds. This Divya Mangala Rupam reminds us of the Bala Krishna of Guruvayur, with that same enchanting form, where countless devotees like Narayana Bhattadri and many others have enjoyed this exact form of Sri Krishna, even today in Kali Yuga, and it is his utmost grace that we are able to experience that. Vasudeva was overwhelmed by looking at this Rupa. He expressed his gratitude mentally by offering ornaments and 1,000 cows as dana to the Brahmanas, which gives us a very important lesson here, which is even if physical circumstances at the moment may prevent us from performing a noble act, a mental resolve and a visualization of service is the mark of true devotion. Mother Devaki, on the other hand, showed both exalted devotion and motherly love. Yes, it is true that she recognized and understood the tattva of Sri Krishna as the Parabrahman, as the one beyond all attributes and forms. But being a mother and a genuine, unconditional devotee, her heart was overwhelmed with concern. She pleaded with him to conceal his divine form, fearing that Kamsa might recognize this form as Sriman Narayana and would potentially harm the child. This unique, rare combination of reverence and maternal possessiveness, maternal instinct, reflects Vatsalya Bhava, a pure love that transcends mundane and crude rationality. Rare souls like Devaki, Yashoda, and in Kali Yuga, many bhakti saints, particularly the Alvars, have experienced this. One such Alvar, called Periyalvar, when he sees Sriman Narayana atop his Garuda Vahana approach him with his majestic body and broad shoulders, unlike us who would normally either bow down with reverence and perhaps ask for some material boons or benefits and whatnot, Periyalvar, with tears in his eyes, only asks and prays for the Lord's own well-being and protection. And he sings the Tirupalland, where he wishes for the longevity and well-being of the Lord. It is this bhava that the purest of the devotees demonstrate to us. Meanwhile, Sri Krishna, being Bhakta Paradhina, the one who listens to his devotees, ever compassionate, obliged to Devaki's request. And so his next step of the Leela unfolds. He revealed to Vasudeva and Devaki that their previous births as Sutapa and Prishni were the reason why the Lord had to take birth 3 times to them as their son. Because they had performed intense tapas to beget someone like the Lord as their son. But we all know that there is nobody like the Lord, because he is Ekameva Advitiyam. He is the absolute one without a second. There is no comparison whatsoever. And so the Lord himself decides to be born to them. And he manifests not because of karma like us. We are all born by karma, which is why we are born. But the Lord is born out of his own ichcha, his own will. And though he is unborn, he takes multiple births, as described beautifully in the Purusha Suktam. Ajaya mano bahudha vijayate. Though unborn, he manifests in many forms out of his own will. Thus, Vasudeva carried the infant Krishna across the Yamuna to Gokula. And this itself, the journey is filled with symbolic beauty. On the one hand, we have Vasudeva placing baby Krishna on his head, symbolizing how we have to place the Lord above everything. We then have Adisesha, who is protecting the Lord from the rains, the torrential rains. And then some saints also notice that there is Garuda, who protects Adisesha from the top, so that Adisesha does not get wet. So it is this great visualization that allows us to show both Bhagavat Bhakti and Bhagavata Bhakti, the service and kainkariam of the devotees to the Lord. Meanwhile, the Yamuna also parts way just by looking at the Lord, because the Lord's will is what operates. And so he finally reaches Gokula, and Vasudeva places baby Krishna next to Mother Yashoda, who had gone fast asleep after giving birth to Yogamaya. And the exchange happens, and Yogamaya is now taken back to the jail in Mathura by Vasudeva. And when the moment she enters the jail, and that's when all the gods slowly start to wake up, just showing us the power of Maya. But the meaning, the real meaning of this episode is so beautiful and enriching. The meaning of Gokula itself is noteworthy. Go refers to the senses, and Kula means family. Shri Krishna, who is the Antaryami, the indwelling self of all, is beyond the senses and our material mind. So his arrival in Gokula symbolizes his transcendence over any limitations, whilst being accessible to all. And so, to summarize these two episodes before we get into the takeaways, this entire scene of these two chapters, and since this is the month of Margari, I can't help but recall Andal's Tiruppaவை. And in one verse, she encapsulates these two chapters that we covered. Orutti maganai pirandu, or iravil, orutti maganai olirte valara. Sri Krishna was born to one woman on one night, became the foster child of another woman on the same night. So this is the beauty, the Leela of the Lord, who chooses both his mothers because they are the highest of devotees. And so here are the key takeaways from Sri Krishna's manifestation. Number one, the Parabrahman, which is often described as already discussed, Nirguna, Nirakara, and by many other descriptions in Vedanta, chooses to manifest in the most attractive and attractive attributes out of love for his devotees. And all of his divine forms, his divine bodies, are Shuddha Sattva, which is they are untainted by Prakriti or Karma. They are purely and solely meant for the relishment of the devotees. Number two, devotees like Vasudeva and Devaki, though aware of Krishna's supremacy, though aware of Tattva, of Jnana, they enjoy treating him as their own child. And it's not just the child. Many Bhagavatas have treated the Lord as their friend, as their beloved, as their master. So many different bhavas, Vatsalya, Madhurya, Dasya, Shantya. But a bhakta's most important and intimate relationship is with Bhagwan. And therefore, Bhagwan responds with whatever bhava we seek him with. Number three, when we surrender to Bhagwan, like Vasudeva did, unquestioned surrender, because he placed Sri Krishna with faith on his head, not knowing whether the torrential rainfall is going to create disturbance, whether he will reach Gokula in time, in safe hands. No questions asked, blind trust in Bhagwan. And so when he surrendered to Bhagwan by placing him on the basket on top of his head, all his obstacles were removed and everything begins to align with his divine will. And in our case, Bhagwan's will is also expressed through our Shastras, the scriptures and the Guru Vakyas. So we too will face lesser difficulties because we will start to align with his will by following the Shastras and Vakyas. Number four, Sri Krishna Avatara appeals to everyone, and by everyone, irrespective of caste, creed, gender, age, you name the label, it transcends all labels. Be it the most simplest, most innocent devotees, the most rural communities like the Varkaris, the farmers of the Varkaris in Pandharpur, or the most realized saints, the Brahmajnanis, the ones who have mastered the Shastras, all of them are appealed to Sri Krishna. Because his Leelas and teachings serve as an anchor for all, as demonstrated by one of the greatest Advaita scholars and Brahmajnani, Madhusudana Saraswati, who despite having realized through the Vedantic method of inquiry the one non-dual truth, he is famously said to have quoted in his commentary on the Bhagavad Gita, called Gudatha Deepika, where he admits secretly by saying, Krishnat param kimapi tattvam aham na jane. He says, I do not know any other truth that is higher than Sri Krishna. And it is through this we are reminded that Sri Krishna's life is a call for us to pour our love onto him. His arrival, his manifestation, his birth is for us to show our true nature of love and experience true bliss. Jai Shri Krishna.
Jai Shri Krishna. Let's celebrate Krishna Avtara next with bhajan from Anusha ji from Chennai.
आनंद भयो नंद घरे जय कन्हैया लाल की। आनंद भयो नंद घरे जय कन्हैया लाल की। हरि दूध लाओ माखन लाओ जय कन्हैया लाल की। रात दिन गाते जाओ जय कन्हैया लाल की। छायो हे छायो नंद बाबा ने आनंद छायो। सरसावरो मन भावरो हे छायो। हे नंद घरे नंद भयो जय कन्हैया लाल की। हाथी तेरे घोड़ा तेरे और तेरे पाल की। आज ब्रजवासी सुख धन पायो। आनंद भयो नंद घरे जय कन्हैया लाल की। आनंद भयो नंद घरे जय कन्हैया लाल की। हरि दूध लाओ माखन लाओ जय कन्हैया लाल की। रात दिन गाते जाओ जय कन्हैया लाल की।
It's time to know more about the liberation of Shaktasura and Tina Avtara from Minesh ji from India.
जय श्री कृष्ण। भगवान श्री कृष्ण की हम कुछ बाल लीलाएं देखेंगे। He's not even named Shri Krishna and he started to do his leelas. और इन लीलाओं के अनेक पर्पस हो सकते हैं। Multiple purposes are there and we'll see some of them today. One of them is, first to begin with, is the liberation of Putana. He's all of 5 or 6 days old now. Nand Baba has gone to Mathura to pay respect to Kamsa and also to meet Vasudev. And in the meanwhile, celebrations are happening because Krishna has arrived in, Lord has arrived in Gokul, and celebrations continue. And at that time, Kamsa sends his first hench person by the name of Putana. Now, Putana has already killed so many people and she's so fearsome. And she finds that, what did he give me? A job of killing just an infant? But she sees that, the infant is surrounded by all the ladies from Gokula. And therefore, she says, I can't kill him in this form of mine. It transforms herself into a beautiful lady. And, it's an easy task for her, but now she transforms herself into a beautiful lady. And lo and behold, what happens? See, Lord himself, Parabrahma himself, is being surrounded by the Gokul Vasis and enchanted by himself. At the same time, the Maya Rupi, this lady comes in there and they all get enchanted by the Maya. This is what happens to all of us, isn't it? Our own Parampuja Guruji is in front of us, Lord himself, but we get enchanted with the worldly affair. That's what happened. And here, the Gokul Vasis thought that this lady, who's beautiful lady who's come in, looks like she's Mahalakshmi herself. And they overlook the Lord, Parabrahma, and start to pay attention not to this Putana in the form of beautiful lady. And she expresses that I would like now to feed this child. And they are in her own spell of Maya, they agree. Now, look at it. How can this happen? Pause for a moment and think about it. In Lord's own presence, they are getting enchanted with Maya. एक बार भगवान के सामने कोई भक्त हो तो माया उसको परेशान नहीं करती है, लेकिन यहाँ माया ने उनको एंचेंट कर लिया. Think about it. It can happen only because of the Lord's own wish and his own Leela. In his own presence, the people are getting enchanted with Maya. Now, with the Putna now feeding to Lord closes his eyes. Multiple reasons could be there for why Lord closes his eye. Simplest and the most easiest one, which is not put in the book, but we can think about it. अरे बच्चे हैं, आंखें तो बंद करते ही रहते हैं, आंख बंद कर ली तो कौन सी बड़ी बात है? But you can find some meaning out of it. One of the meaning could be that, that Lord is in deep contemplation. कि भाई इसने पूतना ने इस जन्म में तो कुछ पुण्य किया नहीं है. Let me think through whether she has done something, some punya in the past life, and therefore he closes his eyes in contemplation. Or what an unpleasant job has been given to me. जब मैं राम बन के आया था तभी मुझे एक स्त्री को मारना पड़ा, अब इस स्त्री को मुझे मारना पड़ रहा पूतना को. So it's not a pleasant job. Let me close my eye. Or it could be that I know that she's come to feed me jahar in the form of, in the garb of feeding me milk. She's come to feed me jahar. जहर तो कड़वा होता है. जब कड़वी दवाई कोई पीनी पड़ती है, उन्हें आंखें अपने आप मूंझ जाती है. भगवान ने भी अपनी आंखें बंद कर दी. इस तरह के अनेकों अर्थ उसके हो सकते हैं. Or it could be that, the eyes of Lord or moon and the sun, and the sun and moon think that this Putana actually is a worthless person. She's done nothing good, and therefore they shut their eyes. लेकिन भगवान की करनी तो भगवान ही जानते हैं. He has some different plans. And the last, the most beautiful one could be that भगवान सोचते हैं कि देखिए, अगर मैं अपनी आंखें खुली रखता हूँ और प्रेम से पूतना की ओर देखता हूँ तो वो उसके सारे पापों से धुल जाएगी, and she won't be able to feed me this जहर. But if मैं उनको गुस्से से देखता हूँ, so she'll be burnt up, and again उसकी जो इच्छा मुझे दूध पिलाने की है वो पूरी नहीं हो पाएगी. And therefore Lord closes both his eyes. So if so Lord now starts to, when she starts to feed, Lord holds her breast and starts to squeeze it. Also at the same time start to suck the milk out of her breast. अब भगवान ने जब पकड़ा है, छोटे से नन्हे हाथ, सोचिए उनकी फोटो आप मेरे बैकग्राउंड में आपको दिख रही होगी, इतने नन्हे हाथ हैं. और भगवान ने जब पकड़ा, ऐसा पकड़ा कि पूतना बोलती, भैया बचाओ बचाओ बचाओ, मुझे बहुत कष्ट हो रहा है. भगवान बोलते हैं, मैं जिसको एक बार पकड़ लेता हूँ ना, छोड़ता नहीं हूँ कभी उसको. और फिर भगवान he sucks her life out of her completely while drinking her milk, and वो प्राण त्याग देती है. The moment she leaves her prana, she comes out to original form. विशाल का रूप ताड़का का वहां पर, पूतना का वहां पर सबको दिखता है. और सब लोग घबरा जाते हैं, क्या हो रहा है. लेकिन भगवान है कि आराम से उसके ऊपर खेल रहे हैं. अब माता यशोदा और रोहिणी और बाकी जितनी वहाँ की स्त्रियां होती हैं, सब देखती हैं भगवान सकुशल हैं, तो क्या करती हैं, सीधे उनकी नजर उतारती हैं. उतने में नंद बाबा वहां पर आ जाते हैं और देखते हैं कि भाई यहाँ पे क्या हो गया है. नेचुरली दे फाइंड दैट सच अ ह्यूज राक्षस इज देयर. उनको पीसेस में कट करके उनका अंतिम संस्कार करते हैं. लेकिन जब अंतिम संस्कार करते हैं तो पाते हैं कि वहां पर एक बहुत सुंदर फ्रेग्रेंस, बहुत सुंदर सुगंध आ रही है. वहां पर गंध के बदले सुगंध आ रही है. क्यों सुगंध आ रही है? क्योंकि भगवान ने उसको जो पूतना है, यानी कि जिसमें बिल्कुल कोई भी अच्छाई नहीं है, बुराइयां हैं, उसको पूरा क्लींस कर दिया है. She become now very pure. So look at it. Now भगवान ने पूतना का दूध पीकर उसको माता का दर्जा दे दिया. Look at what would be the bhagya of Yashoda, who's feeding her everyday basis. Let's now move to so what is the significance of this? तो पूतना जो है और पहले की ताड़का थी, दोनों के दोनों अज्ञान दिखाती है. और अज्ञान को हमको पहले भगवान सबसे पहले अज्ञान को अटैक करते हैं. हमको अगर हमारे अज्ञान को अटैक करना है, इतना पॉसिबल नहीं हो पाएगा. So therefore, the second episode is about Shatkasur. अब भगवान के यहाँ तो कोई ना कोई सेलिब्रेशन होते रहते हैं। छोटे बच्चे जब होते हैं, हमने देखा होगा, हमारे घरों में भी होते हैं, एवरी मंथ देयर इज सेलिब्रेशन, बिकॉज अभी 1 महीने का हो गया, 2 महीने का हो गया। भगवान 3 महीने के हो गए गोकुल में, और उन्होंने अपनी करवट बदली है अपने आप। दैट कॉल्स फॉर सेलिब्रेशन। So celebrations are going on, and भगवान ने दूध पी के थोड़ा ही इज फीलिंग ड्राउजी, तो क्या करती हैं यशोदा माता, उनको थोड़ा लेटा देती हैं। अब गांव में तो क्या है कि इतने सारे लोग आए हुए हैं, एक छकड़ा है जो कि इसको हम बैलगाड़ी बोल सकते हैं, बुलक कार्ट है, उसमें सब दूध दही सब रखा हुआ है, लेकिन बैल वगैरह बंधे नहीं वहां पर। उसके नीचे लिटा देती है, उसकी छाव में, कि भाई यहाँ पे छाव में भगवान, बाहर ठंडी ठंडी हवा भी चल रही है, भगवान आराम से सो पाएंगे। सेलिब्रेशंस आर गोइंग ऑन। इन द मीनवाइल लॉर्ड वेक्स अप। नाउ ही क्राइज फॉर मिल्क, ही इज हंग्री, बट कोई उनके तरफ ध्यान देता नहीं है। छोटे बच्चे से हाथ पैर अपने मारते हैं, हाथ पैर मारते हैं, तो वो इनका पैर लग जाता है, और वो जो छकड़ा जो होता है, जो बैलगाड़ी होती है, it's all, it flies up, and all the milk products and everything else all वहां बिखर जाता है। ये पूरा सीन जो है गोपाल देखते हैं और जाके रिपोर्ट करते हैं बड़ों को कि भाई ऐसा ऐसा हो गया। बहुत जोर से आवाज भी आती, सब दौड़ के आते हैं, देखता क्या हुआ है। तो आराम से कृष्ण भगवान वहां पर अपना अंगूठा चूस रहे हैं, पड़े हुए हैं आराम से। Nobody believes that such a thing could have happened, और जो बच्चे जो बोलते हैं उनको कोई वहां पर कोई उनको सीरियसली लेता नहीं है। और षटकासुर जो है, ये भगवान इसको कंस ने भेजा था, उसका फॉर्म लेके आ गया था वहां पर, तो उसकी मुक्ति वहां पर हो जाती है। नाउ लुक एट इट, इफ यू लुक एट द स्पिरिचुअल एस्पेक्ट ऑफ इट, मटेरियलिज्म जो है, सारा का सारा दूध दही जो है छकड़े पे रखा हुआ है, छकड़ा भी मटेरियलिज्म दिखाता है, और भगवान जो कॉन्शियसनेस है उसके नीचे लेटे हुए हैं। हालांकि कॉन्शियसनेस शुड बी पार्ट ऑफ एवरीथिंग, और व्हाट इज हैपनिंग इज कॉन्शियस को आपने दबा दिया और किसको इंपॉर्टेंस दिया, मटेरियलिज्म। दिस इज व्हाट हैपेंस। सो इजंट इट दैट पॉइंट ऑफ फॉर अस इज टू थिंक अबाउट इज दैट am I giving importance to consciousness, or am I giving importance to all the inert material which is represented by the दूध दही milk वगैरह जो भी वहाँ पर है। So let Lord manifest in our heart and destroy ignorance and strip us of all the materialism that we got. And let's move to the third episode. भगवान की लीला तो अनेकों हैं, होती रहेगी। तीसरा है, अब भगवान 6 महीने के हो गए होंगे, तो भगवान को एक दिन माता यशोदा अपने गोद में लेके घुमा रही थी, और सडनली शी फाइंड्स कि भगवान बहुत भारी हो गए, बालक बहुत भारी हो गया, तो उनसे वजन सहा नहीं जाता है, उसको नीचे रख देती। इतने में कंस अपने तीसरे हेंचमैन को भेजता है, किसका, उसका नाम है तृणव्रत, भगवान को मारने के लिए। तो तृणव्रत जो है एक बवंडर का रूप लेके आता है, कम्स एज पार्ट ऑफ साइक्लोन एंड क्रिएट्स सो मच ऑफ डस्ट कि सबकी आंखें बंद हो जाती हैं, और उस चक्कर में वो भगवान को उठा के ऊपर ले जाता है। भगवान तो जानते हैं कि ये तृणव्रत आया हुआ है, जब बहुत ऊपर ले जाते हैं तो भगवान उसका गला दबा देते हैं। अब वो चिल्ला रहा है, चीख रहा, बचाओ बचाओ बचाओ। भगवान फिर बोलते हैं कि मैं इसको एक बार पकड़ लेता हूँ, तो छोड़ता नहीं हूँ। और जब गला इतनी जोर से दबाते हैं तो प्राण त्याग देता है, और खुद धड़ाम से नीचे गिरता है, और आराम से भगवान विद लॉट ऑफ शॉक एब्जॉर्बर ऑफ हिज बॉडी इज सिटिंग ऑन हिज एंड प्लेइंग। सब लोग जाके देखते हैं कि क्या हो रहा है, भाई भगवान कहाँ चले गए। जब जाके मारा यशोदा और बाकी गोकुलवासी देखते हैं, और नंद बाबा कि भगवान तो बड़े आराम से वहां पर उसके पर खेल रहे हैं।
Jai Shri Krishna, Minesh ji. Sorry to interrupt you, over by 2 minutes.
Yeah, finish it. So false, and then तृणव्रत जो है, वो जो उसकी मृत्यु हो गई है, इस रिप्रेजेंट की डिजायर। Now desire accompanies अज्ञान and blinds, में ब्लाइंड कर लेता है, जिस प्रकार से तृणव्रत ने यहाँ पर सबको ब्लाइंड किया। Therefore we must conquer our desire। और उसके बाद में एक दिन माँ ईश्वर देखती है कि जब दूध पिलाती है भगवान को, भगवान यौन करते हैं, and she sees the विश्व रूप, the entire cosmic ब्रह्मांड उनके रूप में देखती है, उनके मुख के अंदर देखती है, अपनी आंखें बंद कर लेती है। What it shows is that when Maya Yashoda, when she's feeding Lord, she's feeding the entire Brahmand, which is nothing but inside Lord. A lot of lessons for us to learn फ्रॉम दिस अज्ञान को और उसके साथ में जो अकम्पनीमेंट जो है, जो मटेरियलिज्म है और उसके साथ में डिजायर, उन सबका हम जब तक नाश नहीं करेंगे तब तक हमको भगवान का जो असली रूप है हमको देख नहीं पाएंगे। जय श्री कृष्ण। शरण स्पर्श।
What a great spiritual message we got. Let's listen to the next bhajan with great love. Over to Sureshji from Bhairi.
जय राधा रमण हरि बोल, जय गोपी रमण हरि बोल, जय राधा रमण हरि बोल, जय गोपी रमण हरि बोल, जय पांडुरंग हरि बोल, जय पंडरीनाथ हरि बोल, जय पांडुरंग हरि बोल, जय पंडरीनाथ हरि बोल। हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्णा हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्णा हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। जय राधा रमण हरि बोल, जय गोपी रमण हरि बोल, जय गोपी रमण हरि बोल। जय श्री कृष्ण।
Sri Krishna says, those who worship me with devotion, to them I carry what they lack and preserve what they have. Let's know more about Krishna Leela from Anika ji, our youth satsangi.
Jai Shri Krishna. Chapter 10.14, the naming ceremony of Nand Baba's sons. Soon, Vasudev ji requested Garg Rishi, the guru of the Yadu dynasty, to do the Namkaran sanskar for his newborn son and his older brother. Upon his arrival in Gokul, Garg Rishi was welcomed by Nand Baba. However, there was one problem. It was well known that he was the Acharya of the Yadu dynasty. If it became known that he had performed the ceremony for the boys, it would only be a matter of time before Kamsa found out that this was Devaki's son. Hence, the ceremony was performed in complete secrecy in the cowshed. The older son was named Balaram, since he possessed great strength, Bal, and would delight the hearts of everyone with his virtues, Rama, Balarama. He would unify everyone, so he would also be called Sankarshana. The younger son was called Krishna. There are multiple meanings of this name. One meaning is Karsanat Krishna, one who attracts everyone's mind to himself. Another meaning is the dark. That which is dark is hidden, and recognizing it is difficult. A third meaning is blue. Blue is associated with infinity, and Krishna, who had a bluish hue, is the infinite supreme. Another meaning of Krishna is one who is ever blissful. Chapter 10.15. Soon after, Kanhaiya and Baldav learned how to crawl, then stand and walk. And thus began Sri Krishna's unending plays of sweetness. He would enter the gopis' homes and create complete chaos. He would release the calves from the cowshed at odd times and laugh when the gopis scolded him, clapping his hands. He would sneak into their homes and drink all their milk, eat all their curd and butter. Sometimes he would even break the pots. He especially enjoyed feeding the milk and curd to monkeys, as they were his friends from Rama Avatar. In actuality, of all the butter he stole, he himself ate very little. Most of it he simply gave away to the others. The gopis would run to Yashoda's house with endless complaints. But these complaints overflowed with love. They wanted Krishna to come steal from their house, eat their curd and butter. They purposefully kept everything that he liked readily available. And yet, people call him a thief, Makhan Chor. In reality, the entire universe is his. So who is he stealing from? Rather, we are the thieves, having taken everything that is his and insisting that it's ours. What is the symbolism of the butter thievery? The first symbolism is butter is the primary purpose of churning curd. The Lord only looks at the main objective or essence in everything. He sees only the intention behind the action, and thus he accepted the butter that the gopis churned with unconditional love. He accepts our pure intentions, sincere efforts. The second symbolism, the gopis would churn the butter with much effort. But then what? They would keep it aside, not readily giving it away. Similarly, we perform actions daily with great efforts, but we also create and collect vasanas. We are not ready to give them up. So the Lord tells us to give him our vasanas, symbolized as butter, or he will come and take them himself. The third significance is that he doesn't come to steal the butter or curd, but to steal the hearts of everyone. And the fourth significance, the Lord says in the Gita, with whatever sentiment one looks upon me, in that form they attain me. Lord Krishna had his little company of thieves, which included at least one child from each home. Thus, when they went to steal from any house, the child from that house was also partaking in this activity. So how can it be called theft? The gopis fabricated complaints to go to Yashoda's house just to see little Krishna, looking very cute and scared. Chapter 10.16, Why Krishna Ate Mud. One day, all of Krishna's friends ran to Yashoda's house with a complaint. Maiya, Maiya, Kanha ne mitti khai hai. A frantic Yashoda held Krishna in both hands and demanded, क्यों रे नटखट, तूने मिट्टी खाई? मैंने मिट्टी नहीं खाई, Krishna replied innocently. अच्छा, तो तुम्हारे सारे मित्र झूठ बोल रहे हैं? She asked. ये सब झूठे हैं, he replied confidently. अगर तुम्हें विश्वास नहीं, तो खुद ही देख लो, he continued. But when he opened his mouth, Yashoda saw the entire universe, the 5 elements, the sun, the moon, the planets, stars and galaxies, all of Vraja, all the living beings. She saw the entire cosmos. She even saw herself standing there, rebuking Krishna. She began contemplating. Is this a dream? Is it the Lord's Maya? Or does my child have some yogic power? However, when she began pondering like this, the Lord decided to put a stop to it, or she would realize his true nature and begin worshipping him. He intensified his Maya and made her forget what she had seen. So, why did the Lord eat mud? One explanation is that when butter is kept in a vessel, that vessel is eventually cleaned with mud. Krishna thought, I ate butter first. Now I'll eat mud to cleanse my mouth. Another is that in Sanskrit, Raja means mud, but it also means Rajoguna or Rajas. The Lord is typically Sattvic, but he had come to slay Asuras and couldn't do so, remaining calm and quiet. Thus, he ate mud to to increase his Rajoguna. The third is that the Lord always walked around Vraja barefoot and would hear lofty praises of the verily dust of his holy feet. He decided to eat some of it to see the taste for himself. A fourth explanation is that the entire cosmos, with all the jivas, is housed in the Lord's stomach. Many jivas wondered how they could enjoy the dust of the Lord's feet. Hence, he ate some of it so they could get it as well. Another explanation is that Mother Earth's name is Kshama, or forgiveness. While Krishna performed his divine Leelas, his friends would remain unaware of his true nature and may commit some wrongs against him. Thus, in order to be able to forgive them, he ate a small portion of the earth. And lastly, little children always eat mud. There ends the matter. Why to question it? Thus, the Lord always also had it in his Bal Roop. My takeaways from these 3 chapters. The first takeaway is that since everything belongs to the Lord, we must not think of material possessions as ours. We must thus have gratitude for everything that he has given us, even unasked. The Lord only looks at the intention behind our actions. Thus, we must perform all our duties with the utmost sincerity and offer them to the Lord. We must give all our collected vasanas to the Lord. Om Shri Krishna Arpanamastu, as Param Pujya Guruji says. The Lord comes to us in whichever form we look upon him. Thus, we must establish a relationship with the Lord. We must make him our best friend. Nanda Kela Murali Gopal Giridhari Govinda Radhe Gopal. Jai Shri Krishna.
What a beautiful narration by our youth Satsangi. Next, let's immerse in the ocean of bhakti with Krishna Bhajan by Vasanti ji from Chennai.
ये नाम सारे हे जीवन सहारे, ये नाम सारे हे जीवन सहारे, परमानंद के खोते हैं द्वारे, परमानंद के खोते हैं द्वारे, जो नाम चाहो ओ नाम बोलो, जो नाम चाहो ओ नाम बोलो, प्रेम से बोलो, भाव से बोलो, प्रेम से बोलो, भाव से बोलो, गोविंद बोलो, गोपाल बोलो, गोविंद बोलो, गोपाल बोलो, राम राम बोलो, हरि नाम बोलो, राम राम बोलो, हरि नाम बोलो, गोविंद बोलो, गोपाल बोलो, राम राम बोलो, हरि नाम बोलो, हरि नाम बोलो, हरि नाम बोलो.
Next, we will now not only hear about little Krishna's Leelas in chapters 17 and 18, but also know more about the liberation of Vatasura and Bakasura. Over to you, Vivek ji, a youth Satsangi from Mumbai.
Jai Shri Krishna. So, chapter 10.17. One day, Mother Yashoda was churning butter for Shri Krishna. Obviously, there are no shortage of servants in her home, but she chose to do all activities related to Shri Krishna herself. So, after churning the butter for some time, she became tired, and that is when Bhagwan reached her side. Shri Krishna took hold of the churning rod and climbed into her lap. Overcome with love and devotion, she began feeding milk to her child. Mother Yashoda, at that moment, noticed that the milk on the stove was about to overflow. So she went to ensure that the milk doesn't overflow. During this time, Sri Krishna saw a pot of butter. So he went up and started eating the butter. He also gave the butter to a lot of his monkey friends. So when we all know how mischievous the Lord is. So when Mother Yashoda came back and saw him eating the butter, she instantly realized what happened. She said, "Today, I will have to catch him and tie him up. He really has become far too mischievous." So Lord Krishna started running away from Mother Yashoda in order to escape her clutches. We all know, of course, that Mother Yashoda would not have been able to catch Sri Krishna. But when he saw how exhausted she had become, he felt that he should not tire her any further. Overflowing with love and compassion, in that very instant, Bhagavan allowed himself to be caught. Once Yashoda ji caught Sri Krishna, she said that now she would tie him up to a motor as his punishment. However, when she began to bind him, she found that no matter what she did, no matter how long the rope, she couldn't tie him up to the motor. Each time she tried to tie him up, she found the rope to be 2 fingers short. What a wonder! During his Vamana Avatar, the Lord had assumed a colossal size. But here, he had become neither bigger or smaller. He remained the same little Krishna he was. But the rope was always just 2 fingers short, no matter what Mother Yashoda tried. However, seeing all of her efforts to bind him, Sri Krishna again was overcome by love and allowed himself to be bound. Speaking about the next chapter, which is chapter 10.18, Nala Kubera and Manigriva were the sons of Lord Kubera, the Lord of Wealth. They had been turned into trees because of Narada ji's curse. One day, intoxicated by wealth and wine, they had been enjoying themselves in a lake when Narada ji passed by. Out of compassion, Narada ji said to them, "You people get drunk and perform actions of utter dullness and inertia. So, go and become inert. When you are both touched by the Lord, you will attain moksha." Now, the Lord wanted to show his compassion in order to redeem the sons of Kubera, who now stood as trees. More importantly, however, he wanted to ensure that the words of his devotee Narada ji held true. So he started crawling with the motor tied behind him. And when he passed by the trees, the motor instantly uprooted the trees. And they fell to the ground with a thunderous crash. And 2 beings of light emerged from them, Nala Kubera and Manigriva. Now both of these stories show the Lord's infinite love and compassion. It was only through the Lord's love that Mother Yashoda was able to catch him and tie him to the motor. And it was only due to the Lord's infinite compassion and forgiveness that Nala Kubera and Manigriva were relieved from their curse. Moving on to chapter 10.19. One day, while all the little Gopa boys were herding their calves on the banks of the Yamuna river, on that day, an Asura named Vatsa had taken the form of a calf and gone to Vrindavan in the hopes of killing Lord Sri Krishna. Now, obviously, Sri Krishna instantly recognized the calf as an Asura. He grabbed it by one leg, spun it around repeatedly, and threw it against a tree, thus killing it. Vatsasura was the symbol of attachment. Similarly, there's another story of an Asura named Bakasura. One day, while they were searching for a place where their calves could graze, Sri Krishna and their little Gopa friends walked from forest to forest. They saw a very large crane which had an equally enormous beak. This crane was actually an Asura named Bakasura. Now, when it saw Lord Sri Krishna, it ate him up in one gun. However, Sri Krishna kept going deeper into the crane's body, and there he produced fire. In sheer panic, the crane spat Sri Krishna out of his mouth and began to peck feverishly at him. However, Bhagavan grabbed Bakasura's beak with his hands and kept opening it wider and wider until he ripped it in two. Thus, Bakasura was slain. Now, we can see through all of these stories that arrogance, inertia, desire, ignorance went to Gokul in the form of Asuras, and Sri Krishna destroyed them all. Similarly, when they went to Vrindavan, he destroyed them as well. So, when the Lord enters our heart, he can very easily destroy all of these emotions as well. Now, I think that the key takeaway from here is something that Janki Aunty said a lot, So something that in order to control all of the emotions that we can do every day is something called an internal audit. So at the end of the day, we can take 5 minutes where we can go through all the actions that we did in the day and see how our emotions affected us, what we could have done better, and where we could have handled the situation differently. By doing this, we can get these emotions under control and ensure that this doesn't happen in the future. So yeah, Jai Shri Krishna.
Thank you for that lovely message, Vivekji. Moving to the next set of enchanting episode that reflect the Leelas of Lord by Shreyas Ji, our youth satsangi from Mumbai.
Jai Shri Krishna. Canto 10 brings us an amazing story about how even the great Lord Brahma can get deluded. Before we jump into that story, let's quickly cover another story about Aghasura. So the Gopa boys were playing in an open meadow along with Sri Krishna. Aghasura had been sent by Kamsa to kill Sri Krishna. Aghasura then lay on the meadow, took the form of a snake and opened his mouth wide. Now the Gopa boys were just playing in the meadow, and as they played, they got intrigued to see, oh, what does this cave thing look like? So they entered it, little to their knowing that it was Aghasura. Lord Sri Krishna followed them. The moment Sri Krishna entered Aghasura's mouth, Aghasura shut his mouth closed. Now, in order to save the boys, the Lord expanded himself until he choked Aghasura's throat and killed him. Now, the boys exited Aghasura's mouth. Now, what does this short story teach us? It teaches us that in our life, we must be more conscious about what we do. What does that mean? For youth like me, when we are in the world and we come across different type of people who try different things, a lot of the time we say, oh, let us try this and see how it looks like, right? But unbeknownst to us, that could be Aghasura with its mouth open. And then we get trapped in that wrong path. One saving grace for us is, as long as we stay in satsanga and regularly attend satsangs, the Lord will always be there to come and rescue us. And he'll be there to give us one whack when we need it. And let us see how he does that for Brahma. Once the boys were rescued from Aghasura's mouth, Krishna takes the boys to play on the banks of river Yamuna. Krishna is in the center of the circle. The boys are dancing all around him. The calves are grazing on the green grass. And it's a great day. Suddenly, the calves spot fresh green grass somewhere else. From heaven, all of the devas are seeing this amazing scene, and they're also enjoying it themselves. Brahma happens to notice this and is confused on who this little boy Sri Krishna is. So he says, let me test Sri Krishna out. Once the calves go to graze on a new grass, the Gopas try and chase the calves to go and find them in the forest. Sri Krishna tells the Gopas, I will go and find the calves. You guys finish your food. Sri Krishna goes behind the calves in the forest to try and find them. Brahma seizes this opportunity, takes all the calves and the Gopas, and puts them into a cave and closes the entrance. Sri Krishna is searching for all the calves and the Gopas and doesn't find any of them. And then he realizes what has happened. So, in all of his grace, he transforms himself to every single one of those calves and every single one of those Gopas. Same expression, same height, gender, age, way of thinking, everything. How amazing is that? And everyone returns home. Sri Krishna in all of the forms return home as if nothing had happened. After Brahma played this prank on Sri Krishna, he goes to Goloka to visit the Lord, which is the abode of Sri Krishna. At the entrance of Goloka, he is stopped by the guardians. And when the guardians stop him, he's very surprised. He says, how can you stop me? The guardians ask him, who are you? He says, I am the Lord Brahma. The guardians ask him, which Brahma are you? Brahma is like, Arey, I am Brahma. They're like, no, there's a Brahma that comes here every day. Which universe of Brahma, which universe's Brahma are you? That's when Brahma realizes, oh, there are multiple Brahmas like me. I'm not the Brahma. 1 year passes by and Brahma goes back to check on the situation of the calves and the gopas. To his surprise, he sees all of the calves and all of the gopas playing with the Lord in the same place that he left them and going back home, and all of the calves and the gopas are getting just a little more love from their mothers. That's when he realizes his undoing. He comes and begs forgiveness of the Lord and says, oh Lord, I have been deluded. I forgot you. Please forgive me. The Lord in all of his grace forgives Lord Brahma. Brahma returns the calves and the gopas safely. And that concludes the story. What do we learn from the story? What we learn is, in the world, when we are doing our actions and when we are going about our work, we all sometimes become just like those Brahmas. We all feel that we are the doers of the action. That is when the Lord comes in, and because we are in satsang, gives us one whack to say, hey, I am the one doing the action, not you. So this is our reminder that whenever we are in the world, I know I, for sure, when I have a long day at work, I forget to say Krishnarpanamastu or chant that day. I think it's a reminder for all of us to make sure that we always say Krishnarpanamastu and always chant every day and regularly attend satsang, so that we are reminded that it is the Lord that is acting through us, whether it is that good exam or the promotion or the great new job. None of it is our action. So what are the three main takeaways from these two stories? The first takeaway is, we must be more conscious of everything that we do in our lives. We must try our best to not fall for the traps in the world that are like those open mouths of Aghasura. The second takeaway is, we must make sure that we remind ourselves that we are not the doer and it is the Lord that does the action through us. And the way to do that is to say Krishnarpanamastu and to chant every day. And the third most important takeaway is, whether we end up falling for the trap or we end up having the long day at work and we forget to say Krishnarpanamastu, we should always make sure that we are always in satsanga, because being in satsanga and being in the company of all of the satsangis, make sure that we get those whacks when we need them to remind us that, hey, we are not the doer. And hey, you need to get out of whatever trap you've fallen into. Jai Shri Krishna.
Thank you. Thank you, Shreyasji, for great reminders. Next, let's take a minute and pray to the Lord and merge in Him as we recite the Dhyana by Purnima ji from Bahrain.
Sarvam Brahmamayam Re Sarvam Brahmamayam Sarvam Brahmamayam Sarvam Brahmamayam Re Sarvam Brahmamayam Re Sarvam Brahmamayam Sarvatra Sada Ham Sadhyanam Sarvatra Sada Ham Sadhyanam Kartavyam Bho Mukti Nidanam Kartavyam Bho Mukti Nidanam Sarvam Brahmamayam Re Sarvam Brahmamayam Re Sarvam Brahmamayam.
The story of Krishna subjugating Kaliya
is a symbol of the triumph of good over evil and teaches devotees to have faith in the divine. Let's hear this amazing story from Vaniji from Mumbai, India. Jai Shri Krishna. Once, on a hot sunny afternoon, Krishna and the Gopas were playing near Yamuna. The Gopas were tired and all exhausted in their playful mood, and to quench their thirst, they drank the water from Kalindi. Immediately they fell unconscious, and so did the cows and the calves. Krishna saw them all fallen, but with his one glance, the boys and cows immediately gained their consciousness. Now, why did the waters of Yamuna turn poisonous? A deadly, many-headed serpent named Kaliya had come to reside, and he has been constantly emitting poison. And the place where he resided was always boiling and fuming. All the trees around had died due to the poison, but there was one Kadamba tree which didn't, as a story goes that once Garuda had sat on that, and hence it's not affected by the poison. Krishna simply climbed on the tree and straight jumped into the waters of Yamuna. Everyone thought Krishna would be killed by Kaliya. Some rushed to Nanda Baba and Yashoda Maiya to inform this. They and all others who heard this came running towards Yamuna. That day, Balram Bhaiya was not with them, and by this time he was back from wherever he was and was listening to the talks. But he knew who Krishna was and stood there quietly watching and believing that nothing or no one could harm him. Krishna started swimming around as if he's playing in the waters. Kaliya heard the noise and became irritated and saw an attractive and fearless boy in front of him, and his anger grew, and he bound Krishna tightly. Strange occurrences and bad omens were seen in Vraja. Krishna tried to loose himself up. Kaliya's body began to break, and he immediately let him off. Constantly he was darting at Bhagavan, but failed to do so. Kaliya actually represents our sense organs. He had many hoods, just like how our sense organs have various involvements and avenues to go into the material world. Bhagavan allowed Kaliya to play for a while, and then he took a high jump and stood on his hood and started dancing there. The great Kalinga Nardana. It was a sight to be seen. The Akhila Kala Guru Nanartaha, the most talented and the masterful dancer, Sri Krishna. Krishna is the master of all art forms, and his tender feet were dancing, but the weight that Kaliya felt on his hood was that of the whole universe. Bhagavan's Leela was witnessed by the Vrajavasi. Whichever hood Kaliya lifted up, Krishna danced on that. And within no time, Kaliya began vomiting blood and finally surrendered to the Bhagavan. The many wives of Kaliya, they came running and begging to Sri Krishna by surrendering and begging for their husband's life. And they said in humility, whatever you have done to our wicked husband is right. In fact, you have showered grace on him and not punished him. Please note here, what do we do when we see our guru or when we see a Bhagwan's picture or a statue? We reach out to their padam or legs, right? But here, the Lord himself placed his padam on Kaliya's head, which is nothing but grace. So all of Kaliya's sins were washed away. So Kaliya's wife said, "Oh Lord, your Padadarshan is sought. Now nothing is desired in the three lokas. It's indeed so fortunate." And they said, "Please forgive him. Husband is alive. And so please spare him. Don't take him away from us." Vishnu, we all know, right, is Stuti-priya. So his heart melted and he agrees not to kill, but ordered Kaliya to live somewhere else and not to disturb the people around, as this river was the lifeline of the village and the villagers. Now, Kaliya meekly comes ahead and speaks to the Lord. He says, "Bhagwan, you called me wicked, but how do I change my nature? It's difficult." And then Kaliya says, "I have understood, with your punishment, I've understood what it is all about. Now you please shower your compassion on me." Tejomanji says, "The Lord has made everyone in a certain way, but does not mean that we can do harm to others, right? Everyone knows what is right, what is wrong. Still, if they do certain things for whatever selfish reasons, then why punishment should not be given?" Now, Bhagavan tells Kaliya to go and live in the ocean far away from the human vicinity. Kaliya asks, "What if Garuda comes and attacks me?" Krishna says, "Garuda is my Vahan, and no way he will do that. When I have ordered you to live there, and moreover, my footsteps are on your hood, that will take care of everything. Now take your family and go away." So Kaliya got freed, and he goes and lives in the ocean on the island of Ramanaka, where all the serpents lived. Now let us know, why did he come to Yamuna? There's a backstory to this, which Parikshit ji was interested in knowing, because ultimately his end is destined by a snake bite, right? So the story goes this way. The serpents lived in Ramanaka. Every month, one serpent family would sacrifice one snake to Garuda. So when Kaliya's turn came, he tried to stop this system. He was arrogant and he considered this to be very cowardice. Garuda got angry. They both had a fight. Kaliya got badly wounded, and to hide himself, he ran into the Yamuna river. Garuda could not come to the river. Why? Because Saubhari Rishi had cursed him to die instantly if he ever came to Yamuna. And that's why Kaliya came, and his venom polluted the waters. Now that Kaliya has left the Yamuna, Sri Krishna jumps out of the water to the shore, dazzling beautifully in the ornaments and looking all very joyous. So Tejamanji says that look how many obstacles Sri Krishna has had in his life. When we come to Rasa Leela part, all the takeaways of these incidents will be very clear. When the Lord is subjugating or slaying the Asuras, he is actually setting a discipline for the Devas. Kaliya episode shows the conquering of the Nagaloka. Brahmaji's delusion, which we just heard, it shows conquering of all the Devas. There are more episodes with Indra Bhagwan, Varun Dev, etc., which all have deeper meaning and significances. Otherwise, why would Shukra Muni ji say it all to Parikshit Maharaj? He could have listed all the Asuras in one episode and finished it, right? But they are all separate chapters, each one to ponder and contemplate. And we have to churn each of the story to get the nectar of wisdom from them. And the one important purpose here is to make our mind single-pointed. Live as if we are living only to enjoy the Leelas of the Bhagavan. Look at how Mahatmas and saints lived only to sing the bhajans, kirtans, abhangs all the time. Sai Baba, for example, he lived in the consciousness only. He ate if someone gave him food. Otherwise, he would happily be in his manana. Right? This is just to make us understand that Lord is all-powerful. The problem may be big or small, but for him, it's nothing. We have to do our manana on him for us to deal with our problems in our life, right? Which are what? Anger, stress, fear, anxiety, money, expectation, status, property. Oof, the list is just endless, isn't it? So when we hear the stories of Bhagavan, that he did it merely at the age of 6 or 8, our faith grows manifold. And whatever deeds or sins we must have done, if we take his ashray, he will take care of us. And he will enter our lives, mind you, only if we call him, right? He's there, nothing to worry. Faith or Shraddha is the base of everything, right? We have faith in our families. We have faith in our friends. We trust them with so many things. We have faith in our helps. That's why we leave our houses with them. We have faith in our CCTV cameras as well. Right? We are not worried about anything. So faith is the base for all good, bad, anything in life. Then why do we take time to establish our faith in Bhagwan? We have experienced so many good things, right? By showing our Artho and Arthadi side, always asking for or with some purpose. Now, let us develop our Jigyasu level of faith and progress towards the Jnani level of faith. So we heard about the Leelas and we feel good and we agree, right? So many things, but are we in constant Namasmarana is the question to be asked next. So let us resort to Namasmarana to settle our fickle and unfocused mind. Cry to him for single focus, God-centric life. No external force is needed, but it's my own mind that is the culprit. I myself is responsible for my upliftment or my downfall. So coming back to the story now, the waters of Yamuna were purified once Kaliya was gone. And here ends one more Leela of Bhagwan, who lived in the Punya Bhumi of Bharat Desh and Vrindavan to be specific. And Shukadev ji says, it is not to show how great or fearless Lord is, that we all know. But here he shows what level of love and compassion he has for all his devotees. Finally, the 3 takeaways that I take from this Leela of Bhagwan is, do I want to be that Kaliya? Do as much masti in the world and then go and surrender? Or can we just surrender right now at the lotus feet? That is the question to be asked. Second is, I love the way the Kaliya's wives, they prayed to Sri Krishna. When punished, they said it's the grace, because Lord is simply incapable of harming or hurting anyone. He can only love everyone. And thirdly, and the last one, Yatha Raja Tatha Praja. the one what we learn in chapter 4 of Bhagavad Gita, right? Set an example by your own living. When Lord slays or subjugates the asuras, it's for the devas to learn about respecting and prioritizing dharma. That's all from my side. Jai Shri Krishna.
Jai Shri Krishna. After this amazing episode narrated by Vaniji, let's listen to a soulful bhajan from Anantaji and pray to Lord Krishna for his presence in our lives.
कृष्ण चंद्र राधा मन मोहन मेरे मन में विराजो जी। कृष्ण चंद्र राधा मन मोहन मेरे मन में विराजो जी। कृष्ण चंद्र राधा मन मोहन मेरे मन में विराजो जी। कृष्ण चंद्र हाथ जोड़ कर नागवधू जन करे बिनती हरि चरणन से। हाथ जोड़ कर नागवधू जन करे बिनती हरि चरणन से। छोड़ो हमरे प्रीतम को हम अंचल धोवे असुवन से। छोड़ो हमरे प्रीतम को हम अंचल धोवे असुवन से। कृष्ण चंद्र राधा मन मोहन मेरे मन में विराजो जी। कृष्ण चंद्र
Our next story is about the Adbhut Balak's Leela of drinking the forest fire and about his love for flute and music. Let's know more about it from Jairamji from Singapore.
Jai Sri Krishna. So this is a very beautiful Vrittanta from the Bhagavatam, wherein we learn about how the go in Sanskrit means both cow and also the sense organ. So the story goes like this, that the cows and the calves which are with the gopas, while they are actually being taken care by the gopas, they get attracted to go towards some greener pastures and they go and disappear into a nearby forest, which is a very dense forest. So this, of course, reminds us about our own status too. We are also under the protection of our Guruji, Kocharaya Namaha, none other than that. And he has given us so many things to stay engaged in a very interesting way, but sometimes in a different different modes, we wander away. In a sattvic mode, it may be, for example, to be simply lost in certain daily rituals and forgetting about the duty that we need to perform, or in a rajasic mode, wanting to know more about the scriptures, wanting to read them in such a way that I feel like I know better than anybody else and speak better than anybody else. Or in a tamasic mode, say satsang hai, online option bhi hai, so I will attend satsang online and then end up multitasking, right? So there are different ways in which we get lost too, like how the cows in this Vrittanta got lost. But what did the cows do, and what did, importantly, the gopas do? They always knew who the protector is, who is the person that will take care of them. And so they always have the sense to go to Krishna and say, Krishna, we need help. And lo and behold, the Lord is always there to help. Whenever the Lord is asked, that's the important thing that Tejomayanandi reminds us here. We need to ask, and then the Lord will come, because the Lord doesn't want to interfere. If he is not asking us, he doesn't know whether we want him to be involved or not. Like how he waits for Arjuna to say, Sishya Stesam, I am your Sishya, please tell us what is good for my Shreyas. So in this case too, the Lord helps the cows by drinking the forest fire, literally. What not that the Lord does not do for somebody who is seeking help. And we've heard so many vrittantas of this, be it Gajendra or be it Dhruva or whoever else. Even when Prahlada does not ask also, but because Hiranyakasipu says, I want to know whether you are in the pillar, the Lord is there, ready in the pillar, waiting to take care of Hiranyakasipu. Now, how does our Guru manifest? Of course, Satsanga Pradayaka, our Guru has given us satsangs 24/7. It is said that this sun did not set on the British Empire. We all can say very confidently and very happily, the sun doesn't set on our satsang. Any time of the day, if you just know where to log in, there is a satsang going on. So any time of the day, if we need that as a support at that point of time, it is of course available to us. And Tejamanji also says here in this chapter, how when we chant the Nama of the Lord, it is impossible for us, even though we may have been lost originally in some desire and that unfulfilled desire might have made us angry or something like that. But when we take Sharan of the Lord's name, of course, thanda ho jata hai hum log. I mean, imagine, can I say, main tumko dekh lunga and also say, Ramachandra Prabhu? No, it is not possible. When I'm thinking that Ramachandra Prabhu, my mind will go in that direction only. I'll forget about my anger. I'll forget about anything stupid that may have been there in my mind also as an unwanted desire. So very, very beautiful chapter for us, where the big takeaway is we need to be like the Gopas who know whose Sharan to take, whose instruction to follow. And in our case, it is simply our own Guruji, who is our Lord and the Master, who has given us various ways of keeping ourselves busy. More of that later. In the next one, 10.28, this is the beautiful story of the Lord's flute. There are 4 aspects highlighted about the flute here. One is how it undergoes a lot of tapas right from the time it is born. Lot of austerities, including getting burnt literally, right? And then about titiksha. It doesn't become the Krishna's flute just like that. It has to wait for that moment to come. And 3, the flute does not think, I am producing this music. The flute epitomizes nimitta matram bhava savyasachi, which is what Krishna tells Arjuna in chapter 11 in Gita. And most importantly, the flute has no desire that I only want to come out with this, I only want to produce this kind of sound. That is decided by the master. So these 4 important qualities, when we follow them, then our situation also will be like Sulabhare Rama, right? Our Guru has given us what to do in the context of tapas, which is Swadhyaya. Swadhyaya includes also listening to again and again, for example, to this Akhanda Bhagavatham session. Who can stop us from going back to YouTube and enjoy this nectarine bhajans and beautiful pravachans given by various satsangis? And my heart really is filled with joy when I see people in their 20s speaking so beautifully, with so much jnana and so much of enthusiasm and skill. So tapas, our Guru has given away. Titiksha, he has told us, this too shall pass. Do not be too elated or do not be too depressed. And we see that in himself. He wanted Nivritti to come up, and it didn't exist the way it existed now. Neither was he worried at that point of time as to how is it going to come up, nor did we see any elation. Our Guru is the same, right? Before and after. Nimitta Matram, absolutely. We have so many opportunities for us to go and do something without thinking we are doing, be it Nivritti Seva or be it Gita book distribution, and no desire. Do whatever role we are given. There are so many Devis and Mahatmas who have been on this call right from the morning, attending every single moment to keep this going. This great Jnana Yajna going with dozens of speakers and dozens of songs to be played, and we would not even know all of them who are there behind the scenes. So there are great role models who we can experience right now itself, right? But for their efforts, where we don't even know who's doing what, this Jnana Yajna will not be a smooth event, what we are experiencing right now. Moving on to 10.29, this is about Krishna's flute, and it is said that Rama did not have to play the flute for him to be heard. People were singing about Rama, be it, the child Rama, Tumaka Chalat Rama Chandra, Bhajat Panjanaya, or when he became, the king, it is about Shiramukota Kundala Tilaka Charu, Udar Anga Vibhushanam, Ajanu Bhuja, Sharachapadara Sanga, Sangrama Jita Karadushanam, right? It was said that when Dasaratha asked his ministers and the Praja, is Rama ready for coronation? Even he was surprised by the tremendously enthusiastic response that people gave and said, we are literally waiting for you to, do it. And this is, mind you, a king who has ruled them very well for 60,000 years. So, unfortunately, we are not only like the Dwarkavasis or Madhuravasis, where, all that they had to do was simply stay focused on the flute, and there are not too many other distractions for them. We are in Kaliya, right? So Sulabhare Rama, Durlabhare Rama is also true. The Durlabhare Rama is very true in our case, because in the case of the Gopas, they had to go somewhere outside Vrindavan to get distracted. In our case, the distraction comes to wherever we are, the so-called smartphone. Even when you're flying 40,000 feet high, unfortunately, that Wi-Fi is now on, and all kinds of things pop up which don't need to be spent any time on, but which end up taking away a lot of our attention. So, what is the song of the flute that we need to play? हमारे लिए क्या instruction दिया गुरुजी ने, right? Now, in the case of music, it is said there are 7 notes, sa re ga ma pa da ni sa, right? In our case, there is only one sa that we need to follow, and 4 sas in particular. One is have Shraddha in the Guru. Just do it. If he says Gita is the only scripture we really need to know again and again and again and again, and Ramayana and Mahabharata and Bhagavatam in the way we are learning now, and Vishnu Sahasranama, you don't need to know a lot more. We don't need to know a lot more. This is the lifetime reading plan for us. That is the first sa, Shraddha. Second, Satsanga. It is said that Dhruva, actually, when the Lord asks him what boon does he want, Dhruva says, Lord, please give me the boon of Satsanga. The boy who has been given Pratyaksha Darshanam is asking for Satsanga. And in our case, it has been given on a platter to us, 24/7, 365 days. That is the second sa. The third sa is Swadhyaya. We need to read. I mean, these books are amazing to read. Amazing, right? Not only the amazing simple Gita, but the Ramcharitmanas and Bhagavatam, which Tejamanji has given to us and what we are following. So very beautiful to read, so much to enjoy for us. And last but not the least, the fourth sa is Seva. Now, we all like to have measurable outcomes, measurable goals. So how do we measure this Seva in terms of come December 2025, how do I know I made progress? Well, 168 hours a week, and we all attend at least one satsang, 1 hour in a week. Now, can that be 5x, if not 10x in a week? Can I say in December 25, on an average, I spent at least 7 or 8 hours every week attending a satsang, and hopefully something closer to 16 or 17 hours a week. Similarly, there are 52 weeks in 2025, as it is in every single year. How many weeks out of those 52 weeks in 25, I can say in December 25, when I look back, I spent in Nivrutti, I spent in Gita book distribution, I spent on something related to JNV, I spent on something which is a Seva activity. So 4 sas, Shraddha, Satsanga, Swadhyaya, Seva. When we do that, our situation also will be like Sulabhare Rama. Hare Krishna.
The next chapter, a classic example of love and devotion, the love of Gopabalas for Krishna. Let's know more about it from Balaji ji from Bengaluru, India.
Hari Om, Jai Shri Krishna. So we are going to have an in-depth reflection on a beautiful and profound episode in the life of Lord Krishna, which involves, besides himself, his intimate companions, the Gopabalas, who are the young cowherd boys, and the learned Brahmins of Vrindavan, and their devout Krishna Bhakta wives. So this incident provides us with deep spiritual lessons on humility, devotion, the simplicity of true faith, and recognizing divine in our everyday life. So this episode is where the Gopabalas ask the Brahmins of Vrindavan for food. Now, this request is not just for sustenance. It has a lot of symbolism and teachings for all of us on the path of devotion. So this story takes place in the village of Vrindavan, where Lord Krishna, along with his family and the cowherd community, is leading a life filled with simple yet profound devotion. As we all know, Vrindavan is a place where every stone, every tree, every blade of grass reverberates with the divine presence of Krishna. The environment of Vrindavan is steeped in simplicity, innocence, and purity. And these qualities are reflected in the lives of its inhabitants as well, the Gopas, the Gopis, the Gopabalas, the cows, and so on, right? Now, as we've already seen, Krishna, even as a young boy, is already performing miracles, playing the divine Leelas, and attracting the hearts of all of those who live there. His play is beyond the reach of ordinary mortals, beyond the understanding, and hence his actions are full of deep spiritual significance. So with that, let's get into the episode. The Gopabalas are young boys who are Krishna's close companions. They are not just children in the material sense, but they are pure souls, completely dedicated to Krishna. Their lives are centered around Krishna's joy. Their hearts are filled with devotion, and their every action is an offering to him. The Gopa boys are fully absorbed in the service of Krishna, whether it is tending to the cows, playing flute, or engaging in playful activities with Krishna. Their innocence and simplicity make them ideal devotees. They have no expectations, no desire for material gain or personal benefit whatsoever. Everything that they do it for Krishna, and they trust him completely, as you've seen a lot of miracles already. So they know no other purpose in life except to serve their beloved Krishna. So one day, the Gopa boys, along with Krishna, are playing and working in the fields of Vrindavan. After a long day, the boys feel tired and tell Krishna, Krishna, enough for today. We are troubled by hunger now. Please do something about it to satisfy our hunger. See how dependent on Bhagavan the Gopa boys are. Even in essence, symbolizing the humble devotee who seeks nothing, no pleasure or riches, fame or power or anything, just simple food necessary to survive. And they know that even that simple food comes from Krishna, not from anywhere else. This is called deep and unbounded devotion, where one is totally dependent on Krishna for everything. Their life was completely God-oriented. So the Bhagavan says, okay, come on, let's all sit and think what we can do for food. We'll come up with something. And after some thought, Krishna says, okay, please go to that sacrificial arena where the Brahmins of Vrindavan are performing a big yajna to find a place in heaven. And they are following all the Vedic rituals very, very strictly. So go there and ask for some food and tell them that you have been sent by Bhagavan, who is Balarama, my elder brother, and by me. Ask them to give food for us. Look at the grace of Lord. He was bestowing so much grace on the Brahmins. Here the Brahmins are worshipping the Lord through a severe penance and yajna to find a place in heaven, to become one with the Lord, and the Lord himself was asking them for food. Right? Look at the luck of the Brahmanas. It turned out, however, that those Brahmins were ardent ritualists, and they failed to recognize the Lord's request coming through the Gopabalas. They were arrogant scholars and were completely clouded by performing the rituals mechanically and did not realize that Bhagavan himself had sent the little Gopas to them asking for food. The Brahmins did not say yes to the request, nor did they say no to it, but their indecision indicated that they were not keen to give anything to the boys because they were not sure about what the Gopas were telling, and they doubted and thought that these boys are confused. How can there be Krishna and Balarama with these boys? They look like simpletons. I think they are confused, and for food they are lying. So hungry, sad, and teary-eyed, the boys returned to Krishna empty-handed. Bhagavan said to them, no problem, don't worry. This time go to the wives of the Brahmins and ask for food and tell them that I have sent you. The Brahmins' wives were indeed great devotees of the Lord. The moment they heard that Krishna and Balarama were in the forest, they joyfully hurried to the forest with all the food and went before Krishna and Balarama and placed their offerings of food before them. Now Krishna wanted to test them and said, you wanted to see me, I fulfilled your request, you have done that, now go back to your husbands because they'll be looking for you. So go and keep them happy. The wives pleaded to Krishna to say not such words. They said, we have come here leaving behind all our relations. You have said that those who come to me leaving everything, I accept them and make them mine. So now it's your time to honor your words. The Lord says, okay, so be it. He accepts them, but says, you still should go back to your husbands and continue to serve them. And he also assured them that their character will not be tainted and will be accepted by their families. So the Brahmin wives went back to their respective families. One of the Brahmin wives was in fact stopped by the husband from going to meet Krishna and Balarama, and she instantly gave up her life and got freedom from all bondages of karma. Look at the grace of God. Now when the wives related the story back to their husbands, the Brahmins realized their folly of being caught up in rituals and failing to recognize the Lord's calling, and they rebuked themselves and cursed their ill fortune of not giving food to the Lord when he himself came and asked for it. And forget that, they did not even get a chance to get a glimpse of the Lord. They recognized how blessed their wives were, as their minds were always absorbed in the Lord, and felt fortunate to have got such a wife. That is the end of this episode. Now let's reflect briefly on the takeaways from this episode of Krishna's life. We learn several spiritual lessons, the most important of which is humility, simplicity. The Gopa boys do not ask for anything personal. Their hearts are so pure that they ask only for what is necessary to serve Krishna. That is food to sustain their bodies, nothing else. No wealth, no personal requirements, nothing. Their focus is entirely on Krishna, and this focus is what makes them true devotees. This humility is the essence of bhakti or devotion. The Gopa Balas symbolize ideal of surrender, unconditional surrender that is free from ego, self-interest, or desire for any kind of personal gain. They are willing to accept whatever comes from Krishna, even in the form of a humble meal, because they know that it is through Krishna's grace that they will be sustained. Now look at the Brahmins in contrast. They represent a different kind of spirituality. One that is often caught up in ritual, intellectualism, pride in the learning, the sattvic ahankara we call, right? Now the Bhagavatam teaches us that these are not bad in themselves, but they can very well become obstacles if they lead to ego or neglect of the essential nature of devotion. The bhakti is the most important thing. The Gopa Balas, in their simplicity and purity, show us the highest path, which is bhakti, that transcends beyond ritualistic practices and is rooted in pure love and unconditional surrender to God. So as we reflect on this beautiful episode from Srimad Bhagavatam, we understand that true devotion is not about external practices or knowledge, but all about an inner connection with the divine. It is about recognizing Krishna in every aspect of our lives, in our work, in our relationship, and even in the simplest of acts, like seeking food for sustenance. The Gopa Balas teach us that the path of bhakti is the path of simplicity, humility, and complete dependence on Krishna. So let us, like the Gopabalas, approach the Lord with pure hearts, free from ego, and ask for nothing but the opportunity to serve him. In this way, we can experience the grace of divine in every moment of our lives, just like the Krishna graced the simple Gopabalas of Vrindavan. Without I stop here. Hari Om, Jai Shri Krishna. Charan Sparsh.
So very true. Jai Shri Krishna. So the episode coming up is a true reflection of Vrajvasi's faith in Krishna. Let's experience the same as little Krishna lives the Govardhan mountain. So for this, over to Ananya-ji, our youth satsangi.
Jai Shri Krishna, everyone. Wow, looks like we're all in the Govardhana mountain right now, which is great, because this is a place that a mind-boggling, completely astonishing, splendid thing took place. What is it, you might ask? So as all stories do, let us start from the very beginning. So it's bright and sunny in Vrindavan. Birds are chirping, cows are grazing. Everyone is happy and busy running around excitedly. And little 7-year-old Krishna was just, sitting on the porch, and he was just looking on, and he figured that some grand preparations were being made in Vrindavan. Everyone seemed to be preparing for some yajna. Now, our Krishna, he knows everything. But he feigned ignorance and went to Nanda, his father, with like big, innocent eyes. He's so little, he just pulled on his dhoti and he asked, all this for whom? And Nanda said that all of these preparations were for Lord Indra, the king of the Devas and the Lord of the rain. And Sri Krishna said, why? Has it been said that you have to do this puja in any of these scriptures or any of the Vedas? Can you quote where it has been said, if it has been said? Nanda said, my child, I don't know if it has been said anywhere, but we're doing this as a thank you to Indra and also to please him. And Sri Krishna said, if we don't please him, then what? Nanda said, Indra will become very angry and give us violent storms or the worst droughts. And we've made all of these preparations. We need to worship somebody. And our little boy said, who is this Indra? Does he make the rain? Can you see Indra? But you can see Mount Govardhana. It's right in front of you. We're cowherds. The most important thing for us is our cows. And they graze on Govardhana. This mountain gives us food. It gives us everything. Indra is not deserving of our worship. Rain happens on its own. Mount Govardhana serves us all so selflessly without expecting anything in return. There's no need to say swaha, swaha and give, so much food to Indra. Let's distribute it amongst the cows and to the needy. And, this reminded me of a phrase that, said in satsang called Vasudeva Kutumbaka. We're all one family strung together by the wealth that we bequeath from the earth. This is an amazing message from Krishna, as the earth is also our family and we need to appreciate and take care of it. So our mischievous little Krishna wanted to provoke Indra, Chavi, as lately he seemed to be getting really egoistic. The Lord does not want anybody practicing devotion out of fear. He just wants bhakti, just pure love for the Lord. He also didn't want anyone with Indra's status, right? And Indra changes every manvantara, like every 300 million years. So nobody is indispensable in this world. He didn't want this to be a pattern with all of the Indras and all of the gods, people just demanding to be worshipped with grand yajnas and prayers and threatening absolute devastation if those weren't offered. So now imagine that you're preparing for like big puja, with all of the village, and a 7-year-old boy comes and tells you that don't do this, worship this mountain instead. You'll just be like, just go play somewhere. What are you saying? But Krishna is no ordinary boy. Everyone in Vrindavan knew that he was a really special child. They had so much faith in him that they readily agreed to his proposal and offered all the food and everything that they prepared to Mount Govardhana with a lot of love, a lot of shraddha, and a lot of bhakti. So the Govardhana puja was done. Everybody was really happy. But one person was not happy. Indra was looking at all of this from above, and he was enraged. He was furious. He was livid. He screamed and he said, oh, so this is how it is. The audacity of these cowherds. See what I do now. He unleashed his fury. The sky turned black. Thunder was sounding. Rains were pouring. He poured and poured and poured. Angry rains. The whole Vrindavan was flooded in no time because of these torrential rains. And what was our hero, Sri Krishna, doing? He couldn't be bothered. He just sat in his house eating his butter without a single care in the world with a sweet smile. But the people of Vrindavan, however, were drenched. They were feeling very cold and mostly terrified of Indra's wrath, because the rain he was unleashing was causing havoc in the whole of Vrindavan. But they had complete faith in Krishna. And they just ran to him, knocked on his door, and they were all so cold and so scared, and in trembling voices they said, Krishna, Krishna, look, Indra is raging up there. He's in full fury. Please save us, Krishna. Our fate is in your hands. Look at our cows, look at our calves. They're all struggling in this rain. And now we surrender completely to the Lord. We just say, Krishna, I'm yours. Please protect me. That's like the first thing I learned in satsang, Just surrender completely to the Lord. He will always listen to his bhaktas. And he just said, follow me, And everyone went to the Govardhana mountain. And with one small, tiny little hand, the size of your palm, he lifted the entire mountain of Govardhan as if he was just plucking a mere flower from a garden. He then balanced the mountain on the tip of the nail of his pinky finger. And this is how Krishna came to be known as Govinda, right? Everyone, like Krishna by now, he's danced on snakes. He's killed demons 100 times his size. Everyone was awestruck. A small, tiny little chit of a boy carrying a huge mountain on the tip of his pinky. Everybody lost their minds. They all started screaming, Govinda, Govinda, Govinda. And he didn't stop there. With his other hand, he brought his flute to his lips and he began to play sweet music to soothe everybody. And Krishna then said, everyone, do not be afraid. Come under this mountain. I will not let it fall. I will protect you. And having gotten the green light from Krishna, they all took their possessions and everyone in Vrindavan stayed under the mountain. It's beautiful because Krishna used that very mountain that they worshipped to protect all of them. And this was essentially a camping trip for everybody. When you are around Krishna, you're always in bliss. Everybody was gathered under the mountain. They were singing the praise of Krishna. They were singing and singing. Govardhana Giridhara Govinda Gokula Balaka Paramananda Govardhana Giridhara Govinda Gokula Palaka Paramananda Govardhana Giridhara. They all sang, they all danced, but outside it still poured and poured and poured for 7 days and 7 nights. And the whole time, Krishna just stood there with the Mount Govardhana balanced on his tiny little finger. Can you imagine tiny 7-year-old Krishna balancing a massive mountain on his little finger as if it were nothing? But during this 7 days and 7 nights, there was this one incident that happened. So after a few days of Krishna holding the mountain, all of his little friends, the small Gopas, approached Krishna and said, oh, Krishna, you must be so tired. Why don't you rest for a bit and let us hold up the mountain for you for a little while? At least switch your hands, switch your fingers, just rest for a while. We'll take care. And to this, Krishna just merely laughed loudly. But all of them, insisted. They all brought their little sticks. And this is a huge hill. But they all felt that their wooden sticks was what was holding up this mountain. In their heads, they all thought, without my stick, this mountain would have crushed us long ago. And later, when the Govardhana Leela and episode was completely over, and Krishna would just tell his friends that, hey, remember the time I lifted up the Govardhana mountain? And everybody would say, hey, don't act so smart, okay? Only because we put up our sticks, you were able to hold it. So just like the Gopas who held their sticks, we think we're the doers, but in reality, it's Krishna who's doing everything or has already done everything. So let us leave Krishna to hold the mountain for a while. Oh, and the Gopas also. And let us cut to some interpretations of the Govardhana Leela. So one meaning of the word go is cow. And by lifting Govardhana, it is said that Krishna nurtured all the cows of Vrindavan. The second meaning of the word go is earth. As Mother Earth always takes the form of cow, the cow, right? Whenever she wants to take a physical form, the lifting of the mountain is symbolic of the Lord uplifting the earth through this Janma and saving it from evil Ashuras. The third definition of the word go is Vedas. The Lord protected and uplifted the Vedas, safeguarding it as the knowledge was on the decline. The last meaning of the word go is sense organs. Our sense organs always tend to search for lower, right? We latch it on to the myriads of worldly distractions. So the lifting of the Govardhana symbolizes releasing of the lower and reaching out to the higher, the supreme Lord. So now when Indra saw that Krishna didn't even flinch while holding this mountain for the past 7 days and 7 nights, he was gobsmacked. He realized that this was no ordinary child, but the Lord himself. This is another takeaway. It took Indra 7 entire days to quell his ego, despite seeing a small, tiny little boy holding up an entire hill. So extremely inflated ego is very difficult to crush, and it only draws us away from the Lord. So Indra, with his ego crushed, his anger calmed, his heart filled with remorse, he stopped the reins, and it was sunny in Vrindavan again. So everyone soon left from the mountain, and Krishna gently placed the mountain exactly back to where it was, exact positions, ensuring that it was just like how it was before. This is yet another small takeaway. When we use resources or anything, when we need them, we need to ensure that it's kept back to exactly where it was. Guruji always says, right first time, RFD. So through this Leela, Bhagavan destroyed Lord Indra's ego and also gave us some amazing thoughts to ponder upon. Some being, number one, all worship, yajnas and pujas should always be offered from a place of love and devotion and not out of fear. Number two, from Indra, we learn that ego just distances yourself away from the Lord. We just need to be conscientious of ourselves. Number three, just like the Gopas who held their sticks, we think that we are the ones doing everything, but we're not doing anything. It's all the Lord. And four, the most important one, being grateful. A lot of the times we praise someone who's far away, someone we barely know, but we don't praise the people who are with us all the time. We just take them for granted. We're always told in the workshop to appreciate our mothers for every meal that they give us, say grace before every meal. Right? We also have Mother's Day, Father's Day, Teacher's Day. It is only to remind us to take that time out to appreciate our parents, our gurus, and all they have done for us. We can practice gratitude also by maintaining a gratitude journal as mentioned in Satsang. And that is precisely why Krishna has asked everybody to worship Govardhana. Because it was right there, it was right in front of them. And it gave them so much, yet nobody ever thanked it before that. But to this day, Govardhana Puja is still performed in the Banke Bihari temple. The Govardhana mountain is really important as we have distribution in Vrindavan as well. Many of our own satsangis also do the Govardhana Parikrama. They go around the entire mountain and they pray. So that's it from me. Let's all leave this mountain for now. Jai Shri Krishna. Pranams.
Jai Shri Krishna. Thank you, Ananya-ji, for that beautiful narration of the entire episode. So blissful. After this wonderful Leela, let's hear a beautiful bhajan praising Govardhana Giridhari on flute from Mahesh-ji.
That night, under the full moon, Krishna's dance with the gopis wasn't just a dance. It was a Rasa Leela, a celebration of life, love, and the divine connection between the soul and the Supreme. Let us all experience the same bhava of Rasa Leela with Mahatma Deji.
Jai Jai Shri Radhe, Jai Jai Shri Radhe, Jai Jai Shri Radhe. We say that the 10th canto of the Bhagavata, Dasmaskanda, is the heart of the Bhagavatam. Within the 10th canto, the parts relating to the Rasa Leela are called the very center or the crown jewel of the Bhagavatam or the 10th canto, right? So first, that's first thing. Let me take out a few points out of the way before we get into the Rasa Leela itself. People tell me, you start everything by Jai Jai Shri Radhe, you go walk in Govardhan like a madman. Where is Radha? Where is Radha? Why is she not mentioned in the Bhagavatam? Let's get that question out of the mind. I will appeal to all of you to remove or make less use of your intellect. Mother Radha is cosmic energy. Call her Radha, call her Rukmini, matters not. Call him Sham, she is Shama. She is inseparable from Sri Krishna. Point number one. Point number two, I talked this morning about Sukamuni, my friend, my dear friend, Sukha Parabrahman, Sukamuni. Sukamuni representing the parrot, right? He was a parrot in Mother Radharani's hands, and he is the narrator of the Bhagavatam to Parikshit. So why did he not mention about Radharani then? I told you this morning that the Bhagavatam is the greatest lesson that we can have on time management. We all struggle with managing our time in 24 hours. Parikshit had 7 days, Saptaha. So why? So if Sukamuni talked about Radharani, he had no hope of completing the Bhagavatam within 7 days and delivering Parikshit from the curse and getting him to liberation. That is the reason why Sukamuni does not mention about Radharani. However, in the Bhakti Sampradaya, we say that Mother Radharani is the center of anything to do with Krishna Bhakti and Krishna Prema. So we read a lot of commentary, including Jayadeva's works on Bhagavatam, including Akhanda Maharaj, a great saint who passed away, who used to live in Vrindavan. And I've had the good fortune of listening to a number of people in Vrindavana, in Vrajabhumi. Vrajabhumi is physically 4 hours, 3 hours, or increasingly 2.5 hours away from Gurgaon, Noida, Delhi. But our hearts and minds can be Vraja too, right? Can also be Vrinda equal to Tulsi. Vrindavana is a forest of Tulsi, is called Vrindavana, right? We can make our homes and hearts one of Vrindavana, okay? So that's what we're going to do now. This morning we started that. We left Sri Krishna as little Ananya did at Govardhana. Now he has to come back and he has to perform the Rasa Leela. So I ticked off 2 questions first. One, where is Mother Radharani in this place in Rasa Leela? Second was just around context of where is Vrindavana and what we do. The third thing to note is Krishna knows each of our thoughts. Today morning we talked about a few asuras or people whom Krishna liberated. I said anybody associated with Krishna gets liberation. That's the beauty of Krishna. Anybody, I repeat, associated with Krishna gets liberated. We saw Putana. Who is Putana? You saw Krishna sucking the milk out of her. We did the Vamana Avatar this morning, right? Madhuriji did the Vamana Avatar. When Vamana comes in, Mahabali's daughter is there in the Yajnashala. Mahabali's daughter says, my breasts are full of milk. I want to feed this child. I want to feed this child. Can't I not feed the child? Krishna says, you will, but not in this Janma, in the next Janma. She comes when one of my future avatars. She becomes Putana and she feeds Sri Krishna. We talked about Kaliya. We talked about Kaliya just now. 2 great rishis do tapas. When one of the rishis comes into the other rishi's place for doing tapas, this rishi who's doing tapas says, of all people, you have to do tapas with me. Come on, you're not my equal. How could you do tapas with me? It's full of poison, full of mada. So the one rishi curses the other rishi, I don't remember the names, it doesn't matter. Says, you will be a poisonous snake. That snake is Kaliya. Be careful about your thoughts. In our satsang, we say thoughts are actions. Everything that we think of, my master knows. The smallest of thought, my master knows. And if it is a good thought of love and bhakti, for sure it will come. It will happen. That is the solemn assurance that we get even out of the story of Putana's past birth. Point number 2. Point number 3. Point number 4. Why is the Rasa Leela placed here in the Bhagavatam? So Krishna has now conquered the Asuras. We talked about him conquering the Asuras. Then we talked about him conquering Varuna Deva, Nagadeva, the forest fire. We talked about him conquering Brahmaji. Right? He's conquered all of that. Now my master has to support conquering of passion. What happens there? The Kamadeva comes and says, look, you've conquered all of this. Can you conquer lust? Can you conquer lust? And Krishna says, of course I conquered you in Rama Avatar. Did I not? I was Maryada Purushottam. I was Ekapatni Vrata. And Kamadeva says, that was all different. Can you conquer passion in a full moon night? Sharad Pulla Pallika. So can you conquer him on a moonlit night on the banks of Yamuna? And Krishna accepts the challenge. Before we get into the Rasa Leela itself, one last point, dealing with the cast of characters in this scene. We see, of course, Adbhut Balak, 7-year-old Adbhut Balak. We see Sukamuni, my guru, narrating the story to Parikshit, the most qualified listener. Then whom do we see? The gopis. Who are the gopis? Who are the gopis? It says, during the Ramayana, when Sri Rama, Maryada Purushottam, walked into Janakapuri with Vamitra and Lakshmana, the people of Mithila say, some of them say, can't we marry this? Look at this lion among men. Can we not marry him? So one portion of them become the gopis. The other portion, when Rama enters into the Dandakaranya forest, the rishis and munis say, what a handsome figure, what a handsome person. Can we not hug him? Rama says, in this Janma, I am Ekapatni Vrata. I will not hug anybody. So in the next Janma, you will be born as gopis of Vrindavan. So those are the gopis. The greatest bhakta of Krishna, according to the Bhagavatam, is Lord Shiva. He comes for the Rasa Leela too, because he is envious of the gopis, having a personal touch. See, Krishna is, our relationship with Krishna is a personal relationship, one-to-one personal relationship with Krishna. So that is what this is about, okay? I'm running out of time, so I'm going to jump into the 5 parts of Rasa Leela. Rasa Leela itself is divided into 5 parts. The first part is the call of the Supreme, right? The call of the Supreme. And the second part is about the response to the call of the Supreme. The third part is the Virakatapa. And the fourth part is the Gopi Gita. We will have a Yuva Mukta do the Gopi Gita. And then, of course, the final part is then communing, the gopis communing with Sri Krishna. So the Rasa Leela starts something like this. Kana ne aisi murali bajaye, daudati daudati gopiyaye, choda hai samsar, choda hai garbar, ye to maharans ki raat. So Krishna chooses a fully Sharad during the month of Sharad month season, full moon night, Vrindavana. For those of us who spend time in Vrindavana, we know that there is a special place. It is called Nidhivan. Nobody enters the place after 6 o'clock in the evening every day in Vrindavan. We believe that the Rasa Leela happens. Sri Krishna and Radha come every night, and the Rasa Leela happens there even today. I will request all of you to go there once, at least once in a lifetime. At least once in a lifetime, we should go there. Okay. So he sings. He plays his flute, and as soon as the flute is played, what happens? The gopis only hear them. Because who hears the call of the Lord? It is only the Bhakta who hears the call of the Lord. So they hear the call of the Lord and they start running. How did they run? Somebody put her waist chain as the necklace. Somebody put her necklace as the waist chain. This is not an advertisement for size 0, by the way. Okay. Somebody was putting kajal in her eyes, but unfortunately the kajal smeared all over her face. She's black. Somebody was serving her parents with food. Somebody was putting something else. They simply dropped everything and ran towards the banks of the Yamuna in the noise of the flute, following the noise of the flute. Of course, there are other gopis who could not be could not leave their houses and locked up. What they do, the Bhagavatam says here that some of them give up their lives. Some of them just give up their lives there, contemplating on Sri Krishna. Okay, contemplating on Sri Krishna. The gopis who managed to reach Krishna, what does this mean? Many ways to look at the Rasa Leela. As I told you, you read the Bhagavatam, then you read Bhakti Rasamrita. You read this is a volume by itself, or a work of life by itself. So what happens? This is one way to look at it, and that's my favorite way. It's a communion of the Jivatma with the Paramatma. The Jivatma is going to commune with the Paramatma, right? The Jivatma is going to commune towards the Paramatma. So they all run towards Sri Krishna. Of course, Adbhut Balak, as I said, is 7 years old at this point in time. No room for Kama in a 7-year-old child. So he's there, 7 years old. These gopis have run towards him. Choda hai sansar, choda hai garba. Ye to Maharaj ki ras. So they are there with him. And what does he do first? This is point number 2 of the 5 chapters of Rasa Leela. First chapter, call of divine and the jiva going towards him. The second is, Krishna now turns around. After having called them, he says, why did you come here? Why did you come here? My God, what a complicated God. You call me here and then you ask me why I'm here? What is this now? We came here just because you blow the flute. And we've come here. Now Krishna gives them a discourse on their worldly duties. Krishna gives them discourse on their worldly duties. And he says, no, I don't agree with you coming here. Come on. And now the gopis say, we can't go back. We have left. Choda hai sansar, choda hai garbal. Ye to Maharaj. How can they go back to their husbands and their families? So he says, then they appeal to him. They say, well, it's not true. You've said surrender. I'm bringing in something that we've talked about today, which is the concept of surrender. Right? They are doing surrender to the Lord. They are surrendering to the Lord and saying, we came here following you, Krishna. We came following you. So you have to give us what we want. Now you might wonder, why is Krishna doing this to us? See, the gopis surrender. They've left everything. Sarvadharman parityaksha mam ekam charanam vraja. If you leave everything that you're holding on to and hold on to my master's feet, redemption is guaranteed. But when you're asking for him, he has to test you. He is asking the gopis if they are ready for what they want. So it's not enough if I go to the temple and say, or pray to the Lord in front of me and say, I want you. No, that's not enough. The Lord has to be convinced that we really want him to the exclusion of everything else that we are holding. That is what Rasa Leela is about. So part number 2 is that conversation between Krishna and the gopis. Now we go to part number 3. Part number 3, Krishna is convinced that the gopis really want him, and he starts the Ras. What is the wonderful theme? For every Krishna, there is a gopi. Gopi Krishna, Krishna Gopi, Gopi Krishna, Krishna Gopi. That's our beautiful chain. And in the center, there is Krishna and Radha dancing. Now what happens? My master, Sukamuni, described this as Saubhagya Mada. Today, Madhuji talked about it. We talked about Vamana. We talked about it in Pride. Everywhere we talk. The gopis now feel, and my master calls it that, Saubhagya Mada. I am special. I am special. My way of explaining is better. I have Krishna with me. The gopis had pride. The gopis have pride now, and they think Krishna is exclusive for them. The minute pride enters their heart, Krishna suddenly disappears. How will you feel? You have 1 minute you have the Parabrahman with you. The next minute he is gone. He is gone. The third section of the Rasa Leela deals with that aspect. This is a very beautiful aspect. The gopis now have Viraha Tapa. They are separated from the Lord. And what do? Very beautiful. It is very difficult to condense this Rasa Panchayam, the 5 chapters, into anything more than what I'm trying to do. So this part is beautiful. They are all deprived of Krishna. And what do? Each of them assumes the role of Krishna. One assumes the role of Krishna and sucks another person's breast, saying, you're Putana, I'm going to suck the life out of you. One says, you're Kaliya, I'm going to dance on you. Each of them plays the role of Krishna. Krishna Katham. They're all having Krishna Katham on the banks of Yamuna. And why are they doing that? That's the beauty. Now, when they're doing that, commentators draw a parallel to what happens when the Vanaras are searching for Mother Sita. They're lost. They're on the banks of the sea. and seashore. And what do? When they do not have anything, do Krishna Katha. A message for all of us. When we do not have anything to do Krishna Katha. Think of Krishna. No need to look at this useless mobile phone and get into social media. No. Do Krishna Katha. So these gopis are now doing Krishna Katha. Each of them are doing. And they are searching for Krishna. Bago me dunda, bagiche me dunda, bago me dunda, bagiche me dunda, bata do Bihari, kahan ho, bata do Bihari, kahan ho. So they are searching for Krishna. There comes my mother. There comes my mother. There comes my mother. So this is a long story. Each of them go search of Krishna. They see footprints. They follow the footprint. At one stage, they all assume, who's he gone? Jealousy creeps in. Has he gone with so-and-so? Has he gone with so-and-so? And they move further and they see only one set of footprints. And one gopi says, listen, it looks like he carried her. He carried her. This is where Mother Radharani appears there. And she guides the gopi. She plays the role of the guru. Since morning, we've been talking about the role of the guru. Without the guru, surrender is not possible. Without the guru, I told you my own story. If you do not know the Bhagavatam, you are a bara on the earth. And Guru redeems us from being a bara on the earth. Mother Radharani appears there. And she becomes the guru for the gopis. And she tells them how to approach Krishna. And what happens next then? The gopis then sing. And we are going to take up this section in a minute or two when I hand over to the Yuva Mukta. What happens now? So they basically then, she tells them how to contemplate on Krishna, how to express their love for Krishna, how to express their surrender to Krishna. And the master is pleased and he grants them what he wants. What do they want? Do they want to commune with him in the body? No, not at all. Not at all. They want to commune with him, their soul to commune with him. Please don't think the Rasa Leela is an episode of passion. Passion lies in our mind. Krishna, when the gopis come, I started by saying, he plays the flute. When he plays the flute, he stole away the minds of the gopis. There is no more kama left. It is only prema. And he grants them what he wants. So rishis, the folklore of Vrindavan, which I'm privileged to have heard a lot of times from a number of commentators in Vrindavana, is that, commentators, sages, rishis and munis read the Rasa Leela for what? To get rid of kama. To get rid of kama. Okay. So they read this episode, to get rid of kama. And what happens? Lord grants their wish. That's how the Rasa Leela works. 2 or 3 key points. We clearly understood why Radha is not mentioned particularly by name. But you read this part in conjunction with other commentaries. Point number 2, Radha is the very soul of Krishna Bhakti. They cannot be separated. She is cosmic energy. You need to experience Vrindavana. Vrindavana can be in our home, in our hearts. But till the time we are mature enough, you do need to set foot on Vrindavana and see Radharani and the people there. Just like we go to Pandharpur. Pandharpur cannot be explained. You need to go and see the Mauli of Pandharpur. Similarly, we need to see Vrindavana and experience Radharani. Then comes, pride. We sincerely surrender to the Lord. But when we get proud, the Lord is going to go take it away. Unless we take take out pride in us with the help of a guru, then we can attain the Lord. That's how the five chapters go. I've tried to summarize a lot of it. I don't want to take more time. I will now hand over to the Yuva Mukta. Vaniji is going to speak about the Gopi Gita, and if time permits, then I will come back. If time permits, come back and see how the gopis commune with Sri Krishna. Jai Jai Shri Radhe, Jai Jai Shri Radhe, Jai Jai Shri Radhe.
Gopi Gita illustrates the deep and unconditional love of the gopis for Sri Krishna, as characterized by sacrifice, selflessness, and profound intensity. Let's listen to Gopi Gita from Vaniji, our youth satsangi.
Jai Shri Krishna to everybody. I will be talking about the Gopi Gita. So I will be beginning with the tale and then move on to the spiritual takeaways and the lessons that we can draw from it. So the tale of the Gopi Gita is the love that transcends the world. So long ago, in the idyllic village of Vrindavan, the moonlight bathed the forest in a silvery glow. The night was still, yet it throbbed with the silent cries of the gopis,
Krishna's most devoted admirers. These cowherd maidens, bound by the cords of love to their beloved Krishna, wandered through the forest, their hearts aching with the pangs of separation. Krishna, the playful and divine cowherd, had vanished amidst the Rasa Leela, leaving the gopis in a state of despair. Their laughter turned to tears, their joy to longing, and their minds spiraled into memories of his enchanting presence. Unable to bear his absence, the gopis began searching the forest, calling out his name, their voices trembling with love and desperation. As they searched, the gopis sang. The song was not just a melody, it was their heart's cry, their soul's yearning. They sang of Krishna's divine pastimes, of his enchanting smile that could steal their hearts, and of his eyes as soft and radiant as lotus petals. O Krishna, they sang, your presence has turned Vrindavan into a celestial paradise. Even Lakshmi, the goddess of wealth, has left her heavenly abode to reside here. Yet we, who live with you, are still lost without you. How can you leave us like this? Their minds replayed his playful deeds. You saved us from Kaliya's venom, the raging storms and the fiery wrath of the forest, they said. Yet now, your absence burns us more fiercely than any fire. Are you not the protector of all beings? How can you abandon us, your devoted ones? Their love was so deep, so selfless, that they worried not for themselves but for him. Your feet, softer than the petals of a lotus, are wandering the harsh forest paths. Stones and thorns must be hurting you. Just the thought of it shatters our heart, the gopis said. The longing reached a crescendo. They cursed the creator Brahma for making eyes that blinked, stealing even a fraction of a moment from beholding Krishna's beauty. Every second without him felt like an eternity. As the night deepened, their pain grew unbearable. Then, like the rising sun dissolves the darkness, Krishna appeared. His radiant form shone brighter than the moonlight, his smile melting away the gopis' anguish. I was always with you, he said softly, his voice a balm to their wounded hearts. The gopis were overwhelmed, first with joy, then with reproachful love. They accused him playfully. How could you leave us, Krishna? Don't you know our hearts beat only for you? Krishna, with a knowing smile, explained that his absence was a divine play, meant to deepen their love and make their hearts entirely his. Their union was nothing short of celestial. Krishna stood amidst the gopis, the divine embodiment of love, fulfilling their yearning with his presence. That night, the gopis experienced the ultimate joy, the union of the soul with its eternal beloved. This song of love and longing, known as the Gopi Gita, has echoed through time, touching the hearts of devotees, inspiring them to seek the divine with the same fervor and intensity. The Gopi Gita offers timeless spiritual lessons that transcend the confines of culture and religion, guiding us towards a deeper understanding of love, faith, and the nature of God. It tells us that longing is a gateway to spiritual growth. The gopis' yearning is not a sign of weakness, but a powerful spiritual force. Their longing symbolizes the soul's innate desire to reunite with its divine source. In our lives, moments of separation, whether from loved ones or a sense of purpose, can become catalysts for spiritual growth. It speaks about the power of unconditional love. The gopis' love for the Lord is free from expectations. They do not demand his presence as a transaction. Instead, they love him for his essence. This mirrors the selflessness of a parent's love for a child. Such acts of unconditional love in human relationships reflect the divine ideal, teaching us to love without the bounds of selfish motives or expectations. It encourages us to have faith amidst challenges. Even in the Lord's absence, the gopis sustain themselves with the nectars of his pastime, keeping faith that he will return. In our lives, we often face spiritual dryness or moments of despair when God's presence feels distant. Like the gopis, finding solace in scripture, sacred stories, or the support of a spiritual community can rekindle our faith. It also emphasizes the omnipresence of the divine. The The gopis recognize the Lord not merely as the playful coward, but as the indwelling self of all beings. This teaches us that God is not limited to specific places or forms, but resides within and around us. For example, a moment of awe while witnessing a sunrise or the quiet stillness of meditation can all become ways to experience that divine presence in our daily lives. The Gopi Gita beautifully conveys the transformative power of devotion. The gopis' suffering is not in vain. It purifies them and deepens their connection to the Lord. Similarly, devotion and surrender to God can transform even our pain into spiritual progress. A person grappling with a great loss might find purpose and meaning in dedicating themselves to services or creative pursuits, channeling their grief into an offering of love. Lastly, let's understand some of the key takeaways from the Gopi Gita that resonate deeply with both our spiritual and emotional lives. It illustrates the transformative power of devotion, teaching us to embrace challenges as opportunities to grow closer to God. It teaches us to understand that divine love requires surrender. The gopis renounce all worldly attachments, including familiar ties, for the Lord. Their example inspires us to let go of material attachments and ego driven desires. Trust that a divine love will fill the void. For instance, someone choosing to dedicate their life to a cause or spiritual practice often finds fulfillment beyond their initial sacrifices. It teaches us that God's tests are acts of grace. The Lord's disappearance is not abandonment, but a divine strategy to deepen the gopis' love. Similarly, the life's hardships can be seen as opportunities for spiritual refinement. The most important one, that separation enhances union. The gopis' reunion with the Lord is sweeter because of the pain of separation. The cyclical nature of longing and fulfillment mirrors our own lives. Whether it is the joy of meeting a loved one or the satisfaction of achieving a hard earned goal, separation teaches us to cherish union more deeply. Learn that one must love beyond transaction. The gopis teach us to love without expecting anything in return. In relationships, practicing such love can lead to deeper connections and harmony. Lastly, acknowledge that the divine is always present. The gopis' eventual realization that the Lord was with them all along reminds us that God is never truly absent. This understanding encourages us to seek the divine in the mundane. The Gopi Gita is not a song of devotion, but a mirror to our own spiritual journey. It challenges us to examine the depth of our love for God, our faith amidst trials, and our capacity to find the divine in all things. Like the gopis, may we cultivate a devotion so pure and intense that it transforms every moment of separation into a step closer to divine union. Through longing, surrender, and unwavering faith, the story reminds us that the soul's ultimate destiny is to merge with its eternal beloved, the Supreme Lord. That is all from my side. Jai Shri Krishna. Thank you.
As Vaniji narrated, Lord was always there for gopis. Similarly, let's experience the same bhava of Radha and gopis as we listen to the blissful rendition Maharas Ki Raat from Malini ji from Singapore.
भगवान पिता रात्रि शरदो फुल्लमल्लिका वीक्षरन्तु मनश्चक्रे योगमायामुपाश्रितः नाचे है कान्हा नाचे है राधा के साथ नाचे है धरती नाचे गगन ये महारास की रात ये तो महारास की रात निशम्य गीतं तदनङ्गवर्धनं व्रजस्त्रिय कृष्ण गृहीत मानसा आजग्मुरान्योन्य मलक्षित्रोद्यमा सयत्र क्रांतो जवलोल कुंडला कान्हा ने ऐसी मुरली बजाई दौड़ते दौड़ते गोपियाँ आई छोड़ा है घर बार छोड़ा है संसार, महारास की रात, ये तो महारास की रात।
After the Maharaj ki Raat, time has come for Akrura ji to take Sri Krishna away to Mathura. Let's see what happened next from Mridul ji, our youth satsangi.
Jai Shri Krishna. We resume our journey in the 10th canto, now at a critical turning point. Up until now, we have witnessed the enchanting days of Krishna's childhood in Vrindavan, the playful sports with his Gopa friends, the tender exchanges with his adoring gopis, and the simple, loving life of the Gopas, utterly devoted to him. But chapters 42 and 43 now mark a profound change. Krishna and his elder brother Balrama will leave the sacred land of Vrindavan for Mathura, a city that is ruled by the tyrannical Kamsa, a place where worldly arrogance, power struggles, and hidden motives all swirl beneath the surface. So, what we saw earlier is an invitation has arrived from Mathura. Kamsa, who has been living in fear and hatred of Krishna since learning of a prophecy that Krishna would bring about his end, has now devised a plan. Under the guise of a grand festival and wrestling tournament, he invites Krishna and Balrama to come to Mathura and hopes to have them killed there by his mighty wrestlers or by some other trickery. Nanda Baba, who receives Kamsa's message and seeing nothing very suspicious on the surface, just agrees to attend. And as we saw earlier, he is a very simple, a very trusting soul, a beloved elder of Vrindavan who has always believed in the goodness of others. And so he announces to the Gopas that they will set out next morning for Mathura. So they prepare the bullock carts, load them with curd and makhan, and gather materials as offerings. Everyone, all the Gopas just believe that this is just another happy excursion. After all, they have traveled together as a community before, and they fully expect to return home together as they always have with Krishna. So the next day, the Gopas align the bullock carts at dawn. Akrura, who is Kamsa's messenger, but also a great devotee of the Lord, has arrived to escort Krishna and Balrama. Akrura then offers his chariot to the two brothers and is something that even Nanda Baba and the other Gopas encourage. And with that, the journey sets forth. The air is filled with the lowing of bulls, the creak of the wooden wheels, and the Gopas chatter excitedly about the grand festival, the wrestling tournament they're about to witness. But not everyone in Vrindavan is as excited. The gopis are totally heartbroken. They sense that something is amiss. Their love is so pure, so direct, that they intuitively know that Krishna might not return in the same way that he is leaving. So they wait at the edge of the village paths, hoping for one final reassurance, one final word, one final glance that Krishna will return. But Krishna, knowing that if he goes and speaks to them, he will be unable to leave. So he simply remains seated in Akrura's chariot, and the gopis start weeping openly, throwing aside any sense of modesty and crying out for the beloved Krishna to at least say he will come back. And then Krishna just sends a messenger with the words Ayasya iti, meaning I shall return. Yet even these two words delivered indirectly must serve as their only hope. The chariot wheels start turning, and the dust from the departing entourage slowly blocks the view, and the gopis watch until the dust itself settles and the chariot is no longer visible. It is as if their very life's breath has departed. And the journey continues. And around midday, the party halts on the banks of the Yamuna River. And Akura simply requests for a short stop to perform his prayers and take a bath. And even Krishna and Balrama, they wash their hands and faces and just calmly rest in the chariot, allowing Akura to proceed. Now something magical happens, as Akura takes his holy dip, an astonishing vision greets him beneath the waters. He sees Krishna and Balrama in their divine, majestic form, as Narayana resting on the serpent Anantasesha. Struck with wonder, Akura looks back toward the chariot on the river bank and sees that, array, Krishna and Balrama there as well. He again looks in the water and they're present there too, in their majestic forms. Totally awestruck. Akura with this revelation now understands that the Gopa brothers that he's been traveling with are none other than the Supreme Lord himself. Totally overwhelmed with devotion, he then offers his sincere, heartfelt prayers to the Lord, then resuming the journey. Now, as the journey resumes, they eventually reach the outskirts of Mathura at the city gates. Now, Akura knows it's the Lord himself, and so he insists Krishna to accompany him to his home. But Krishna simply instructs Akura to go ahead without them. As Krishna now wants to walk the streets of Mathura himself, giving all the people an opportunity to see him directly, so he enters openly, full of confidence and compassion. And at the same time, all the other Gopas and everyone also arrive and wait at the city's entrance as Akura proceeds to Kamsa's palace to deliver the news of Krishna's arrival. As Krishna and Balrama walk through Mathura, people gather on balconies. As everyone's looking at them, they line the streets, peer out of the windows, as everyone has heard the rumors of these extraordinary Gopa brothers from Vrindavan, and they are struck by Krishna's beauty, his grace, and this tranquil confidence that radiates from him. Amid this growing crowd stands a washerman who's carrying a large bundle of fine clothing meant for Kamsa's court. So Krishna, seeing this, approaches the washerman and politely requests, "Please give us some garments suitable for wearing," he says. And the washerman, so proud of his association with the royal household, full of ego, just scoffs at the request. He not only refuses, but also speaks rudely to the Lord. Krishna, seeing that the man's arrogance and the karmic load are blocking him from receiving his grace, gives him a tight slap on the face. Padak! And with that single blow, the washerman falls lifeless and attains immediate moksha. So it signifies that Krishna liberates even those who oppose him. It's been mentioned that in a previous incarnation during Ram Leela, the same soul had committed offenses, and now with just the Lord's touch, those turn, he totally frees him of bondage. Further along, as they walk through Mathura, a gardener humbly offers flowers to Krishna. And it's no grand gift, right? It's just blossoms that he has grown with care. But to the Lord, a simple flower offered with love is more precious than the grandest palace. Krishna gives the gardener moksha as well, and once again showing that Lord's grace is not attracted by wealth, status, but by the purity of one's heart. To conclude, and the takeaways in these two chapters, we see Krishna leaving behind the heart-wrenching love of Vrindavan to fulfill his larger role in defeating Adharma in Mathura. On the takeaways from Akura, we learn sincerity and humility. From washerman and the tailor, we learn that our attitude is everything, and something that we can all take away, to put it simply, is pride simply repels grace, while humility attracts it. And from Krishna's entire journey, we understand that Lord showers his grace on us in innumerable forms. Even though it is all often and sometimes far beyond our limited comprehension and understanding. And often, and offering whatever we have, be it simple flowers, our heartfelt prayers, singing his bhajans, or doing japa every day, is more than enough to receive his grace. Krishna Arpanamastu.
Coming up next are the stories of Lord's grace on Kubja and Kuvalayapida. Let's hear about his grace and mercy from Vashisht, our youth satsangi.
Jai Shri Krishna. Pranams to the Lord, Guruji, Guruma, and all the Mahatmas present here. Today, I will be covering the Lord's grace on Kubja, the breaking of the bow, and the moksha of Kuvalayapida. The Lord's grace on Kubja. The citizens of Mathura were stunned as Lord Krishna walked the streets. They heard about the killing of Rajaka, the laundryman of Kamsa. In Mathura, there lived a woman with a hunchback named Kubja. Kubja was none other than Shurpanaka in her previous birth, back in the Treta Yuga. She was a handmaiden to Kamsa, where she provided him with sandalwood paste and scented oils. Krishna had asked Kubja if she could provide him with the same sandalwood paste and scented oils, for which Kubja had happily obliged. Just then, Krishna put his feet on top of hers and pulled her upwards. This resulted in her back straightening up. Her hunchback was gone, and Kubja was filled with happiness and gratitude. Kubja had then asked him to come over to her home, to which Krishna promised he would come much later. This promise would be fulfilled later. The bow is broken. After strolling through the city, Krishna and his companions reached the pavilion where the bow yajna takes place. There, they saw a magnificent bow on display. They walked directly into the tent despite the guards who were trying to stop them. Krishna had lifted the bow, and while he was trying to string it, the bow broke apart. The guards were killed using those broken pieces by Krishna and Balaram. The entire city soon got to know about this. Some of Kamsa's personal items were also on display on that same pavilion. Krishna destroyed all of them one by one, and Kamsa's henchmen were filled with fear, while the devotees were absolutely ecstatic. They soon rested in a lodge for the night, while Kamsa was not able to sleep. The moksha of Kuvalayapida. The very next day, the Bhagavan saw an elephant called Kuvalayapida at the entrance of the sports arena. The elephant was absolutely intoxicated, and when Krishna had requested a safe passage from the Mahout provoked Kuvalayapida and charged at Krishna. Krishna played with the elephant for a while. He was here and he was there. And then he grabbed the elephant by the trunk and flung him to the ground. He pulled both the tusks of Kuvalayapida and gave one of it to Balaramji. Kamsa was filled with fear when he heard that the great elephant Kuvalayapida had died. Shukadevaji said then that when Krishna walked in holding the tusk of Kuvalayapida, everyone gathered in the pavilion and everyone saw Krishna in different ways according to their own thinking. The men thought Krishna was the jewel of mankind. The women thought he was the embodiment of Kamadeva. The wicked saw him as their sovereign. The elders saw him as their own son. And Kamsa thought he was death himself. The yogis saw him as the supreme truth. And the members of the Vrishni clan saw him as a divinity of the highest order. Thus, everyone saw a Lord according to their own innate sentiment that they held in their heart. So what are the takeaways from these three chapters? 1. You can see the Lord as you want. It all depends on the perspective that you hold. Breaking Kamsa's belongings and the bow signals the end of Kamsa's reign. Kubja also represents Mother Earth, and the hunchback of Kubja represents the burden on Mother Earth. By straightening the back of Kubja, it signifies that Krishna is lifting the burden on Mother Earth, and he reduces the burden on Mother Earth as it is the purpose of the Lord's avatar. The Lord keeps his promise. Things may not happen immediately, but will happen eventually as promised. Shraddha and Bhakti are extremely important. Jai Shri Krishna.
Lord Krishna and Balaram killed Chanura, Mushtika, and others. For Kamsa, Lord Krishna was death personified. Let's hear more about Kamsa's liberation from Kothaiji from Hyderabad, India.
Jai Shri Krishna. Now we enter into the climax of action between Shri Krishna and Kamsa. With the death of Kuvalayapida, Shri Krishna, Balarama and the Gopas enter the tournament arena. This is the place where all the wrestlers are assembled. The wrestlers form the final ring of protection for Kamsa. When Chanura looks at Shri Krishna Balarama entering the tournament arena, he addresses them and says that he knows that they are highly skilled in the art of wrestling and they have also killed quite a few asuras. But he warns them, saying that those asuras were just beginners, but here is the place that they would confront the powerful warriors. Saying so, he invites them to wrestle with them. Now, Shri Krishna mischievously tells Chanura, how can we small children fight with you who are so huge? Usually, wrestling matches are conducted between people of comparable strength. Now, Chanura replies, saying, he knows that they both are neither small nor children. The proof of it is that they have just now killed Kuvalayapida, who has the combined strength of thousands of elephants. So Shri Krishna and Balarama say, okay, if we have to fight, so be it. And they pair up. Shri Krishna with Chanura and Balarama with Mushtika. Now all the people who are there looking, particularly the women and the elderly, are aghast at what is happening. They think that this is unrighteous, that such Rakshasa Asura type of wrestlers wrestling with small children. And they even think that it is unfair on their part to sit and watch this. Now, Shri Krishna is listening to all of this, and for some time he shows all his tactics and tricks. Then finally, he simply lifts up Chanura and smashes him onto the ground, and that's the end of Chanura. By then, Balarama has also killed Mushtika. Now there are other wrestlers also. So Shri Krishna fights and kills Shala and Toshala, and Balarama kills Kuta. The rest of the wrestlers who are there, looking at the fate of their best wrestlers, run away for their lives. Now, we have to remember that all of this is being watched by Kamsa. Now, what is the state of Kamsa as he is watching all this? Understandably, he is panic-stricken and clearly petrified seeing what is happening. Now, he starts to scream and shout and blabber like a lunatic. He says that Shri Krishna and Balarama are the evil sons of Vasudeva, and to take them away from this place and to kill them, take away all the wealth from the Gopas, to imprison Nanda Baba, to kill Vasudeva, and to kill his own father, King Ugrasena. And he makes sure that he does not come anywhere near Shri Krishna. Now, where are they both positioned? Shri Krishna is in the arena while Kamsa is sitting on a high platform watching everything. Now Shri Krishna jumps in leaps and bounds and reaches the top of the platform. Seeing Sri Krishna coming charging at him, Kamsa grabs his shield and he moves to the left and right like a hawk in mid-air. Now Sri Krishna quickly catches hold of him, throws down his crown, grabs him by his hair and pushes him down into the arena. He immediately runs down and he jumps onto Kamsa. The moment he jumps onto Kamsa, that very instant, Kamsa is dead. Now, he did not have to even use any of his weapons or powers or even his hands, and Kamsa is dead. Now, all the people who are watching this erupt in joy, but at the same time, they are so astonished and they could not even believe that the same Kamsa who has been torturing them for such a long time just died in an instant, just like that. Now, it is very interesting to note what happened to Kamsa during the last moments of his life and post that. We all know that Kamsa was extremely fearful of Sri Krishna. Whatever he did, be it he was sleeping, he was getting up, he was sitting, standing, walking, roaming, eating, sleeping, whatever he did, every moment he was always thinking of Sri Krishna. Because of which, at the last moment of his death, he saw the vision of the Lord and he attained mukti. Now, Sri Krishna made sure that the last rites of Kamsa and all the others who were slain are conducted properly. And then he moved on to the prison so that Devaki and Vasudeva could be released. Now, Devaki and Vasudeva thought, how can we look at the Lord of the universe as our child? Knowing this, Sri Krishna invoked his Maya and removed from their minds the knowledge that who he actually is. Now, Sri Krishna and Balarama fall at their feet, and Sri Krishna even tells them that the days, the years Sri Krishna and Balarama were alive is actually fruitless because they had to endure so much of hardships. Devaki and Vasudeva they just embrace their children to their heart and they are enveloped in total bliss. Then Sri Krishna goes to release King Ugrasena, and all of the people around want Sri Krishna to be the king, but he refuses and he requests King Ugrasena to continue, and he even makes preparations for his coronation. Now, Nanda Baba and the Gopas are also there. So Sri Krishna goes to Nanda Baba and tells him that whoever has brought up and nurtured the child are the true parents. So he comforts Nanda Baba, saying that he very much still considers him as his father. Post that, Nanda Baba and the Gopas return back to Raja. Now, looking back at this episode, there is one point to highlight, which is the liberation of Kamsa. Kamsa has been thinking of Sri Krishna each and every moment in whatever work that he was doing. If we contrast this to ourselves, we are also constantly thinking, but only about ourselves. Not just thinking, we are even overthinking with whatever we are doing, be it our day-to-day activities, our past worries, our future anxieties, or anything and everything that is concerned about us. So the learning for us could be, can we shift our focus from just thinking about ourselves to thinking of the Lord, His glories, and all the blessings that He has bestowed us with. Jai Shri Krishna.
Jai Shri Krishna. Shri Krishna sealed Kamsa's fate by killing him. It's time to rejoice and celebrate. Let's listen to two bhajans to celebrate Lord's victory.
Kalyana Krishna, Kamaniya Krishna, Kalyana Krishna, Kamaniya Krishna, Kalinga Mardana Sri Krishna, Kalinga Mardana Sri Krishna. Govardhana Giridhari Murari, Gopi Mana Sanchari. Govardhana Giridhari Murari, Gopi Mana Sanchari. Murari, Gopi Mana Sanchari. Murari, Gopi Mana Sanchari. Vrindavan ke tulasi mala, Vrindavan ke tulasi mala, Pitambaradhari Murari. Kalyana Krishna, Kamaniya Krishna, Kalinga Mardana Sri Krishna.
Keshava Madhava Madhusudana, Keshava Madhava Madhusudana, Sridhara Sundara Narayana, Sridhara Sundara Narayana, Keshava Madhava Madhusudana. Murali Manohara Janardana, Achyutananta Narayana, Achyutananta Narayana, Achyutananta Narayana, Achyutananta Narayana. Govinda Jai Jai, Gopal Jai Jai, 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 Govinda Jai Jai, Gopal Jai Jai. Keshava Madhava Madhusudana Manamohana.
To continue the celebration, coming up next are the episodes of Krishna and Balrama's weddings. Rukminiji chose the Lord of the universe to be her groom. Let's listen to our youth satsangi, Shreya ji, to know more about these enchanting weddings.
Jai Shri Krishna. The weddings of Shri Krishna and Balarama. The marriage of Lord Krishna and Rukmini represents one of many profound stories of love and devotion, embodying divine and deep spiritual significance. This episode from the Srimad Bhagavatam not only narrates a spectacular wedding, but also serves as an allegory, the soul's journey to divine union. The narrative begins by establishing Lord Krishna's 8 Mayas through his marriages. While he wed 8 principal queens and 16,000 other princesses, his divine powers allowed him to be uniquely present for each of his wives, giving them undivided attention as if each had their own Krishna. This ability stands in contrast to an ordinary man, for whom maintaining harmony in a single marriage is considered a significant achievement. Balarama marries Revati, daughter of King Revata. Among Krishna's marriages, his union with Rukmini holds special significance, as she was considered the incarnation of goddess Lakshmi herself. Their love began even before they met, with both having developed deep devotion through hearing of each other's divine qualities. However, their union faced opposition from Rukmini's brother Rukmi, who favored an alliance with Shishupala, the king of Chedi. In a bold move that exemplifies both devotion and determination to the Lord, Rukmini took the step of sending a message to Krishna through a Brahmin messenger, who was none other than the reborn sage Valmiki. This act carried a significance as Valmiki, unable to unite Rama and Sita in his previous life, when Sita returned to Mother Earth, found his destiny fulfilled in uniting Krishna and Rukmini. Rukmini's message to Krishna reveals the depth of spiritual longing in a true devotee's heart. She says that hearing of Lord's attributes would cleanse one of all sins. Seeing the Lord is the purpose of sight fulfilled. This can be extrapolated to the qualities of a spiritual seeker. A seeker of the Lord neither sees nor hears anything but the praise of the Lord. She declares, without modesty or shame, that her beauty, morals, knowledge, and wealth would find their true match only in the Lord himself. Her question, why choose anyone else, when the most beautiful being of all 3 worlds, the creator of beauty himself, Bhuvana Sundara Shri Krishna, is to our avail? This serves as a powerful metaphor for spiritual seeking. Just as Rukmini saw no alternative to Krishna, a spiritual seeker should see no alternative to the divine. Rukmini Devi also mentions the elaborate escape plan, centered around Rukmini's visit to the temple of the Divine Mother on the morning of her Swayamvara. This demonstrates her wisdom. She urges Sri Krishna to take her away from her temple worship after she is done, as she would be guarded in the inner palace and Krishna would have to fight her king in an encounter if he were to take her away from the palace. This ensues drama, involving Krishna's rescue of Rukmini, carrying her away on a chariot from the temple on the morning of the Swayamvara, and the subsequent battle with Shishupala and Jarasandha. Balarama and the Yadavas follow the Lord and hold off Shishupala and his army. Shishupala is forced to retreat and is consoled by Jarasandha that this is fate. Shishupala, however, pursues Sri Krishna and battles him. But Rukmini Devi prays to the Lord to spare her brother. Shishupala does not fold and Sri Krishna is forced to disfigure and bound Shishupala. The intervention of Balarama, who later counsels Krishna after treating Shishupala, now his brother-in-law, with more consideration, brings a touch of friendship to the story. True friends stand up to ill, even if it means addressing their best friend, here the Lord himself. Story concludes with different types of weddings being mentioned in the tradition. Vedic, Rakshasa, Gandharva, and Vishaka Vivahas. Krishna and Rukmini's union transcends these earthly categories, representing instead the union of the divine with the devoted soul. This narrative serves multiple purposes. At one level, it is a tale of love and courage. At another, the spiritual allegory where Rukmini represents the seeking soul and Krishna represents the ultimate reality. Her willingness to risk everything for union with the divine mirrors the ideal attitude of a spiritual seeker. It is exemplified by Nachiketa, who refuses all worldly temptations offered by Yama in pursuit of self-knowledge. The story teaches that true devotion knows no shame or hesitation, that the ultimate goal of life is union with the divine, and that all other pursuits fail in comparison to this highest aim. Just as Rukmini was willing to face potential danger for her love of Krishna, the spiritual seeker must be willing to transcend worldly considerations in pursuit of the ultimate truth. The tale emphasizes that when seeking the divine, one must be prepared to be carried away from the ignorance of reality and seeking reality, just as Rukmini asked Krishna to carry her away. This symbolizes the transformation that occurs when divine meets its seeker, leading to the dissolution of ego and the realization of one's true nature. Krishna Namaste.
After the beautiful wedding episode, now it's time to immerse into Bhakti Bhava with Rukmini's prayer to Krishna from Prashanti ji from Singapore.
विनती सुनिए नाथ हमारी हृदयेश्वर हरि हृदय बिहारी हृदयेश्वर हरि हृदय बिहारी मोर मुकुट पीतांबर धारी विनती सुनिए नाथ हमारी और कहूँ क्या अंतरयामी तन मन धन प्राणों के स्वामी करुणा कर आकर के कहिए स्वीकारी विनती स्वीकारी विनती सुनिए नाथ हमारी.
Faith is trusting Krishna even if you don't understand his plan. Let's listen to the next story of Shishupala and understand Lord's plan for his liberation from Priya Bharatji, our youth satsangi.
Jai Shri Krishna. Pranams to Param Puja Guruji. Let me paint a beautiful picture from Mahabharata. A picture of this grand celebration of Rajasuya sacrifice. It was a grand occasion of Rajasuya sacrifice, which means it's a Vedic ritual, a royal consecration ceremony to mark a coronation of a king in this case being Yudhishthira. Yudhishthira invited everyone, all the rishis, munis, deva, in fact including Bhishma Pitama, Dronacharya, Viduraji, everyone was present. All the noble men that you would know were all present in that ceremony. The rituals were performed in accordance with all the scriptural injunctions. It was going perfectly well. Yudhishthira completed the worship, all the activities that he was supposed to. The time came for Agra Puja, which is the final worship of the most noblest and the worthiest men. As I said, the place was filled with all the noble people. We were all discussing whom to honor. Suddenly, it was Sahadeva, who is the youngest and considered as the most intelligent, came up saying that it is none other than Sri Krishna who is to get this right. He is the worthy of all of this worship. All others agreed to it. Sri Krishna was then escorted, bejeweled, adorned with beautiful clothing. Yudhishthira washed his feet. It was such a divine moment. Just then, it was Shishupala who stood up and said with disgust, "How is Lord Krishna worthiest of this worship when there are so many noble men? It's filled with noble people." He insulted Lord Krishna again and again of stealing, of deceit, of all the wrongful activities. But Sri Krishna was observing him. He was silent. He didn't mention anything. Before we proceed, there is a prelude to Lord Krishna and Shishupala's relationship. Shishupala was born with unusual form. He had a prophecy where it said that on whose laps he would be laid, on his arms would drop off, would slay him one day. So whenever a guest arrived, Shishupala's mother would put him in their lap and wait to watch who is that person. And one day Krishna visited, and the arm fell off in his lap. His mother really understood that it's going to be Krishna. She asked Krishna, she requested Krishna not to kill him. Krishna agreed. He said he will forego 99 transgressions of Shishupala, but on 100th insult, he would use his discus and would lay his head off. So his mother would keep requesting Shishupala, please don't insult Krishna. That was her only request. Now, another prelude to who Shishupala is. As we all know, and we've been reading through in this book, Shishupala is none other than one of the two gatekeepers in Vaikunta, Jaya Vijaya, who were cursed by the 4 Kumaras for not letting them inside the Vaikunta. They were given an option by Vishnu himself of 7 births of as a devotee to Vishnu, or 3 births as staunch enemies. They chose the latter, and that's how they were born as Hiranyaksha, Hiranyakashipu, Ravana, and Kumbhakarna. And this being their final birth as Shishupala and Dantavakra. Now coming back to the present yagna, Shishupala kept insulting him, and 99 insults, 99 moments were gone. Then the 100th insult, when Shishupala hurled one insult on Bhishma Pitama and Krishna could take no longer. He uses discus, dropped off his head. In that moment, there is a light which emerged from Shishupala's body and merged with Lord Krishna. And that was the moment when everyone, probably who might have thought whether he's worshipful, knew that he's the Lord. When they saw the light getting merged with Sri Krishna, and he's the righteous person to receive all the respectful worship. The priest completed the ceremony. This is how Rajasoya sacrifice was completed. There is a small purport in this, but just 2 takeaways before I conclude. I decide my friend, my foe, my enemy, and my acquaintance. Everyone knows what a friend is. Someone who supports you in trouble, who has your back, enemy who insults you, but I believe they bring the best in you. But worse than an enemy, in the sentence that I mentioned, I decide it's me, mine, which is more harmful than an enemy is. I give them the status irrespective of how they behave. I keep growing hostility towards that person. It is my mind which gives them that respect, which projects them, which projects the hatred or which projects the love. Is it possible for you to stop creating these differences? And there is one person who really did it in this episode, which is Yudhishthira. Yudhishthira is known as Ajatashatru, who never had any enemy. He behaved equally with everyone, and so were everyone behaving with him. And that's one of the things that they mentioned during Rajasuya. He invited every single person, and every single person turned up as well. So it is indeed possible for us to stop creating those differences. And that's the point of significant spiritual import. The last thing, the place was filled with noble people, right? But it was Sahadev who recognized Krishna. In the pursuit of knowledge and nobility, it's important to be humble, to recognize that it is Lord Krishna who's the director of the story, who has villains recognized, which is Jaya Vijaya, who has the script written. We all are mere actors. Don't forget that. Jai Shri Krishna. Thank you so much.
Jai Shri Krishna. A true friend is like Lord Krishna, who knows what your heart is hiding and helps you without uttering a word. Let's listen to this beautiful story of Shri Krishna and his friend Sudama from Shantiji from Oman.
Jai Shri Krishna. Smarana onde salade, Govindana nama onde salade. Purandara made this beautiful kriti where he said that only the Nama Smarana is what is important. the Lord actually takes care of all his devotees. We know that, right? Like, I mean, he has taken care of Pandavas like anybody's, like, like nobody else has gotten that much of privilege as the Pandavas have had. We know only them. There are lots of other devotees that the Lord always takes care of. And as he has promised in the Bhagavad Gita, in whatever form that we go to, in whatever way we approach him, he will take care of us. That's a solemn promise that the Lord had given in Bhagavad Gita. And Meera and one more Alvar named Andal, both of them thought of him as their beloved and went to him with that thought. Another Alvar, Periyalvar, he actually worshipped the Lord as his own child. There is a beautiful kriti by Sadashiva Brahmendra, which goes like, Vajare Gopalam, Manasabhare Gopalam, Vajagopalam, Kuchela, Trijagan Moolam. Now, in Bhagavatam, the reference is to Sudama, but he was never called as Sudama in his own place, which was Sudama Puri. And he was called as Kuchela. Chela means like, rags, like, tattered cloth. And he was always wearing tattered cloth. So he was called Kuchela. Now, who's this Kuchela as such? The reference that has been made here. Kuchela, Sudama, was actually the childhood friend of Lord Krishna. Both of them studied together at Sandeepani's ashrama when they were very young. They were very close. Like Krishna would not go out without Kuchela, I mean, like without Sudama. See, I keep repeating Kuchela, but then without Sudama, Krishna wouldn't go out anywhere. Wherever Sudama went, Krishna would follow him. They were so much of buddies. But it so happened that, like, this small incident which happened is not mentioned in Bhagavatam, but, lot of Mahasadhus, they have actually mentioned this, that once when they went into the forest for working on behalf of their guru, like it poured. And so they were standing under a tree. And Sudama had, like, he had a little bit of roasted chana. And he started eating it because he didn't want to share it with Krishna. And he was making a lot of noise. And Krishna asked him, what is the noise that you're making? And then, what is it? And then Sudama replied, no, nothing. It is my teeth chattering because of, all the cold and other things, because he didn't want to share. People actually refer that, like, that this Sudama, because he did not share, he actually suffered. But that was not the case, because Bhagavatam does not talk about Krishna's friends as people who suffer, right? He was a great devotee, and he just spent his time just remembering the Lord's name. He was not interested in any of the worldly things, like, to acquire wealth, or although he was very learned, he did not use that to go and get his wealth or, like, get his living as such. And being a great sajjana, he had a great wife as well, whose name was Sushila. Now, Sushila did not question Sudama about any of his matters, like, why you're not going and earning, nothing of that sort. She did not ask him any of it. But then she was really upset that people all around were calling him Kuchela, like, such an emancipated person. And so she wanted some sort of healthy food for him, at least that he gets some healthy food. So Sudama was keeping on, like, bragging about the fact that Krishna was his childhood friend, and he used to keep talking only about Krishna's name. So Now, as usual, wives know how to actually induce their husbands, right? Because Sudama will not go and ask anybody for any help or to even get his living and any of that. He would not even go for alms. So she knew how to induce him. So she said to him once, that you've been talking about Krishna, your childhood friend. Now he is the Dwarakadish. So why don't you just go and see him and come back so that you have some good time with him? You both can reminisce about your childhood days. So Sudama thought, that, yeah, but I can't go to him. He's the king. I don't want to ask him anything. All these thoughts kept coming. And since the seed has been sown by the wife, of course, he finally relented. He said that, okay, I will go, but I will not ask him anything, and I cannot go to him with an empty hand. So do we have something to give him? And naturally, Sushila, who was such a good wife, good companion of her husband, went and asked about, Bhagavatam is very specific about this. It says that, she went and asked 4 different households because she did not have anything. So the 4 different households, she went and asked them, and each of them gave her 1 mushti of the flattened rice, the poha. So she got that, and it was in different colors, but she just managed to mix all of that very nicely, tied it up in a sari, tore her sari part of it, tied up a nice bundle, and gave that to Sudama. He said, she said, go and give this to him. He will be able to, he will enjoy this, I'm sure. So Sudama was very reluctant, but he started his journey. Of course, the Lord has got to we have just got to take one step towards him. The Lord takes care of everything else. This is so true for every Bhagavata. In what way he takes care, that is not a devotee's duty to actually question, and a devotee will not question that as well. So Sudama walked for some time, and he became very tired, and he took some rest under a tree. And as soon as he woke up, lo and behold, Krishna had already transported him to Dwaraka before the palace. And of course, everything looked like a palace only for Sudama, because Dwaraka was so rich, and there were so many tall buildings. He didn't know where Krishna was actually residing. He heard somewhere that that somebody had been waiting for almost a year to see Krishna, and they have not gotten the invite. And they said, I am from Kashmir, and I have brought about 100 kilos of saffron, but the Lord has still not called me. I don't know why. So Sudama was he was thinking whether he will be called actually by the Lord, and whether he had made a mistake. But the guards, as soon as they saw him, they asked him, what is it that you want? And Sudama said, I am actually here to meet up with Krishna, and Krishna is my childhood friend. Now, the guards were not really sure, whether he was trying to say the truth or not. So they said, okay, no problems. You come, we will take you. So he was taken by the guards. And although the guards were having a very smirky smile on their face, but they took him because Brahmanas were always respected in Dwaraka. So he was taken, and as soon as the guards went inside the sanctum, inside the inner chambers of the palace where Krishna was, and they told him that there is a Brahmana who says he's your childhood friend. And now Krishna looks up, because till then he's not looking up at all. So, childhood friend, who's that? Is it Sudama who has come to see me? And without even thinking and without even considering to put on his upper robe, Krishna rushes out. And the guards were really surprised, astonished actually, the way by which Krishna comes out to meet up with his childhood friend. But Krishna was unmindful of everything. he came out, took Sudama inside, and Sudama himself was very surprised. So Krishna called out to Rukmini and he said that Sudama is here, so we will have to feed him. So without even asking, Sudama, what you want to eat? So he started spreading a whole lot of stuff on the plate and started feeding Sudama. And he kept on feeding. And then now Rukmini stopped him. He said, haven't you fed him enough? Haven't you not fed him enough? Can you stop now? I'm sure he is now, he's got everything that he has desired for in his life. Of course, Sudama, who was in a daze till now, he did not understand why Mata Rukmini had got to say this, but then he was still very much enjoying the hospitality that Krishna was showing. And Krishna said, Sudama, you have to lie down here only tonight and you can leave tomorrow. So Sudama is very happy. Then Krishna asked, so what did my Bhabi send for me? My sister-in-law must have sent something for me. And lo and behold, Sudama continued with his nature of trying to hide what he had brought, because seeing the opulence of Krishna's palace, he was not sure whether his beaten poha would be taken. But then Krishna knew what was in Sudama's mind. So he took it and started eating the poha. One mushti, and that was it. And two mushti, and he said it was really delicious. And Sudama was very happy that Krishna was satisfied with his small gift. Sudama slept, and then next day morning, Krishna said, okay, Sudama, bye-bye, leave. And without even waiting for Sudama's answer, he was sent back. But a normal people like us, we would think that, why is somebody who kept so much of was taking care of me yesterday so much with so much of food and ate my gift also, now he's sending me without even asking me whether I want to leave or not. But then Sudama was not like that. He was that bhakta, that devotee whose life was only in the Namasmarana of the Lord, in Krishna's Namasmarana. So he did not think like that and all. And so he started his journey back to his house. Now, while he was going to Sudamapuri, then again he took rest, and Krishna in his Karunya as such transported him back to his own house. Now, when Sudama woke up, he did not see his house, and he saw a lot of people actually coming towards him, trying to welcome him. He was not sure. And he said, there used to be my hut, my name is Sudama, and my hut used to be there. Do you by any chance know where my wife and all have moved? And then his wife came in. She said that, don't you realize, the food that you gave Krishna, when he had it, he already gave what I wanted. And he also gave you what you wanted. All you wanted was to have his darshan, to have his hug, which he gave you. And I wanted some sort of money and wealth so that we could have a decent sustenance. But he gave much, much more than what I had expected and what you had expected as well. So after that, they both continued to have this smarana of the Lord and spent their life. Now, the greatest teaching from this is that the Lord has got various types of relationships. Not only that, his friendships has crossed across, it has been across various caste. It goes beyond caste and whether it is a human being or not. Shugriva, a Vanara, was his friend. Guha, one of those Nishada, he was his friend. Likewise, Arjuna, Kshatriya, he was his friend. And Uddhava, his minister and his friend. All of them, he did not have any difference. He took care of all of them. And Sudama, a Brahmana, he was also his friend and was taken care of by the Lord. So which means all it is for us is to have that Namasmarana. Keep thinking of the Lord at all times. Like I said, Smarana onde salade, Govindana Nama onde salade. That is enough for us to be taken through this samsara sagara. And that is what we learn from Sudama Charitra. Jai Shri Krishna, pranams.
With this, let's glorify Krishna's presence in our lives through this beautiful bhajan by Saviri ji from Singapore.
Maitrim bhajata akhila hrijayatrim. Maitrim bhajata akhila hrijayatrim. Atmavadeva paranapi pashata yuddham tyajata spardhan tyajata paresha kramama जननी पृथ्वी काम दुखाते जननी पृथ्वी काम दुखाते जनको देवः सकल दयालो दाम्य ददता दयत्वं जनता श्रेयो भूयात् सकल जनानां श्रेयो भूयात् सकल जनानां श्रेयो भूयात् सकल जनानां श्रेयो भूयात् सकल जनानां.
Moving to next canto, Canto 11, Chapter 4, which talks about Raja Nimi's 9 questions posed to 9 sons of Rishabdeva who arrived while he was doing the Mahayagna. Let us know more about what were his questions and the answers given by Navayogis from Rashmi ji from Oman. Jai Shri Krishna. Coming to chapter 11.4, the dialogue between Raja Nimi and the 9 yogis. Vasudevji wanted to know more about the spiritual knowledge, or say the attributes and the essential nature of the Lord. And he understands that other than Lord, only saints can give this knowledge. Thus, he requests Naradji to give this spiritual knowledge to him so that Vasudevji can cross this so-called ocean of samsara. Vasudevji possesses a question about Bhagavata Dharma, wanting to clarify how can he cultivate pure devotion and thus bring auspiciousness to the entire world. Naradji is also very delighted by this question and calling it such a wonderful question because it addresses the essence of living a God-centric life that benefits all creation. Here we see that when saintly people have a question, it's always for the benefit of others and not for just gaining something for I, me, and myself. They don't have a doubt about the Lord, but it's the devotion that they have, that they want to know more and more about the Lord. Now, Naradji also gets absorbed in remembering Lord and was filled with bliss. Naradji explained to Vasudevji that an equally profound question was asked long ago in a different royal assembly. This leads him to recount the story of Raja Nimi, the king of Mithila, and the 9 yogis who once arrived at the king's grand sacrificial ceremony, that is the yajna. Through their dialogue, the 9 yogis illuminate the fundamental truths about devotional service, detachment, and self-realization. Now, when Vasudevji hears that, even he must have got that inquisitiveness. This question had been asked earlier also. So who, when, and where was it asked? For this, let's go a little into the flashback. King Rishabdeva
and the origin of the 9 yogis. To understand who these 9 yogis were, we go only to Bhagavatam, to the life of King Rishabhadeva. King Rishabha was an incarnation of the Lord himself, who had ruled with wisdom and devotion. He raised 100 sons, teaching them how to govern with righteousness and spiritual insight. That's what when Guruji is doing in Nivriti Gurukul, making all the Vibhutis noble citizens first, and then rule on the hearts of the people. He keeps saying, Dil par Raj karo, not what modern education is teaching, Kursi par baitho. Now, among these 100 sons, the eldest was Bharat, after whom Bharatvarsha is named. 9 of Rishabhadeva's sons became exceptionally great yogis and devotees of the Lord Vishnu. Raja Rishabhadeva had given his sons a special teaching in the public assembly so that they always remember those, and after imparting these teachings, Rishabhadeva retired from the worldly duties, wandering in deep meditation. It is said he put a stone in his mouth. What an example of detachment. We always hear Parampuji Guruji also giving this example again and again as how the children should be brought up. Meanwhile, these 9 yogis, they chose a life of total renunciation, moving freely across the universe, never staying in one place for long, and always glorifying the Lord. Now we come back to Mithila, where Raja Nime was conducting a grand sacrificial ceremony, and he had invited many learned priests and sages to offer oblations for the welfare of his kingdom and for the pleasure of the Lord. At this very moment, the 9 yogis, they arrive unannounced, radiant with spiritual purity. Why not? Their minds were always absorbed in the Lord. The king was very overjoyed to see such saints. Immediately he rises from his seat, folds his palm in reverence, and welcomes them warmly. He recognizes them as no ordinary saints, but he sees them as the personal associates of the Lord himself, and he addresses them with humility. Here, we really need to learn how to be with the saints. Also, the question for me is, do I always remember what Guruji says? Viveki ka anadar mat karo. Listening to them and also practicing what they say makes a lot of difference. Raja Nimi then expresses his question, a very profound question, and he says something about the nature of human birth and says that human life is rare, durlabam. At this point, my so-called intellectual mind says, Are, kitna population hai? What is so durlabam about human life? But when we consider the countless forms of life, that is plants, aquatic creatures, insects, birds, animals, and so on, humans represents just a tiny fraction. Scripture teaches that among the 8.4 million species, this human form is rare, in fact, a very rare and precious one. Why? Because only in this form, it allows us to attain liberation or the self-realization. फिर राजा निमि कहते हैं, while human birth is difficult to attain, it is even more difficult to come across those whose hearts are filled with Lord Vishnu, those who are fully dedicated to the Lord, and for whom Vaikuntha, that is the Lord, is so dear, or say, those who are so beloved devotees of the Lord Vishnu. Rarer still is to meet pure devotees of that Lord. So we see Raja Nimi's approach is that of a seeker's perfect attitude. He says that in the presence of saintly persons, he wants to ask just one thing, that which is most beneficial for his soul. He does not want to waste even a single moment on the worldly gossip. Instead, he wishes to delve in the Bhagavata Dharma, how to strengthen his relationship with the Supreme Lord so that he can attain that eternal welfare. What a knock it was for me. What are my talks when I am with Param Pujya Guruji? Guruji, bless me, अच्छा घर हो जाए, बच्चे settle हो जाए, ये हो जाए, वो हो जाए, this, that. How many times did I ask him that please give me that totally devoted life. Give me the strength to give and to do more and more of Guru Seva. A famous statement in Bhagavatam, it says, in this world of birth and death, even half a moment of association with saintly souls is an immense treasure for humanity. और मुझे तो days and days मिलते हैं with the Guruji when I'm in Gurukul. But do I really use them wisely? I need to have a self-check on that. Moving ahead, the glory of satsang is often narrated with this story, a small story that says, there was a woman who regularly used to attend the satsang to hear the teachings about the Lord. One day, she felt so tired that she barely could have been awake. At least I've also experienced many times, satsang is the best place to have a peaceful sleep. But it's not like that. She grasped in during that time only 3 phrases, short phrases, that where he came, he sat, and he's going. That was all what she could, hear or assimilate before she fell asleep. Returning home, the husband asked her, "What did you hear in satsang today?" The couple were still unaware that there's a thief who had just sneaked in. So the lady said, "He came." The thief, overhearing this, he froze, thinking, "Oh, someone has caught me sneaking in." Then she continued, "The second thing I remember is he sat." Now the thief really panics. He says that, "Oh, people are also watching him." Then finally she says, "The third thing that I remember is he's going." In terror, the thief fled, never stealing a thing. In this, the few words the woman could catch from satsang, though they were so random, became her suraksha kavach, what we call that protection. This story really emphasizes that no contact with the Lord's wisdom goes as a waste. Even a little of divine teachings heard sincerely can, remove all the misfortunes and guide us towards the right path. Here again, I need to really reflect. I may think, अरे मैं तो 2-2 घंटे शायद हफ्ते में सत्संग सुनती हूँ, so उसका तो 5 मिनट में काम हो गया. But is it really like that? It is just an example. I need to be more and more in the satsang. Guruji keeps saying that read the Gita daily. Satsang, as we all know, is an association with the wise men. And today also we have got such a beautiful opportunity that for more than 14 hours we would be in the satsang. Also, as it is said in our satsang, that the sun never sets in our satsang. So all this is because of Param Pujya Guruji. There are so many satsangs that's happening online across. We can get associated with any one of them. And even listening to them, it clears that dusted vision of mine. Guruji tells us that shun away the evil company. The glory of satsang is given in all scriptures, be it Ramayana, the Bhagavatam, the Vivek Chudamani, Narad Bhakti Sutra, or whatever I can think of. It's there. Satsang, even for a minute, gives a new spiritual turn to my mind. In fact, the faith in Lord, the faith in the scriptures, the devotion to the Lord, all this will surely develop if I am attending the satsangs at a regular basis. Now, short story, but definitely a lot of takeaways are there. My own personal reflections. The first one I would say is awareness. Like Raja Nemi, can I be aware of that fragile and short-lived human existence? Life can change in an instant. So am I wise enough, which I always consider I'm the wisest person, am I wise enough really to invest time in establishing a relationship with the Lord? I really need to ponder on that. Secondly, am I aiming at the true welfare? That is what we call as Shreyash. What leads to my lasting happiness and liberation? Definitely, we all know it's bhakti, it's jnana, it's vairagya. But am I really using them? All these three, I would say the best tools that I have been given. Am I asking the right question that doesn't have a doubt because I want to prove something for my intellect? Or am I asking a question only for knowing more and more about the Lord? And the last, but I would say the fourth one is, am I really valuing satsang deeply? Because being in satsang is the best way from being away from so many unwanted things that I don't want, but I don't know how to get out of it. Satsang really helps me being associated with people, those who are all thinking towards the Lord, those who are only glorifying the Lord, only talking about the Lord, makes my mind more concentrated and to only revel in the glories of the Lord. And yes, as in the morning also we heard Sriniji also saying that when we do more and more seva in any way it can be, what happens is my association with satsang only strengthens. All these I need my self-check. So I'll stop here. That's all. Krishna Arpanamastu. Jai Shri Krishna.
So very true, Rashmiji. Sun never sets in our satsang. So very true. Thank you so much for that. Moving to our next chapter, chapter 11.5, we will get our answers to questions such as, what is the purpose of life's journey? What is Bhagavat Dharma? Let's know more about Bhagavat Dharma and its glory from Ashwinji from Oman.
Jai Shri Krishna. The meaning of Bhagavata Dharma. Earlier, since the morning, the other speakers from Srimad Bhagavatam would have spoken about what is Dharma, what is Saddharma, and various other things. But now, we will see what is Bhagavata Dharma. Naraji said, Mithila Rajanimi asked the 9 holy sages to shower their gaze on him and explain where it lies the ultimate goal to humanity. Remember, he's not asking for his personal gain, he's asking for the humanity's gain. But we should also understand the humility of what Raja Nimi said, in which he says, only tell me if you think I am fit or qualified enough for this knowledge. So Raja Nimi wanted to know Bhagavata Dharma, because when it enters one's heart, the Lord is pleased and gives himself to the devotee. So, of the 9 rishis, Yoga Kavi gave the reply to the question of Bhagavata Dharma is, in which one attains the Lord. So, Yoga Kavi, the seer of beyond, said, according to him, the highest Bhagavata Dharma is to serve the Lord's feet at all times, though by serving it, we will become free from the ocean of samsara. Our mind is always absorbed in the thoughts of senses which are unreal. That shifts will happen and we will attain fearlessness. But there are means and ways. However, the greatest thing about this is, like any other dharma, it is the one that takes of his support of dharma, never fail from the righteous living. All other dharmas, the human has to be vigilant. However, the man who is already surrendered to the Lord, this dharma is a very unique one. If one runs on this dharma with eyes closed or opens, but will never fall, but even if they did fall, they would fall on the Lord's lap, who is the supporter of all, and he will take care of this. We all know the famous sloka, Kaina vacha manisendriyeva buddhyabhanatva sukhi sabhava kaurokiyatna sakalam parasmai narayana iti samarpayami. Whatever we do, we should all do the samarpan to the Lord Narayana. Whatever I do with the body, speech, mind, all the sense organs, either by discrimination of my intellect or by the deeper feelings of the heart, I do all of them with surrender to Lord Narayana. Whatever action we perform is to be offered to the Lord in all aspects. This is called the practice of Bhagavata Dharma. So a devotee of, so here's a very small example. So once a devotee of Lord Rama went to forest for some work. That night, he was bitten by the mosquitoes when he was trying to sleep. So he got up and he said, "These mosquitoes are bothering me, O Lord Rama, which I am unable to sleep. If I did not sleep and wake up early in the morning, who will do my puja for you?" Now the Lord's grace went to the devotee, and because of this, all the mosquitoes went away. But see, the saint neither killed the mosquitoes, he only surrendered himself for his future actions to the Lord. This true story. Further, Rishi Kavi said, one who offers himself to Lord becomes completely fearless, completely offering themselves to Lord with no moha or delusion in their mind because of ignorance. We see everything in this world other than us, but when one looks upon Guru as God and has everlasting love for the Lord. The point is that the mind alone creates what is the real and what is the unreal within us. Just like how we see shadows in the dark night and think it to be as someone or maybe as a robber, the mind creates unwanted necessary things. We should control the mind. Further, one should keep listening to the beautiful and purifying glories of the Lord. We should keep singing of the many names of the Lord and remember the qualities and deeds. We should never fear to take the Lord's name, renouncing the same shyness and mindness. We should always sing the name of the Lord. Rishi Kavi also said, when love for the Lord rises in the heart, devotee goes beyond all rules of the world. Devotee goes into samadhi state and becomes established in the formless truth. But because there is not difference between the God, which is in form and which is not in form. God with form or without form is Govinda alone, the Supreme Self. Kavi further said that this realized soul sees all the creations of the Lord. That is why he salutes and bows down to whatever he sees. The best example is when Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, when he started offering worship to his mother, later he would start worshipping himself and all the people around him. So it is not only to him, but everyone around him. Rishi Kavi made a wonderful statement on devotion. When we get hungry, we eat. When we put the first morsel into the mouth, what happens? There is tushti, pushti, and nivati, means contentment, nourishment, and removal of hunger. Similarly, when the devotion of the Lord, the bhakti rises into the life of a person, dispassion of all the worldly objects and knowledge, and the Lord arises in the person. Finally, Yogi Kavi said, when one becomes fully and firmly established in bhakti, virakti, and paramananda buddhi, one attains the supreme peace. The life of such a devotee remains ever focused only on the Lord. We think our daily nitya karmas are the ones that we should be doing. But more than the nitya karmas, whatever action we do, whatever we buy, whatever we get to the home, it is all the Lord's blessings that we have in ourselves. For everything that we have, the true sadhana is performing all the actions that we get as the Lord's blessing. Jai Shri Krishna.
Jai Shri Krishna. The true wealth of a devotee is unwavering devotion and humble service towards his Guru. Let's know more about the attributes of a devotee from Shaileshi from USA.
Jai Shri Krishna. Chapter 11.6, the second question, the attributes of a devotee. So Rajanini now asks a second question. He said, my Lord, you have explained what Bhagavata Dharma is. You have also explained what sadhana is. Now kindly tell me what are the attributes of a Param Bhagavata or supreme devotee of the Lord. What are his duties? What is his nature? What is his conduct? How does he transact with the world? There are so many different kinds of devotees. They all love Bhagavan. But obviously there are differences among them. They do not appear to be all of the same category. Therefore, please tell me who is the best devotee of all and what are his qualities. Of the 9 yogis, Yogi Hari explained to Rajanimi the qualities of the ordinary, the exceptional, and the highest devotee. We have already seen the various definitions of Bhagavata. he who is a devotee of the Lord is known as Bhagavata. The spiritual means to attain the Lord is known as Bhagavata, and the Lord is called Bhagavata. Thus, the Lord is Bhagavata, the devotee is Bhagavata, the means to attain the Lord are also Bhagavata. So here, everything is non-dual. Yogeshwara Hari gave a straight and simple answer to the second question asked by the king. He first spoke about the supreme devotee, then the superior devotee, and then the ordinary devotee. He expounded on all the attributes of the supreme devotee in detail. All devotees should keep in mind here that these qualities are not being told for us to measure and label others. It is not for us to say, this is a supreme devotee, but this other one is just mediocre and that one is kind of average. One who judges others himself becomes a lower kind of devotee, so one should not do this. After learning these qualities, one should keep striving to lift oneself from an ordinary devotee to a superior devotee to the highest devotee. Yogeshwara Hari said, the one who realizes his very self as the Lord, who sees the Lord in all living beings, and who realizes that all living beings are in the Lord is the highest devotee. These teachings are also given in the Upanishads and in the Gita. So, for example, Gita 6:29, Sarva Bhutastha Matmanam Sarva Bhutani Chatmani. Shri Bhagavan Shri Krishna says, he is the best of yogis who sees the self in all beings and sees all beings in the self. Ramcharitmanas 172, Siyara Maya Sabjag Jani, Karo Pranam, Jori Jugapani. Goswami Tulsidas Ji has said, I know the entire world is Sitaram, my salutations unto them. To see the Lord in all and all in the Lord is a trait of the highest devotee. Such a devotee does not say, this is an animal, this is a tree, this is an individual, this is an insect. He sees everything as a Lord. He does not see any difference between himself and the world because his sense of otherness has been removed. His divisive vision has ended. The supreme devotee is thus the one who sees the entire world as his own self. Just think, with what vision do we presently view the world? With reference to our family, we see oneness when we say, this is my brother or this is my sister, but we do not consider other people as our own. Our sense of differentiation, this is my own and that is not, continues. We often see in the world that people are ready to do anything for that they consider their own, their near and dear ones. However, they will not do the same for those that they consider to be others or not their own. This is because they see the world from a viewpoint. On the other hand, one who sees the world as his own self does not differentiate between anyone or anything. This person alone is called the best devotee of all. It is not the one who offers 15 bananas to the Lord every day and does ritualistic worship for 4 hours every day is necessarily the highest devotee. Now, what is a superior devotee like? Yogeshwara Hari said, the one who loves the Lord, who is a friend to his devotees, who is compassionate to the ignorant, and who is indifferent towards those who hate Bhagavan, such a person is the middle category of devotees. See, there is an important point to note here. There's no need to dislike even the disliked person or even someone who hates Bhagavan. There's no need for us to imitate the behavior of such people. Again, Yogi Hari enumerates 4 virtues of this middle category of devotee. He said that they have, number 1, love for the Lord. Number 2, friendliness towards his devotees. Number 3, compassion towards the ignorant. And number 4, indifference towards those who harbor hatred for the Lord. When a man who is wrapped up in sense enjoyments takes his first steps on the path of dharmic living, he often starts thinking that he is highly pious and righteous, and others are sinners. He thinks that himself to be far superior. This should not happen. Now we see who the ordinary devotee is. This is the last category. Yogeshwara Hari has said, the ordinary devotee is one who performs idol worship, who sees the idol as a symbol of the god. He bathes the idol, adorns it with garlands, offers food to it, waves a little lamp around it, and the like. Yet he drives away the devotees of the Lord, or even the Lord himself. One who does not serve or love the Lord's devotees is called an ordinary devotee. The devotee who remains confined to ritualistic worship never feels such love for everyone. His eyes may fill with tears when he is standing in front of the Lord's idol, and his heart may beat faster. But so long as his heart does not have love for others, he will always remain only an average devotee. In his exposition on the characteristics of the Supreme Devotee, Yogeshwara Hari said that the Supreme Devotee sees and knows that all of creation, all that is perceived, is pervaded by the Lord and is an expansion of the Lord. Knowing this, he does not have hatred or attachment to anyone or anything. Such a devotee is the highest devotee. Circumstances and situations in life never remain the same. In samsara, there are times of joy and sorrow, prosperity and difficulty, illness and wellness. Sometimes there are monetary gains, sometimes there are losses, sometimes there is a birth in the family, sometimes there's a death. All this goes on and on. Yet, samsara dharme avimohiyamanaha, the highest devotee does not get diluted by the many and varied changes throughout life, all of which are the nature of samsara. Why is he not disturbed? Because Hare Smritya. He has a constant, unbroken remembrance of the Lord in his heart. There's nothing of samsara is able to disturb him. This dialogue teaches us that when we are faced with painful circumstances in life, we should not just sit down and cry. We should remember the Lord. Why did this happen to me? How did this happen? This should not have happened. Why does this always happen only to me and not to others? We often keep brooding like this or filling our mind with fear of the future. Herein, we are told to give up worrying needlessly and fix our mind in the remembrance of God, because Tava Kathamratam Tapta Jivanam, the stories of the Lord are nectar itself. For people who are suffering, it is a life-giving herb. Most people, however, rather than drinking the nectar of the stories of the Lord, only keep wallowing in the past. Great saints advise you too have to depart from this world someday. Think a little about this as well. What will you get from breathing like this? Even so, it seems that most people enjoy remaining buried in sorrow. Yogeshwara Hari said, do not become deluded by samsara. Anytime any sorrow comes into your life, just remember the Lord. We saw the application of this tenet in the 10th canto. What would all the Gopa boys do? They would simply call out, Krishna, Krishna, O mighty armed one. And that was all. Like them, we too should constantly remember the Lord. After all, if we only keep asking, how come I'm the only one who fell sick? It means that other people should also fall sick, is it not? This is not right. Yogi Hari then described the supreme devotee in whose heart Bhagavan resides. He said, in such a devotee's heart, never can desires or even vasanas, which is the root cause of all desires and actions, appear. Such a devotee's heart becomes the Lord's abode. He is Bhagavatottama, or the highest devotee of all. The characteristics of this devotee are also given in the Bhagavad Gita in the 12th chapter, starting from the verse, Adveshta Sarva Bhutanam Maitra Karna Evacha. It is said that a true devotee is not attached to his body in the least. He has no ego about his caste, age, profession, stage of life, his ashrama, ancestry, and the like. It is said here, in him there is no ownership of anything or possessiveness about anyone. Thoughts such as, this is mine and this is his, why did you touch my things, do not enter his mind. He is equal-minded towards all, just as the Lord is. Sarva Bhuta Sama Shanta. Yogeshwara Hari said, Savai Bhagavatottama, such a person is the highest devotee, in whose mind there is no sense of my and your, no thought modifications of likes and dislikes, no fretting over prosperity or adversity in samsara, and most importantly, the constant remembrance of the Lord. We, on the other hand, are such that if we sit down to chant the Lord's name and then find out that mithai is being given away for free somewhere, we leave our rosary beads and run to get the mithai. If the telephone rings when we sit for japa, we leave our chanting to attend to the call. Yogeshwara Hari said to Rajnimi, even if someone offers him supremacy over the third world, or over the three worlds, this supreme devotee will never give up the remembrance of the God and run after such things. Among the devotees of Lord Vishnu, such supreme devotees are known as Vaishnava Bhaktas. The great saint Narasimha Avatar has made a beautiful statement, Vaishnava Janato Tene Kahiyeje Pida Padaye Jane Re. They alone are true Vaishnavas who understand others' suffering and help others to the best of their ability without ever being egoistic. Yogi Hari said, just as the sun's heat does not remain when the moon rises, so too in whose mind even the slightest brilliance of a lustrous nail of the Lord's feet shines, all sufferings end. When one has fixed his mind on the Lord, what difficulties can possibly affect him? How can difficulties remain in his life? Yogeshwara Hari said, the supreme devotee is the one who has tied himself so tightly to the feet of the Lord with the rope of devotion that the question of forgetting the Lord does not even arise. In this way, in reply to the first question on what the means are to attain one's highest welfare, Bhagavata Dharma, the means to, was expounded. In reply to the second question on the qualities of one who practices Bhagavata Dharma, the levels of the devotees were explained. Krishnarpana, Jai Shri Krishna.
आम्ही विठ्ठलाचा भजनात आलो. Yes, you all guessed it right. It's time to praise our Lord and soothe our souls through a Bhakti Geet by Anandita Ji. Jai Shri Krishna.
एक दारी संगे एक रूप झालो आम्ही विठ्ठलाच्या भजनात नालो पूर्व पुण्य ज्याचे मेले सुख त्याला पूर्व पुण्य ज्याचे मेले सुख त्याला कोणी राग होय कोणी रंक झाला कोणी राग होय कोणी रंक झाला मागणे न काही सांगण्यास आलो मागणे न काही सांगण्यास आलो भजनात नालो एक तारे संगे एक रूप झालो आम्ही विठ्ठलाच्या भजनात नालो.
Maya, the illusion is the root cause of suffering and misery. Let's know more about the nature of Maya and means to conquer Maya from Parmeshwaran ji from Bahrain.
Jai Shri Krishna. Jai Shri Krishna. In fact, I am just blessed to talk about that which is not. See, we have been hearing the conversation between King Nimi as well and the Navayogis. See, these are in fact, the recollections, what Narada has been telling to Vasudeva. When Vasudeva asked, please teach me Bhagavad Dharma, because we have to always link with what is the context under which we are now going through all these Navayogi dialogues. Because when he put that question, immediately Narada said, the same question has been already asked by King Nimi, Raja Nimi to Navayogis long back. See, this is our tradition. When a disciple puts a question to a guru, invariably he doesn't answer direct. He immediately recalls another dialogue between a similar question and the answer, and he gives that answer as his. See, this is to always make the student feel humbled, and also that is making the guru humble, that I am not telling you this answer, but this answer has been given by somebody else. That's the greatness of the guru. So first two questions we already seen. That's what is Bhagavad Dharma. Then we also seen what is the attributes of a devotee, answered by Yogi, Kavi and Hari. Now, then the next question comes about Maya. Because Maya is, we all know the power of Maya, which deludes the most powerful persons from the path of devotion. That is Maya. Ma is not, Ya is this. This which is not. So then he starts with the explanation. There are two types of Maya. One is Vidya Maya, which is associated with the creation, sustenance, and dissolution. We don't have any problem with all these things. It doesn't bind any person. But then the other one, the type is the Avidya Maya. This is where when someone identifies my house, okay, he forgets everything is an expression of the Lord, then he sees only the name and form, and he says, I, mine, then immediately likes, dislikes. This is the one which puts us into a trap. Because this is the one, the greatest power of Maya is the one which makes the unreal as real. There are few attributes. One is it doesn't have its independent existence. We talk about Maya is nothing but a Kriya Shakti, Shakti, Prakriti. These are all the other words of Maya. And it is always, it's a Lord and Maya, they're the two sides of a coin. When I see the Lord as his expression, all the world as expression, as Lord's expression, I am saved. Other side is, when I see the names and forms, when I believe in the illusion of Maya, I am trapped. So we call it as avarana and vikshepa. It suppresses what is the real nature, vikshepa project, which is unreal. And you can't analyze, you can't do any experiment, you can't do any logic to find out what is the root cause and all the composition and all physical chemical compositions. No, it's not possible. So in fact, Adi Shankara in his Maya Panchakam, 5 verses, 5 great illusions, what it produces. He talks about Agatita Gatana Patiyasi Maya, the one which makes the impossible possible. What are those 5 characteristics? In the partless Maya, it creates a feeling that distinction between Jiva, Jagat, Ishvara. In fact, they are all same, but it creates a feeling. Second one, it makes even the Vidwans, Pandits, to run like 4-legged animals after wealth possession. Third, then even though it's Satchit Ananda, it creates a feeling that it gets associated with the Panchabhutas body, which is insentient, and says it pushes into the transmigration, Jiva. Fourth one, we talk about the self as Jati, Niti, Kula, Gotra, Durakam, which is beyond all the things, but it makes one feel, I am this Varna, I am Vaishya, Sudra, Brahmana, Kshatriya. Fifth is the most powerful. It creates even the learned people to feel Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, they are all different. So this is the power of Maya. So this question, when this was put by Raja Nimi, please explain the power of Maya. Antariksha, Yogi Antariksha, he answers the whole thing. Then hearing the power of Maya, then he had a, Then Raja Nimi became so curious. If it is so powerful, is there any way I can transcend? Because I want to transcend and I want to move away. I want to just reach the Lord. Because the power of Maya is the one now we are going to see. Now, Prabuddha, Yogi Prabuddha answers how do I transcend? What is the power of Maya? It abstracts one's devotion. Suppose if you want to progress, it affects. But only through devotion you can transcend. It's a catch-22 paradoxical situation. See, it is just like, unless I get a job, I will not get experience. Unless I have the experience, I will not get a job. What should I do? Same predicament here also. Because we have seen that Vasudeva was telling, when the Lord came to me, I was deluded by his Maya, and I wanted him to be born as a son instead of asking for self-realization or to reach him. See, this is the power. He wanted to reach, but Lord clouds any devotee, any sadhaka. First of all, it tries to prevent, puts obstacles. But as always says that we are in a catch-22 loop. How do I come out of that? Because as Guruji says that, yes, difficult, but possible. Even the Lord is talking about Devi hi esha gunabai mama maya duratyaya. He says it is impossible. It is very difficult to cross. He never said you cannot cross at all. Then we all be closed down and no one will become a sadhak. Suppose someone says you cannot reach me. That's it. Why should I make an effort? So then he also tells what is the yukti. He says that mameva ye prapadyate maya metam tarantite. There is only one way. Becomes you surrender. Mameva ye prapadyante. We will explain a bit later. So it is just like a fisherman stands in the river and he throws a net. Which fish is safe, considered safe? The fish which is all nearby, his feet, they are all always safe. They don't get caught in the trap of the net. Same thing, when I see always I am with the Lord. That's what even Tulsidas says, Jao kahan taji charan tumare. Where can I go? I don't want to leave your feet, otherwise I will just get trapped. So now we are in a situation, what is the yukti, what is the Achilles heel of Maya? The weakest point of Maya is devotion. Then it never touches you. So if we have a devotion, that's it. Then he says, how do I get the devotion? It says, Tasma Guru Prapadyate. Go to a guru, surrender, then offer yourself. Ask only the self-knowledge, nothing else. This is an indication. What should I ask when I go to a Guruji? Not all the wealth. I want to get the self-knowledge. Give me that self-knowledge with all my Shraddha. Do all the as instructed by Guru. DSS, Dana Seva, Swadhyaya. Then become a slave. Then everything now you start to then also practice Navavida Bhakti. With all these things, then the devotion sprouts. Then you get a devotion. It once gets established, you see oneness, you get detached from all the worldly thing. The last important thing is offer everything to the Lord. Krishnarpanamastu. This is what Narada Bhakti Sutra also says. He says that Kastarati Mayam. Then there are 12 steps. The last step is the one, what he says, Kevalam Avichinna Anuragam Labate. Unless I have undiluted, that is what we call it as a continuous, unbroken love towards the Lord, I can cross. So what is in my thing? What should I do? I have to seek a guru. This is what I recall. Beautiful song. Guru Vina Gulam Naguvatanaka Dorayadanna Mukuti Pari Shastra Vanodina Renu Vyartavayatu Bakuti. All the things, unless you become a slave of a guru, nothing is possible. And all the Shastras of wastage of it is not going to give devotion. Now we say, Manushyatyam, Mumukshyatam, Mahapurusha Samshaya. Manushyattvam is not in our hand. We have taken a human birth. It's not by our Purva Punya. Mumukshyattvam only by Guru's grace and by our Purva Punya. We are all in satsang. Mahapurusha Samshaya. We got living Guru. What I should do? I have to now hold on to his feet, then do all these things, then as always wished by our Guru, to become a Jivan Mukta. That should be my whole aim. Mameva ye prapadyante. Only Guru, living Guru, we can reach the Lord. Om Sri Krishna Arpanamastu.
Our karma determines what we deserve and what we can assimilate. Let's understand the nature of karma yoga, the various means to attain Lord in the 4 yugas, and the enchanting Uddhava Gita from Anita ji from UK.
Jai Shri Krishna. Guruji, please speak through me. Raja Nimi then asks Avirhotra Yogi to tell him about what karma yoga is, the nature of karma yoga. Avirhotra Rishi gives him step-by-step guidance on what karma yoga is. First, he says, by serving with reverence, obtain the grace of a Sadguru. We already have that. We have our Guruji in our lives. And then he says, learn the Vedas from the Guru, because Vedas teach the common man what is right, what is wrong, what one should do, do's, the don'ts, what is action, inaction, the prohibited action, all this. Our Guruji also said, follow through the Bhagavatam, the Moksha Grantha, read Bhagavatam, read a chapter of Amazing Simple Gita every day, and also repeat, recall, and enjoy the scriptures. After learning from the Guru, start offering worship to an idol of the Lord. Your Ishta Devam, Rama, Krishna, Shiva, Devi, whichever Lord inside your heart, worship the Lord. Have that Navavida Bhakti with the Lord. Thereafter, do all your duties as worship of God. Understand the one, the non-dual Lord alone is in all. So see God in all, serve all, and worship all. If all our duties are performed with devotion to the Lord, with that Ananya Bhakti as an offering to Him, Sarvam Krishnarpanamastu, then one day we reach the state of action devoid of doership. I am not the doer, I'm only the nimitta of the Lord. And then whatever the fruits of those actions are accepted as prasad of the Lord. This is the crux of Karma Yoga. Moving on to chapter 11-13, the 9th question. Raja Nimi now asks the last question. Please tell me about the various forms that the Supreme Lord manifested in each of the 4 yugas. What color does He manifest in? What are the means to attain Him? And how should we worship Him? And the yogi says, in Satya Yuga, Bhagavan is white in color. He is worshipped through the practice of austerity and meditation. In Treta Yuga, Bhagavan is red in color. He is worshipped through yagnas, yagas. Yagna is a particular means to attain liberation. In Dwapara Yuga, Bhagavan is dark in color and wears a yellow cloth. The means to attain the Lord is through puja. In Kali Yuga, the Lord is black in color. In this age, the Lord is most pleased merely by the chanting of His name. Therefore, the means to become one with the Lord in Kali Yuga is through chanting of His name, of singing His praises. And people of the other yugas are actually envious of people of Kali Yuga, because in Kali Yuga, all the great saints, all the alvars, all beautiful saints are born, and they have sung the Lord's praises and they've attained liberation. So Brahmaji gives the Maha Mantra. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Let us all chant the Maha Mantra and various other bhajans and revel in singing in the Nama Smarana of the Lord. And by doing this, by practicing Bhagavata Dharma and practicing all the teachings, Raja Nimi eventually attains moksha. So also Devaki ji and Vasudeva ji, after listening to Narada ji, attained pure devotion and moksha. So the Palashruti is the one who hears, contemplates on these teachings of the 9 yogis, becomes qualified to attain Brahman and verily becomes Brahman. Then comes the Uddhava Gita, chapter 11-16. So Bhagavan has now finished whatever he's come to the earth to perform. He's ready to go back to Vaikuntha. And Uddhava, who's been with him all along, really gets upset. Bhagavan, Krishna, I've always been with you. For a shanam, I can't be without you. Please take me with you. And Bhagavan says, no, you first have to acquire self-knowledge, Uddhava, and gives him the teaching. That is Uddhava Gita. Bhagavan says to Uddhava, Yaditam manasa vacha chakshubhyam shravanadibihi nasvaram kriyamanam cha vidhi maya manomayam. Bhagavan says, Uddhava, listen to this clearly. All the experiences of the entire world, which comes to you through your mind and sense organs, they are impermanent, they are transitory, perishable. Not only this, they're all a play of Maya, a play of the mind, which has just been explained very clearly by Parameshwaranji. So, as an example, if we take a gulab jamun, it is an object. The eyes can see it, the nose can smell it, but it is the mind that projects and says, that is tasty. Eat that, that will give you joy. And then the tongue tastes it, there is joy for a shanam. And then once we swallow it, the joy vanishes. There's no longer joy. It is so temporary. But the same gulab jamun, if we say, oh, this is Margari Masam, I want to make it as Naivedyam to the Lord. I want to offer it to my Lord. And then we make it and say, Bhagavan Sarvam Krishnarpanamastu. Please take my Naivedyam. Please take my offering. And then we see the Lord eating it. And the smile in the Lord's face becomes bigger. The dimple becomes deeper. And we are overfilled with joy. And we consume that as His prasad. That is total bliss. And in the next shloka, Bhagavan says to Uddhava, Pumso yuktasya nanartho brahma shaguna dosha bhag karma karma vikarmeti guna dosha diyobida. Here guna is punya and dosha is papa. So bhaya karma, we only see the existence of the world, the outside world. But the Lord says a mind that is not steady, that is not single-pointed and not established in one's true nature of the Supreme Self is most restless. That is not then eligible to receive the knowledge of the Self. So the mind should become focused. All the indriya and the mind should become focused on the Self. So Bhagavan says, Tasmad yuktendriyo gramo yukta chitta idam jagat. Atmanik Shashva Vitatam Atmana Mahidishware. So, with the Indriya and with our mind, if we only think the world is real, we will only be in this world. We will not be able to cross the ocean of samsara and attain liberation. But we should realize that the body is a covering to the Jivatma. And within the Jivatma resides Paramatma. All the creations of the Lord, everything, whether it is Chit, Achit, the human body, an animal, a tree, a plant, even the table and chair, all the Lord creations have the Jivatma within it. And within the Jivatma resides the one and only Paramatma. That is why Bhagavan says, therefore, make your mind pure and fix it on the self, with your inner self, your Jivatma. When you have brought your mind and sense organs fully under control, then you find the entire universe in yourself and yourself in me, the Parabrahman. You will see yourself, the Jivatma, one with me, the Supreme Lord, the attributeless Brahman. Just as all the waves are part of the one and only ocean, so also all the Jivatmas are part of the one and only Brahman, Paramatma. Once you have directly experienced this truth and attained perfection, thereafter you will be contented. That kind of mind is purely content. There's no sorrow, there's no obstacles, hardships to that. Nothing will affect that person, because that man of steady wisdom knows the truth and he rises above everything. Then he is childlike, he is in total bliss. That is existence consciousness bliss. That kind of person, he will not do any prohibited action, because there's no worldly desire for him to do any action at all. And all he does is spontaneously, like how our Guru says in the Prajnanam Brahma, he is one with the Lord. He is verily the Parabrahman at that stage. So that is existence consciousness bliss. For he who has realized that the one supreme self alone is shining as the multitude of forms. Even if he engages in all sorts of actions, then he will never be bound by them. Hearing all this, then Uddhava says, Bhagwan, I am still caught in the world, in I and mine. Give me the spiritual knowledge. Talk to me about renunciation. Uddhava ji knows all this. He is asking this for our benefit. Initially, Uddhava ji also only acquired scriptural studies. By scriptural studies, he acquired knowledge, but then there was a trace of pride in him. That is when Bhagavan sends him to Vraja. Go, learn from the gopis what devotion is, because devotion is the primary requisite for the self-knowledge. Then Uddhava went to Vraja and saw the gopis' bhakti, the total bhakti, ananya bhakti that the gopis had for Bhagavan. That is when his heart also started brimming with devotion to the Lord. Only then did he also become eligible to receive the self-knowledge. And then Uddhava says to Bhagavan, Narayanam Narasakam Sharanam Prapatti. Uddhava says, I've come to you and you alone seeking refuge. Kindly make me understand. And then Bhagavan says to him, Uddare Atmanatmanam. Lift yourself by yourself. Seekers of truth know how to uplift and save themselves from the world. So first of all, they bring their mind, their sense organs under control. They purify their intellect. They seek the grace of the Guru and then attain that self-knowledge. And with that, they attain the liberation. How in this Margari Masam, I want to finish off with what Andal says. Andal says in the Tirupavai, Yetraikum Yege Piravikum Untanodu Utrame Avum Unake na Matshevum Matrinam Kamangal Matrelor and Bava. So how many ever births I take, in every birth, all I will do is surrender unto your lotus feet, only unto you. Please, I do not want any other worldly desire. I am surrendering unto you. So let us surrender to the lotus feet of our Guruji, and with our Guruji's guidance, blessings, we can also concentrate our mind, our senses, and our intellect, and channel all that towards bhakti to the Lord and attain liberation. Many thanks. Jai Shri Krishna.
Jai Shri Krishna. After such a profound narration by Neetaji, let's hear a beautiful rendition from Yuma Mukta Ishanji from Bangalore.
उद्धव की जय हो, सुदामा की जय हो, उद्धव की जय हो, सुदामा की जय हो, सैकड़ों करोड़ों भक्तों की जय हो, सैकड़ों करोड़ों भक्तों की जय हो। सारी रात जागो सुन शुक की कहानी, सारी रात जागो सुन सुख की कहानी, बिहारी तेरी आंखें बनाए दीवानी, बिहारी तेरी आंखें बनाए दीवानी.
Bhagavad Gita teaches that all beings are ultimately one with the divine, and that the ultimate goal of life is to realize this oneness and attain liberation from the cycle of birth and death. Let's listen to Bhagavad Gita from Maheshji, our youth satsangi.
Jai Shri Krishna. So, who is an Avaduta? An Avaduta is a realized saint who's beyond worldly concerns. He wears no clothes often, and they're typically said to act without any sort of regard for social etiquette. So, this is actually a conversation initially between one king, Yadu, and an Avaduta called Dattatreya. So, this king once sees this Avaduta, he's so happy, so very carefree, and despite having no possessions, no clothes, nothing, he's so happy. And so the king asks him, how is this even possible? So Avaduta Dattatreya says that this is because he's learned the secret of life from 24 different gurus. That's what the Avaduta Gita is about. And right at the start, Swami Tejomananda Ji in this book states that Krishna has told Uddhava that we are our own greatest guru, which is a bit shocking, right? Because we've always been asked to seek gurus outside, and that we need to first allow ourselves to learn something, and that's really the crux. So essentially, even if Goddess Saraswati or Brihaspati, who's the guru of the Devas, if they were to appear in front of us, unless we are open to learning, then it's impossible for anyone to be able to teach us anything. And that's why Krishna tells Uddhava that we are our own greatest guru. And therefore, the corollary to that is that if we are open to learning, then suddenly we become like a sponge. And so we can learn from anything, just like the Avaduta did. So here's a quick summary of all of the 24 gurus. The first one is the earth. People fight and kill over the earth. We're seeing so many wars today, and yet the earth selflessly accommodates everybody. So from the earth, Dattatreya ji learned patience, forgiveness, and selfless service. His second guru was air, and air is ever moving, as we know, detached, and the oxygen is life giving, and yet it remains invisible. So Dattatreya ji learned to spread happiness while remaining unattached, just like the air. The third guru that he talks about is space. And as we know, space is very vast, accommodates a lot of things, planets, stars, galaxies, and yet remains untouched by any of these. And therefore, Dattatreya ji, he learned magnanimity and detachment from space and to expand his heart to reflect this vastness. The fourth guru that he looked up to is water. The Avaduta learned from water that it is life-giving, it brings happiness and peace to everything that it touches, and therefore to be fluid, to be pure, and to give coolness and calm. The fifth guru is fire. So Dattatreya saw fire which consumes impurities, which purifies, and yet remains untainted, and he believed that this teaches resilience. This fire also represents austerity and knowledge, helping seekers to burn flaws and negativities. The sixth guru is the moon, and the moon, as we know, waxes and wanes, so Krishna Paksha and Shukla Paksha. And despite this, the moon's true form always remains unchanged. So this symbolizes steadiness amidst change. So Dattatreya ji learned that the soul, just like the moon, remains unaffected by the body's transformations. The seventh guru is the sun, and the sun absorbs water from the earth, like we know. And this water could be from a lake, from a pond, from a river, a sea, the ocean, it doesn't matter. And therefore, it symbolizes impartiality and selflessness. The sun also gives back the same water as rain, teaching generosity and the cyclical nature and the importance of giving, or dana. The eighth guru is a pigeon. So the story goes that a pigeon's family was trapped in a net, and seeing this, the mother pigeon jumped in and herself got caught. And the father pigeon, seeing all of his other family members getting caught, also panicked, jumped into the same net, and also ended up being caught. And therefore, it demonstrates how excessive attachment causes bondage. So from this, Dattatreya ji learned the importance of avoiding over-attachment to loved ones and to possessions. The ninth guru is the python, and the python eats only whatever comes on its way. It doesn't go reaching or searching for food. And this taught Dattatreya ji contentment, and trust in divine provision. As a householder, however, it doesn't mean that we should just wait for things to happen. We should be fulfilling our duties, doing whatever dharma is requiring us to do, and also to enjoy what comes to us through rightful means. The 10th guru is the ocean, and as we know, the ocean is symbolic of depth. This taught Dattatreya ji to remain calm and undisturbed by desires or by external changes. The 11th guru is the moth. The moth, drawn to a flame, destroys itself because of uncontrolled desires. And so Dattatreya ji learned the importance of controlling his senses and avoiding self-destructive temptations. The 12th guru is the honeybee. The honeybee collects nectar, goes from flower to flower, but never harms any of these flowers. And so this symbolizes taking the best from everyone. And Dattatreya learned the art of gathering wisdom selectively without attachment, just like the honeybee. The 13th guru is the elephant. So the elephant apparently is very quickly tempted by a mate and easily falls into traps that are laid by hunters. And this taught Dattatreya the danger of succumbing to lust and uncontrolled desires. The 14th guru is the honey gatherer. We just saw honeybees sometime back. So honeybees collect honey laboriously, but they never enjoy it. Have you ever heard of a honeybee eating its own honey? So this demonstrated to Dattatreya the futility of hoarding wealth and possessions, because more often than not, they will only benefit others. The 15th guru is the deer. A deer is typically captivated by melodious music or sometimes even certain fragrances, and this leads to its capture by hunters. And so Dattatreya ji learned to guard against distractions that trap us in suffering. The 16th guru is a fish, and a fish is easily lured by bait and caught, and therefore it teaches the dangers of unrestrained indulgence. This reminded Dattatreya to control his cravings and to avoid destructive temptations. The 17th guru is Pingala, a courtesan. So this courtesan, she used to wait for a lot of customers, and customers would keep coming to her. But one fine day, she had no customer at all. And she was suddenly hit by a wave of intense dispassion. And she realized that she was using her healthy body for lustful reasons, and instead she went into a state of desirelessness and permanent peace. The 18th guru is a bird called the osprey. This is a bird which is part of the eagle family, but it's a very small bird relatively in size. And so it was once holding a piece of meat and suddenly was attacked by a number of stronger and larger birds than itself. And what did it do? It just dropped that piece of meat and was able to find peace immediately. So Dattatreya learned from this 18th guru that it's very important to renounce one's possessions in order to achieve inner tranquility. The 19th guru is a baby. And as we know, babies, they are completely free of anxieties, either about the past nor the future. And they're completely innocent and always living in the present. So this is exactly what Dattatreya learned to embody, which is simplicity, joy, and living in the present just like a baby. The 20th guru was a young girl. She had unexpected guests at home and she was alone. And there wasn't anything ready to eat. So she went inside to grind some grain to cook. But because she was wearing two bangles, and as she was grinding the grain, they started making noise. But she was aware that if the guests would hear the noise, then they would realize that there's actually no food at home. So what did she do? She removed one of the two bangles, and one bangle alone can't make noise. And therefore, this taught Dattatreya ji the value of silence. He learned that duality is always noisy, and therefore solitude is the best. The 21st guru is the arrow maker. And this specific arrow maker was super focused, super pointed, and always just focused on making his arrows that he didn't even notice that the king of the land had just passed by. So Dattatreya wanted to make his mind as focused as that of the arrow maker. The 22nd guru is the snake. And the snake keeps changing homes. It never stays in a single place. This worked well for Dattatreya as an Avaduta because he too decided that he did not have a particular home to stay in. But for householders like us, of course, it doesn't mean we need to just sell off all our homes and go to the streets. But the message for us is that we need to not be attached to the homes that we live in. And we should live with the attitude that this is the Lord's home and that we're simply a caretaker living there. The 23rd guru is a spider. The spider weaves its web and later absorbs the web as well, symbolizing creation and dissolution. So Dattatreya realized that this world, just like the spider's web, is self-created and temporary. The last guru, the 24th guru, is a wasp, and the wasp brings a particular kind of insect to its nest, confines the insect, and the insect, out of a lot of fear, constantly thinks only about the wasp and one day transforms into the wasp itself. So, in this way, just like the wasp, if we constantly focus only on fear or likes or dislikes or any other emotion or sentiment, then man can become the nature of whatever we contemplate upon with single pointed attention. So, Swami Tejomanandaji concludes very well by saying that it's important to note that these teachings of the 24 gurus are none other than the Avaduta's own mind. And so he gained spiritual wisdom simply by applying his mind and choosing to learn from whoever possible. Jai Shri Krishna.
Thank you for all the teaching, Maheshji. Next, for a self-surrender devotee of the Lord, nothing is as important as the Supreme Lord, and thus he gives equal importance to heaven and hell. Let us know more about the characteristics of bondage, liberation, and bhakta from Manikandanji from Bhare.
Jai Shri Krishna. Pranams to the Lord, pranams to Param Puja Guruji and all Mahatmas. Uddhava ji, in conversation with Bhagavan Shri Krishna, he asked about what is bondage and liberation. So when we talk about bondage, we need to touch upon its main cause, which is ignorance. Actually, due to ignorance, we superimpose infinite number of superimposition on the pure self. We say superimposition, adhyasa, upadhi, adjuncts. So these are all scriptural terms. So what do we actually superimpose? From the standpoint of Shamashti level, totality, the space, air, water, fire, earth, mountains, rivers, plains, etc., desert, etc. These are all superimposed on Ishvara. And how about on the standpoint of individual, Vyashti level? I see I am this body, I am this mind, intellect, sense organs, I am this prana, etc. And I think I am a man, I am a father, I am a husband, I am a wonderful satsangi, I am a best employee. We can create personality about ourselves, and we do not stop there. We start having we create various relationships, and we have emotional bondage and create various sangha, likes and dislikes. So this leads to there are some happy times and followed by dukkha, sorrow, grief and endless misery. This is what we call samsara, which is bondage. Swami Tejomanandaji takes up an apt example, the 10th man story, the popular one. This is from Swami Vidyaranya in Panchadasi. So one day, 10 disciples, they went on an outing. They have to cross a river. As their guru has already cautioned them, they are aware about their safety. So on reaching the other side of the river by swimming, so one of them counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And they found that there is only 9. One is missing. Likewise, everyone counted and found that there is only 9 because they didn't count it themselves. There is a great grief, tears, and they have missed his dear one. They don't know who they missed, but they were crying and great grief arose. So Swami Tejomanandaji has given some interesting names to all these 10 people. These are Murka, Mahamurka, Murka Chakravarti, Murka Shironmani. So what? It is actually, if one always looking outside world and objects and actually do not look into his own self, which is the subject, is what? Murka only. So here comes a wise man with Apta Vachana. He made them count, and one of the leader, one of the Murka Chakravarti Shironmani counts, when he counts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and the 10th man, this wise person made him to point at himself. You are the 10th man, you are that. Knowing this, immediately all the grief has vanished and all are satisfied and happy.
what has happened actually is there is no one is lost and no one has been found. No one has died and no one has come to life. Losing and finding are all in the standpoint of ignorance. It is all in the imagination of these disciples out of their sheer ignorance. So exactly the same way, there is no bondage and liberation for that self. Where is the bondage then? Bondage is there only in the body and mind, which is nothing but the product of Trigunatmika Maya. So, when the Rajasic and Tamasic are more, then we are in this samsara. When Sattvic is predominant, we have that little bit of vichara, and Vairagya, Viveka are in place. So we know who we are. So actually there is no bondage. There is no liberation for self. There is one more story about two birds which is mentioned in Mundaka Upanishad. And Lord Krishna takes up that example here when explaining to our Uddhava ji. There are two birds sitting in the same tree. One sits in the high branches, which do not indulge in any activity and watches everything around as a witness. Another sits in the lower branch, eating each and every fruit. It was happy consuming it one after another. If fruit is sour, or if it does not get any fruit, it was unhappy. It used to see the bird in the higher branch, and on the way to approaching it, will see another fruit and forgets its path and get into the delusion again. It is our state, of course. The lower bird is nothing but the jiva. The higher one is the Paramatma, that Ishvara. The Paramatma, the Ishvara is always blissful. There is no bondage, but the one in the lower, always under the samsara, it is bound. With this, Lord Krishna explains Uddhava ji that bondage is all in the superimposed self. The bonded jiva longs for liberation. Actually, there is no bondage or liberation for the soul. The Antaryami, the Kutasa Chaitanya is ever free. For jiva, how to get rid of this bondage? Lord Krishna says two things. Swadharmeshu madhashreyaha. He says, do swadharma. Whatever be the position you are in life, you are a student, employee, father, mother, CEO, housemate, houseworker, whatever you are, do your duties as a nimitta. How? With utmost devotion, madhashreyaha, utmost devotion, faith to the Lord. And we always do our work with selfish driven motives, but we need to do a selfless driven action. That's what is expected from the Lord Krishna. So madhashreya, if we look at what is our ashraya, we think our ashraya is our spouse, our children, our wealth, our bank balance, stock market maybe, but none of these are ashraya. The Lord should be our ashraya. And how to actually practically, to implement this. Our Guruji often says, and even few Mahatmas earlier when they talk, they also pointed out that, Guruji says, each and every activity, every action we do, offer it to the Lord. Do it as Lord's, work, and do it as a Krishnarpanamastu. And we should count how many times we could actually offer our action to the Lord. By the end of the day, we should count how much Krishnarpanamas we have actually done for the day. And Lord Krishna also says that one should not engage excessively in action. And also Adi Shankara in Sadhana Panchaka, he says that one should read Vedas, and after reading Vedas, one should understand what one's duties are and perform them as a Lord's worship. By this, mind becomes pure and creates longing for spiritual knowledge. One should then approach a Guru and Satsanga. We are fortunate to have our Guruji and the Satsanga. Even this Bhagavatam on our hand, how fortunate are we? By Guru's words, there dawns a knowledge by his pravachan. Ignorance will be vanished. So one has to get actually conviction, firm conviction on Guru Vakya. If not, tatah kim, tatah kim, tatah kim. One should be able to cut the samsara with the swada of asanga, that is Vairagya. Vairagya has to be developed. On talking about the devotees, Uddhavaji asked Bhagavan, oh Bhagavan, who is the devotee? What type of devotee that you would approve? Which devotee would be pleasing to you? Lord Krishna says, no, sadhus are the one who is kind to all. So kind means not that he will always praise others. And sadhu is the one who never do any bad turn to anyone. Not that he will criticize always and fault finding one. So he will not praise, neither praises nor criticizes. He knows the reality. And sadhu is forbearing. He is fortified in truth and he is free from impurities to the mind. He is unperturbed in happiness and suffering. Samatvam yoge uchate, and ever helpful to all. So best of his abilities. And sadhu is one free from passion. He is a master of sensory. He will have sparing in eating. Always listen to the Lord. After seeing this, our Guruji, our Suguji, in our satsang, he said, no, there is only one person with all this quality, which is nothing but our Guruji. This sloka is nothing same as the Bhagavad Gita sloka we have in chapter 12. Adveshta sarvabhutanam maitra karuna evacha. Nirmamo nirahankara samadukka sukham kshami. So one should develop actually, utmost devotion to Guruji and the satsang.